Chapter 55, Confusion. Chapter 55, Confusion. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Nayo_Bo_Studio. Grandin's voice was too low for Saul. Although Saul didn't hear him, he still smiled and said, "Is Barry coming? That would be nice. I haven't seen him in so long." "Master Saul, there was a small accident," Grandin said, raising his voice. "Accident? What accident?" "To show that Wester and I can't stand each other, my father acquiesced in sending Wester to do something." "Your Majesty, could you just finish the story?" Saul shook his head. "Wester sent someone after Naya. He was going to imprison her to threaten you. That way, he could gain trust from the king of the Elysian Empire. Of course, father only wanted to imprison Naya for a few days, then send someone to save her and take her to Zuba City. You then would have a perfect reason to help me fight against Wester." Grandin smiled reluctantly. "Master Saul, in my opinion, this arrangement was very smart. The Elysian Empire would grab this opportunity once they know about it. If we evacuate quickly, they would not have time for thorough considerations. They would have no choice but to attack us and fall into our trap." "Your Majesty, is there something happened to Naya?" Saul got nervous based on the way Grandin was telling the story. Grandin was very indirect and still didn't reveal what exactly happened to Naya. "Naya should be fine by now. Your students have already left Sacred City." "What do you mean she should be fine?" "Your Majesty, please tell me what happened." Saul got even more nervous. "Master Saul, you know, a magister called Bruford was in Wester's team. He was from the Magic Fog. As you know, father worked with people from the Magic Fog 20-some years ago. They have been rivals ever since. The Magic Fog made many attempts on father's life." "I know about it. Your father started a spy organization called Hurricane to fight against Magic Fog. At the time, your father even laughed about it. Hurricane could drive fog away," Saul said. "Your father also said Hurricane could only grow so quick and strong, since Magic Fog was such a solid rival." "Master Saul, do you still remember the magic array you set up?" "As soon as a necromancer stepped into the palace, the magic array would start running. Bruford was hiding from everyone and gained Wester's trust. However, father sensed something wrong from the very beginning," Grandin continued. "So father..." Saul stopped Grandin. "Your Majesty, you are straying away from the topic again. I just want to know what happened to Naya." Grandin forced himself to tell the truth. He was being indirect because he did not know how to tell Saul about the events in Sacred City. Everyone knew Saul was deeply in love with Naya. Grandin worried that Saul would not be able to control his emotions. At this point, however, he had to be honest. Wester sent Bruford after Naya. Bruford somehow knew Zita from Philip's group. In the end, Zita went with some helpers. "Zita?" Saul paused. He had heard about Zita. When he hung out with friends, everyone was talking about how the Philip group was like the sinking sun and would become dark soon. Old Philip was still alive. People didn't stop Zita no matter what he did. However, once Philip passed away, the good times would soon come to an end. The fate of Philip's team was obvious. If they were missing a powerful leader, the group would go into decline for sure. Distant relatives could not inherit Philip's title. Zita was the only successor. "Yes," Grandin sighed. "What did Zita do to Naya?" Saul pulled a long face. No one could stop him from killing Zita if Zita really had taken advantage of Naya. "Naya is fine," Grandin forced a smile. "Zita brought some helpers. Maris, the one you kicked out of your group, was one of the helpers. The problem is, Zita died." Saul frowned. He didn't hear the last sentence, but he realized Anfey would be in danger as soon as he heard Maris' name. "Anfey died?" Saul asked nervously. "Master Saul, Naya, and your students are all fine. They killed Zita," Grandin emphasized. Saul was shocked. He put himself in Philip's shoes. If Naya was hurt, he would definitely seek revenge for her. Now that Zita was killed, what would Philip do? "Father did not anticipate this ending," Grandin said with sorrow. "Zita, how did he die?" Saul spoke one word at a time. "He was stabbed by a sword." Ernest was mad at him. Saul screamed, "This guy is very antisocial and always does what he feels like." He didn't know Zita was Philip's grandson. Even if he knew, he would not stop if Zita stirred up trouble in my domain. Didn't your father know Ernest was in my house? How come he didn't think of that?" Father took that into account. He had Myrich call Ernest out for a duel. Father said Ernest would not refuse. And. Ernest came and beat Meyerich. Then, who killed Zita? Saul was confused. He could not think of anyone from his family who would be able to kill Zita, a senior swordsman. I don't know. Father didn't tell me the details. However, Father said congratulations. Congratulations? Father said you will have a powerful magic swordsman student in 10 years if everything goes well. Magic swordsman? Who is it? I don't know. Father didn't say. Saul hoped that he could get back to Sacred City right away and ask Anfey. However, he had to stay for the Magister Tower. He knew that thousands of people's lives were a lot more important than figuring out the question in his heart. Headache, what a headache! Saul said, rubbing his forehead. Although Philip was much older than he, they were good friends with much to talk about. They respected each other. There was never much conflict of interest. All of that contributed to the strong friendship between the two. However, this great relationship was about to end. He knew that Philip would take revenge for what happened to Zita, and he could not let Philip hurt his student. There are many conflicts that can be prevented, and there are some that cannot. Once such a conflict occurs, both sides will have no way out. The only way out is to fight till the end. It is troublesome for Father as well. Grandin forced a smile. How is Ernest? Did you hear from him? Saul thought of something else. Ernest is stubborn. He only goes forward but never turns back. If he fights against Philip, I am afraid he will suffer a big loss. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about him since he separated from Meyerich. Philip's hot temper, is Naya safe? Should I go back? Saul knew it was impossible to return, but he still wanted to ask. As soon as the Magister Tower ran into small problems, the old stager knew Joheim would not miss a chance to attack Suba City. Master Saul, please relax. Father asked Dean Steger to protect Naya. She will be fine. Well, I feel much better now knowing that Steger is keeping an eye on her. Saul nodded with ease. Steger was a archmagi to be, proficient in Earth Series magic. He might not be able to beat Philip in a fight, but he would be good enough to stop Philip for a short period of time. As long as Philip was busy fighting, his student would not kill anyone. It was difficult to find someone like Philip in the Pan-continent. He was extremely powerful, yet reckless. Philip's students had families. They preferred to stay away from trouble. Master Saul, let's discuss the evacuation. We are the only ones who know about it. We have to be extremely careful. Father told me there are spies from the Elazan Empire. I will handle it, Saul said. This was a massive evacuation. There were priceless magic properties in each Magister Tower that were crucial in supporting the border defense. They had to uninstall and ship them before the evacuation. There were also a million tedious things to worry about. All had to be properly planned. They certainly did not want to leave behind any good material to their enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Christian Secrets. Chapter 56, Christian Secrets. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Nayo_Bo_Studio. Anfey, we are finally safe, right? Christian laughed. From dusk to the presence of the moon, everyone traveled tens of miles using levitation magic. They finally reached the center of Forest Klarm. It would not be easy to find this small group of a dozen of people in the forest. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. Everyone landed on a huge ancient tree. The darkness did not permit them to see how high or how thick the tree was. The tree crown looked very strange, with branches flipped around like an umbrella. The branches all stretched out, creating a small flat area. Compared with the trunk, the branches seemed disproportionately small. It must have been struck by lightning in the past, or most of the foliage had fallen for some reason. Later on, the crown grew up strong again. Although the flat area on the canopy was not big, it was just big enough for everyone if they stood close to each other. Anfey firmly asked them not to get off the tree. This time no one objected. Everyone was eagerly looking for their own place to stand. Anfey, why are you not speaking? What are you thinking? Christian asked again out of curiosity, since he did not get any response from Anfey. Safety, maybe. Anfey smiled. As a leader, Anfey must take all the pressure on himself. If he told them his concerns, these people would not be able to handle it. When they were seized by Sacred Flame Legion, a necromancer, a swordsman, and a mage suddenly came out to help them out. Anfey did not think it was a positive development. If they could appear without his awareness, then where could they be now? Did they hide in the dark again? Anfey, you need to rest. I will be on watch tonight, Christian said. No, thanks. I'm not tired yet. You need to rest. You have not rested at all. Go rest. I am physically stronger than you. I will rest when I need it. You guys need to take care of yourselves. I am not tired either, and cannot fall asleep anyway. Christian looked around and asked, Anfey, can we talk? Sure, Anfey smiled. He knew Christian had something to tell him. Christian took Anfey to a nearby tree, where Anfey leaned against a branch and Christian sat next to Anfey. The darkness of the forest and howling sounds from animals and birds all reminded them this was not their dreamland. It was a land with all kinds of hidden dangers and threats. What do you want to tell me? Anfey said flatly. Anfey, I feel you have hidden a lot of secrets from us. Have you? Christian smiled. Who does not have a secret? Don't you have one? Me? What secret do I have? Ha ha. Christian smiled, shaking his head. I heard from Zubin that you were a civilian before? Yes, why? Do you care about where I was from? Do you remember the time you went home with me? A carriage passed in front of us and you recognized people in it. It was Master Swordsman Barry. I can tell you knew Barry previously. His eyes brightened when he looked at you. Anfey's face was emotionless, as he was talking about something normal. He did not show even a slight sign of triumph in pointing out another's lie. You looked weird when Barry came back. You used to tell me that Barry was the leader of Roaring Dead Legion. He was a busy person and would not have come back if there was nothing important. Later, you asked me to keep that secret for you. I promised you that I would not tell anyone, and I did not. I never talked about it with anyone, not even with Ernest. Christian just looked at Anfey, not knowing what to say. You two were more than acquaintances. You must have known each other, otherwise you would not have been so surprised, right? Anfey, I do not know what to say. Christian smiled bitterly. You frightened me. How could you tell so much from just a little thing? So, am I wrong? Anfey smiled. No, you are right. I do have a secret, but I am sorry I cannot tell you now. Christian sighed. I am not going to ask you about it. I was trying to tell you that everyone has the right to keep their secrets to themselves. I would not force you to tell me, and hope you would do the same thing for me. Anfey smiled. Let's say, if Zubin has a secret, he never would ask me about it. When someday he can treat me as a real friend, maybe I will tell him, but... Anfey, you are too good. He made me swallow my questions. Christian smiled. I also am curious. Do you want to know why? Would you answer me if I asked? How could you know whether I will answer you or not, if you never ask? Anfey asked back. Anfey's rhetorical questions were full of xenic enlightenment, which stopped Christian from asking. Poor Christian winked. So, Anfey, I am going to ask, if you do not mind me being too rude. Go ahead, but I have the right not to answer. It is up to you. Christian smiled bitterly, his head shaking. Anfey, you are a swordsman. I am just curious why you would be a student of a professor. Your swordsmanship, how to put it, I never saw anyone who could do anything like you can, ferocious. That is right, your swordsmanship is ferocious. If you want to practice combat power with Ernest, you will be a great swordsman. I am curious why you are learning magic. You know, the people with both magic skills and swordsmanship on Pan-Continent were never top people with powers. I can answer this question. Anfey smiled. Because I wanted to. Christian was shocked for a moment by Anfey's answer. Is that it? Is it not enough? I learned magic from Professor Saul because I wanted to. Do not think too much about it, Christian. I did not have malicious intentions. Anfey, I did not think as much. You misunderstood me. I felt bad for you. Don't you want to be a superstar with powers? Superstar with powers. Anfey smiled with his head shaking. Too tiring. This was the truth. Anfey never thought of becoming number one since he started to learn sword fighting. He just hoped that he could find his potential and show it with the skills he had learned. If someone else said it, I have to say that person must have had no dreams. You are not like that. At least you are so much better than me. Christian looked at Anfey in curiosity. Did you ever desire it? No, Anfey answered. Why? Do you want to be a superstar with powers? Yes, I have wanted to be a superstar with powers on Pan-Continent since I was little, Christian nodded. Someone told me before that people must have dreams. Dreams are the motivation that push people to be better. However, people need to learn to manage their ambition, to know what should be done and what not to do. If they lose control of their ambitions, they might turn into crazy people. Anfey was quiet for a while and nodded. Whoever told you this is a respectable wise man? Yes, I respect him a lot, Christian smiled. Do you see him often? Anfey seemed to ask a leading question. Christian glanced Anfey out of the corners of his eyes, with a smile showing on his face. Anfey, you were trying to trick me. It is so dangerous to talk with you. Last time I just said one thing unconsciously when we saw Barry, and you were able to reach so many conclusions. If you continue to ask me, you will know every one of my secrets. You are thinking too much again. I am just asking. Of course, Anfey would never admit it. Ha ha. Do you think I would believe you? It is up to you. We talked about it before, but I would not force you to tell me your secrets, and I expect you to do the same thing with me, Anfey argued. Okay. Let's change a topic. Christian smiled. Naya does not look too good. Anfey suddenly talked about Naya. Christian looked back, seeing Naya sitting alone on a branch under the moonlight. She was a good girl. It was obvious that she was not able to sleep with others together. It was cold at night, even with the protection of magic cover. However, magic cover did not stop the coldness and loneliness. Naya pulled a few clothes from her pack and put them on. She still curled up like a ball, even with few more pieces of clothing on her. Such a poor thing. In fact, Naya is a good girl, just a little naughty, Christian said. I did not say she was a bad girl, Anfey smiled. Christian, how many years have you lived in the professor's house? About 10 years. Did you grow up with Naya? Anfey dragged the sound long. What are you thinking? Christian rolled his eyes at Anfey. Anfey, do not think such bad thoughts. I have treated Naya as my little sister. It never changed. Ha ha. Do you think I should believe you? Anfey mimicked the way Christian talked. Let me tell you a story. A long time ago, a man buried 300 silver coins under the ground. He worried that others would find out, so he left a plate on it, saying there are not 300 silver coins here. Do you know the name of the story? It is called There Are Not 300 Silver Coins. Ha ha. How could he be so silly? Are you being sarcastic? Christian realized. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57, Perilous Woods. Chapter 57, Perilous Woods. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Nayo_Bo_Studio. Nothing, Anfey said, smiling. I'm just telling a story. Christian, tell me, what is a perfect woman? Even now, Anfey still had not given up. Men would naturally lower their guard when they began talking about women. This way it would be much easier to find out what Christian was hiding. Beautiful, stately, caring, kind. Every man dreams of having a woman like this. Anfey, what about your ideal woman? Anfey hesitated, thoughts flowing into his mind. Back when he was an assassin, he had encountered many women. Some had left a huge impact on him, but in the end none of the relationships lasted. He had always prepared extensively for his missions, but his job was, in the end, high risk. One wrong step and he would be nothing more than a dead body. There was no use wasting someone else's life. On the other hand, Anfey was fearful. He was scared that another person would become close to him. Assassins were lonely. Anyone who found out about his real identity meant potential danger for him. Whenever a relationship developed, he would always end it before it became too serious. Had he really loved anyone? What was the girl like? Does he still have any right to love? Anfey's thoughts turned into a jumbled mess. Anfey? You all right? Christian called. He noticed that Anfey's eyes seemed lost, which came as a surprise to him. Nothing. Just some bad memories, Anfey said, instantly returning to normal. For him, negative thoughts were temporary, and nothing could affect his coolness for long. Did I hit a sore spot? Hurt by a girl before? They are right when they say mages have active imaginations, but sadly, you're wrong, Anfey said, smiling. Let's change the topic. How long did Zubin stay at Master Saul's? About 2 years after I arrived, Christian said. Zubin has some interesting stories. The two sat there and laughed about the stupid things Zubin did when he was younger, while Zubin sat there vigilantly, unaware of what his friends were talking about. When the first ray of sunlight fell onto the treetops, Zubin yawned and opened his eyes. He was rubbing his eyes when he noticed a dark cloud around the trees. He squinted, and when he realized what it was, he gasped, "What the?" He kept his voice low, but it was enough to wake Anfey up from his light slumber. He followed Zubin's gaze, and saw that outside their ward was a large swarm of dark insects. It was attacking the ward relentlessly, but causing no visible damage. "Those are night mosquitoes," Christian said. "For normal animals, they are very dangerous. They can suck a grown mammal dry in seconds. They only come out during the night, though. Since their wings are mostly water, they will dry out under the sun and break off." "Will they leave soon?" Feller asked. "It's easy to make them disappear," Christian said, extending his hands. Water gathered in his hands, and a few seconds later the insects began raining from the sky. Half the swarm was on the ground in the blink of an eye. Christian dispersed the magic and smiled. "Master has always said that there is no bad magic, only bad mages. A proper mage must incorporate magic into his daily life. Otherwise, he will not be a successful mage." "Well said," Anfey agreed. There were similar beliefs in the art of Wu. That Saul could figure this out by himself meant that he was certainly very skillful. "Anfey, are we leaving now?" Zubin asked. "You and Sante should rest first," Anfey said, peering down from a tree branch. There was a story about 4 blind men trying to understand what an elephant looks like, and they ended up coming to completely different conclusions. This story showed that people who had not seen things with their own eyes should not have the right to express their opinions in contradiction to others. None of the students had been in a magic beast forest before, and unconsciously they considered magic beasts and orcs to be their worst enemies. However, Anfey had experienced forests like these before, so had insisted on sleeping in the trees, since there were fewer deadly animals living up in the trees. He had also told Christian to set up a ward to further guard against attacks from wild animals. He peered down from the tree and instantly noticed a disturbing picture on the forest floor. A spider the size of a pot crawled out from beneath the forest floor, grabbed a nearby snake, and disappeared again beneath the ground. Just the small sequence of movements showed Anfey that the floor of the forest was not solid, but muddy. A wide wasp landed on a nearby flower and was immediately captured by the flower. The petals closed in on the wasp, and when it opened up again the wasp had completely disappeared. Not only the flower itself, but its stem was moving as well. It moved towards another bug, but the latter shot out a light blue mist from its body, and the flower dried out quickly. The bug walked through the flowers, which all made way for the little creature as if it were a king. A white leopard approached quietly. The spider-like creature appeared again, hoping to capture another meal. The white leopard, however, sensing approaching danger, roared sharply. The spider was thrown back by an invisible force against a tree trunk, its body smashed. Dark green fluid dripped down from the trunk of the tree, and from where Anfey stood, he could see the undigested body of the small snake. "That's a spark leopard," Christian said. "It's a dangerous magic beast. Very powerful. It's also very cautious, and rarely attacks anything that would not bring it harm." "But spark leopard," Anfey said, nodding. "I know them. Jaeger had lost his lover because he was trying to find a magic crystal of a spark leopard." "Spark leopards are strange," Christian responded. "Sometimes they prefer to be alone, sometimes they live in packs. Packs tend to be more dangerous. They are among the more intelligent of the magic beasts, and know how to cooperate. It is fascinating." "It's normal," Anfey said. "Spark leopards must have mating and birthing seasons too. They need to gather together if they want to protect themselves." This was common knowledge. Anyone could understand it after watching a few episodes of National Geographic. Mating, Christian stumbled, blushing. "Anfey, that is an interesting choice of words." The spark leopard noticed the 2 men above. It lifted its head and glanced their way, making eye contact with Anfey. It turned around and disappeared into the trees. "Christian, is this what the entire forest is like?" Anfey asked. He was disappointed. He thought maybe he could find a safe place in the forest and settle down, then slowly begin figuring out how to contact Saul. Under these conditions, however, there was no place to settle down. They could not hide in the tree forever. Not just the others, but even Anfey could not be certain whether he could live in the trees for long. "Not the entire place," Christian said. "There are some scenic places here. We are in the swamps, though, where it's the worst." "Is it?" Anfey said. "Christian, can you go with Rizka, Blavi, and Feller to find a place where we can settle for a while? Don't go too far though. Stay within a 5-mile radius. Come back whether you find a good place or not. If you hear something on the way, don't go down and check it. We will go together. Understand? Of course, Christian nodded. All right. You should head out immediately. Everyone else should get up and eat something, Anfey called. The four given the order did not hesitate. They discussed their plan, and immediately used levitation and headed out. They dispersed in the air while the rest scrambled to get up and began organizing their belongings. Zubin and Sante were both laying where the others had lied. They were exhausted, and although it was not much, it was better than not resting at all. Sanchez began distributing food among the group. This time Naya did not reject the meal. She accepted the food and began eating heartily. After a night of rest, she was looking better, and the red mark on her face had begun to fade as well. Luckily, Naya did not have time to look in a mirror. She had forgotten to bring a mirror when she fled the city, otherwise she would have stirred up a storm if she found out that Anfey had injured her face. After a while, Christian returned with his exploration team. It was easy to tell the difference between their magical abilities. Christian was the first one back, then Rizka and Blavi. Feller was the last one back. The exploration had yielded results. Christian and Rizka had explored deeper into the swamps and found no proper camping ground. Blavi and Feller both found good spots to camp. Christian had the four eat a quick meal before deciding with the group that they would head towards the southeast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58, the group was excited. Chapter 58, the group was excited. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Nayo_Bo_Studio. The terrain of the Magic Beast Forest was extremely gloomy and horrifying. The group flew 10 miles southeast before stopping for a short break, then moved forward to the east where they found a beautiful valley. The valley was huge, covering about 20 square miles. Anfey walked through most of the area with Zubin. The valley was in a T-shape. A small pasture lay in the junction where 3 creeks met. Green grass and wildflowers were all over the pasture. Dozens of butterflies as big as a human hand were flying around the flowers. A few herbivores were looking for food. As soon as they saw Anfey and the group, they quickly jumped up and disappeared in the grass. The slope of the surrounding hills was quite gentle, covered with tall deciduous trees and evergreen trees. It seemed odd that both trees grew in the same place, because they required very different climates. Anfey saw 2 ginkgo trees with unique leaves. He even stepped up and observed them for a long while. To the west of the pasture was a swamp about 200 square meters. The water was clear, but in the center, the water appeared to be darker. Anfey guessed the swamp was over 10 meters deep. Anfey, we should stay here. It's so pretty. Zubin had already fallen in love with this pasture. Hang on, Anfey said while he was looking at the water. It is getting dark. Let's spend the night and make a decision after looking around tomorrow. Look. There are fish in the water. Zubin chuckled. A small fish only as thick as a finger came up and spit out a bunch of bubbles. It then swung its tail and turned back in the water. This fish is too small to eat. Anfey, I meant the fish was pretty. I never said I would eat it. Zubin shook his head. Anfey smiled without saying anything. He was a very practical person. When he saw something new or familiar, the first thought that came to his mind was whether it would bring benefit or danger. Obviously Zubin and Anfey had very different mentalities. When Zubin saw the fish, he enjoyed watching it. When Anfey saw the fish, he thought about putting it on the table and the nutrition it could bring. If Christian saw the fish, he might reach for some bread and feed the fish with a big smile. People with different personalities have distinctive perceptions and reactions to the same thing, hence, a person's characteristics form habits, and the habits determine that person's fate. Anfey, we should go. Otherwise, the team will worry about us, Zubin said softly. Anfey stared at the peaceful water. It rippled intensely where his eyes landed. Zubin knew that thousands of thoughts were going through Anfey's mind. After a while, Anfey finally nodded, okay. Let's go. In their temperate camp, a cave about 7 or 8 meters deep, Christian was distributing food. As usual, a magic shield covered the cave. A bonfire was burning inside the cave. Because the group hadn't eaten hot food in several days, everyone was sitting by the fire to warm up the sausage, although they were very hungry. Come on, Anfey. You came at the right time. Let's have dinner together, Christian smiled. Okay, Anfey nodded while observing the ground and walls. Anfey, relax. I have already scorched the ground and walls using fire magic, just like you told me. Christian knew what Anfey was looking for. Anfey wasn't being overly vigilant. It was difficult to judge the harmfulness of an animal by its size. For instance, a black widow spider was only the size of half a human fist. But once it bit, it could kill a person within minutes. That was the reason Anfey had Christian scorched the whole cave before he left. He had to eliminate any potential threats. Anfey, here you go. I just grilled it. Yummy. Sanchez handed over a sausage. Thank you. Anfey politely thanked Sanchez and sat down next to him. Oh, Anfey, you are welcome. Sanchez seemed a bit nervous. Anfey smiled. As he stared at the bonfire, a thought came to him. Sante, after everyone goes to bed tonight, please open up the magic shield and make the air in the cave, well, I hope you understand what I am talking about, refresh the air in the cave. Understood, Sante nodded. Anfey, when are we sending someone to the master? Blavi asked. All of a sudden, Anfey got everyone's attention. No matter how beautiful it was here, no one wanted to stay here longer than they needed to. They just wanted to get back to Saul. Anfey paused for a second and said, don't rush. Let's settle down, send someone to get some information, and then decide. As you all know, we are in serious trouble. Philip is not an easy enemy. If we return to Master Saul, that might put him in danger. He continued, you have followed Master Saul and learned magic from him for a while now. Master has taken care of you along the way. We can't only think about ourselves, but also must look out for the Master. We don't want to see the Master fight against Philip. We are of course confident in Master Saul, but Philip has 2 students who are Master Swordsmen. What if something happened to the Master? If we all stay here, it might be difficult for us, but Master Saul is safe. Philip is tracking us. As long as we don't show up, he won't bother the Master. Anfey said slowly, so I think we should stay here for a while and then decide what to do. What do you think? The group was still young. As fugitives, they all wanted to seek Saul's protection. After hearing Anfey's analysis, everyone understood the importance of protecting Master Saul and became extremely excited. I agree with Anfey. Christian said firmly. Christian was always polite and gentle. It was not like him to say something like this. Me too, Zubin laughed, Philip is old anyways. Maybe he will get angry and die if we stay here long enough. I agree as well. We have gotten into trouble, and we shouldn't put the Master in danger. Blavi said. Yes. We are not kids. We cannot rely on the Master for everything. Feller said, swinging his fist. Yes. We are not kids. We have to count on ourselves. Right. We have to stay here. Naya looked at the group filled with excitement. A feeling arose in her heart. She had been dreaming of laying in her father's arms and telling him all about what she had been through. Now that she heard Anfey's and everyone else's words, her heart was suddenly filled with warmth. She wanted to cry, not from sorrow but passion. She felt a warmth and love that was different than her father's love. Anfey, what do you think we should do? We all listen to you, Zubin said. Right, Anfey. What should we do? Christian turned to Anfey as well. That's simple. We have to live happily, and that will be a heavy blow on Philip. Anfey laughed. Zubin just said that Philip is old. He is eager to kill us because he knows he won't live long. The better we hide, the more anxious he will get. The more anxious he gets, the harder he will hunt for us. He might be exhausted to death before he finds us. The whole group was amused. The heavy pressure of Philip chasing after them was half gone. Yes. Why would they worry about an old man who wouldn't live much longer? Being young was their biggest advantage. They could keep hiding until Philip died. Very well. Let's all get to sleep early and look around tomorrow. We will settle down here if everything looks fine. Anfey paused, and then continued, does anyone have a long, strong rope? It has to be tough. I do, Feller said. He took out a pouch from his chest. I have a leather rope from the three-eyed magic cow. It is very tough. Feller, you are not an archer. Why do you keep that rope for a bowstring? Zubin asked curiously. At the time, the guy was eager to sell it, so I got a great bargain. I will sell it sooner or later anyways. I can make quite a bit of money from this deal. All you worry about is money. You are such a profiteer, Rizka giggled. Money is great, Feller murmured. Yeah, right. Is that why you didn't bring anything but money with you when we left the sacred city? Blavi made fun of Feller. Anfey said I did a great job. Feller defended himself. Anfey chuckled and took the pouch. He saw a few green leather ropes that might add up to about 8 or 9 meters long. That was good enough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59, A Difficult Fight. Chapter 59, A Difficult Fight. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Nayo_Bo_Studio. The night was silent. The moonlight poured down like a silvery river. Anfey was hiding quietly in the depths of the small pond, waiting. If he was a normal man, being submerged in water for so long would cause his skin to puff and wrinkle, because the semi-permeability of the cell membranes caused large amounts of water to flow into the cells. This would cause a normal body to swell up. Anfey, however, had practiced letting his body breathe while underwater. In the beginning, he would swell up as well. After a few months of practice, he could manage to control his body and let it breathe. Now it didn't matter how much time he spent in the water, his body would rarely swell up. He had a grass straw in his mouth as well. Whenever his air began to thin, he would discreetly approach the surface to get some fresh air. When everything returned to normal, he would go back to his previous hiding place. The first time they were intercepted by the Sacred Flame Legion, 3 strangers had intervened to help them. Anfey had found a piece of cloth there that smelled faintly of perfume. He deduced that since it was black, it could not have belonged to the Sacred Flame Legion, and that it had belonged to a woman. Women tend to do a better job keeping themselves clean. If those people had followed his group, they should be camping somewhere around here as well. This was the only pond he found. He wanted to bathe here, and he imagined whoever was following him would want to bathe here too. Of course, they didn't have to come here that day, or at all, for that matter. Even though he had set a few alarms along the way, the people following them could have discovered his track. Even though the possibility of seeing their pursuers was slim, Anfey wanted to wait there and see. Plus, he wanted to practice his skill holding his breath. After 49 cycles, Anfey felt he was approaching his limit. He was disappointed that he did not see who he was expecting. When he surfaced to take his last breath, however, he felt the pond ripple, and spotted a shadow at the shore. Anfey allowed his body to enter a more alert state. He took the straw and hid it at the bottom of the pond. Then he sank down to the bottom. The reflection of the moon was disturbed, the broken pieces danced happily across the water. In situations like this, it was very hard to see what was happening at the bottom of the pond. Anfey let himself float through the water, pushing himself forward with a finger, and moved slowly towards the place where he spotted the ripples. When he was closer, he spotted something whitish in color that appeared to be a person's legs. Anfey stopped carefully. He sank to the bottom and waited for a chance. Time ticked by slowly. Anfey estimated it had already been around 3 minutes. The person had moved deeper into the water, meaning that whoever it was, they hadn't discovered him yet. He had only 10 minutes, and after that he would be powerless. After 2 more minutes, Anfey was nearly feet away from the legs. He lifted a piece of rope from the bottom of the pond and slowly approached the person. The glow from the moon was still shattered, indicating that the person was still bathing. Anfey slowly retreated, and when he was about 10 feet away, he yanked the rope. However, the person had lifted a foot just then, and he had only caught the left foot. Anfey needed to think quickly. He jerked the rope back with all his might and yanked the person underwater. He swam towards the bottom of the pond while he drew the rope in. The person's blurry form was approaching fast. They were surrounded by a ball of white light, and even underwater, Anfey could tell this person was at least an intermediate swordsman. However, she was dragged into the deep water, and even though she was struggling hard, she couldn't really find a solid place to use her power. Anfey had kept his feet solidly on the bottom of the pond to keep himself steady. The woman stopped struggling and started sinking towards him. Anfey was yanking on the rope, and the distance between them was suddenly shortened. Suddenly the woman swept towards him with her leg. Her leg slashed through the water with a dull thud, and Anfey could see it making a foamy arc. Anfey ducked his head at the very last moment, and her leg missed. As her leg passed his ear, he heard a strange ringing and felt a sharp pain. Anfey knew the water must have ripped out some of his hair. He could tell how powerful the person was just from that one single kick. He swam backwards to put some distance between himself and the person. Then with a few twists, he wrapped the rope around his right arm. Clearly his opponent now understood that she needed to defeat him in order to get out of the pond, because she came right at him, swinging her fist. Again, Anfey heard the dull thud in the water. Fighting in water had given Anfey some great advantages. It was a familiar environment for him, where he had practiced many of his skills. He cocked his head to avoid the punch, and did not try to fight back. He twisted his body and used her momentum to grab her. He pushed his opponent to the bottom of the pond and pressed her head against the muddy bottom. His other hand kept hitting her head. Moving around like this in water was very difficult because of the resistance, but Anfey had experience. All of his punches were linear at first, and had only become a fist when he was about to come into contact with his target. Where he was hitting his opponent was significant as well. For a swordsman protected by combat power, attacking any other place would leave no more than a scratch. Attacking the head, however, could potentially affect the person's brain. If his opponent accidentally choked on water, it would be all over. His opponent suddenly pushed herself off of the bottom of the pond with her hands. She was stronger than Anfey had expected, and he felt he couldn't restrain her any longer. So he changed his strategy and began restraining her instead of hitting. His left arm wrapped around her neck and his right around her chest. This way he restrained the usage of her arms. Whenever he was attacking from behind, the worst thing to deal with was elbow attacks. His legs wrapped around hers, and effectively prevented her from using her legs. Now, unless she could wave her legs like ropes, she could not attack Anfey. However, Anfey was shocked to discover how stubborn she was. Even in a disadvantageous state, she was struggling hard. She tried to hit him with her head, but it was ineffective because Anfey had laid his head against her shoulders. Then she tried to use her hands, and Anfey felt sharp pains in his arms, but didn't dare to loosen his grip. The situation would turn against him if she managed to bite him. Slowly, Anfey found himself at a disadvantage. She was slowly prying his arms apart. Anfey lowered his head and bit her in the shoulders. Arg! Even underwater, Anfey could hear a grunt from his opponent. Then he felt the struggling stop for a bit. He took advantage of this and wrapped a hand around her neck. Soon, the struggling stopped and the tension in her body softened. Anfey waited for a few moments before releasing her. Just then, he saw her face and her lips, pressed together so tight they were almost like a line, and felt something was off. He swam backwards, then saw a punch straight to his face. He avoided the punch, but the water made his eyes too painful to keep open. He couldn't afford to close his eyes, though. He saw her legs sweeping towards him again, and raised his arms to his chest to defend himself. Anfey's arms slammed against his chest. He felt a strong pain in his right arm, and knew that it was probably broken. His opponent did not try any further attacks. She struggled towards the surface of the pond. Clearly she was about to lose all of her air supply. Anfey couldn't let her go that easily, of course. He jerked on the rope and easily dragged her back down. This time he didn't try and approach her. He kept at a distance and watched her paddle through the water. It achieved nothing, however, and finally she sank to the bottom and became still. Anfey waited for a few moments before approaching her. He kicked her a few times to make sure that she had really passed out, then grabbed her and began swimming towards the surface. Even he was at his limit, let alone someone he dragged into the pond with no warning. His kicks were to prove that she was really unconscious. He walked to the shallow part of the pond and left her on the ground. Anfey sat down on the bank and took a deep breath. It was a difficult fight, and the pain from his right arm told him that if she had really kicked him in the chest, he might be dead or dying now. Anfey had fought many difficult opponents, but a woman as difficult as this was a first. When they were underwater, he had felt the strange softness of her chest and was certain that it was a woman. Remembering that, he turned around and froze in his place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60, Speechless. Chapter 60, Speechless. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. After Anfey had entered his combat mode, his eyes hardly focused. It was as if he was lost and could not see anything. In fact, he was observing his opponent's every move, and every time he suspected danger, his eyes would focus in an instant. Anfey tended to focus on his opponent's moves instead of their looks, but this woman was too strange an opponent. Normally, women who were skillful fighters tended to be very tall and muscular, or at least bear some form of male characteristics. However, this woman's appearance slightly shocked Anfey. The moon does not care what happens on the ground beneath it. No matter what kind of bloodbath or murderous act was taking place, the moon would always shine the same way. The woman lay on the ground, her eyes shut. There was blood on both her cheeks and lips, was the result of Anfey pressing her face against the bottom of the pond. She had a small frame, her shoulders were relaxed. His eyes glided past her chest down to her legs. Her legs were long and gentle, and did not look very muscular. Her feet were small and delicate. It was hard to imagine these very legs had almost killed him. All in all, the woman looked very gentle. However, she only appeared soft and gentle when she was unconscious. What she would do when she woke up was another story. Anfey stood and walked over. He grabbed the woman's elbows, and with 2 crisp movements he dislocated both of her arms. The woman was beautiful. For Anfey, however, even if the most beautiful woman were before him, his first priority would still be ensuring his own safety. Anfey only cared how much of a threat his enemy was. He tended to disregard gender and appearance. An enemy was an enemy, no matter how beautiful. A friend was a friend, even if the friend was ugly. When facing his enemies or people he was unsure about, Anfey did not have any sympathy for them. Anfey found a pea-sized pill in his ring, pinched the woman's cheeks, and forced the pill into her mouth. Afterwards, Anfey rested for a moment before walking over to the woman's clothes. He picked up a long sword from the ground. The sheath was well made and from some kind of animal hide. It was black and had a blue gleam under the moonlight. The sword itself was also well made, with strange symbols Anfey could not understand carved into it. He gripped the sword, and felt it was very comfortable in his hands. He pulled the sword out halfway. A bright, blinding light came from the sword. Anfey was startled and pushed it back into the sheath. He turned to the woman and found her still unconscious, only her slightly raising and falling chest showed that she was alive. Anfey walked over to the woman, grabbed her, and swung her over his shoulder. His other hand grabbed her legs and the clothes, and he began walking towards a nearby tree. Anfey looked more like a bandit that had just robbed a family of their wealth and their daughter, and now he was going to enjoy his prizes. Of course, Anfey would never stoop as low as a bandit, but his actions now were unpleasant, to say the least. Anfey tied the woman's arms and legs behind her and hung her from the tree upside down. Now, even if she were a master swordsman, she still would not be able to escape. Plus, Anfey was not a dead man, and if she tried anything, Anfey would no show mercy just because she was a woman. After he had done everything he wanted to do, Anfey circled the tree a few times and made sure he did not leave any loopholes. Then he picked up the clothes from the ground and draped them on her. Of course, this was unnecessary. He had tied her to the tree and had circled around her several times. He had seen everything already. He had his own concerns too. He needed the woman to stay as calm as possible when she woke up. If she was frantic, there was not much room for talk and negotiation. When he wasn't sure whether she had ill will towards him, he didn't want to have another fight. Afterwards, Anfey lifted the woman's legs and began hitting her on her back. After spending so much time with Ernest, he knew well what the body of a swordsman was like. She was a strong swordsman, and his actions wouldn't kill her. Just as he expected, after he had hit her back a few times, she began coughing violently and spitting out water. Anfey pinched her under her nose, and after a few whimpers she went silent. "Now that you're awake, let's talk," Anfey said coldly. "Stop playing dead. I'm not an idiot." The woman lifted her head and glared at Anfey. Then she lowered her gaze. Once she did, she realized that she was naked, and let out a sharp scream. "This sounds cliché, but you can scream your heart out and no one will come for you," Anfey said. "If you want to live, your only way out is to convince me." After realizing she was naked, the woman calmed down, and her threatening aura disappeared. She turned her head away, biting her lips and preventing herself from making any sound. Tears rolled down her cheeks and onto the ground. "Don't want to talk?" Anfey asked, smiling. "All right, I'll wait. But I have to warn you. You have poison in your system. The longer you wait, the smaller your chance of survival." Anfey had not actually fed the woman poison, but he could always explain the effects as poison. So even if she did get away, she would still have concerns. He liked security, and unless it was necessary, he would never put himself in direct danger. For a few moments, the woman remained quiet, so Anfey just sat down on the ground. The woman began struggling, and from where he sat, Anfey could clearly see some of the more private parts of her body. She began crying and struggling harder. Anfey did not want her arms to have any last damage, so he tied some rope around her neck as well, so her neck would share some of her weight. However, this put her in excruciating pain, and the harder she struggled, the more pain she felt. After only a few minutes, she was sweating and panting. Finally she stopped struggling and relaxed her body. Her eyes, however, were still focused on Anfey and filled with hatred. "Still don't want to talk?" Anfey said. His eyes flickered, and he realized someone was approaching discreetly. Even though the person approaching was very quiet, Anfey could still detect them. However, this person's magic surge was weak and no better than Anfey's. The woman hanging from the tree appeared terrified as Anfey did a backflip and dashed away fast as lightning. A teenage girl in a pale green dress was standing there, stunned. Her spell wasn't even finished, and Anfey's sword was already against her neck. "This is dangerous business, kid," Anfey said. He looked cold and distant, but he had a seed of doubt in his mind. Something was wrong here, but he could not quite put his finger on it. Let her go, the woman suddenly screamed. I'll give you everything, please, let her go. I'll give you what you want. What I want? The map is in my sheath, take it. You can kill me, but she's just a child. Please don't hurt her. She doesn't know anything. I started this all, she has nothing to do with it. Tears streamed down the woman's face. She fought to straighten her body, not caring if the clothes slipped off. The hatred and anger had disappeared, and now all she wanted to do was to plead for the young girl's life. Map? Surely, no, the women cried. The young girl, despite the threat of the sword, lunged at Anfey. She kicked and bit and scratched at Anfey, fighting as if her life depended on it. If she were a few years older and had combat power, she would be a tough opponent. Now, though, she was no threat to him. All he needed to do was push her lightly and the girl was lying on the ground. The girl pushed herself off of the ground and dashed at Anfey again. Please. Don't hurt her. I'll give you everything, just don't, the woman cried. She knew what kind of opponent Anfey was. All he needed to do was a simple thrust of the sword and the girl would die. I don't need your map, Anfey said. He pushed the girl away and smiled. He realized when he saw the girl. Following him was a tough job, and it was unlikely that the woman would bring a child with her. What do you want, then? Nothing, Anfey said. He turned to the girl, be quiet. If you don't, I'll kill her. It was an effective threat. The young girl sat on the ground and watched Anfey through tearful eyes. Anfey walked over to the woman. He had appeared calm, but on the inside he felt ashamed of himself. Ever since he started being an assassin, he would find an excuse every time before he went on a mission. He would only kill if the excuse was enough to motivate him. Today, though, even the worst kind of bandit could not find an excuse. Under the woman's terrified gaze, he put her joints back into place. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and hurriedly disappeared into the darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, Thoughts. Chapter 61, Thoughts. Translator, Nio_Bo_Studio Editor, Nio_Bo_Studio. In the early morning, the group woke up from their dreams. Many mages liked to meditate at night, so they usually woke up late. However, now that they were fugitives, some of their habits had changed. Everyone had gotten used to going to bed early and getting up early. After waking up, they would start meditation and get ready for the new day's trip. Anfey, what did you do last night? Christian laughed. Nothing. Just walked around. Anfey rubbed his arm while he answered. That woman was quite powerful. It was a good thing that Anfey was strong. If it had been another person from the group, he or she might have been seriously injured. Come on. Let's eat, Feller said and started getting the food ready. Feller, how much food do we have? Anfey asked. The way we have been consuming food, we have about 7 to 10 days worth of food, Feller said. Sounds good, Anfey nodded. Listen. I don't think this valley is the place for us. How about we go somewhere else? Thoughts? Everyone looked at each other. The group liked this valley, so they wanted to stay here for a while. Although Anfey didn't tell them the reason, they had learned to trust each other after all these recent experiences. They knew they had to trust Anfey, even though his idea came as a surprise. No one questioned him. Instead, everyone nodded and agreed. Anfey was embarrassed. He had prepared a few excuses to deal with questions. He couldn't use them now. He thought carefully about what had happened. His gut told him that those two girls were in the same situation. They were also being chased. Under such circumstance, he would rather not stay near them. Anfey had no way to find out how those girls ended up here. However, if they left any clues for their enemy, they would be found shortly. That could put Anfey's group in big trouble. Another important reason was Anfey's mistake. If possible, Anfey hoped that he would never see them again. Anfey nodded, okay. Let's eat, take a break and meditate. I will stay outside to protect you all. At noon, Blavi, Rizka, Zubin and Sanchez, you guys go separately in 4 directions to see if you can find a spot for us to stay. We can stay here for one more day and move tomorrow. There is a pond ahead. Anyone who wants a bath can get one there, Zubin offered. Fantastic. I stink. Feller giggled. Where is it? Blavi was excited. As mages, they could use magic power to make enough water for simple washing. However, it was almost impossible to form a small pond for a bath because it took too much magic power. There was only limited water element in the air. The more water that needed to be collected, the more magic power it would consume. It was truly a blessing to have a natural pond for a bath. Ahead of us. Walk along the grass, Zubin smiled. How about me? Naya interrupted, I also want to. The group was silent. Although they were teammates, they were embarrassed by Naya's question. They were at a sensitive age, and they had just started to be attracted to the opposite sex. Now that Naya, a girl, was asking to take a bath, it was quite tricky. You may go when everyone else is done, Anfey said. Okay. Naya bit her lip with reluctance. Anfey was being very inconsiderate to have her, a lady, bathe after a group of men. Anfey tried to treat everyone fairly. He would not even give himself any privileges. As long as the group was safe, he did not care about what people did. If Naya wanted to bathe with the group, he would not stop it. When the group started meditation, Anfey stepped out of the cave and started practicing his swordsmanship. He tried to hide his exquisite sword skills, however, practice makes perfect, and vice versa. If he didn't practice for a long time, he might lose his skills. If anyone questioned him, he could tell them about the weird old guy from the Ben Laden village. Still water runs deep. When a swordsman reaches an extremely high level, it would not be easy for a normal person to notice. However, this was not all true. If there was a huge gap in strength between two opponents, exquisite swordsmanship was useless. If the two opponents were about at the same level, skills became crucial. If one was holding a heavy sword without a sharp blade and the other had a magic weapon that cut through copper and iron, the outcome would be clear. For Anfey, Ernest's swordsmanship could be described as a big deal. Even if his opponent's attack was faster and more clever, Ernest could always avoid or block the attack at the last second. What if Anfey had the same fighting power as Ernest? Anfey was confident with his martial arts ability. His practice came in 4 stages: practice of movement, practice of breathing, practice of spirit, and practice of perfection. He had passed the first 2 stages and was entering the third one. After one set of practice, Anfey sat on the ground with his legs crossed and started to adjust his breathing. Anfey's method for adjusting his breathing was very special. He could practice anywhere. However, it was best to practice with legs crossed. If an enemy came, he could jump up immediately and not worry about hurting himself. Naya was bored in the cave when everyone was meditating. No one talked to her. She walked out of the cave and sat down about 10 meters from Anfey. She was staring at Anfey with curiosity while she was playing with some grass. She at least knew that she should not bother others when they were meditating. Naya was being good. What are you looking at? Anfey initiated the conversation. When he was adjusting his breath, he was very sensitive. He felt that Naya was looking at his face. What are you doing? Naya asked. I am meditating. Liar, you always lie. I've never lied to you, have I? Anfey was uncertain. What do you think, Dot? Anfey smiled and didn't say anything. Anfey, thank you, Naya said. Me? Why? Anfey was confused. I was thinking over what you said yesterday. You were correct. If we turn to my father now, it would bring him a lot of trouble. I am so touched that you were being considerate and brave, Naya said slowly. Thank you for thinking about my father. Anfey was embossed. He giggled after a little while. Naya, how come you were so nice today? That's surprising. Did you mean I wasn't nice before? Naya was upset and looked at Anfey with anger. I didn't mean anything bad. Please don't misunderstand me, Anfey shook his head with a smile. Ugh. Naya sighed, bowed her head immediately and said sorrowfully, maybe. I wasn't being nice. Since I could remember, I was a troublemaker for my dad. Now I have grown up, but father got old. I should learn how to take care of him. Anfey smiled and listened to Naya quietly. Anfey, was I bad before? Naya asked gently, and then she immediately encouraged herself. It doesn't matter. I will try my best from now on. I want to make my father proud. Do you believe in me? It was human nature. Once you had learned to think, you would enjoy it. People got mature slowly by thinking. Everyone's words had deeply touched Naya yesterday. As students, they were all willing to share the responsibility to protect Master. She, as the daughter of the Master, should step up as well. Of course I believe in you. Anfey responded affirmatively. I wonder what father is doing now. Maybe he is worried about us. Naya started staring at the cloud. So, if we don't want to disappoint him, we need to be mature. We should at least be able to protect ourselves. Anfey grasped the chance without hesitation. It was his job to educate the younger students. It had become natural. I know, Naya nodded and chuckled. Continue your practice. I won't bother you anymore. I will practice with my sword as well. Naya was a go-getter. She walked to one side, pulled out her sword and yelled ah. There was a fainted red light coming from her body, which was her fighting power. The fighting power was not like a colorful painting. It consisted mostly of red and white. Before reaching the exquisite level, most swordsmen would go through a bottleneck period. If they kept pushing through this period of slower growth, their fighting power would become more and more powerful. The color would turn from red to white. Anfey patted his forehead. How could he meditate while she was making such weird noises? He also had no confidence in Naya. What if the sword got out of her hand and hurt him? Naya felt that Anfey's eyes land on her. She turned her head and laughed. Anfey, do you want to compete with me? Never mind, Anfey waved his hand. He didn't want to discourage her, since he could easily beat someone as green as her. What? Do you look down on me? I know you are way better. Naya pouted. When it came to this point, Anfey really had no way out. He slowly stood up. Very well. Let's go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, Meeting Her Again. Chapter 62, Meeting Her Again. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Nayo_Bo_Studio. Naya was discouraged after her sword had been deflected away 20 times by Anfey. She left to practice combat power on her own. Anfey watched her for a while from a short distance and then he got to thinking. The combat power training was quite simple in this world. It was neither as complex as Kung Fu, nor as systemic as Taoism. There was a saying that all roads lead to Rome. People who had practiced Kung Fu and Taoism independently could benefit from learning from each other. There was a saying in Chinese that learning fight moves without practicing breathing and other exercises to build up strength would lead nowhere. The speed with which Naya swung her sword was very slow whenever she was practicing combat power. She had to give a lot of thought before she could slash with her sword. The red light around her was getting thicker. Ernest had told Anfey that willpower was such a strong power. When swordsmen practiced combat power, first they had to be so focused that they could not notice their surroundings, and then combine both willpower and focus together to practice combat power. These were the entry-level skills required for combat power training. It was easier said than done. Ernest recalled his combat training when he was young. He had to wake up very early to practice and stay focused until very late. When he had finished training for the day, he could not even move his fingers. He also had splitting headaches after the training. This method of practicing combat power sounded stupid to Anfey. He had read Shaolin Temple's 72 Kung Fu Arts. He found that combat power trainings were similar to Cinnabar palm and one-finger Zen trainings. Cinnabar palm training involved daily rubbing hands in sand in a basin. This appeared to lead to the ability to move the sand without touching it, and even being able to generate electricity between the palms. One-finger Zen's training followed the same principle. This simple and raw method had allowed Ernest to be a master swordsman with powerful combat power. It was partially a credit to the environment on Pan-Continent. Anfey had benefited from practicing on Pan-Continent. The achievement of practicing for a few years on that deserted island on Pan-Continent was greater than if he had practiced diligently over 10 years elsewhere. Anfey had reached a level he never had thought possible. Time, everything took time. Given time, Anfey believed he could be as good as Ernest. If he could reach the level of a saint, Ernest would not even beat him. Anfey was deep in thought for so long that the sun was high in the sky. Christian and his group had finished their meditation and were walking out of the cave. Everybody took some rest and ate some food. Blavi and his friends used levitation magic to fly in 4 different directions to check out routes. Christian and his group went to the pond together. Naya did not want to join them since all the guys would bathe in the pond. Anfey worried about Naya's safety, so he dragged her along with him. He thought Naya could just walk around in his company while everyone else could do whatever they wanted. Climbing over a hill, the pond was just ahead of them. Christian, who walked in the front, suddenly stopped. Anfey looked up and heaved a slight sigh. Whatever he did not want to happen always happened. He was worried that he would meet those 2 sisters again, and he did. The younger girl was holding a lot of leaves and grass in both her arms. She was shaking from the cold when suddenly she saw a group of people. She was scared, but she could not yell for help because she was afraid the group might attack her for yelling. Her shadow was trembling with her. It was easy to tell how panicked she was. Shali. A clear call arose from the hill. Sister. Shali stepped back and screamed. A strong combat power appeared from the hill. A cloud of white light was rushing down from the hill. The leaves and branches in the path of the white light were all crushed into powder. Nothing could stop that cloud of white light. That cloud of white light appeared in front of everyone in a second. The elder girl, who fought intensely with Anfey the previous night, stood in front of everyone. The ocean blue jacket made her so striking, and her white combat power was so shining, but none of those characteristics allowed others to neglect the soft, feminine, and lovable look on her face. She might have been so rushed that she was barefoot. Her white and fleshy toes clinched the ground tightly, which showed her stubbornness, just as she had been yesterday. Her eyes showed a slight panic, seeing a group of unexpected people. It was not only because of the number of people she was facing, but also because they were all mages. Even if she could defeat all of them, she was not sure if she could protect her little sister in the battle. Some women looked stunning, some cute and affectionate, like your old friend when you had met for the first time. The woman in front of everybody gave them a different feeling, like a little grass, weak but tough at the same time. She was a feisty heroine, ready to fight with everything she had. Christian's second group walked in the front. They were only shocked for a second when they saw the two girls. Christian moved one step back and heard waves of magic surges in the air. A guy from the team moved in front of Christian and set up a magic cover, another one moved behind Christian and took out a magic scroll. Anfey had told everyone earlier that team members were set and would not change, so they needed to think about how to work together in case they became panicked in surprise attacks. He also asked every team to design 10 different plans to fight with different enemies. Christian had followed Anfey's directions precisely. Even though they only saw one person in front of them, they knew her ability was greater than anyone's on the team, so they responded immediately. One took a defensive action. Christian was responsible for making offensive attacks to hold the enemies, while another one took out the only magic scroll assigned to their team. Do not misunderstand us. We do not want to hurt you. Anfey stood up quickly and nodded at the girl. Hello, Anfey greeted her. Both parties were on the run, and they did not need to fight even if they could not be friends. Fighting would not benefit either of the parties. It is you. That woman recognized Anfey. Her face suddenly turned purple, and her hand was shaking badly with the sword. She was shaking even more than her little sister. It is me. What are you doing here? Anfey said politely. You. The woman stuttered and shook even more intensely. She could neither imagine nor understand how he could talk to her with that attitude after what they had experienced last night. Christian and all the others were shocked and looked back and forth between Anfey and the woman. They did not know what had happened between Anfey and those two sisters, but they did not drop their guard, due to Anfey's excellent teaching. Christian and his group had finished silently chanting abracadabra, ready to use their magic at any time. Eating this kind of food is not good for you. Anfey could tell what the leaves were that Shelley held. There were few green fruits in the leaves. It was obvious those were their dinner. Anfey whispered to Feller, and then Feller took out several linked sausages and passed them to Anfey. Anfey took the sausages and threw them at Shelley's feet. Girl, these are for you. Sausage, oh, yeah. Shelley cheered. She forgot her fear and tossed the green fruits aside, picking up the sausage quickly. She held them in front of her chest, smelling them with her head tilted to one side. She looked so excited and happy. The elder girl moved her lips a little, but did not say anything. We want to take a bath in the pond. Can you guys make way for us? Anfey said softly. Walk straight ahead. This is my area, the elder girl said coldly. Why are you claiming this area? Is this your territory? Naya asked angrily. Okay, we are leaving. Anfey hurried and pulled Naya away. But I almost forgot one thing. Can you give me back my rubber rope? That was a rubber rope from a three-eyed cow monster, very precious. The elder girl almost fainted, with her little mouth opening and closing quickly, like a struggling fish on the shore. What happened last night had shocked her so much that she would not forget it throughout her life. She could not believe this bastard had asked for that rubber rope back. She wished to chop him into pieces with her sword. It was hard to imagine fighting with a powerful swordsman and over 10 mages. If it were just herself, she might do it, but she had to think about her little sister. Big brother, is this one? Shelley was a polite and sweet girl. Since Anfey gave her sausages, she should have returned something else to him. Shelley was worried Anfey would ask for the sausage back, so she decided to offer the rubber rope on her own without asking her sister first. Anfey smiled and nodded when he saw Shelley taking out a piece of rubber rope from behind her. "Yes, miss. Can you give it back to me?" "Sure." Shelley did not dare to walk to Anfey. She threw it at Anfey, but she did not have enough strength, plus the rubber rope was light. The rubber rope landed on the elder girl. The elder girl took it off her body and threw it to the ground. She was staring at Anfey with the desire to kill him. She had never wanted to kill someone so badly since she was young. If she had a choice, she would have fought him without thinking. "If you like it, you can keep it. Let's go." Anfey shook his head hopelessly. "Let's go," Christian responded softly. He slowly moved backwards. Both parties still kept alert until they were a safe distance from each other. Sante kept looking back to see if the two girls were making any moves. Naya had behaved quite well. She did not say anything after Anfey gave her a hint. Seeing that Anfey and the group of people had left, Shelley remembered to look at her sister. She said with a timid voice, "Sister, did I make you mad again?" The elder girl's face became stern, and she turned around quickly to her sister. She was about to say something when she saw Shelley was holding tight to the sausages, with her fingers almost dug into them. She felt an unspeakable sadness and said softly, "Shelley, you eat first if you are hungry. I am not mad at you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 63, The Unfortunate Sisters. Chapter 63, The Unfortunate Sisters. Translator, Nayo_Bo_Studio Editor, Nayo_Bo_Studio. "Anfey, how did you know those girls?" Christian asked, grinning. Everyone was still minding their own businesses, but Anfey knew they were all listening, waiting for his answer. It seemed like all intelligent beings enjoyed hearing gossips. "You remember the first time we encountered the Knights of Sacred Flame Legion? The time when those people appeared to save us? I've been thinking about it. If they could follow us from the sacred city without us noticing, then maybe they are still around us." Anfey said slowly, "One of those people was a woman. I found a scrap of cloth then and it had smelled like a woman. So after Zubin and I found the pond yesterday, I remembered that cloth. So after everyone fell asleep I returned to the pond and I wanted to wait them out." "For them to bath?" Sante asked. "I don't know about the others," Anfey said, "but women like to be clean. Of course, the possibility is low, and I just wanted to try my luck. I had nothing better to do anyway." "Then? I found the two siblings?" Christian asked. "Yes," Anfey nodded. "I thought she was the one I was waiting for, so I was bent on subduing her. Then we fought in the pond. "And you won?" Christian asked, remembering the strange expression on the girl's face. "Of course," Anfey said. "Had I lost I wouldn't be sitting here." Everyone started laughing, but Christian sighed. "Anfey," he said, "next time if you wanted to do anything, you should tell us. We can all help you. No one want to see you hurt. Don't forget we are your team leaders and your companions. You brought us here safely, and you are the only one that can bring us safely to Master Saul." "Yeah, Anfey," Naya repeated. "We can all help you. I told you, there is a small chance that I will even find anyone." "I didn't want everyone to wait up for nothing," Anfey said. "If you can wait, surely we can as well," Christian disagreed. "All right," Anfey said. "I will be more careful next time." "Anfey, who do you think they are?" Christian asked. "Someone going to the same place as well, I figured," Anfey said. "I feel like they are only here because they are on the run from someone." "Interesting," Christian said. "Anfey, what if they come with us?" Anfey shook his head. He had considered the possibility, but in the end he decided it would be the best if they go their separate ways. "You see the older, more powerful one? She is skillful enough to be a senior swordmaster, or maybe even higher. How powerful are the people who forced her into this forest? Going with her means we will be placing ourselves in danger as well. Anfey, think about it. How powerful can her enemies be? As powerful as Philip? Unlikely. If Philip and that girl's enemy come at the same time, then we will be in trouble. But how possible is that?" Christian said slowly. "If Philip and that girl's enemy find us separately, we have an advantage." Anfey lifted a brow and looked at Christian. He focused on the dangers, not the benefits, and so had long given up on the idea of cooperating. Christian, however, looked at the problem from another point of view, and had enlightened Anfey on a new perspective. When enemy strength remain the same, cooperation benefits both parties. Unless, of course, their enemies join force as well. Her enemy may not be that powerful after all, Christian said. You see the little girl? Her strength magically is almost as bad Anfey. I say, she is running because she is concerned about her little sister. Everyone chuckled. Joking fun at Anfey's magic was, after all, hilarious. Anfey rolled his eyes and sank into his own thoughts. Anfey welcomed advices, because he knew he wasn't perfect, but he would still be the one to make the final decision. Anfey, we only have one swordsman, and only one person stands between us and the enemy. This too dangerous, especially when you don't have any combat power. It's too dangerous for you. If she is here with you, we can use our powers to the maximum. I agree, Sante said, nodding. Everyone around them nodded, agreeing with Christian's words. All right, Anfey said slowly. Let's try working with them, then. I have one condition, though. They have to answer to me, or cooperation is off the table. Of course, our mission is to protect the young sister, so we won't let any harm going to her way. Anfey felt that Shelley was the girl's biggest weakness, and would be a good leverage in negotiation. Why are you telling us that? Christian asked, smiling. Whatever your conditions are, go tell them. Anfey suddenly remembered the events from the night before, and shook his head. No. Christian, you should go talk to them. Me? Christian asked. Anfey, you're the most suited for the job. At least you are acquainted with them, and they trust you more. No, I can't be the one, Anfey said, shaking his head harder. Trust? The way they look at him, they want to eat him alive. Shelley, slow down a bit, Susanna said softly, trying not to let her emotions show. Okay, Shelley nodded, taking a large bite of the sausage. The meat was all gone, but she kept chewing on the casing. Seeing Shelley like this, Susanna couldn't hold her emotions back anymore and bursted into tears. She shot up and hid behind a tree, sniffling. A few moments later, Susanna felt someone tugging at her shirt, and found Shelley standing there, terrified, holding a sausage in her hand. Sister, she said hurriedly. I didn't eat your sausage. Here. Eat it. Don't cry. I won't anger you again, please don't cry. No, Shelley, Susanna forced a smile and said. I'm not hungry. Go ahead and eat. No, I'm full, Shelley said, flushed red. I know you're hungry, sister. Here. Shelley said, sticking the sausage in her sister's hands. Susanna sighed. Of course she was hungry, especially after that fight with Anfey. Anfey had only put her joints back into place, and Shelley was not much help. She had came out of her bonds purely by her own combat power. She would be lying if she said she wasn't hungry. But what could she do? They had left in a hurry, and brought nothing with them. For the past few days they had survived on bitter shrubs and berries. The smell of sausages reminded Susanna exactly how hungry she was. Susanna took a bit of the sausage, and swallowed it without even chewing. Don't throw away the casing, Shelley said, concerned. It tastes good, really. She stared at the sausage and swallowed. Susanna widened her eyes, and hugged Shelley. Her sniffles became loud sobs. Sister, Shelley said hurried, wiping her hand on Susanna's face. Please don't cry. Did I anger you again? It's my bad, please don't cry anymore. If you keep cry, I will cry too. Before she could finish, she bursted into tears herself. The sisters held each other and cried. Susanna was still a senior swordmaster, and had better control over her emotions. She stopped crying first, and wiped away her sister's tears. Shelley, don't cry, it's my fault for not taking care of you, she sobbed. No, sister, Shelley said, crying. I'm happy. Really happy. Shelley, listen. Stop crying now, okay? Susanna sighed. I have some more coins. Let's go back to those people and buy some more food, okay? Really? Shelley rubbed her swollen eyes and asked. Will they sell it to us? Of course, Susanna said. If not, we will just give them all of our coins. She forced a smile and patted Shelley's cheeks. Come, Shelley. Let's go wash our faces so they won't laugh at us. Susanna was a strong woman, and didn't like the idea of using tears to win sympathy from others. Okay. Shelley said. She was a child, after all, and it was easy to cheer her up again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, New Members. Chapter 64, New Members. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey. Sante called as he walked out of the forest. He didn't need to call out for the rest of the group to spot the two girls behind him. Anfey, they said that they wanted to talk to you, Sante said. The two sisters walked over and stopped a few feet away from the camp. The older one whispered something into Sholi's ears, and the Sholi stopped. The older girl walked over to Anfey. Anfey and Christian glanced at each other, and they both stood up to greet them. Christian was confused, but Anfey was nervous. His brain was working fast to understand why she was there. Hello, why are you here? Anfey asked. You see, we are all out of food. You must have some prepared. I want to buy some food from you, the older girl said, her expression cold. She was speaking with Anfey, but her eyes were focused on Christian, as if she did not want to look at him. Anfey chuckled. He disliked women who were too full of themselves. They did not have enough food supplies even for themselves, and even if they did, he would not have given them to her. He had no use of money in this place, and he did not need it. I know you do not have a lot of supplies. I have 23 coins, and you can have it all. I don't need much. The girl hesitated. Even if it's just a few sausages. Anfey blinked, and his dislike for her dissipated. One single coin could buy them a dozen or more sausages in a city. Now she was willing to spend 20 coins for just a few. Clearly she knew the price of food in this place, and was not an unreasonable person. Anfey thought about it and waved Feller over. Feller walked over and fished out a handful of coins and handed it to him. Anfey took the coins and held them out. We don't need coins, he said, smiling, we need food. I was hoping to buy some from you. Is that so? I apologize for disturbing you, the older girl said coldly. There was no change in her expression, as if she had known that she would be faced with rejection. She turned and began walking away. Anfey was shocked again. He had it all thought out. He was going to reject her request at first. If she begged him or asked again more earnestly, he could act like he was moved and agree to help her. This way he could try to bridge the gap between the two of them. He hadn't considered that the older girl would just leave. Anfey shook his head. Judging from her earlier request, she was a reasonable person, or else he would not have come up with his original plan. On the other hand, the girl's attitude was not what he would expect in someone pleading for help. Anfey was a very logical person, but dealing with a girl's changing mood needs experience and consideration. Anfey had never really loved a girl, so he could not figure out the girl's change in emotions quickly and accurately. Susanna made her attitude cold and unapproachable because of Anfey. What happened the night before was too much of a blow to her pride. Then, she was hanging on the tree, and was humiliated to the point that she considered just ending her life. She could look for help for the sake of her sister, but she would never beg in front of Anfey. She was trying to protect her remaining dignity. Seeing that Susanna was leaving, Christian looked at Anfey and tried to get him to stop her. Anfey pretended not to see Christian's acts. There was no way he would try to stop her. Remembering what had happened the night before, he figured that if he tried to stop her, he would be met with force. Miss, please wait, Christian called out after the girl after realizing that Anfey was not about to stop her. Can I please have your name? Susanna. Nice meeting you, the girl stopped and said. She had to stop. She saw Sholi's disappointed eyes and was very conflicted. Must she return and beg for help? Hello, greetings, I'm Christian. Seeing that Susanna's attitude had softened, Christian felt a boost in confidence and smiled warmly. We can maybe discuss what you just asked about. Really? Thank you so much, Susanna said gladly. She smiled softly and said, I do not ask for much. I only need 2 sausages. Anfey stood nearby and was very beaten by this. This was the first time he had seen Susanna smile. He felt defeated that Susanna treated Christian differently. He wanted to be a good person, but she wasn't giving him the chance. Was Christian really more likable than he? Of course, of course. There is just one thing I don't understand, Christian said. 2 sausages would only last for a day, wouldn't it? What about tomorrow? The day after that? How would you survive in the forest? That is my problem, Susanna said honestly. I have an idea that may solve your problem. If you're interested, why don't we find a quiet place to discuss it? All right, Susanna said after a few moments of consideration. Christian and Susanna walked over to the forest and began discussing Christian's idea. Sante and Feller tried to eavesdrop on them and come back and tell Anfey about what they had heard. In the end, Anfey had to give them each a sword sheath to keep them from spreading rumors. After a long time, Christian and Susanna returned with Shelley walking behind them. Christian winked at Anfey victoriously, then coughed a few times. "This is Susanna," he announced. "From today, she will be joining us. She will face any future danger together with us, and, of course, we will protect Shelley from any danger." "Ah, welcome, welcome," Sante called out. Everyone else followed his lead. Susanna glanced around the group and said shyly, "We will be friends from now on. I will do my best to help this team." "Susanna, why don't you join Anfey's team?" Christian said. "Wait. Christian, I can follow your orders, but never his," Susanna said, pointing at Anfey. She was the highest ranked and the most powerful, but she didn't try to take the role of the leader. She knew that the combined power of the mages was more powerful than hers. She had stated from the beginning that she will follow Christian's orders. Christian hesitated, then said, "Susanna, you should know that a team cannot have two leaders. Everyone here must follow his orders. If you cannot do that, our deal is off the table." Susanna stared at him in silence. After a few moments, she narrowed her eyes and stared at Anfey. "Fine," she hissed. "What do you mean by fine? Will you leave? Or will you follow my orders?" Anfey asked. He wasn't worried. She had already decided to cooperate with them, and wouldn't change her mind easily. He would not let anyone challenge his position as the leader of the group. "Fine," she said, "I will follow your orders." "All right then," Anfey said, "I welcome you." Susanna turned her head. Following Anfey's orders was a necessity for joining the team, but personally she hated him and did not want to talk to him. Shelley walked over and stared at him, her eyes filled with hope. Anfey waved Feller over, who gave Shelley some sausage and bread. Shelley practically grabbed the food from his hands and began eating it. It seemed like the sausages from a few days ago did not satisfy her hunger. Shelley's actions made Susanna look away in embarrassment. This showed that she did not do a good job as a sister. Anfey sighed. He took a goblet from his ring. Moments later it was filled with water. He was only an apprentice, but even he could manage to gather magic. He handed the goblet to Shelley. "Thank you," Shelley said timidly. She smiled at him sweetly, but because she was not familiar with him, she appeared shy. A magical surge approached them. "When did you get here?" "Took me a while to find you," Rizka said as he landed on the ground. "Rizka, let me introduce you. This is Susanna." "She is very powerful," Christian said. Rizka noticed the two girls and blinked in shock. He turned to look at Anfey, who nodded. He turned and smiled at Susanna. "Greetings," he said, "I'm Rizka. Welcome to the team." "Nice meeting you," Susanna said, smiling. She was clearly very easygoing. Everyone could make her smile, except for Anfey. "Rizka, did you find a good place to camp?" Anfey asked. "No. I went into the swamps again. It was huge. I changed direction a few times but couldn't find the edge, so I had to come back," Rizka said. "Are we leaving here?" Susanna asked. "Yes," Sante told her. "Great. We have to leave in 7 days," Susanna said. "Why?" Christian asked curiously. "Do you know why you can't find any magic beasts here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 65, Signs of Danger. Chapter 65, Signs of Danger. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. "You're saying, this is the territory of legendary magic beasts?" Christian asked in shock. Susanna glanced at him and nodded, "Yes. See, there is a unicorn." "How did you know?" "When Shelley and I first arrived here, we realized that even though it was scenic, there was no water source. Shelley is only an apprentice and cannot summon water like you can. We were disappointed, of course, but we had to go somewhere else to find a water source." "That pond? It was green when we first found it. It was poisoned, and there was no way a person could drink it. Shelley and I searched the surrounding areas and couldn't find any water source. We came back to the pond and found it was clear. I realized then that the pond had rocks that were poisonous. The rocks slowly released the poison and turned the pond undrinkable." "Poisonous? There are fish in there, though," Anfey said. "There is no poison in the water now, but if you take a bite from the fish, I promise you will be a corpse before you know what happened," Susanna replied. She disliked Anfey, but she needed to tell everyone in case someone was stupid enough to try to eat the fish. "I remember," Christian said, nodding. "Read about it once." Unicorn horns have purifying properties. In the magic beast forest, many beasts wait around water holes at midnight for unicorns. A few taps from the horn are all it takes for the water to be rid of poison. I realized there was a unicorn nearby after the water cleared up. After a thorough search, we found a cave hidden by trees. It was sealed off by some silvery webs. I returned without disturbing it. Where is the cave? Anfey asked. To the southeast, about 10 miles from here. You sure there are unicorns? Christian asked. We've lived here for days. And unicorn's power is limited. After a few days the water would be poisonous again, and I would take Shirley out for a few days. The water would be clear again when we returned. I think that is enough to prove their existence. It must be unicorns, then, Christian agreed. Unicorns are powerful? Anfey asked. Your knowledge of the world is hilariously childish. Do you not even know what a unicorn is? You should really go find a school and brush up on your studies, Susanna snorted. Unicorns have the ability to release serial lightning. As long as it has stood under the moon for a certain amount of time or there is lightning in the sky, unicorns can simply absorb energy from their surroundings. You do know the power of serial lightning, don't you? Everyone around them chuckled. Everyone had realized, more or less, that something must have gone down between Susanna and Anfey. Susanna was nice to almost everyone except Anfey, and since Anfey had always just accepted the treatment, he must be at fault. Susanna, miss, I think you are. Rizka opened his mouth angrily. He did not understand why Susanna would treat Anfey this way. Anfey had established absolute authority among his peers, and when someone tried to ridicule him, Rizka felt responsible to stand up for him. Anfey tugged on his sleeve and shook his head. Rizka fell silent. Susanna watched them thoughtfully. She could not understand why these mages would willingly follow the orders of someone who barely had any magic or combat power. Even though Anfey had defeated her easily the night before, it was her habit to measure the strength of a man by his combat power and magic. It was a habit ingrained in all children of the Pan-continent, and Susanna was no exception. Plus, she believed that she had lost because she fell into a trap, her movement was limited in one leg, and she had been forced to fight in the water. If they had been on an open plain, she would have easily won. Susanna had underestimated Anfey. Of course, it was also because she wanted some degree of revenge on him. Now that she had witnessed both Christian's angry rebuke and Rizka's rage, she understood somewhat that Anfey did not win the mage's trust with words. There must be stories she did not know, and Anfey was the one that led everyone to safety. How long will this last? 3 more days, Susanna said. She was not stupid. When the position of the leader could not be undermined, it would be in her best interest not to ruin her relationship with him. Normally it would come out for food every day. Now it's probably in its mating and birthing season. It leaves its den once every few days. Christian, can't we tame one? Anfey asked. No, Christian said. It's practically impossible to tame a unicorn. If Master Saul were here, there might be a sliver of hope. But we cannot, no. It's near impossible to tame a unicorn, Sante said. Once there were many people riding into war on dragons, but for thousands of years there was only one person on a unicorn. Only girls can tame them, Rizka said. Men will only be attacked. Hey, just asking, Anfey said. It had always been him telling them what was sensible and what was not. Now that they were more mature, it was their turn to teach him. Just then, a faint glimmer of magical surge came from the distance, sweeping through the forest like a whisper. Christian and Rizka shot up, used levitation and began floating into the distance. Anfey grabbed his sword. Ready for battle, he ordered. The surge meant danger, and those on watch were in danger. Everyone quickly stood up and readied for battle. Susanna glanced back and found Shirley in the middle of a group of mages. She was relieved. Let's go, Anfey said. Sante, feller, you two go help them. Feel free any scroll. Got it, Sante nodded, racing into midair with Feller. Anfey and the group went another 20 miles when they sensed 2 surges. Anfey stopped everyone and quietly waited for their return. A black dot approached them, and Christian and Rizka landed with someone hanging between them. Zubin looked terrible, his face pale, and he could not stand on his own. Zubin, Anfey said, what happened? Manticore, Zubin said, smiling bitterly. Manticore? Susanna asked hurried. Did it try to poison you? Did you touch the fog? Inhale any? Zubin glanced at Susanna. He did not know her. Zubin? Talk to us, Anfey urged. I saw it release the fog and held my breath. Good, Susanna said. Take him to the pond. Unicorns and manticores are enemies. The unicorn's purifying power can fight manticore's poison. Christian smiled. He didn't wait to thank Susanna, and used another levitation spell. Let me, Susanna said. You're too slow. She took Zubin in her arms and, with her strong combat power, dashed towards the pond. When everyone else returned to the pond, Zubin was already submerged in the pool with only his eyes above water. Susanna was right. The pond had purifying qualities. It had only been a few minutes, but Zubin was already looking much better. Zubin, how did you run into a manticore? Anfey asked. I found a pretty good place, not a scenic but a good hiding spot. I wanted to get closer, but then I saw a small manticore. I knew something was wrong and tried to levitate. Then I saw the bigger manticore and it tried to kill me with its fog. Good, Christian said. You're smart. If you were a second slower you might be dead by now. You are lucky, Susanna said. Manticores are fiercely protective of their young. If it had chased after you, you wouldn't have been able to get away, but... Stop trying to scare me, Zubin said, shaking his head. We aren't scaring you, Susanna said. I just want everyone to be more alert. This forest is filled with danger. I saw orcs in here a few days ago. Orcs? I thought there were no orcs here? Says who? Rizkat and Zubin glanced at each other. They had heard it from other people, of course, and Susanna would not lie. It seemed like the forest still had orcs present. How many? Anfey asked. 1. I killed it. Don't orcs live in packs? Usually, but I saw only 1. Then we should really be more careful, Anfey said slowly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66, Let the Magic Beasts Fight. Chapter 66, Let the Magic Beasts Fight. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Blavi and Sanchez soon returned as well. They were scared when they first saw Zubin submerged in the water, but after learning that he would be fine, they both laughed and made a few jabs at him. It was all friendly banter, and if Zubin had been seriously hurt, they both would have been worried out of their minds. After finding a good resting spot for Zubin, Blavi and Sanchez introduced themselves to Susanna. The 3 scouts hadn't made any discoveries, and that had worried Anfey. Everyone was chatting, but Anfey was sitting on the ground, deep in thought. Their food supplies could still last for a few days, but they needed to plan carefully where they would rest. If he was alone, it would have been easier. Now he needed to care for a whole group of people, and Anfey found that difficult. Only Christian and Zubin knew their futures would be hard, and one of them could not even move. Christian walked over slowly and sat down next to Anfey. Whether it was unicorns or manticores, both would pose great danger to them. It was likely that there would be conflict whether they stayed or moved. You say manticores and unicorns are enemies? Anfey called in a sudden stroke of inspiration. His call startled not only Christian, but also Susanna. I said that, Susanna replied. Why? If they fight, who would win? The unicorn, of course, Susanna said. However, all high-level magic beasts are sentient. Like people, they would not trespass on another magic beast's territory. Their way of surviving is to avoid direct conflict. I thought you said they are enemies. That means while they would not shy away from a fight, they would not initiate one either. It is very unlikely they would run into each other in this forest, you know. All right, Anfey said, nodding. Christian, can you set up a magic shield to hide everyone's surges? I don't have enough crystals, Christian replied. Don't worry about the crystals. Can you do it? Of course. All right, just one thing left. Anfey turned to Susanna. Susanna, I need you to do something dangerous. What is it? Susanna asked, her heart sinking. She still could not trust Anfey, and was very hostile towards him. Hearing that he had something dangerous for her, she thought that perhaps he was trying to make things difficult for her. This is my plan. Zubin saw 2 manticores, right? You go to its territory and kill the smaller one. I don't think the bigger one would let you get away. You head out and send a signal. I will try to provoke the unicorn. Then we will hide and let the 2 fight. That's one way to do it, Christian nodded. If an angry unicorn and a crazed manticore meet, it would be a guaranteed fight. That's what I'm thinking, Anfey said. No matter who wins, the other would certainly be severely injured as well. It shouldn't be hard then for us to kill it. Then we don't have that constant threat over our heads. Susanna sighed in relief. She was the only one in the group who could manage to kill a manticore and escape another angry one. Anyone else would be torn to pieces. It seemed like Anfey wasn't being unfair to her, and giving her the harder job. What do you think? Anfey asked. Normally he would not ask for permission, but mostly his question was directed at Susanna. Everyone muttered to each other for a bit and nodded. Susanna, I know you are very skillful, but this is still dangerous. What say you? I'm good, Susanna said. When do we leave? We are not in a hurry, Anfey said. There are many things to be worked out. We don't want any accidents. Accidents? Susanna asked. For example, if there are multiple manticores, what should you do? What if you are discovered before you can do anything? What if you get hurt? How will we find you? What if the fight is over before one of the animals could be seriously injured? Will we still strike then? We have to think through everything before actually doing anything, or people will get hurt. You're right, Christian said, nodding. Susanna watched him, 100 thoughts running through her head. She had always considered herself smart, but in that situation all she wanted to do was to run and find somewhere they could camp. Anfey, however, thought about how to get what they needed. Everyone knew about the manticores, but only Anfey thought of using it to fight the unicorn. Susanna must admit she was very inferior to Anfey. Alright, everyone stay here. Blavi, I entrust everyone to you. Christian and Susanna, come with me. Zubin, where did you encounter the manticores? I'll take you, Zubin said, pushing himself off of the ground. No, you should stay here, Anfey said, shaking his head. I'm already feeling much better, Zubin smiled bitterly. Plus, it would be hard to describe where it was. Anfey, I can protect him. If anything happens, I will help Zubin escape and you and Susanna can fight whatever is pursuing us. Alright, Anfey said after a moment of hesitation. For those who were powerful, 20 miles was not a long way. After a short while, they were already standing in front of the nest of the manticores. In front of them was a large cliff covered in vines. Ancient trees stood in front of the cliff, their trunks thick and twisted. In other parts of the forest, sounds of screeching and heavy breathing could be heard constantly, but here it was silent, as if there were no other living beings. Can't see anything, Anfey said, frowning. Oh, the manticores will see you before you see them, Susanna grinned. Let me, Christian said. My eye of the sky cannot be detected by the manticore. He stepped forward and whispered a spell. A ball of gas gathered between his hands and began to condense, then the shadows of a few trees appeared within the gas. Christian focused on the eye of the sky, and after 24 images flashed through the gas, 2 manticores appeared. It was Anfey's first time seeing high-level magic beasts. The manticore looked similar to a lion, its body was bright red, as were its eyes. It had thick limbs and sharp teeth the length of a man's hand. Behind its body was a long, thick tail covered in shining scales, and ending in a sharp tip. A manticore does not have magic, but it is extremely strong. It can shatter the shell of a stone tortoise with a single slam, Susanna said slowly. See its tail? It can pierce most beasts' bodies without any problem, and it has stupefying properties. It can freeze its enemy for a short time. Even if you are a swordsman, if that tail gets you, you're dead. The manticore will tear you to pieces before you can properly recover. It's that dangerous? Anfey asked, shocked. Unicorns are even more dangerous, Susanna said lightly. Not only can they use serial lightning, unicorns are much faster than manticores. Its horn not only has purifying properties, but also stupefying, like the manticore's tail. A manticore must come in contact with its target to harm it, but a unicorn doesn't have to. If you are lucky, the unicorn won't kill you before you can even see it. Unless you are scared and want me to take care of it. Thanks for your concern, Anfey said, smiling, but I can handle it. No one's concerned about you, Susanna said angrily. I just don't want anyone to get hurt. Christian, can we keep our eyes on them? How long can you hold on to the magic? Anfey turned to Christian and asked. I can hold it for an entire day, no problem. Great. Now we watch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, Wildflowers. Chapter 67, Wildflowers. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Time passed slowly. To Susanna's surprise, Anfey was extremely calm while he was staring at Christian's eye of the sky. She was the one who started to get impatient. Waiting was not a big deal to Anfey. He often had to spend a long time following a target in order to know his or her routines and habits. Sometimes it took him a few months to make a rigorous plan. They had been waiting until dawn. Anfey didn't even change his position. Susanna almost thought that he had fallen asleep, however when she turned to look at him, his eyes were blinking. This man's patience was beyond imagination. For some reason, Susanna focused only on Anfey but ignored Christian, who was controlling the eye of the sky. In fact, at this time, Christian was much more tired than Anfey. His forehead began sweating. Susanna had been very nice to Christian, but not to Anfey. She should have paid more attention to Christian. The big manticore was lying on its stomach the whole time and pretended to be sleeping. The small manticore was playing. Each time it stumbled too far away, the big manticore reached out its tail to draw it back. This boring scene lasted for a long while. The big manticore had gotten enough rest, stood up slowly, picked up the small manticore which was rolling on the ground, and gradually walked to its cave. The small manticore seemed to want to keep playing. It was struggling with its mouth wide open, showing its small canines. The eye of the sky only displayed images, not sound. "Follow them," Anfey said. "Understood," Christian answered. He was in control of the eye of the sky and kept the manticores under control. The bigger manticore jumped up and disappeared in a second. Christian hastily fixed the focus of the eye of the sky to where the manticore disappeared. Dense weeds and shrubs were all over the place. The shrubs were tall. Based on the images in the eye of the sky, they were at least as tall as a person. "Why did it disappear all of a sudden?" Anfey asked in surprise. "Manticores build their caves underground. There must be an entrance to their cave somewhere near here," Susanna said. "Susanna, look at the eye of the sky. Remember the terrain," Anfey said. "Okay. Why?" "You should go there, use all your fighting power to cut a tree and then run back as fast as you can." "Sure," Susanna answered immediately, bent forward, and ran up quickly. After a moment, Susanna appeared in the eye of the sky. First, she carefully observed the environment, and then her body suddenly released a dazzling white flash. An old tree crashed down with the light. Susanna was extremely quick. A normal person would not be able to see her sword move. However, Anfey clearly saw it. In his mind, he also evaluated Susanna's swordsmanship. After Susanna left, a manticore's head suddenly appeared in the bushes. Its bloody red eyes exuded a terrible cold light in the evening. Apparently, it was aware of Susanna's fighting power. A high-level magic beast was extremely sensitive about its territory. If a strong enemy were active in its territory, it would be desperate to fight until the enemy was gone. "That's right. That is the manticore that appeared just a minute ago. It looks like we will fight only one manticore today," Anfey chuckled. "Anfey, how do you know that was the same manticore?" "Look, the left canine in the manticore's mouth was tilted. It might be from fighting or bruising something hard. Only when you look closely, you will find a scar on its nose as well. It is not easy to notice." Christian and Zubin both looked with their eyes wide open and saw what Anfey was referring to. The upper canines of a manticore should be close to the jaw, but this manticore had serious problems with its left canine. Compared to the right canine, the left one looked funny. Also, there was a black scar on its nose. "Anfey, you are truly detail-oriented," Christian said. At that time, the manticore looked up and opened its big mouth in the direction of Susanna. And then there was a faint roar. Obviously, that was a warning about its territory. No one should step in again. "We can go when Susanna comes back," Anfey laughed. "Christian, turn off the eye of the sky. Don't waste any more magic power." "That's the plan." "Anyone have more to add?" Anfey asked. Everyone was gearing up with excitement. They were going to fight against high-level magic beasts. Anfey's plan was to have the two high-level magic beasts fight against each other and get hurt. Then the group would fight against them. It was a much easier approach for winning, but after all, it was a battle against a high-level magic beast. "If everything sounds good, let's get to be early." Anfey stood up slowly. "Blavi, it is your team's turn for sentry duty. Your group doesn't need to join the fight tomorrow. Stay to protect Miss Naya and Shelley." A lot of the principles were similar. Assassins were sometimes similar to soldiers. They would be prepared for losing the battle but winning the war. Before each attack, they would plan a safe escape route. If they lost the fight, there would be a safe way out, and they could learn from the failure. Otherwise, they could only feel remorse in hell. Anfey could not let Naya go into battle with everyone else. If anything happened to the group, at least he must keep Saul's last child safe. Of course, this thought was to prepare himself in case they were in for the worst. After everyone left, Christian slowly walked over to Anfey. After hesitating for a second, he said, "Anfey, how are you going to infuriate the unicorn? It is very dangerous. Even worse than Susanna's task. How about, let me help you?" "That's fine." Anfey shook his head. "After being with me for such a long time, you should know me better. I don't do things that I am not sure about. The magic array needs you more. Then tell me your plan. Let me think it through with you." At this time, Susanna came, threw something on the ground at Anfey's feet, and looked at him calmly. Anfey looked carefully. It was a bunch of dry wildflowers. He certainly knew what it was. He asked surprisingly, "Why did you pull them down?" "I think you owe me an explanation," Susanna said peacefully. "Explanation? What explanation?" "When I first saw you put the wildflowers in the tree, I was suspicious. I talked to Feller intentionally and found out where you came from. After dinner, I went back in that direction and found the same kind of wildflowers in the trees every 500 or 600 meters. I want to know what your real intention is, and whom you are trying to lure here." "Ha, great observations." Anfey laughed. "Thanks. But I don't need your praise. I want an answer." "Susanna, watch your tone of voice." What was Anfey attempting? If it weren't for him, we all would have died along the way. Christian stood up for Anfey, then said, "But Anfey, I am also curious. Why did you have me put the wildflowers in the trees every so often? What are they for? Why didn't you ask me then?" I was worried that you wouldn't like being questioned, so I didn't ask." Christian rubbed his nose and forced a smile. Susanna was right. "I do want to help a person catch up to us," Anfey smiled. Although Susanna had been rude, Anfey wasn't angry. It was good to have such a detail-oriented person on the team. Misunderstandings and conflicts could be resolved as time went on. However, it was difficult to change a person's characteristics. A good assistant would be very helpful right now. "Who is it?" Susanna and Christian asked at the same time. "It is Ernest." "Ernest? The coward who used the poisonous sword in a duel?" Susanna was shocked. Bulls %T. He hadn't been angry up to that point. However, when he heard Susanna slandering Ernest, he was truly angry. "Who told you that Ernest used the poisonous sword in a duel?" Susanna was shocked and could not help stepping back. She placed her hand on the hilt and said nervously, "Everyone, we all know. Do not talk nonsense about things you have never seen. Only idiots believe rumors." Anfey said coldly, "I tell you, Ernest is an excellent swordsman. He also is the most trustworthy person I have ever met. If you dare to slander him again, I will not let it go." "Uncle Ernest, Anfey, did Uncle Ernest come?" Naya rushed out of the cave with joy. She looked around. Ernest wasn't there. The joy on her face soon was replaced by disappointment. "Naya, why don't you go back? Ernest will find us soon." "Don't worry," Anfey said. "Oh." Naya nodded and walked out of the cave, disappointed. Perhaps because it was the first time Anfey was being so serious, Susanna was somehow in a panic. In her heart, she regretted saying something wrong. Anfey was giving a signal that he took Ernest's side. As a result, the whole group should have a deep respect for Ernest and not want to hear anything bad about him. In fact, she was quite innocent. Everyone had been bad-mouthing Ernest. She was only repeating what she had heard, and she didn't anticipate that Anfey would be so mad about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, Initial Collaboration. Chapter 68, Initial Collaboration. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. "Sorry," Susanna said quietly with her head down. "Forget it." Anfey shook his head. He quickly realized he wasn't acting normal. It was pretty rare for someone, especially for a girl, to be able to put her head down and apologize. He had seen a lot of girls who were stubborn, and because of their pride became unreasonable. Actually, you just need to really think hard about it and you will know that under the circumstance of being watched by different leveled swordsmen, Ernest and Jerofik would not have used a poisoned sword in that battle. Is winning or honor more important? If it were me, I wouldn't. I'd still be a swordsman if I lost. If I used shameless tactics, I definitely would have to suffer the curses of countless people, Susanna replied thoughtfully. It seems you are not so stupid. I tell you, in reality it's Jerofik who was afraid to fight. He gathered countless people who had been defeated by Ernest previously, master swordsmen who hated Ernest, and they besieged Ernest all together on Mount Torabits. And that's not all. After the incident, they also defiled Ernest's reputation. What you have heard are precisely the lies they've made up. In this world, there are really too many shameless people. Susanna let out a wry smile. Anfey glanced at Susanna and figured out the meaning behind what he heard. The reason Susanna had been forced to escape into the forest of magic beasts must also be due to the actions of some shameless person. Alright, we will discuss these things in the future. Anfey's demeanor had returned to normal. Susanna, what I worry about most is whether or not you can lure the manticore here. Don't fret just yet. I am not questioning your ability, whether you believe me or not. I am just worried about your safety. After all, you are the strongest of all of our team. If we want to be able to safely survive in the forest of magic beasts, we absolutely need you. I will take care of myself well, Susanna said quietly. How about this? I will have Rizka accompany you. Rizka! Anfey called loudly. Coming. Having heard Anfey's call, Rizka quickly walked over. Hold this. Anfey took a magical scroll out of the dimensional ring with a flick of his hand, and handed it to Rizka. You can create an illusion, right? I can. Go to the nest of the manticore together with Susanna, and look for a chance to kill the little manticore. Don't take risks if the chances are slim. Put out an illusion for Susanna, let the illusion lure the manticore away, and then Susanna can make a move to kill the manticore. This way your safety will be ensured. Susanna's heart was touched. When she initially heard Anfey's words, she did not believe him. If she were so easily moved by others, she and her sister would both have died even before entering Forest Clarm. How could they have survived until now? But seeing Anfey taking out the illusion scroll, Susanna's heart was moved. Could it be that this man really was nervous for her safety? Although the illusion scroll didn't have much strength per se, it was the Pan-Continent's most sought-after magical scroll. It is clearly priceless. It is the ultimate magic weapon for saving lives. During the most critical moments, it could bring about a miracle, and who wouldn't want an extra life for himself? Even if I haven't said it, you should have already guessed that we are all students of Archmage Saul. Anfey's gaze fell upon Susanna. When we escaped, we brought some of our teacher's valuably hidden magical scrolls with us, but the magical scrolls are limited after all. If we can find a suitable opportunity, it's better if we don't use the illusion. It's not that I'm unwilling to use the scroll, but... If had been talking to other people, Anfey would not have bothered to explain anything. But between Susanna and him, there were already serious disagreements. He had no choice but to explain. Say no more, I understand what you mean. Susanna revealed an indifferent smile. Although it was indifferent, she still smiled. But I am very curious. Just what kind of trouble did you guys cause, that even your teacher can't protect you? I killed someone, Anfey laughed. Who is it? Do you know Zeta? Who is Zeta? Susanna shook her head. He was the grandson of the master swordsman Philip, so he is the direct descendant and only successor of Philip's household. Oh my heavens! You are so brave! Susanna exclaimed. If it happened all over again, I would not hurt Zeta, Anfey helplessly sighed. It's a pity things that have happened in the past are unchangeable. You are very weird. Susanna looked at Anfey seriously. Men in general, when they come across these types of situations, put up a front because of their pride, and say how they should adhere to their principles even if the same situation were to happen again, and have no regrets. But Anfey frankly said he shouldn't have offended Philip. It sounded weak when she heard it, but there was no hint of cowardice, only calmness. What's so weird? Anfey laughed. Susanna, you have to adapt at each moment based on specific events. I can't decide for you, you can only rely on yourself. You don't have to worry about me, you should worry about yourself instead. The unicorn is scarier than the manticore, and your abilities are not above mine, Susanna said calmly. My abilities are indeed not as good as yours, but I only need to lure out the unicorn. You still have to escape for more than 20 miles. Anfey seemed unable to understand the hidden meaning in Susanna's words. In reality, he had no interest in the conflict between the weak and the strong. If even Naya had been claiming to be stronger than Anfey, Anfey would still nod his head in agreement. Is there anything else? If there isn't anything else, then I will go rest first. Although her views towards Anfey's had changed, Susanna was not in the mood to be courteous with Anfey any longer. Alright, Anfey nodded his head. Anfey, are you really going to be alright? Christian asked again. I already said it a couple of times. There will absolutely be no problems, Anfey laughed. Go, and let's go see where we should create the magic array. Susanna and Riska hid in the shadows of the ancient tree, anxiously waiting. Half the day had already passed, and Riska had also rested for a whole 4 hours. Although there was only a 1-level difference between a high-level mage and beginning-level magister, there was a big difference between their magical powers. Christian could sustain the motion of the Eye of the Sky, but Riska could not. During the operation of the Eye of the Sky, the big and small manticores never separated. During that time, the manticores went out once. When the big manticore returned, it had a small magic deer in its mouth, and the little manticore was always on the big manticore's back, so there was no opportunity at all. Susanna guessed the manticore had left the territory to hunt for food, so after considerable thought, she gave up following them. The manticore was many times more dangerous when hunting. It could possibly think of them as two separate targets. Usually, they only cared about their own territory, and didn't bother with things outside of their territory. It's not early anymore, Susanna. I will meditate for a moment, and then release the illusion for you, Riska said. Began the discussion. There's still time. Wait a bit longer. Susanna shook her head. The illusion couldn't be used so easily, because Susanna needed a chance to prove herself. If she could save the magic scroll and lure out the manticore, she could definitely win over everyone's approval. Susanna thought that some aspects of a team were similar to that of a nation. Every individual's position was not fixed and unchangeable. Those who were powerful would gradually become the core of the team, and the powerless could only be at the bottom and run errands for people. For Shelley, for herself, she must prove her abilities and gain the recognition of the team members. But, Anfey has already said. Wait a bit more. Susanna persisted. Time passed by slowly. Riska couldn't hold on any longer. His gaze turned upon Susanna. Susanna, let us rest first. Don't make a sound, hurry. Quickly, increase the area of the Eye of the Sky. Susanna suddenly whispered loudly. Still need to increase it? Riska laughed bitterly, and his gaze fell upon the Eye of the Sky. He couldn't help but pay full attention to the Eye of the Sky, and gathered all his remaining magical powers and forced the magic of the Eye of the Sky to increase. In the center of the Eye of the Sky, the big manticore had already kicked the small manticore into the middle of a grassy field. Its two eyes had already shrunk into a dot, and it cautiously took steps forward. In front of the big manticore was a snake head and neck, with the body of a duck, as well as a huge pair of wings. It landed on the ground and looked at the big manticore nervously. Oh my, it's the two-footed flying dragon. Susanna was surprised, happy, and nervous. Hurry! Riska, increase the area of the Eye of the Sky a bit more. This is already my limit. Riska replied with great effort. Two-footed flying dragons live in groups. Let me see how many two-footed. Susanna lifted her head and saw beads of sweat covering Riska's whole head. His jaws were clenched, and she couldn't help but to gently sigh. Forget it, Riska. Take back your magic. I am going over now. You have to be careful, protect yourself. Wait, I also know that the two-footed flying dragons live together. What if there are other two-footed flying dragons? Riska exclaimed hastily. I can't consider that much anymore. This opportunity is hard to get. Susanna had already wielded her sword. If there is any danger, come back immediately. I will put out the illusion for you. You, come back. Did you hear me? You. Riska hadn't even finished talking, yet Susanna has already disappeared into the forest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69, Fatal Negligence. Chapter 69, Fatal Negligence. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. It seemed they had overlooked something. Riska scratched his head, but what was it? Unfortunately, he just could not recall. Alright, no more wasting time. I need to start meditating. At this moment, nothing is more urgent than replenishing my magic. Riska sat on the ground and lounged against a tree stump. In the past, he refused to meditate unless he was perched in a comfortable chair. However, on their escape journey from the sacred city, he had learned to enter meditation in any posture. He had no other choice. Otherwise he would not have the necessary supply of magic to continue his journey the following day. Sometimes, having no other choice could do wonders. Riska was a good example. After a moment, Riska, who had been deep into his meditation, was awakened by a subconscious fear and quickly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw a tall shadow appear to his left, and vaguely heard a muffled breath. A wyvern. Riska was nearly scared to death. He suddenly remembered what Anfey had said before they left for this assignment: ensure that you always have enough magic. When you have depleted more than half of your reserves, do not continue to use the Eye of the Sky. Wait until you get the chance to meditate and restore your supply of magic before you cast that spell again. Foolishly, during the long wait, both Suzanne and he had neglected Anfey's advice. They were more and more anxious, and released the Eye of the Sky for longer and longer intervals. The last 2 times, Rizka stopped only because he had exhausted his magic. Now Rizka finally understood that he should never, ever ignore Anfey's warning. Had he maintained some magic, he would have levitated to escape back to their camp. Instead, he had put himself in such a crisis without being able to do anything but to try to restore his magic. Although wyverns, like unicorns and manticores, were classified as high-level magic beasts, they were much slower than their magical counterparts. However, they had a well-known nickname: forest stalker. Wyverns' bodies were heavy. Therefore, whether flying in the sky or fighting on the ground, they could not be compared to other high-level beasts, and as a result, were not very effective hunters. On the other hand, wyverns had flexible necks, and could release a concentrated venom from their menacing fangs. If the poison were injected into a human body, within a few minutes the body would turn into a pool of bloody liquid. Even contacting the venom with the skin would cause permanent trauma. Wyverns thus liked to hunt by hiding themselves and waiting for prey to pass by. Once there was opportunity, they would use their flexible neck and quickly capture the prey. Wyverns were not as dangerous as some other high-level magical beasts. This was evident by the fact they lived in groups instead of alone. The pack provided protection. However, they were still threatening creatures. Had Rizka stored enough magic, he could have escaped easily, but now he was in serious peril with little hope to survive. Magic beast forests could be filled with danger. While Rizka and Susanna had been safe thus far, that did not mean they would be safe going forward. A mage without reserves of power was equivalent to a paralyzed patient in the human world. Rizka realized how foolish he was. Both he and Susanna knew wyverns were social animals. Seeing one made it likely that they would see a second, but neither of them had thought this through. Rizka cursed his own stupidity, but this was no help in his current situation. He had to deal with the aftermath of his poor judgment. Rizka covertly sent out a magic signal. "Susanna, I need help. Now!" Rizka prayed while nervously eyeing the shadow of the wyvern. Across the forest, Susanna watched as the big manticore slowly approached and growled deeply at a wyvern who had invaded its territory. This was an attempt to intimidate the intruder. High-level magical beasts were intelligent, but they were still animals after all. They would not start a fight with others simply to improve their combat skills. They did not have any ambition to dominate the entire forest. Their goals were much humbler. They wanted enough food and to be able to produce their next generation in relative peace. It was obvious that the big manticore would prefer to scare the opponent away without engaging in battle. The wyvern hissed as it stepped back, but it was not ready to give up yet. The manticore was irritated. Its red, shiny tail stood upright, and the tip of the tail flashed with danger. "Move back more, move back more," Susanna prayed. This distance was still risky for her to put her plan into action. If the manticore would move to the wyvern's position, it would allow her to not only kill the small manticore, but also have enough time to escape. The big manticore was still menacing the wyvern, who was staring back at its adversary nervously. The small manticore popped its little head out from the grass and looked curiously at its mother. None of the 3 beasts was aware of the hidden guest. At that moment, Susanna sensed a magic surge in the distance, and her heart skipped a beat. Rizka was in danger. She did not have time to think. Immediately gathering all of her combat power, she dashed out from behind the tree like a flash, held her sword over her head, and forcefully chopped down at the small manticore's exposed back. At the same time, its mother roared fiercely, turned and sped towards Susanna. Its bloody red body became a bright red stream in the air, resembling a large fireball. The sword's power sharpened in the air and swept straight towards the small manticore. The small manticore turned its head and stretched out a tiny claw, as if to resist the sword's power. Unfortunately, it was too young, and hadn't been able to form its internal magic crystal. The physical strength of its body was not much more than a puppy. It simply could not bear the power of a senior swordsman. The sword swept through the manticore, and the small manticore was cleaved in two in a white flash. Susanna suddenly accelerated, and barely avoided the furious smack from the big manticore. A claw blazed behind her, and even with the protection from her combat power, her clothes were torn and her white, jade-like skin was exposed. She could just imagine how frightening the attack was, and she dared not to look back but charged straight towards Rizka. The vast manticore talons had missed Susanna and struck the ground instead. With an ear-piercing crash, pieces of grass and mud splattered, and the mists shadowed the mother manticore. When the enormous creature leaped from the ground again, there was a half-foot pit left on the ground. The enraged manticore glanced at her lifeless child, threw back its head and let out a furious shaking roar. Its upper and lower lips were thrown open, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. The hair on its lips violently trembled. The blood-red pupil of the manticore firmly locked on Susanna's back. Then the beast jumped up with a speed that did not match its bulk and began chasing Susanna. Meanwhile, the provocative wyvern had been tapping its wings while hiding alongside. This was the embodiment of the intelligence of magical beasts. No matter what its originally purpose, it would never want to fight an infuriated manticore. "Come on. Come over. See how I am going to slay you," Rizka roared, clutching a magic scroll in each of his hands, waving hard toward the wyvern. The scroll in his left hand was the mirror, and in his right was the hellfire. The former was to assist Susanna with her battle, and the latter was equipped for his team as their last defense. The problem was, with his current supply of magic, he was unable to release either scroll. All he could do was threaten the wyvern with the magic surge from the scrolls, hoping he would intimidate the wyvern and buy himself more time. Who said common sense was useless? It was the common sense that Rizka had read in a book that saved him temporarily. Wyverns were relatively weak as high-level magic beasts. They were timid and would not easily provoke a powerful opponent. Clearly, the wyvern was intimidated by the magic surge from the scrolls, and hesitant to attack. Rizka knew that all the wyvern had to do was stretch out its long neck and gently bite down to win this battle. "Come on, you ugly bastard." Rizka's voice was turning more and more hoarse, but his vigor seemed to be growing. Luckily, he was able to deceive the beast. If he continued for even a few more minutes, he would exhaust himself and crash without the wyvern even having to lift a paw. At that moment, a threatening roar exploded from afar. Rizka was only concerned about the immediate crisis in front of him, and did not pay the distant sound a second thought. However, the roar frightened the wyvern. It took 2 steps back, stretched out its wings and burst into the sky. The wyvern's unexpected retreat, however, revealed Rizka's real status. He didn't even have the strength to hold himself steady. The gust from the wyvern's wings knocked him to the ground. Regardless, his hands were still tightly holding the magic scrolls. He could not pry them loose. That wyvern immediately realized that it had been tricked. Viciously, it lowered its wings and slowly started approaching Rizka. "Get out!" Susanna's crisp scream arose from far away and was followed by a white flash, which turned the branches, leaves, and even the trunks along its way into ash. The wyvern spotted the fierce Susanna, hurriedly flapped its wings and rose back into the sky once more. It could clearly identify the glowing red manticore behind Susanna. It wisely withdrew away from these vicious enemies. Susanna reached Rizka, and without time for more than a meeting of the eyes, picked him up and continued fleeing forward. Susanna wasn't rough, but for Rizka, who was forced into high speed from a standstill in an instant, the contrast was unbearable. He felt as if he was being crushed by a boulder, his head was pounding, his chest was too tight to breathe. Opening his mouth, he quickly spat and noticed the red tinge of blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70, Life-Threatening Opportunities. Chapter 70, Life-Threatening Opportunities. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Although Susanna bent over and picked up Rizka in a flash, the action put them in great danger because the manticore had quickly caught up with them. Rizka spit out blood, looked up and spotted the approaching manticore. He was not only able to see its bloody mouth clearly, which could swallow his entire head, but also its quivering uvula inside. The hatred from the bloody red pupil made Rizka shiver, and he could not help but cry, "Faster, faster." Susanna clenched her jaw and charged toward an old tree. As soon as she was about to crash into the tree, she smacked the trunk with the palm of her hand. As the wood splintered, Susanna leveraged the momentum and dashed aside, avoided the splinters by a hair. Bam! The tip of the manticore's tail had drilled into the trunk. It was so powerful that it pierced through the trunk, which was thick enough for 2 people to stretch their arms around. The tip of the tail popped out on the other side of the trunk. Had Susanna not changed her direction, she would have been wounded severely by this attack, or perhaps even worse. The needle tip could have pierced through her body. Manticore's tails were poisonous and caused immobility. Even if Susanna had just been slightly stung, she would not be able to fight back at all. The manticore missed Susanna, instead, getting its own tail embedded in the trunk. It was not able to leverage its strength, and its wings, which were meant for short-distance flying, could not provide enough power to pull its tail out either. The manticore then smacked its huge body against the tree trunk. Falling branches and leaves showered the manticore, but its attempt was effective. From the bottom of the trunk, a crack as wide as a hand started to appear and stretched deeply into the center of the trunk. As thick as the tree was, it was still wood and could not bear the attack from the manticore's metal-like body. If not for the toughness of the plant, the tree would have been smashed into pieces. The manticore rolled over on the ground, and in the splattering of mud, finally retrieved its tail and left a hole about the size of human calf in the trunk. Then the manticore roared towards Susanna, who by then was some distance away, flapped its webbed wings, jumped into the air, and continued the chase. Heartbroken by the loss of its child, the mother manticore was mad with rage, and she was determined to take revenge on Susanna, no matter how far away she ran. "Meditate. Now!" Susanna shouted. "Miss, are you crazy? You asked me to meditate, now?" Rizka yelled back as he watched the manticore gliding down from the air and getting closer and closer. "Meditate!" Susanna screamed. Rizka took a long breath and figured there was no other choice. They were slower than the manticore, he could clearly see the distance between the two parties shortening, and if he did nothing, sooner or later, both Susanna and he would be killed by the magic beast. However, meditate like this, seriously? Rizka still could not imagine how he could do it. He was now being carried across Susanna's shoulder, and did not even have time to change his position. During the escape from the sacred city, Rizka learned to meditate while lying down, leaning against a wall, and now he needed to enter meditation being carried? However, at this crucial juncture, he had no time to even consider how absurd this concept was. He closed his eyes slowly, with the most devout mentality, and managed to fall into meditation. The manticore was approaching, and Susanna used her greatest skill in order to avoid the attack from the beast. Every time the manticore attempted to sting Susanna, she managed to instantly dodge by speeding up or by changing direction. However, there was a price she had to pay. Susanna exuded small bloody sweat from her forehead, shoulders, chest, back and even legs. What was worse, 2 lines of blood tears fell from her eyes. This was the consequence of combat power overusage that exceeded the tolerance of her body. Susanna of course understood the consequences. In the best case scenario, she could be disabled, and in the worst case, her body could explode from inside out. Unfortunately, she had no other choice. Whatever she would need to deal with in the future sounded better than being instantly torn into pieces by the manticore, but Susanna was not the only one who unlocked her potential. Rizka entered meditation piously, and instantly lost consciousness. Danger, task, time, self, all of it left his mind. Mages normally could achieve magic replenishment by meditating in 2 ways, normal meditation and in-depth meditation. In-depth meditation could restore magic much faster. However, only a magister or an archmage could master in-depth mediation, or rather, only after a mage had advanced to magister, he or she would gradually learn in-depth mediation. The fact that Rizka had mastered this skill only as a high-level mage completely undercut this common knowledge. Among all the pan-continent mages, Rizka was probably the only one who was ever given the opportunity to meditate in such a life-threatening moment. During a crisis like this, normally people would either fight or run. But meditate? That was another way of committing suicide. Rizka was forced to face such danger, but luckily, he made the most of it. Mastering in-depth meditation was a long journey for mages under normal circumstances. Just as Susanna staggered, Rizka slowly opened his eyes and shouted, surprisingly and with delight, "Susanna, I can release the magic now." "Yes, I can." "Mirror." Susanna responded with a hoarse voice. "Mirror? But after releasing mirror, you need to control." "Mirror?" Rizka was still trying to remind her of something, but suddenly he was shocked by the soaking bloody back of Susanna. Without further thought, Rizka crushed the magic scroll and ordered, "Mirror." At the same time, Susanna tossed Rizka into the air. The white aura on Susanna dimmed a little, and then 2 Susannas appeared. When magisters or archmages released the mirror scroll, they could choose to teleport both themselves and their images to any spot within a certain area. The distance they could teleport to was determined by the power of their minds. However, Susanna was not a magister nor an archmage, and had to let go of this opportunity to change her unfavorable situation. 2 Susannas fled into 2 directions, one was slightly slower than the other. Meanwhile, in the air, Rizka tried to catch a branch and release a levitation spell. When he successfully released levitation, Rizka was pleasantly astonished. He did not expect to have enough magic to cast the levitation spell, as his meditation had been very short. The only explanation would be that his mind power had been improved significantly. The manticore hesitated for a second, opened its mouth and blew its poisonous breath toward Rizka. It then flapped its webbed wings and started chasing the slower Susanna. Although it also understood that just one was its real implacable foe and the other was just an image, it concluded that getting the slower one was the quickest way to determine whether it was after the correct target. The intelligence of the beast, after all, was limited. If it had been Anfey, he would definitely have gone after the faster Susanna. Rizka controlled the air element to lift himself higher in the air to escape from the poisonous fog. He turned his head and stared in Susanna's direction. Only then did he realize his heart was pounding violently, as if it was trying to jump out from his chest. The slower Susanna dashed straight ahead. As the manticore dove at her, she seemed to be too scared to continue her escape route and hit a rock. Then she vanished like a bubble. If Susanna herself was less than 30 meters away, she could have controlled the direction of the mirror image. Now that Susanna was over 100 meters away, she had lost that control. The manticore was enraged that it had been tricked. It let out a roar that shook the forest, turned around and continued its chase in the other direction. At this moment, Susanna was on the edge of collapse. If she only needed to flee by herself, she would not have been this worried. However, at full gallop, even a 10-pound weight change would greatly increase the burden on the body, let alone Rizka weighing far more than 10 pounds. Susanna did not dare to fight back either, since Rizka, who had exhausted his magic, would certainly be killed by the manticore. The poisonous breath alone would take his life away. Her only choice was to force the use of combat power and try to maintain a safe distance from the manticore. Fortunately, Susanna reached the edge of the unicorn's territory. She exerted all of her remaining strength, jumped up 5 or 6 meters, and landed on a round rock, on which a thumb-sized white magic crystal was shining gently. The manticore saw its enemy stop running and decided to take revenge without a second thought. It flapped its webbed wings and leaped straight towards Susanna. Susanna pointed the tip of her foot firmly on the rock. Her body was lifted up temporarily by unknown force. As she fell, she was so physically exhausted that she could not even keep her eyes open. Her legs gave out as she landed, and she fell on her knees. The magic array set by Sante was triggered. The manticore spotted a blaze of white light much brighter than the sunshine blooming in front of it. No creature could escape that magical lightning attack. The manticore felt the excruciating pain in its eyes and completely lost its sight. It screeched and fell to the ground. In desperation, it shook its hideous, bloody mouth left and right to release the poisonous fog to protect itself. Its sharp tail was randomly swinging around, attempting to attack anything that might come close to it. Susanna had no time to even look back and check out what had happened. She crawled up and stumbled forward. By the time the manticore was able to finally open its eyes again, Susanna had turned into the first valley and disappeared. The manticore still would not give up. It howled and continued charging forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71, Top-Level Magic Beast. Chapter 71, Top-Level Magic Beast. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. What happened? Asked Anfey, surprised. In the eye of the sky, Susanna was galloping. Feller's ability to control the eye of the sky had not improved. Moreover, Susanna was running very fast. The eye of the sky could only capture Susanna's movements from behind. However, just the sight of her back was horrifying enough. Her clothes were torn and her whole back was covered in blood. Who knew how much blood Susanna had lost? Anfey could not believe what he saw. To ensure Susanna's safety, he even equipped them with the magic scroll. Knowing Suzanne's skills, coupled with the scroll and the assistance from Rizka, there was no way she should be in such danger. Anfey, your turn, urged Christian. I am ready. Anfey nodded and said, Zubin, enchant my arrow with air element for me please. After saying this, Anfey dashed outside of the magic array, rushed ahead, drew back the string of the long bow in his hand, and aimed at a distant cave which was covered by a dense silver magical web. This was a long bow handmade by Anfey, with the help of a group of mages. The materials were easily accessible. The bow was made from rib bones of flash leopards, and they were strong and elastic. The bowstring was made from the tendon of a three-eyed cow, which Anfey had urgently asked little Shelly for. Arrows were even easier to make, as Anfey did not need arrowheads. He only planned to use the arrow to irritate the unicorn, not to actually injure or kill it. Anfey experimented several hundred times and determined that the range of the arrow was about 150 meters. This range was moderate compared to some elf bowmen's record of 500 meters. However, Anfey was satisfied with the result. With the air element enchantment by Zubin, Anfey's arrow could reach 300 meters. Unlike manticores, unicorns normally did not like staying inside a cave. Usually, unicorns enjoyed falling asleep under the moon. They did not like the gloominess of the caves. Only after a new baby was born, the mother and the child would hide in caves for their own safety for a short time. Because of this, Anfey's group predicted that the cave should be relatively shallow, even though none of them could scout the den. Anfey's arrow was no ordinary arrow, rather, it was a fire arrow. Not only was it wrapped with flammable and long-lasting burning oil, Anfey also mixed in several ingredients that would stink when burnt. Anfey basically turned the arrows into a primitive chemical weapon. Zubin followed Anfey, enchanted his arrow with air element, and then cast a small fireball to light up the arrow. Anfey then released the bowstring. The burning arrow flew straight toward the cave and disappeared in the silvery web. Magic beasts, even if they were high level, were not capable of setting up a magic array. The silver web that was covering the unicorn's den was placed to detect magic surge, and potentially cause some minor injury to any invaders. However, that silver web could have barely any impact on Anfey's arrow, since it was lifeless and would not cause any magic surge. Suzanne also arrived at this time. Anfey, after shooting the arrow, turned around and ordered, "Zubin, help Susanna." Zubin cast a levitation spell towards Susanna, controlled the air element to lift her body, and pulled her into the protection of the magic array. Realizing that she was safe, Susanna let out a long sigh of relief, and then lost consciousness. Anfey and Zubin fled back to the magic array without any delay. This array was set at a hidden spot behind a bunch of bushes. There was a gully to the left and a rock to the right. The magic array was set to conceal a magic surge from being sensed, and the location of the array was chosen to visually conceal Anfey's group. A tall beast rushed out from the cave. The silver web was torn open, and black smoke rose from inside the cave. Anfey finally got to see a unicorn. It appeared just like a horse, except it had a long horn on its forehead. This was a large unicorn, feet to shoulder about 2 meters tall, and feet to head probably close to 3 meters. Its whole body was mostly silver. Only right above the 4 hooves was some long golden hair. Unicorns were known as high-level magic beasts of light, and they were just beautiful. Though horses and unicorns looked almost exactly alike, even the most appealing horse could not be compared to this unicorn. The confidence and the unruly nature of the unicorn could never be possessed by their domesticated counterparts. In the eye of sky, Anfey and his group could clearly see the sky-blue horn and eyes of the unicorn glittering like gems. When the unicorn turned its head, slight waves of an arc could be seen in the air. Its 4 legs were gently kicking the ground. They were long. If little Sholi was in front of the unicorn now, she could easily walk through under its belly, and slim, but known for explosive power. Its tail was silver, shimmering like sunshine, spreading out like a cloud, and waving with the wind. At this time, the manticore had rushed out from the valley, flapping its short webbed wings, and entered the territory of the unicorn. The loss of children could destroy a human being mentally, and such pain would be even more destructive to a beast. The care for their next generation might be the only love that a magic beast could ever possess, and destroying that only love would certainly trigger the most unbearable hatred and madness. That manticore ignored the existence of the unicorn, and its bloody pupils were still searching for Susanna. The unicorn, however, would not offer its forgiveness to the invader. It was irritated, and threw its long horn toward the manticore. A flash of blue lightning shot out from sky-blue horn and hit the invader. The manticore's wings stiffened for a second, and then its body fell to the ground. This was what made unicorns terrifying. The lighting they produced was not fatal, but all of their lightning magic could naturally paralyze their opponents. Such paralyzing effects were much more powerful than a human mage could cause. Except for archmages and master swordsmen, most people would suffer from the impact of this unique power. The manticore fell on its belly and looked at the unicorn furiously. Soon after, the manticore was able to launch an attack. Its bulky body was outlined by a dark red light and it charged toward the unicorn. The unicorn was unwilling to give in. It stamped its back legs on the ground, jumped into the air, and charged straight at the manticore like a silver meteor. It sped so fast that it seemed that space was torn by the sky-blue horn. The overwhelming magic surge could be sensed in the air. Bam! The 2 beasts crashed into each other. The battlefield was too messy to sort out what had happened. Dark red fog was everywhere, countless lighting flashes appeared in the air. Anfey's group could not clearly see the fight between the 2 beasts, but the result was clear. The unicorn was tossed a dozen meters, and its huge body totally flattened the grass. The manticore, on the other hand, was only pushed back 5 or 6 meters, and then got up quickly to roar at the unicorn. Something is not right, Sante lowered his voice and said. The unicorn should be much more powerful than this. True. Even a 7 or 8,000 kilogram magic cow would not be able to handle a full charge from a unicorn. Christian nodded his head and added, something is going on. I wonder whether this unicorn has just given birth? Zubin said hesitantly. Christian commented, it is possible. Zubin probably has figured out what happened. Anfey, if this is the case, that unicorn is not going to beat the manticore. Should we move forward with our plan? Asked Zubin. No, not yet. Let's wait a little longer. From the eyes of the sky, the group could tell that the 2 beasts went back to their fight. Both had been injured in the collision. The neck of the unicorn was torn open and blue blood was dripping down. Meanwhile, the eyes of the manticore were swelling, probably suffering from internal wounds. The unicorn was not at all as agile or speedy as its reputation. It was a bit slower than the manticore. In addition, it also did not release any consecutive lighting. Anfey's group figured that the unicorn probably lost the ability to release consecutive lighting temporarily after giving birth, otherwise it surely would use lighting to win the battle. The situation became more and more unfavorable to the unicorn. The crazy and fierce manticore utilized its speed and circled around the unicorn. When it found an opportunity, it would injure the unicorn and retreat a safe distance to avoid the counterattack from the unicorn. Gradually, the unicorn was covered with all sorts of wounds. Its power was fading, its movements were slower, and as a result, it got hurt more and more severely. The manticore's weapons were its claws, fangs and tail, while the unicorn only could use its horn. The result of this battle could almost be foreseen. Sante shook his head and commented, "There must be a baby, otherwise the unicorn would have been fleeing by now." But true. Magic beasts are no human heroes, Christian agreed. They would not be ashamed to lose a fight, and would retreat to save their lives whenever possible. However, this unicorn will not give in. The only explanation is that it wants to protect a baby in the cave. At this time, the manticore jumped to the left of the unicorn and attempted to claw at the ribs of the unicorn. As the unicorn turned around to fight back, the manticore stretched its webbed wings, pulled out its long-hidden needle tail, and pierced it into the unicorn in a flash. The unicorn let out a painful neigh, but used its own body to trap the tail of the manticore. Then it leveraged the momentum and flipped the manticore upside down. Immediately, its long horn was planted into the chest of the manticore. Oh my! Magic immunization, magic immunization! That is a top-level unicorn! Zubin shouted, shocked. The needle tail of the manticore could paralyze its target, but that unicorn was not impacted, and that was a sign of a top-level unicorn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72, Tears of Stars. Chapter 72, Tears of Stars. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The moment the unicorn stopped her attacks, her lethargic body fell to the floor slowly. Her immune system had shut down, but it was not hard to notice the fatal wound on her body. The manticore's sting could almost be seen from under the unicorn's skin. Obviously, it had pierced through the unicorn's body. Fight! Anfey gave the order and led his legion, running out of the magic array. In fact, Susanna should have led, but she was still meditating. Anfey had no other option but to be the first one to run into battle. This was one of the qualities of leaders. If the leader did not have the courage to risk his life for the cause and just sat around giving orders asking others to risk their lives, the legion would just be a collection of atomized individuals. No one was stupid. Everyone had eyes to see and a brain to think and make their own judgments. Authority can be established and developed, but it also can be destroyed. To be more specific, Anfey was not a leader without courage. He waited for a while because he just wanted to plan well before taking any actions. He was looking for better chances to have the advantage in the battle. Of course, Anfey would not want to risk his life for anyone who always brought trouble to the team. Everyone in the magic array had fighting skills, while the rest without fighting skills stayed in another cave to avoid unnecessary fatalities. Everyone used the levitation magic at the same time, flying forward in a line after they received Anfey's order. Only Susanna, who was still meditating, stayed in the magic array. The unicorn's last attack on the manticore before her death was severe. The manticore did not have an immune system to prevent nerve damage. When the unicorn pierced her horn into the manticore, the nerve damage was a lot worse than regular nerve damage created by magic. The damage was especially bad since she was a senior unicorn. Anfey started to rush toward the manticore after counting to 46. The manticore was still paralyzed and could not lift his head. Anfey thrust his sword right into one of the manticore's eyes. He had heard that manticores had very tough skin and bones, and would not easily be hurt when they were attacked without combat power. Therefore, Anfey found a weak part on his body and directly attacked there. Even though manticores had tough skin and bones, their eyes would always be fragile. If the eyes were not weak enough to be penetrated, the intestines would be soft enough to pierce, otherwise they would not be able to absorb the nutrition if the intestines were protected by scales and bones. The sword was a foot into the manticore's eye and would not go any further, since it seemed that it hit something hard. Anfey's effort to kill the manticore was fantastic. He twisted the sword hard before he pulled it out, then he thrust his sword back in again. This time he pierced the other eye of the manticore. He killed the manticore without mercy. Anfey repeated the same procedure with the second eye. He twisted the sword in the other eye and then pulled the sword out. He jumped behind the manticore, thrusting the sword inside the intestines through the anus. He even kicked the shaft of the sword at the end. The whole sword was stuck inside the manticore. As one of the senior magic beasts, the manticore was one of the most powerful in the magic beast forest. Unluckily for the manticore, it could win the fight against Anfey. With the way Anfey killed the manticore, it had no chance to survive, since it was suffering from nerve damage. The unicorn still had one breath left, and her cobalt-colored eyes stared at Anfey, a tear coming from the corner of one eye. Her neck relaxed and rested on the floor. She finally stopped moving. Christian landed first and saw that the unicorn was gradually losing her life. He called to Anfey softly, "Hurry up. Anfey, you have gratitude from the unicorn. Hurry up and eat her tear." That was a tear of stars. What? Anfey was shocked for a second, and then he turned to look at the unicorn. The unicorn's tear was formed into a drop that shone like a diamond. He wondered whether he had to eat that diamond. "Hurry up!" Christian yelled. He was so excited that he was jumping up and down. Anfey took the diamond-like tear off her face without a word and put it into his mouth. He reached under the other eye, searching for another tear. He felt it, and then took it and swallowed the other one. Anfey knew team members had to trust each other, so he believed Christian had not lied to him, even though he did not understand what those tears were for. "Anfey, you are so lucky." Christian heaved a sigh of relief with a very envious look on his face. Before Anfey had a chance to ask Christian anything, Zubin landed with extreme excitement on his face and said in a calm voice, "Do not waste it. Do not waste it. Hurry up, everybody. Let's lift up the unicorn and take the unicorn's blood," Sante yelled. Others landed one after another. Anfey saw the excitement and happiness on every one of them. They quickly accumulated the elements to lift the unicorn into the air. Some of them took the absorption magic tool from the space ring and started to collect the blue blood flowing out of the unicorn's body. "Is unicorn's blood useful?" Anfey asked. "Invaluable," Christian said firmly. "But nothing compared to the tears of stars." "Anfey, do you feel anything different now?" "Me? Nothing different." Anfey shook his head and walked to the front. He took out a knife. "Move. You cannot get much blood this way." Anfey tried to stab at the unicorn to allow more blood come out. Thought suddenly came to Anfey when his knife was in the air halfway to the unicorn. He had an illusion that the unicorn in front of him was his sibling, and he had a really close relationship with her. His knife stopped in the air and would not go an inch closer to the unicorn. Anfey was shocked and quickly shook his head, forcing this ridiculous idea from his head. He put more force on the knife to thrust it forward, but his arm became rigid and would not move forward again. "Anfey, let me do it." Sante took the knife from Anfey quickly and stabbed a few shallow holes on the unicorn. The unicorn had died, but she still had some defensive ability left. Sante could only create minor wounds, even thought he stabbed her with full force. "Idiot, use wind blade," Zubin said. "You are the idiot," Sante said in anger, even though he knew he should not miss this opportunity to collect unicorn's blood instead of wasting time arguing with Zubin. The unicorn's blood would coagulate quickly when exposed to the air and lose its value after coagulation. Zubin's idea reminded Blavi, Sanchez and Sante to slay the unicorn with windblade. Sky blue blood oozed out from the cuts like springs. It even dyed her hair blue. Anfey walked away from the unicorn and looked at the unicorn in confusion. This was the first time Anfey had felt fear since he came to this world. He neither understood where that weird feeling was from, nor how this feeling had interfered with his determination and stopped him from stabbing the unicorn. As an assassin, he needed to act calmly and with determination. He should not have any emotional attachment to anything or anyone. Hesitation was fatal to an assassin. Anfey could not find a reasonable explanation for what just happened. He should not have been so soft-hearted, especially to the dead body of a unicorn. This scene is too bloody. Christian smiled bitterly. He had misunderstood the reason Anfey was not looking good. "Anfey, please be more understanding. Unicorn's blood is very, very precious. You know, the professor spent several months searching for unicorns just for their blood. They would just simply run away if they did not want to fight. The professor could not catch any unicorns, even with his power. An opportunity like today's will never happen again." A group of people with excited and happy looks used absorption magic tools to take all the blood they could get, not missing a drop of it. This scene was really strange and merciless, but what Anfey feared was the feeling he had felt, not the bloody scene. "Everybody, hurry up. Send all the absorption magic tools to Anfey. He will keep them for everyone. Understood?" Christian said loudly. "Yes." Sante and others answered loudly. They all knew the principle of working as a team. Team members had lived together 24/7 and experienced difficulties together, which helped build their relationship. Even though the unicorn's blood was valuable, it was not invaluable to the point where it was worth them fighting with each other. Anfey walked slowly to the cave that the unicorn had tried to protect with her life. The silver web at the entrance was long gone. For no reason, Anfey felt a voice calling him back into the cave. The cave was just as everyone thought it should be. It was shallow, and the back could be seen from the entrance. The cave was dry, since unicorns do not like humidity. She kept her cave cozy. There was a thick layer of silk vanilla grass. This type of grass was rare. It could give out a fresh fragrance over time if it was dried by the sun. In human society, children from royal and wealthy families often had a blanket or pillow made of silk vanilla grass. Anfey had never seen it before, but he had smelled its fragrance when he was in Naya's room. Naya had a pillow made from silk vanilla grass. On top of the silk vanilla grass, there was a tiny unicorn babbling. He could not stand up yet, as his eyes were still closed. He could only smell what was in front of him. The little unicorn had not developed any power yet, and it looked very cute, with a thin layer of light hair. At a glance, the little unicorn looked like a shining gemstone. The little unicorn was lovable, with the light pink skin. It only had a bump on his head instead of a horn. It had a weird pattern print on the bump. Anfey walked slowly to the little unicorn. He bent over while the little unicorn struggled to lift his head to smell Anfey. Suddenly, he screamed with joy and moved towards Anfey. Anfey touched his bump with a smile. The little unicorn enjoyed his touch so much that it kicked its legs in the air with his back on the grass. The sounds the little unicorn made seemed happy. Anfey, we have finished collecting the blood of the unicorn. We also got a treasure. Zubin walked into the cave with a bloody long horn. What a pretty little unicorn. The little unicorn suddenly sat up with its nose wrinkled, smelling something in the air. Put away the horn, quickly. Anfey yelled. Okay. Zubin quickly put away the horn in the dimensional ring. The little unicorn sniffed for a while before he finally relaxed again. He stuck his tongue out, licking Anfey's palm, and then he bit Anfey's pinky with his tail wagging. The little unicorn seemed to play with Anfey. Anfey, we did well this time. Christian walked in with a smile across his face just like Zubin's. His attention was drawn to the little unicorn immediately as well, and he said, "What a beautiful little guy." We did it? I guess we did what we wanted to do, but what was it that we did? Anfey twitched the corners of his mouth. We will talk about it later. How is Susanna now? Where is Rizka? Susanna has been meditating. I haven't seen Rizka yet. Anfey, do you think Rizka is in danger? Christian asked with his eyes opened wide like plates. He must have experienced some danger, otherwise Susanna would not have ended up so wounded. I think Rizka is fine though. Anfey thought a while before he spoke again. Okay, let's clean up here first. We will talk about it when we go back to the cave. Sure. Christian nodded. Anfey rubbed the little unicorn a bit before he forced himself to pull his fingers away. He stood up and walked outside the cave with such a determination. However, he felt sad when he turned around. He liked this little unicorn without any reason. If it was not because he liked this little guy, he might have already killed it mercilessly to get its blood according to the cruel way Anfey had acted in the past as an assassin, and because he knew the benefits of its blood. That little unicorn's crying changed from cheerful to anxious. It struggled to crawl out of the silk vanilla grass nest towards Anfey. His crying turned into screaming, and finally into desperation. It cannot be true. I heard unicorns only like girls, Zubin said in surprise, with his eyes wide open. It could be the effect of the tears of stars. Anfey, this little unicorn has already considered you as its family. Christian smiled. Did you say it was the effect of the tears of stars? Anfey asked. Anfey responded quickly to Christian's words. He realized the tears of stars had brought these changes upon him, otherwise the little unicorn would not consider him as a family and he would not feel bad leaving the little unicorn either. Yes, Christian answered. Anfey took a deep breath and glanced at Christian. In fact, he did not want this kind of change. He always had to be calm and cool in dangerous situations. Anfey did not want to blame Christian for it, because he knew the tears of stars must be very good for his body. Otherwise Christian would not be so stressed and worried. Christian wanted the best for him. However, he only saw the advantages of taking tears of stars without acknowledging the negative side effects of it. In other words, Christian thought the side effects of the tears of stars would be good anyway. The little unicorn had come up to Anfey's ankles and laid on his feet, as if crying. The crying sounded sad. If unicorns could cry, this would be what it was like. Anfey sighed again. He bent down and held the little unicorn in his arms. He thought to himself, you know what, I will just raise the little unicorn as a pet. I am just not sure how much he would eat, since unicorns are senior magic beasts. This little guy's mom was a top-level unicorn. He could be my helpful assistant when he grows up. Anfey had always paid attention to returns before he did anything. To convince himself to raise the little unicorn as a pet, he had to force himself to pay attention to the potential abilities the little unicorn would have in the future and the benefits and returns of raising the little guy. Let's go, Anfey told everyone. This little unicorn was not big, the same size as a puppy. Anfey weighed it in his arm and determined it was no more than 22 pounds. The unicorns felt comfortable once it was in Anfey's arms. He moaned as he rubbed Anfey's chest. He sounded like he was whining to Anfey to show how sad he felt before. Christian and Zubin followed Anfey out of the cave. Anfey stopped suddenly after a few steps and asked, Zubin, can you clean up the outside and bury the unicorn somewhere else? Clean up the bloody smell as well. I got it. Zubin nodded to him. Most times, changes in people happen unnoticeably. Anfey only wanted to raise the little unicorn as a pet, but he had already thought about and cared quite a lot about the little unicorn. He did not notice that he already thought about cleaning up the battlefield in order to avoid causing any sadness to the little guy. It was just starting to get dark when everyone gathered in the original cave with fire on. They all looked exultant. They not only won the battle, but also collected many good things. They had reasons to be happy, but there were two people with uneasy looks on their faces. One was Susanna, the other was Rizka. They both were glancing over at Anfey furtively. The little unicorn was sleeping by Anfey's feet. When it first came into the cave, it smelled over 10 different smells and acted anxious. Later, the unicorn felt that its master was in control and that anyone it did not like would keep a distance from it. Only with its permission, a few people with the smells it liked could touch it. The little unicorn gradually got used to the cave, but demanded that Anfey not leave it alone. Even if it got a few steps away from Anfey, the little unicorn would cry mournfully, which forced Anfey to get back to it. Rizka and Susanna had told Anfey what happened in detail. Rizka seemed okay, while Susanna looked weak and tired. Without a long rest, she would not recover. She had been forced to take attacks beyond her limits several times, which had damaged her physical and mental health. Susanna had wanted to rest or meditate, but she did not dare to leave, even when Anfey was quietly sitting there. Susanna was afraid of him. After a while, Anfey said slowly, Susanna, I am going to ask you one question. If you had been with Shelley, would you have left her to fight with that little manticore? Anfey's question about her mistakes hit the target. Susanna felt so ashamed, she struggled to shake her head. No, I would not have. Why not? Anfey asked. Because Shelley would not have been able to protect herself, Susanna answered. Rizka used up his magic and was not able to protect himself either, Anfey said. I did not notice it. It was all my fault, Susanna said with her teeth clenched together. Good, Anfey nodded. Susanna was startled and thought Anfey was being sarcastic, which meant he would not keep her and Shelley in his legion. Susanna felt helpless and desperate. She was injured, and her power had been lowered significantly. If they were kicked out of Anfey's legion, they would end up in a miserable situation. Susanna looked up at Anfey with a begging look, but Anfey had already turned his eyes elsewhere. In fact, Susanna had misread Anfey this time. Anfey was acting with decency. From Anfey's point of view, a person would be beyond help if he only blamed others and was not able to admit his own mistakes after committing them. He appreciated Susanna's courage to admit her mistakes in front of people. This courage was valuable. If he always blamed others, he would make the same mistakes when he experienced the same situation again. The other kind of person, like Susanna, would remember this experience forever. Anfey could tell from Susanna's look that this experience had taught her a lesson and influenced her greatly. Anfey believed in what he saw about Susanna. I would like to tell everyone one thing today. We should take care of each other. To a team, being united is always the priority. Your team members' safety is always more important than any mission. Do not forget about your team members anytime or anywhere. Do you understand? Anfey said slowly. Yes, we understand. Everyone nodded. All right. That was all I wanted to say. Feller, don't you have some wine? Can you take some out so we can celebrate? Everyone cheered. Feller smiled and walked to the back of the cave. Anfey's legion had recently formed, and Feller had been acting like an accountant and legion keeper in charge of all the receipts and expenses. If someone else did this kind of job, they might have found it tedious and boring, but Feller enjoyed doing it. He loved to handle anything related to money. Anfey knew how to bring out the best in his team members. The little unicorn was woken up by the cheers. He looked up and sniffed, discovered that Anfey was still by his side, and then immediately felt relieved. The little unicorn crawled a few steps and laid on Anfey's feet again. "How about us?" Susanna asked quietly. She had been worried since Anfey had not told her what he would do to them. "Give me your hand," Anfey said. This time Anfey misread Susanna's mind. Susanna was shocked for a second and held out her hand. Anfey laid 2 fingers on her wrist for a while. He smiled and said, "It is not too bad. If you want to drink with them, you can have a little bit." Susanna smiled bitterly. She did not mean to ask if she could drink. "Surely, do you want to drink?" Anfey asked with a smile. "Yes, no." Sholey stole a glance at Susanna. Anfey realized what was going on. He smiled at Susanna and said, "Everyone is happy today. Could you let Sholey drink a little bit? It will be fine. We will be watching over her." Even though Susanna was still nervous, she knew Anfey was not focusing on her mistakes anymore. She had a lot of mixed feelings, but said nothing to Anfey. She turned to Sholey and said quietly, "Go, but don't drink too much." "Yeah." Sholey cheered and rushed to the back. "Feller, I will help you." "Christian," Anfey called his name out loud. "What is going on?" Christian asked. He was talking excitedly with Sante when he heard Anfey calling him. He stood up and walked towards Anfey. "Do you have a moment? Can we talk outside?" "I have something to ask you," Anfey said with a smile. "Do you want to ask about Tears of Stars?" Christian responded quickly. "You are right." Anfey nodded. He had to ask and make sure he knew what benefits the Tears of Stars would bring him, so he would know what caused the changes in the way he thought and acted. "Did you get Tears of Stars? How did you receive gratitude from that unicorn?" Susanna eavesdropped on their conversation as she was about to leave. She yelled in surprise, "That's ridiculous." It was ridiculous indeed. If it were not for Anfey, that manticore might have taken the little lion to wander around, and the unicorn also would be taking care of the little unicorn in the cave. It was Anfey's idea that had ruined their lives, and even taken their lives. It was all because of Anfey. However, unexpectedly, Anfey received gratitude from the unicorn. If that unicorn's spirit were still alive, she might have died from rage. "Do you know about Tears of Stars as well?" Anfey asked. "Of course." Susanna heaved a long sigh. She felt things happened in a weird way in this world. A person who did not know the value of the Tears of Stars actually was the one to receive this priceless treasure, while she never even got a chance to see it. "What are Tears of Stars for?" Anfey asked hastily. "I do not know the details, but I know a master swordsman, Han, who luckily got the Tears of Stars. He has been called the most dreaded warrior of humankind by the magical world." Han's legion was surrounded by a group of people with magic in a battle. One mage released the magic. Around 2 million soldiers died in the spell. One grandmaster swordsman and 3 master swordsmen lost their lives in the battle, but Han was only slightly injured. He killed the mage who released the magic at the end and rushed off the battlefield to the human world. Do you know that he was considered the most glorious human warrior? Han did not have other ways to dodge the magic? Are you sure it was the effect of Tears of Stars? Anfey asked. Susanna smiled and did not respond to Anfey, although she wanted to. If she did not feel that she owed Anfey and had not felt bad about it, she probably would have told Anfey bluntly that he should stop displaying his ignorance. It is said that once your body and the Tears of Stars join together, you will have the protection of stars. Unless the stars in the sky disappear, no one can kill you, Christian said with a smile. Bulls *T. Anfey thought for a little while and shook his head. The magic and combat power were full of legends. Anfey kept trying to find the reasoning in the magic. If that guy Han had avoided the magic attack with the Tears of Stars, it only meant that Tears of Stars helped build the immunization of the magic, just like what a top-level magic beast could do. Anfey thought it was nonsense to believe he would not die if the stars did not disappear. It was a folktale that the lifespan of every star could be described as eternal to human beings. Does it mean I would have the same lifespan as stars after I ate the Tears of Stars? Anfey thought to himself. It was easy to prove the folktale told by Christian was wrong with a simple response. Where was the Grandmaster Swordsman called Han? If the Tears of Stars are so legendary, Han should still be alive. Anfey, you know a lot of people would envy you if the news leaked out that you had tears of stars, Christian said with a stern face. Maybe some of them would try to catch you and conduct research on you to figure out the secrets of tears of stars, Susanna said. Anfey was shocked for a second. He did not care what Christian told him, but what Susanna said made him nervous, because he could end up being someone's lab animal. Susanna realized how serious it had sounded after she blurted it out. Christian was momentarily shocked to hear her say it as well. How many people know about it? Anfey asked. Right now, Susanna and I both know. Robin and Sante might know about it, Christian said in low voice. He spoke louder, however, I saw they only paid attention to the blood of the unicorn. It seemed they neither saw your actions, nor heard my words. Nothing about tears of stars will be mentioned or talked about anymore. Anfey was in thought for a while and then smiled bitterly. Is the tears of stars that rare? The spirit crystal from the evil abyss was still sleeping in his body while tears of stars had been added to his body. One problem had not been solved, and another one had already appeared. Anfey got a headache. Anfey, think about it, unicorns are rare, since our professor was unable to catch one. How many people would have the opportunity to see them? How many of them would receive gratitude from them, especially from a top-level unicorn? Your luck could not be better, Christian sighed quietly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73, Thinking of Danger Even in a Time of Peace. Chapter 73, Thinking of Danger Even in a Time of Peace. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey slowly woke from his dreams in the morning. He had not slept well for the past few days, but his health had been good. His desire for sleep was not as strong as normal people, but he did feel tired. Last night's sleep was sound and high quality without any reason. He opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. The sky seemed clearer than before. Anfey could not have felt any better. Anfey felt someone was staring at him. He turned to the side and saw the little unicorn, which had not been able to open its eyes yesterday, already had opened its eyes and stared at him in curiosity. The light blue eyes were so cute that Anfey could not help patting its head and smile. The little unicorn enjoyed his patting with its eyes half closed. Anfey, you are awake. Did you have a good dream last night? Blavi smiled and sat next to Anfey. Me? Anfey asked. Yes, you were smiling in the dream. Miss Naya was woken up by your laugh and complained about you. Anfey tried to recall his dreams but nothing came to him. He said, I am so sorry if I disturbed your rest. You can wake me up next time when you see me dreaming. It was all right. You had been the most tired one for the past few days. We all knew it. Miss Naya wanted to wake you up, but others stopped her. Ha ha ha, Blavi said. Anfey felt warm inside. Anfey was a person who could not express himself in words and did not like to express himself, so he did not respond in any way to Blavi. He looked out from the cave and found it was already bright outside. He was thought for a while to clear his mind. Anfey said, Blavi, is everyone awake yet? Yes, they are meditating outside, Blavi answered. Can you ask everybody to come back? We have to hurry to finish something, Anfey said. Sure. Blavi nodded, stood up, and walked outside. Everyone returned to the cave after a while. Anfey looked around and found that Rizka was not there. He frowned and asked, Where is Rizka? They looked at each other with excitement. Anfey was surprised and wondered if anything good had happened that had made them so happy. He had given them reasons to laugh at him last night though. Smiles appeared on Anfey's face as well. It was a good thing to see the bond among team members getting stronger. The stronger the team was, the safer they would feel. If all of them were mages, it would not be difficult to kill a Zeter. They might even be able to overthrow the king in any country on Pan-continent. Anfey understood that anyone who had the power could change the rules in this world, and anyone who could change rules could hold the truth. No one could disobey. Okay, we should not disturb Rizka. How did Rizka learn how to meditate? Anfey asked out of curiosity. You should have asked Susanna this question. She knows best. Christian smiled. Anfey looked at Susanna. Susanna hesitated for a second and said slowly, Yesterday I was carrying Rizka as we ran with the manticore just behind us. I asked Rizka to meditate immediately to restore his magic power, and then, Is it that simple? Anfey shook his head with a smile. I have already mastered the trick. Feller, we are going to look for a senior magic beast today. I will use up my magic first, and you will carry me as you run away from the beast. Ha ha ha, tomorrow I will be a magister. Sante laughed. Sante, my magic power was far less than yours. I would not be able to carry you as we run. Why don't you let me try to meditate in danger? I will protect you if I could be magister later. Don't worry. I will protect you even if you were a mage your whole life. Blavi said. Damn it. You are a mage all your life, Sante said angrily. Okay. Stop playing. Danger could actually trigger your potential, but there have only been a few successful cases. You had better dedicate yourselves to your practice. Anfey thought a little bit and continued to ask, Christian, what are the benefits of the blood of a unicorn? Can you tell us in detail? Anfey understood that he should give rewards after the battle to better encourage everyone, so he needed to know about the benefits of the unicorn blood before he could distribute it to his legion. There are a lot of benefits. No matter for mages, swordsmen, or knights, it is priceless. However, it was more beneficial to mages. Anfey, let me put it this way. If Rizka carried the unicorn blood with him yesterday, Susanna and Rizka would not have been in danger. At least Rizka could have restored his magic power and escaped the danger with levitation magic. There will be changes to the body every time you take unicorn blood. For instance, both mental power and magic power could change. I can give you another example. If a muggle who had never practiced any magic before was fortunate enough to have unicorn blood, take it for a long time, and practiced magic for over 10 years, he could break through to become a magister even without talent, Christian said slowly. Does it have any other benefits? Anfey asked. This is all I know, but it was blood from a top-level unicorn, Anfey. I think it will give us even more benefits, Christian answered. Anyone else know other benefits? Anfey looked around. Everybody shook their heads. Susanna noticed Anfey was looking at her. She gave it some serious thought and shook her head. What I know is almost the same as Christian. Then, Christian, can you distribute the unicorn blood to everyone, but not too much? Keep the rest of it. You guys listen up. This should be used to save your lives. You should take it only in life-threatening situations. Do you understand? Yes, everyone answered loudly. Susanna, is the unicorn blood good for you as well? Anfey asked. Yes, Susanna nodded. Christian, give Susanna double amounts. Keep one for later and take the other one. Anfey thought Susanna needed it. No, I do not need it. I will take the same amount as everyone else. Susanna was shocked and turned it down immediately. This is an order, and everyone in this legion should follow my orders, Anfey said flatly. In fact, Anfey decided to give her the double amounts of unicorn blood because he thought it was the best for the team, not because he wanted to give her special treatment. Senior swordsmen were considered high level, not only in this legion, but also outside the legion. Susanna's ability to fight with full force at dangerous moments would decide the fate of the team. Susanna looked down. She did not expect Anfey to give her any special treatment. Instead, she thought he would blame her for the damage she did to the team because of her carelessness yesterday. Maybe this man was not as evil as she thought. Susanna remembered that particular night when the word evil came up in her mind. Her face turned red, and then she turned quickly to the side. She did not dare to look at Anfey. Christian, can you set up a passing magic array? Anfey turned to Christian and asked. Magic crystal, Christian said. I have said before that you do not have to worry about the magic crystal, Anfey interrupted. Another passing magic array was set up in the Manticore cave, about 20 miles away from here. If we run into any danger, we could move over there immediately. Christian was quiet for a while and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. No, it is too far. My mastery of magic was not good enough, plus my ability was only enough to set up the smallest passing magic array. It could only send one person at a time. It would not be that helpful if we were in danger. We could only have 1 or 2 people escape, at the most. So, never mind. Anfey shook his head. Sante and Sanchez, can you take a look at the Manticore cave to see if there is anything we can use? Be careful. If there is anything unusual, come back immediately. Yes. Sante nodded. Anfey was still a little worried. He thought a little bit and said. Blavi, were you on watch last night? How do you feel now? Do you need any rest now? No, I am okay. Anfey, do you need me to do anything? Blavi asked. Can you go with Sante and Sanchez? I am worried about them, Anfey said. No problem. Blavi smiled. One more thing. We need make our shelter better, Anfey said. We had to sleep as a crowd before. You know we have girls in our legion. It looks inappropriate. I do not want us to look like just animals. Yes, sure. Naya nodded to agree. She was the one who really wished to change their living situation. She was used to comfortable living and suddenly she was on the run, which made her depressed. Anfey and his legion were clean enough that there was no one with untidy hair, no odor in the cave, but she could not sleep well every night. Christian, can you separate the cave with your construction magic? Anfey asked. No. Magic is against the natural rules. It can temporarily control elements, but not permanently. The elements will disappear at some point. It seems that we have to build a wall with our bare hands, Anfey said, smiling. Anfey, why are you separating the cave? Why don't we build a house outside the cave? Naya asked loudly. A house in the field would be an obvious target. What would happen if enemies saw it? Anfey said, shaking his head. I know a good place. Shully and I used to live there. It was surrounded with very tall ancient trees and thick brush. If we build a house in the brush and cover it with some ivy, no one could find it, even people passing by, Susanna said with a smile. Sounds good. Anfey, let's build a house over there, okay? Naya was so happy. It seemed that she and the unicorns were inclined toward the light. They hated the dark and gloomy cave. Anfey was quiet for a while before he said with a smile, okay? In fact, they were in some danger if they stayed there. He could not keep everyone in this cave for safety. They would be easily noticed if enemies flew by in the sky when Anfey's legion went out to move around as a group. This was all Anfey could do. It was their fate if they would be noticed by accident. Yeah. Naya jumped up happily. Blavi, 3 of you can go to the Manticore's cave now. Come back as soon as possible. The rest of you get some rest, and we will build our house later, Anfey said. The little unicorn seemed to sense the happiness in the air. He looked up and bit Anfey's fingers with something that sounded like talking. This little guy is hungry. Anfey smiled. He felt the little unicorn was constantly sucking his finger. Feller, can you give me a piece of bread? Feller tossed Anfey a piece of bread. Anfey took the bread and patted it around the unicorn's mouth. The little unicorn turned to the side to smell it and then continued to suck Anfey's finger. You are picky about food, little buddy. Feller, can you give me a sausage? Anfey, unicorns are not carnivores. Naya yelled. She was jealous of Anfey because the little unicorn was only close to Anfey. She fell in love with the little unicorn at first sight. Unfortunately, the little guy did not pay any attention to her at all. The little unicorn could not have its eyes open, and of course it would not be able to look at her and pay attention to her either. How do we know unicorns are not carnivores if they were never fed with any meat? Anfey took the sausage from Feller. He teased the unicorn with the sausage. Of course, the little unicorn did not care about the sausage. This little guy. Feller, can you give me a piece of steak? Anfey said helplessly. Anfey, are you a fool? It is still a baby. It needs milk. Right. This little unicorn needs milk, Susanna agreed with Naya and nodded. Like Naya, Susanna liked the little unicorn, but this little guy had only been close to Anfey. Anyone who wanted to be close to the little unicorn had to be close to Anfey, so Susanna could only watch from a distance. Bulls carat T. Anfey's lips curled down. Naya got mad and yelled at Anfey with her hands resting on her hips. What do you mean I am bullsh carat ting? Anfey, you need to give me an explanation. Do you have milk? Anfey asked. Anfey's question made Naya's anger subside right away. Naya wasn't sure whether he was speaking of cow milk or breast milk. Naya had to think in context, or think on the bright side that Anfey meant to ask about the milk to feed the little unicorn. She shook her head anxiously. Do you have milk? Anfey laid his eyes on Susanna. Susanna stepped back and curled up next to Naya with a red face. If neither of you have milk, why do you think I would have milk? Anfey took the steak and touched it to the nose of the little unicorn. Little guy, I am telling you this is the last try. If you do not want it, you will not have any food. Everyone was containing their laughter, but no one dared to laugh out loud. Naya did not dare to show her temper to Anfey when she was mad. However, to the others, it was a different story. It seemed that unicorns did not care about meat. The little unicorn just held the steak on its nose and made some sounds in protest. How about we pick some fruit and crush them into juice to see if he would like it, Susanna said quietly. She found that Anfey had the ability to make anything he said sound reasonable and just. She felt helpless in the face of it. Alright, you and Naya will be in charge of picking fruit. You guys could not help build the house anyway. Anfey rushed to take some responsibilities off his shoulders. He tried to pull his finger out from the little unicorn's mouth. It gripped his finger tightly even though it did not have any teeth yet. It bit on Anfey's finger and would not let go, with the result that the little unicorn was hanging in the air. Anfey did not know what to do with this little guy. He could try to hit him, but the baby unicorn was simply hungry and had done nothing wrong. If he tried to scold him, others would laugh at him for losing his patience. Great leaders throughout history do not scold others for no particular reason. He could not reason with it, because the little unicorn was not able to understand. Can you guys go and pick some fruit now? Anfey lifted his head and asked for a facer. Sure, Naya agreed quickly, nodding. She seemed to be even more enthusiastic about the little unicorn than Anfey. On the other side of the cave, Christian was passing out the unicorn blood. Anfey was afraid Christian would distribute too much unicorn blood, so he reminded him about it beforehand. In fact, Christian was very careful with the amount of blood he gave away. He gave everyone only 3 drops and kept most of it. Everyone seemed fine with this, because they trusted Anfey, just as they trusted their team members. The unicorn blood would be theirs, and it did not matter where it was now because it would disappear for no reason. Blavi led Sante and Sanchez to explore the Manticore cave. Naya and Susanna went to pick fruit. Feller stayed to take care of Rizka, who had been meditating. Anfey led Shelley and the rest of the group to the cave where the 2 sisters used to live. In terms of magic skills, Anfey was the second worst among the mages. This second to last position was earned by battling with Shelley. Anfey beat Shelley with fireballs. In other areas, Anfey was so much better than these mages. At least Anfey knew that no matter whether they were going to build a wood or brick house, they would have to start with the foundation. Anfey walked around with the little unicorn in his arms. Susanna was right that this area was hidden very well from the outside. Even though it was not surrounded by mountains in the front and back, the trees were tall and thick. The area they chose to build the house was especially surrounded by 7 or 8 huge ancient trees, one of which was so thick that it took 4 people to hold their hands together to hug the tree. These ancient trees were evergreen trees. Only tree branches could be seen from the top or sides. Even if they built a tall house, it would be covered by the ancient trees. Anfey remembered that regular bushes did not grow well under the trees, since the trees would block the sunlight the bushes needed, but in the magic world his common sense had been turned around quite often. The bushes here not only grew everywhere but also very thick, showing their energetic life spirit. Grasses under the bushes grew as high as their knees. The air smelled fresh, which permitted people to feel refreshed as well. Let's build it right here. Anfey nodded. Shelley, come over for a second. Yeah? What happened, brother Anfey? Shelley answered quickly, but did not move any closer. Shelley, come over, Anfey asked again. Why? Shelley saw Anfey looking over and felt a little nervous. She quietly moved her body to better block something from Anfey. What is behind you? Anfey was a good observer. He noticed that Shelley pretended to act casual, which raised a flag for Anfey. Anfey saw a little dirt pyramid behind Shelley. Nothing, there is nothing. Shelley blushed and waved her hands nervously. Anfey realized something and smiled after seeing Shelley's red face. Even if a person was an archmagi or master swordsman, the need to eat, drink, urinate, and defecate had to be met. That dirt pyramid must be the sisters' temporary bathroom. Christian, let's build the house here. Everyone else needs go and collect wood. It's better to collect just 1 tree from one area. Don't cut down too many trees, which would appear suspicious, Anfey said. We got it. What will we do then? Christian asked. Then build the house, Anfey answered. We have never built a house before, Christian said, smiling awkwardly. I have never built one either, so you guys can build it the way you want to. Make sure it's sturdy. But you need to give us some instructions, Christian complained. Instructions? Anfey shook his head. Neither of them had ever been a carpenter, nor did they have any tools for building the house. What could Anfey do? They had to build it with their instincts. The ancestors of human beings could survive and generate offspring under similar conditions. So could they. Moreover, practice makes perfect. If they failed once, they could try it again. They would improve later. I will make marks and you guys can just follow the marks to build the house. Anfey walked to an area and tapped it with his foot. For example, you can put a post here. You can hammer the post into the dirt. Wait, Anfey, what do we hammer with? Anfey looked around and found a rock about up to his chest lying not far from him. Do you see that rock? Two of you can hold the post still and the rest of you need to control the element in the air to lift the rock and smash it onto the post. Oh, my God, Anfey, are you kidding me? It will take so much of our magic power, Christian said, his eyes wide. Anfey had a wide grin. That smile looked wry in some way. Compared with their escape, they were comparatively safe now. What should they do when they felt safe? They should prepare for danger in advance, even in a time of peace. What could they do to deal with any potential danger? The simplest, most direct and effective way was to improve the Legion's power and skills. Anfey could not give any suggestions with regards to magic. He could only think from another perspective. The mages were physically weak, so they would be very vulnerable once they lost their magic power. Anfey understood that it was not good to rely on just one thing. Therefore, he planned to make them do some physical work to build their bodies stronger. Think about it, when mages cut down a big tree with their magic power, they would have to clean up the branches with their magic power, then carry the tree back and, finally, build the house. They would work a lot every day. Of course, they could take some rest when they were too tired. There was no due date for this project. It would be fine if it took them half a month or even 1 month to build the house. If they had a supervisor, it had to be Naya, since she wanted to move in so badly. They would be stronger when they finished building the house. They would be able to do regular fitness training after it was done. If Anfey had asked them to do fitness training now, they would not benefit from it much. If Feller, for example, was asked to run 1,000 meters, he would be exhausted to death. Working over their limits would not benefit him at all. If you use up your magic power, you guys can do meditation. Take this task as a practice. Okay, starting tomorrow, everyone will practice magic power in the morning, build the house in the afternoon, and rest after the dusk, Anfey said with a smile on his face. Christian walked to the rock and tried to move the rock by controlling the elements in the air. The rock almost weighed 1,000 pounds, so Christian could not move it by controlling the elements in the air. How can this work? Christian smiled bitterly. Try a few more times. You'll catch on. If this rock is too heavy, you can find smaller ones first, but be careful with it. Don't have any accident, Anfey said with a smile. Anfey, Naya's voice rose from the bottom of the hill. From the area where the sound came from, Anfey saw Naya running excitedly with a cup full of white glue-like stuff in her hand. Take a look, we got the fruit pulp. Naya raised the cup high to show off. You guys finally came back, Anfey sighed softly. His fingers were hurt from the little unicorn sucking. It had already been sucking all 10 fingers for 1 round. He could not imagine what might have happened to his fingers if they had come back a day later. His fingers might lose their skin. Come, little one. Naya held the cup out. The little unicorn seemed to smell something and let Anfey's finger go a little. Its little head turned to Naya and tested the fruit pulp by sticking its tongue in the cup. The little unicorn suddenly looked so happy. The little unicorn rolled its tongue 2 or 3 times in the fruit pulp. It quickly emptied the cup. It was obvious the little guy was starving. That's it? Anfey asked in a disappointing tone. He just had a feeling of relief because he did not want to walk around with this little guy anymore. I'll have some. Susanna smiled and took the cup. She took out an indistinguishable fruit and gripped it lightly. The fruit was crushed into white pulp, flowing down through her fingers. This was the power of a senior swordswoman, a walking blender. Naya caught the pulp with the cup and held it next to the little unicorn's mouth. The little unicorn finished it in a few gulps again. The little unicorn finally made a satisfying sound after eating 7 or 8 of those fruits. It licked Naya's hands and moved closer to her. Naya was so happy about it, she jumped around. Most girls like cute animals. No matter how smart she was and what kind of personality she had, she was still a girl. What do we do later on? Susanna asked, frowning. What about later? Anfey asked, momentarily shocked. When Shelly and I used to live here, we searched everywhere. There were not many trees with fruit. Some of them are not edible, so it would not take long for this little guy to eat up all the fruit, but... How much fruit do we have now? Anfey asked. Not much. Those were saved by Shelly and me for later, when we are starving, Susanna answered. It's all right. We will talk about it when the time comes. Anfey paused for a second and suddenly remembered something. Right, unicorns do not eat honey, do they? I am not sure about it, Susanna answered. I found a huge beehive yesterday. Today it's too late, but I can go and get it tomorrow. If this little guy does not eat honey, we can have it. It will add 1 more dish to our meal anyway. Anfey smiled. Sounds good. Anfey, I will go with you tomorrow. Hearing honey was edible, Naya looked even more excited than the little unicorn when it was eating the fruit pulp. It was getting hard for Naya just to eat bread and sausages. The little unicorn suddenly struggled in Anfey's arms. Anfey could not wait for this moment to happen, so he quickly put the little unicorn on the ground. The little unicorn slowly struggled to stand up. Wow, it can stand up now. It can stand up. Naya screamed in surprise. The little guy did not give Naya any chance to show off. After she screamed, the little guy's front legs buckled and its head hit the ground. Was it hurt? Naya reached out her hand to touch the little unicorn. Anfey pulled Naya away and smiled. This is a unicorn. It would not get hurt easily. Anfey even gave that little guy's but a little kick. You? Naya was not happy with Anfey's action. Anfey pretended he did not hear her and gave it another kick on the butt. If it was not an insignificant issue or something involving providing directions to the team, Anfey did not want to confront Naya with it. Stop kicking. Naya was so concerned that she grabbed Anfey's foot to stop him. The little unicorn started to stand up, trembling like a very sick person. It could not stop wobbling. The little guy was surprised after he first tried standing up. It did not dare to move, its feet were frozen to the ground. Look, my way is better. Anfey smiled. You are so bad. Naya complained. If men are not bad. Anfey suddenly stopped right there. If he had finished his saying, it would have sounded like he was flirting with Naya. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74, Reach Out for a Yard After an Inch. Chapter 74, Reach Out for a Yard After an Inch. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Naya sat at the pond with a concerned look. She looked so upset. Susanna found the water in the pond had already been polluted, which meant that they could not take a bath in the pond anymore. Susanna tested the water in the pond with the horn they cut off the unicorn. It could purify the water poured into the horn, but could not purify the whole pond water. Purifying the water in the horn to shower was far from enough. The unicorn horn was dead, so its power was not comparable to when the unicorn was still alive. Naya tried to stop Anfey from dipping the little guy's mini unicorn into the pond, but Anfey ignored the complaining from her and the little guy and did it anyway. He waited for a while, but the water quality did not change at all. The little guy whined and looked up at Anfey with his blue eyes filled with tears. It wished that Anfey could make up for his rudeness. Unfortunately, Anfey's mind had flown somewhere else. Anfey did not care whether the water in the pond was poisonous. With a group of mages present, drinking water was not a problem, since there were plenty of water elements in the air, and even more water elements in the forest. Anfey never worried about that. Susanna, can you come with me for a second? Anfey stood up. Huh? Susanna was momentarily shocked. She hesitated a little bit before she followed Anfey, about 40 feet behind. The little guy saw Anfey leaving and jumped to follow Anfey. It already had forgotten about its complaints. Senior magic beasts were rated as senior level for a reason. It only took the little unicorn 2 hours at the most to learn to run after it just learned how to walk. The problem with the little unicorn was its vision. He had tripped at the place where he should not, and then he would slide for a little bit before he fell heavily on the ground. Susanna felt unreasonably nervous when she saw Anfey walking straight ahead to the forest. In fact, from any outsider's perspective, her nervousness was unnecessary. If Anfey and Susanna wanted to have a fair fight, there was no way Anfey could beat Susanna. There was no reason for Susanna to be nervous. Anfey, let's talk here. Susanna suddenly stopped. Her frequent eye movements showed she was thinking. She pinched the bark here and there on a tree. That poor tree seemed to suffer an unexpected natural disaster when a large piece of bark fell off in a very short period of time. Huh? Sure. Anfey nodded and looked at Susanna with a weird look. What is the matter? Susanna asked. Susanna, do you feel someone has been watching us? Anfey asked. No, why? Do you think someone has been watching us? Susanna looked up in surprise. I was only guessing. I hope I was just thinking too much, but... Anfey paused for a second. Susanna, can you walk around a little more when you have time? Maybe you can find something. I got it. That night. Susanna blushed before she even finished her sentence. She remembered what Anfey had told her after he caught her, but she could not say out loud that she had understood what he meant that night. Susanna felt so ashamed and wished there was a hole in the ground where she could hide from Anfey. A wave of magic surges appeared in the air. The little unicorn felt it before Anfey and Susanna. The little guy suddenly turned its head to the side and barked in a low pitch. The mini horn on its head pointed to the sky. Anfey looked quickly at Susanna and walked slowly out of the forest. Susanna followed Anfey about 40 feet behind. Christian and the other two landed. Christian did not look too bad, but Blavi looked awkward, with mud and rotten leaves on him. Luckily there was no blood on him. What happened? Anfey asked worriedly. S**T. That manticore cave was occupied by a group of wyverns. We almost got caught, Blavi blurted out with fury. Wyverns? Anfey asked. Now I understand why I saw a pair of wyverns outside the manticore's cave. I could not figure out the reason back then, but I see it now. They were trying to take that territory, Susanna said, showing in her eyes the enlightenment which had come to her. Didn't you say there have rarely been any conflicts among senior magic beasts? Anfey asked. Anfey, have you ever seen a wyvern? Blavi asked. Rizka mentioned them to me, Anfey said. Their bodies are shaped like ducks with smaller heads. They eat a lot, and eating takes half of their day, so they like to prey on big magic beasts. They eat so much that an adult three-eyed magic cow could only be enough for 2 or 3 days of meals. They are like nomadic people, changing their caves for survival, since they have to change to a different cave when they eat up all the big magic beasts around it, Susanna said. Magic Beast Forest will never lack magic beasts, right? Anfey asked. Anfey, you do not know the way wyverns prey. They are called the ambusher in the forest. They know their speed is not fast and flying style does not look sharp, so they rely on waiting for or slowly approaching their prey to catch them. When a group of wyverns go out to hunt, it would take almost the same amount of time to catch a magic rabbit as a three-eyed magic cow. A magic rabbit is far from enough for a group of wyverns to divide, while a three-eyed cow would be good enough for few days' food. Do you think they would care about little magic beasts? Susanna said. Susanna, you seem to know a lot about the Magic Beast Forest. I am just curious why you did not prepare for it before you came to the Magic Beast Forest. Susanna bit her lips and said quietly, that was an accident. I do not know much about the Magic Beast Forest either. There are so many secrets that no human beings could understand. If so, let's not worry about it. We need to build the house here first. Anfey felt a little helpless. He never thought his territory would be taken by magic beasts. His legion just had a fight and should not continue fighting so soon. In addition, Susanna as the main force had not recovered yet. They needed to swallow their pride a little bit. No, Susanna and Christian said at the same time. Huh, why not? Anfey was quite surprised. Anfey, wyverns are ambushers. If any of us fell into their trap, they would be in trouble, except for Susanna. The range of the wyvern's prey is quite wide. They have already posed big threats to us. Christian looked worried. Right, Anfey. Christian is right. If they were unicorns, we would not have to bother with them. Unicorns would not hurt us as long as we do not offend them. However, the issue with senior magic beasts like manticores and wyverns needs to be addressed immediately, Susanna said after Christian. Anfey looked down and thought. Wyverns were senior magic beasts, so their power should be about equal to unicorns and manticores. They also lived in groups, which made it even harder to kill them. Most importantly, Susanna had not fully recovered. Susanna told Anfey before that if she gathered all her combat power, she could battle with a manticore for a while. However, her combat power would decrease over time. Once it was beyond her limit, running away would become a luxury. Susanna had allowed herself to be pushed to the corner by Manticore because she wanted to protect Rizka. She was a strong fighter. Anfey needed to make a good use of her. In any case, it was not Anfey's style not to make good use of Susanna. After giving it some thought, Anfey believed that Susanna had to be part of the team, no matter whether they ambushed or confronted wyverns directly. We'd better wait a few more days. Ask everyone to be alert. If they absolutely need to go out, they need to go in pairs to take care of each other. Anfey shook his head at the end. Okay. We will talk about it later. Blavi, you guys go and get some rest first. Christian, how is the house building over there? Christian did not give any other suggestions after he saw Anfey switching topics. It's all right, but everyone is exhausted. Susanna sighed. There was a big difference between Anfey and her when it came to taking pressure. Once seeing the potential dangers, Susanna had always wanted to get rid of the dangers immediately. Therefore, Anfey's decision had made Susanna feel down. It's getting dark outside. Anfey looked up at the sky. Christian, let everyone go back to get some rest. They can work on the house tomorrow. Okay. I am letting them know now. Christian nodded. After Anfey and the others went back to the cave, it did not take long for other construction workers to come back one after another. Anfey did not get a chance to check on the progress of house building, but he could tell how hard this project was from the way these construction workers looked. Some of them simply laid on the mattress made from grass and fell asleep immediately. Maybe everyone had high moral standards in the Legion, or some sort of collectivism was developing in the team. No one slacked off. Everyone tried very hard without any complaints. When Feller announced it was dinner time, construction workers sprang up with energy and surrounded Feller. They gobbled the food down and fell back to sleep again. Was the day that bad for them? Not really, they felt lucky to be able to eat well and sleep well in life. No one on the team heard the sigh outside the cave. There was a tree at the edge of a prairie opposite the cave. Ernest heaved a long sigh in the tree. He gripped his right hand into a fist. A cloud of powder blew with the wind into the dark when he opened his palm. Ernest was very frustrated. It was not hard to understand his frustration, since he had been stressed, looking everywhere to locate an unknown wildflower. Ernest had already developed a severe wildflower syndrome. Every time after he found the marks Anfey left him, Ernest could not resist holding the flowers in his palm, grinding them into powder. The powder particles were so fine that they could fly into the air. After searching for Anfey for a couple of months, Ernest might already have felt dizzy and nauseous every time he saw those wildflowers. Luckily, he finally had tracked Anfey down today. Ernest had planned to meet Anfey secretly, but he changed his mind when he found an adult-size unicorn body with his strong sensibility. He could not figure out how Anfey and his legion killed a unicorn, since he could not have done it. Ernest was shocked by it, so he changed his mind about seeing Anfey. He wanted to follow Anfey for a couple of days to see what else he could do. It would be fine as long as he could help when Anfey was in danger. Anfey would grow more mature after handling dangerous situations. This was also the way Ernest taught his students back then. At the same time, in the sacred city far away from Anfey, the king of Manhwa Empire, Yolanthi, who had passed away, was sitting properly in a secret chamber with a serious face. He looked like he was going to kill someone. He squinted and looked like he was in thought. Below Yolanthi, a cloud of light gray shadow stood there quietly. That shadow looked clear sometimes, and blurry at others. Are you saying Philip turned down your request? Is that it? Yolanthi asked. Yes, your majesty, the shadow answered. Did you tell him anything about me? Yolanthi asked. No, your majesty. Philip has been very stubborn and did not know what were the appropriate things to do. If he knew about it, he might have leaked the secrets in conversation, and then Elizan Empire would be alerted to it, the shadow answered. You are right. Yolanthi was in thought for a while and said, let Wester be in charge of some of the Hurricane Legion. If spies from Elizan Empire learn about the Hurricane Legion but do not see any action from it, it would raise the red flag for them. I understand, your majesty. But what kind of people should be given to the prince, the shadow asked. You don't have to ask my opinion about these little issues, you can handle them yourself. Can you get in touch with Philip soon and ask him to come back to the sacred city? Tell him the country needs him, Yolanthi said, smiling. Your majesty, please allow me to be honest with you. Philip is very emotional right now. He is not going to listen to me, the shadow said. Try to talk to him as an old friend. I hope he will not become an obstacle for the country. He contributed so much for this county. If it had to happen this way, maybe I need take some extreme methods. Yolanthi shook his head. I have waited for this opportunity too long. I will do anything to destroy Dark Moon Magic Legion in Elizan Empire to get rid of the biggest threat to Manhwa Empire. I will do anything. I will not allow anyone to ruin my plan. Your majesty, you know Philip's temper. I think we need to find Naya in the forest Clarm and take her back. The rest of them we can leave to Philip to handle. Only this way can we calm him, the shadow said. Do you know what the most important quality for a king is? Yolanthi smiled and said, it's justice. Naya is still young, naughty and stubborn. Naya would give them a lesson if she saw anyone in other royal families doing anything bad. However, she never bothered with Zeta, never. She did not want to put Saul in any awkward situations, but she was not afraid of Zeta. Zeta was just a bastard. He was not even comparable to a little girl. Where was he killed? It was in Saul's house. He went to Saul's house with some bodyguards to arrest people. Didn't he know the consequences of doing that? If he knew and continued to do it, then he was looking to be killed. If he did not know and had been manipulated by someone, then he deserved it anyway. No matter the reason, I have no sympathy for him. But? The shadow said. There is no but. The Phillips started it and they need to know to take responsibility for that. If Naya went to Philip's house, beat up Zeta and killed him in his own house, I would not be on Saul's side either, Yolanthe said. Your Majesty, I know you are right. But if Philip could not release his anger, he would not come back to the sacred city, the shadow said. If talking could not do the job, why don't you try the sword and blood? If they put their family before the country, then I do not think there is any reason for their existence. Yolanthe waved his hand and said, You can leave now. Ask Meyerich to see me now. Your Majesty. The grey shadow trembled a little bit. He had followed Yolanthe for over 20 years. He knew better than anyone else how cruel Yolanthe could be if he made up his mind to kill someone. I will give Philip a last try and let him to choose his own path. Yolanthe let out a slight sigh. If there were any other options, he did not want Philip to die. Philip had made such a scene recently that he seemed ready to start a fight. This was unbearable to Yolanthe. To plan everything, Yolanthe had managed everything to its maximum. However, Philip had ordered his students to leave their positions to search for Anfey, while many of Philip's students were in high positions in the military. What Philip did was going to affect his military chain of command. What was worse was that a student of Saul's, Entos, who was in training at mercenary, returned immediately to help Saul after he received a letter from Saul. He was ambushed on the way by a group people. Entos had severe wounds all over his body. Luckily, Entos was a senior magister and able to release Time Ship Scroll at the last moment to escape. No one had claimed responsibility for it, but everyone knew who did it. In other words, who gave them the order to do it. This made Yolanthe even madder. Entos came back to the country to help. His power was far less than Saul's, but he was still a senior magister and a good helper. What Philip did was nothing different than dog eat dog. To a king, an obedient dog was better than a furious flying dragon. Saul was a representative of the magic power for the Meho Empire, and Philip was a leader of the swordsmen of the Meho Empire. They had different personalities and ways to do things. Maybe because there were not many children in Philip's family, they had a very strong concept of family. Philip had total control of his students. His students had to go back to the sacred city to get together with the Philips on holidays and birthdays. Saul was not like Philip. Besides providing instructions in magic skills, he was barely up on students' personal lives. Saul respected his students' own interests and choices. This was the main reason that Yolanthe got closer to Saul and kept a distance from Philip. Yolanthe did not want to see anyone act against his authority, but what Philip did was making the relationship between Yolanthe and him even more tense. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cling, cling, the clear cling sound made by two pieces of metal arose above the prairie. Two people were fighting. Anfey was sweating profusely already. He tried to block Susanna's sword as he stepped back. Anfey had asked Ernest to use combat power when they were practicing sword skills. He realized how wise that decision was after he had had sword fights with Susanna over the past few days. The skills Susanna used were quite simple, either slay or thrust. Anfey's used more complex skills like point, dodge, thrust, hold, move with sword trembling, slay, and press on. However, Anfey was at an obvious disadvantage in the fight. Within half an hour, Anfey was forced back from one end of the prairie to the other. Susanna thrust at his chest without any skill. Anfey thought he only needed to point his sword at Susanna's sword 3 to 5 inches away from the tip to change the direction of Susanna's sword and then make more offensive moves. He tried many times, but the results told him that he could not change the direction of her sword. Susanna was fast and forceful when she used combat power. To Anfey, it felt like Susanna's sword was frozen in the air, very hard to move. Anfey might be able to block her thrust, but he had given up blocking her slay. His arm, wrist, and fingers were cramped. It was so painful that Anfey did not want to even try it. In fact, Anfey had been prepared to lose the fight. That night when they fought for the first time in the water, Susanna's punch did not get him, but the water waves created by her punch pulled some of his hairs off. He knew how good Susanna was. The last few days' practice with Susanna only told Anfey that actually he was not ready for it. It was fortunate that Susanna's speed was not super fast even though her attacks were fierce, otherwise Anfey would make himself look so bad. Finally, Anfey raised up his hands to signal the end of morning training. Susanna put her sword back into its sheath casually. She turned around and walked back to the cave. Anfey threw his sword on the ground and breathed heavily. Susanna, did I make any progress today? Anfey asked. Susanna turned around, looking at Anfey for a second, and then shrugged. She answered Anfey without saying anything. Anfey smiled bitterly. He knew who he was and what he could do. When he was trying to kill the old guy in the Rose Home Hotel, the old man was already hurt, but he was still able to hit the heavy candlestick out of his hand. Anfey knew he might be able to handle swordsmen, but he had to be extremely careful with master swordsmen. "What are you so proud of? Don't you remember you have lost to me?" Anfey murmured. He cared more how to improve his ability fast than to make himself look good. However, Susanna's attitude of not wanting to talk to him still made him a little mad. "You have lost to me hundreds of times over the past few days." Susanna did talk to Anfey this time, but Anfey wished she had not said anything. Anfey was speechless. Anfey had no other way to improve his sword skills than finding himself an opponent, since it would take too long to make any improvement if he practiced sword fighting by himself. Besides Susanna, who else could he practice with? No one would recommend Shelley, would they? Susanna suddenly stopped walking when she heard an unpleasant screaming. It only took her a few strides to get back to Anfey. She looked up to the sky, where a swan-like animal flew by. That animal seemed to have a longer neck and bigger body than a real swan. There was a saying that nice people tend to be bullied more and a tame horse tends to be ridden more often. The saying seems like it might have been an exaggeration in this situation, but giving it a little bit of thought, it was not entirely wrong. Anfey had never tried to bother wyverns. Wyverns came to this prairie, but found the people living on it were hard to catch, so they had been just watching over them for a while and flown to other areas. As time passed, they seemed to be more comfortable approaching Anfey's legion. At the very beginning, several of the wyverns in a group were just flying by to check on them. Now even a wyvern was able to stop by and check on them. It was annoying. "Anfey, we have to think about how to deal with these wyverns. Do we have to wait until something happens to us?" Susanna said with a grave face. "We do need take action," Anfey nodded. There was another saying that restraint in moments of confrontation calms down the torment. Conceding a single step may take you to a higher plane. It made sense at some point, but it did not consider the point of view of the bullies. If the bullies saw that you would easily compromise and concede, they would take advantage of it, and bully even more. These wyverns were good examples of the bullies. They started watching the prairie from outside and realized Anfey and his legion did not care about them, then they started to constantly fly over it. Naya and Shelley did not have any combat power. If they did not protect those two well, they might have become victims of the wyverns. The wyvern did not bother Susanna. It just flapped its wings and flew towards the cave. Christian was on watch, so he immediately released the levitation magic to chase after the wyvern. Zubin and Sanchez ran from the cave and hastened to the side of Christian to protect him. That wyvern suddenly changed direction and flew out of the prairie, leaving a series of coarse howling. It sounded like the wyvern was making fun of them. "Let's go," Anfey said quietly. "Okay." Susanna nodded. Anfey and Susanna ran to the cave. Susanna followed Anfey closely. Anfey knew Susanna would remember the lesson from their last experience. When Susanna heard the howling of the wyvern, she ran back to Anfey first. She put Anfey's safety first instead of her mission to locate wyvern. Some people do not learn from their mistakes, but others learn from any mistake. Susanna undoubtedly belonged to the latter group. "Anfey, let's take these wyverns down." "I cannot stand them anymore," Sanchez said angrily as he walked toward Anfey. "Right. There were a pair of wyverns hovering above us when we were collecting wood. They were just watching us from a distance. They just followed us as we carried the wood back. We were worried the whole way back." Zubin smiled bitterly. "Susanna, how is your recovery coming along?" Anfey asked. "Wyverns are far less powerful than manticores. I think I can handle them," Susanna said. "Okay, we need to make a plan this morning." Anfey was in thought for a while and then asked, "Christian, do we have any good material for fighting wyverns? We'd better not waste them. Besides magic crystals and fangs, other parts of their bodies are worthless." When the upper-class royals are being sarcastic, they usually say you are rotten like a wyvern. Wyverns are the worst among the senior magic beasts, not only because wyverns' powers are the lowest, but also because their body parts are least useful to humans. So, Anfey became thoughtful. Anfey had seen what benefits unicorns and manticores could bring him. It was well known how valuable unicorn blood and the legendary Tears of Stars could be. Besides unicorn blood and Tears of Stars, its horn could detoxify, and taking ground unicorn horn powder could save your life. Unicorns and manticore's fur could be made into top magic leather mail by alchemists. Manticore's teeth could be made into arrowheads that could pierce through knights' heavy armor. If fire element were added to the arrowhead, it would explode into a big fireball when it hit the target. Its power could be a lot stronger than regular fireballs released by mages. Manticore's claws and both manticore's and unicorn's bones were good as well. All of them were just raw materials and needed to be made into all kinds of magic tools by good alchemists. Generally speaking, all types of senior magic beasts, except for wyverns, were valuable. Anfey's favorite was the manticore's stinger. The stinger was a little too thick to hold in his hands. Anfey hoped to turn it into a short-shafted spear if he could find a good alchemist. Christian said the magic effects of the stinger would partially remain, just like the unicorn horn. The unicorn horn partially kept the ability of purification, and the manticore's sting could partially keep the paralyzing effects. Wyverns did not come by again, did they? Naya walked out of the cave as she rubbed her eyes. For her safety, she had not been able to go anywhere for the past few days, which she was not so happy about. I've recovered, Anfey. Susanna realized that Anfey could not make a decision yet because he was worried that her combat power had not recovered to its normal level. She had to firmly restate that she had recovered. Okay. Ask everyone to come here, Anfey nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, Greed Provokes Evil. Chapter 75, Greed Provokes Evil. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The atmosphere in the cave became tense after the crew acknowledged that Anfey had decided to battle against the wyvern. Filled with excitement, they eagerly offered their advice and suggestions. Some advocated direct attack in spread-out formation, some advocated sending a squad to harass, attract, and split the wyvern's power so that the main force could take the chance to take down parts of its body, some advocated setting plenty of traps, and then leading the wyvern into a trap to beat the crap out of it. However, the final decision was Anfey's. Using traps was indeed a solution, but to entirely follow Arago's idea could be irrational. Digging traps in the forest was not very easy, since they only had a limited number of helpers. How many total traps were they able to dig? What if the wyvern was not dashing along the ground? The traps would become useless decorations unless there was some bait that could automatically lead the wyvern down to it. Zubin, in addition to the magic crystal and the fawn, the rest of the parts are not one iota useful, said Anfey in a low voice, hoping to finally confirm that. After all, the wyvern was a high-level magic beast. Anfey was reconciled to the fact that they might take risks that did not match the gain. No, in the same family of magic beasts, the value of a wyvern cannot even be compared to a seven-winged magic fly, laughed Zubin. Seven-winged magic fly? A seven-winged magic fly is a middle-level magic beast. It is approximately as big as a sheep's head. Its combat effectiveness is very low. The attack can be accompanied with some weak magic, yet with little effect. Magic beasts that can beat the seven-winged magic fly would not be bothered by the weak beginner-level magic. Those who cannot beat the magic fly, there is no need to fear at all. Since the seven-winged magic fly is very fast, even faster than the unicorn, the beginner-level magic beast cannot escape in any case, laughed Zubin. Seven-winged magic flies likes to live close to the lair of the wyvern. The task of hunting seven-winged magic flies is often given to the mercenary line. In order to protect their own safety, mercenaries often have to choose to kill the wyvern first, and then hunt down the seven-winged magic flies, since in their eyes, the value of seven-winged magic flies is much higher than the wyvern. What is the value of the seven-winged magic fly? This, Zubin blushed suddenly, is what I do not know. Zubin, why avoid it? Say it out aloud, Christian asked with curiosity, as he overheard Anfey and Zubin's conversation. I really do not know. Zubin shook his head again and again. Anfey realized that Zubin was not comfortable saying it, so he waved it off. Distraction, distraction. Let's talk about how to deal with the wyvern, What Zubin said should not be considered a distraction, Susanna said. Seven-winged magic flies always follow the wyvern to migrate. Near this group of wyverns, there should be seven-winged flies too. Having small appetites, after the wyvern's successful hunting, the seven-winged flies can share some leftover carrion, which is enough for them to survive. On the other hand, the seven-winged fly's speed is ultra-fast, and they have sensitive perception. They usually play the role of a sentry. Just a little bit of a disturbance, and they would immediately send an alert to the wyvern. This may not be easy to deal with. Anfey couldn't help raising his brow. We did not see the seven-winged magic flies last time, said Blavi. Maybe the group of wyverns had just migrated here, and there was not yet enough time to attract the seven-winged flies? The fact that they were not there in the past few days does not mean that they are not there now. Susanna shook her head. It is meaningless to continue to this debate, I think. Christian, Susanna, you two should go for a walk around the wyvern's lair and see if you could find seven-winged magic flies. Right, Christian nodded. Sooner rather than later. You two should go now. Without further conversation, Christian and Susanna went out of the cave one after another. Anfey pondered a moment, smiled, and waved toward Zubin, indicating Zubin to come over, then whispered to him, "Tell me, what is the use of 7-winged magic flies?" Zubin looked around and lowered his voice with a bitter smile. "If you grind the wings of the 7-winged magic fly into powder, you can use it to make a strong kind of aphrodisiac. It's said that it has an effect on both men and women, and there is no age limit either." "How amazing!" Anfey was astonished. "What are you two talking about?" asked Naya curiously, as Anfey and Zubin seemed sneaky. "Nothing, Zubin said he would find you some good stuff to take," Anfey grinned. "What is it?" Naya was even more curious. Zubin's face turned pale and he desperately nodded at Anfey. If Naya understood the use of the 7-winged magic fly or would learn the specific use of it in the future, he would be dead for sure. It was not a funny joke. "It is a type of snow lotus, have you heard of it?" Zubin let out a long sigh of relief, looking at Anfey with a complicated expression on his face. "What is the use of the snow lotus?" It seemed like Naya did not want to give up. The snow lotus contains natural essence that moisturizes the skin, making the skin moist, delicate. It restores the natural muscle elasticity, making the skin as soft as silk. It also prevents wrinkles. Anfey dashed along without even thinking. "Really? What a miracle!" shouted Naya elatedly. "Of course, this is exactly what Zubin told me just now, but..." "Zubin, thank you. Please bring me some." Naya stared at Zubin earnestly. This girl too easily trusted others. Zubin was stunned, and then immediately came back to reality. It seemed that it was too early for him to feel relieved. Snow lotus? He never heard of it. Let alone finding some. "You're welcome." Zubin barely made a smile. Then he lowered his voice toward Anfey. "Anfey, you want to kill me? Girls have extremely good memory of this type of thing. What if she asks me for snow lotus in the future?" "It does not matter, I'll take care of it," Anfey laughed. "Snow lotus? I just heard about it for the first time. Do you really have it?" "There's plenty of stuff with similar effect, and those are easy to obtain." At this moment, a hoarse scream came from outside of the cave, followed by a shadow dashing by. Strong wind blew right into their faces. The stones at the entrance were blown down, making a crackling sound. The most unfortunate part was that Sanchez was sitting next to the campfire to read his magic book. The flame blew right on him. Black smoke came out of the dry pages of the magic book. Sanchez hastened to blow out the magic book and put it back into his space ring. Half lying prone on the ground, raising his little head solemnly, the little guy that attended the serious military meeting was filled with excitement. It stood up to dash outside the cave. Fortunately, Anfey didn't hesitate. He grabbed the little guy's neck. Although the unicorn was considered the most powerful of the high-level magic beasts, it had to be at least an adult first. There was no doubt that this little guy would very likely be killed if it rushed out. "Sanchez, stop!" Zubin yelled. Magic books were the lifeblood of the mages. The books were priceless, like a golden castle with a stunning beauty inside. This was first said by educated people from another world, but was not taken seriously by other educated people. On the contrary, almost every mage valued their magic materials, since they deeply understood that their status, power, and wealth were all bestowed by magic. Seeing his magic book was burned, Sanchez's eyes turned red right then and there. He turned to dash outside, but was immediately stopped by Zubin. "Rizka, use the eyes of the sky." Anfey stared at Sanchez. Sanchez calmed down, hesitated for a moment, and slowly retreated. Rizka whispered a few spells, and the eyes of the sky opened between his hands. The scenery outside of the cave was clearly shown in the eyes of the sky. 2 wyverns were quietly hiding inside the cliff at the top of the cave, patiently waiting. Yet one wyvern hovered around, and rushed at the cave again. This time it did not just sweep by, but opened its mouth and breathed acid mist into the cave. How cunning the wyverns are! Sanchez felt a chill down his spine. If he had run outside just now, he would have been attacked by 2 wyverns. Zubin spouted a spell which released a magic shield, isolating the acid mist outside the shield. Then he looked at Anfey quietly. "Wait!" Anfey blurted out. Anyways, everybody was inside the cave. Maintaining this geographic advantage made people feel fearless to the attacks from the wyvern. The wyvern who was baiting them provoked them repeatedly. Noticing that there was no response from the cave, the wyvern could no longer bear it but to land on the ground, blocking the cave's exit and staggering about. The eyes of the wyvern were very small, which made people cold and terrified. A pair of wings, half open and half shut, were just able to block the hole tightly. Its long neck shook from side to side flexibly, constantly letting out unpleasant calls. Anfey suddenly realized that the focus of the wyvern was set on the little guy in his arms. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. The situation seemed a bit strange. In accordance with the description of the various wyverns' habits, they should not cause trouble before food had become scarce. Now it became clearer and clearer to him that the two wyverns were probably after the little unicorn. They should also be aware of the benefits of the unicorn's blood. In other words, they had an insatiable desire for the unicorn. A certain degree of greed could lead to progress, but excessive greed could also bring disaster easily. It is a universal truth for both humans and animals. This was a wyvern who was blinded by greed. It failed to control its own desires, landing on the ground and even getting into the cave. However, at the moment when its greedy eyes stared at the small unicorn, Anfey's hand had waved down. Then the wyvern felt some violent magic fluctuations blowing right on its face. Realizing the danger, the wyvern tried to squeeze its fat body out of the cave to escape, but it realized what was happening too late. In order to avoid the phenomenon of elements of mutual exclusion or conflict, everybody used fire magic, small fireballs, rockets, gigantic fireballs, flame radiation, flame dust, etc. All of the fire magic attacks were tossed at that wyvern. Rizka even released a fire meteor in no time at all. Even little Shully released 2 small fireballs. Numerous fire magic elements lit up the cave, looking even 10 times brighter than the grasslands blazing in the sun. All of the people inside the cave almost invariably closed their eyes. Since the body of the wyvern was way too fat, it was easy for it to come inside the cave, but difficult to go out. With no time to retreat from the cave, fire magic had been hitting right on its body repeatedly. Screaming tragically, the wyvern flew around a bit. Its light blue body became green and black. Its chest and abdomen had received numerous wounds. The disgusting burnt smell in the air made people sick. Especially Rizka's fire meteor put a meter-wide hole right in the middle of its chest. People could even see its internal organs. The wyvern twisted on the ground, struggled, and failed to stand up again. Its flexible long neck had become bulky, and it let out a miserable cry. Among the family of high-level magic beasts, wyvern's resistance to magic was the lowest. Although wyverns could be immune from primary magic like fireballs and rockets, people like Zubin, Sante, and Blavi, who were all high-level mages, could release enough flying flame dust and flame radiation to cause damage to the wyvern. Rizka's fire meteor was even stronger and caused serious injury to the wyvern. If something had to be blamed, blame greed. If the wyvern had not crashed into the cave, facing a battle like this, it could at least have avoided some magic attacks instead of getting hit by them all. Without leaving time for Anfey to speak, Rizka had once again opened the eyes of the sky to see that the other 2 wyverns had already abandoned their partner and flown back to their nest. Magic beast, after all, are only beasts, too stupid. Anfey smiled. Rizka, are you alright? I'm alright. Rizka's face turned pale, but his mental state remained very good. In the past, after the release of a fire meteor, he would no longer have magic. Yet now he could continue to release the eyes of the sky, suggesting that he already had made great progress. Zubin, Sante, you 2 come out with me. Rizka, hold on for a while. If the wyverns return, immediately send us an alarm. Okay, Rizka nodded. Anfey walked out of the cave slowly. The wyvern was still struggling feebly, but raised its triangular head, rotating it with the footsteps of Anfey. While he walked, Anfey took the scorpion-tailed lion's tail pin from his space ring. Since he had decided to make the tail pin his own exclusive weapon, he should be familiar with the performance of the weapon for sure. Or if an accident occurred, he would not know how he died. Having seen that Anfey approached, the wyvern suddenly thrusted his head forward at Anfey's head and tried to bite him. However, since it was seriously injured, it didn't even have 20% of its original speed and strength. Anfey gently dodged and kicked the wyvern's neck, 5 inches under its head. The wyvern's triangular head bounced back with the attack. The wyvern still attempted to recalcitrant, but Zubin and Sante each released a big fireball, both hitting right on the wyvern's head. As the big fireballs exploded, the wyvern's head jumped twice, eventually dropping to the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76, The Experiment. Chapter 76, The Experiment. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Lightly, don't kill it. Anfey declared, with an expression like that of a protective guardian. However, his movements were less polite, as he stabbed the wyvern with a manticore stinger. The wyvern screeched but lacked the strength to fight back. The experiments of scientists must be rigorous. 3 times Anfey mercilessly conducted his experiment on the wyvern. The force used was not extreme, so long as the tip of the stinger completely pierced the hide. After the seventh time, the strong beating of the wyvern's chest suddenly weakened and its wings stiffened. The manticore venom's paralytic effect had finally kicked in, but such a small probability? Not even 15%. Anfey was left a bit disappointed. Patiently waiting, Anfey found that it took roughly 20 seconds for the wyvern's frantic breathing to resume. In addition to the numerous previous injuries, this wyvern had just endured the paralytic effect of manticore venom. With the wyvern's eyes losing focus, its life was rapidly approaching its end. Anfey, feeling anxious, continued to repeatedly stab the manticore stinger into the wyvern's hide. This time the result was even worse. Only on the 11th attempt was the wyvern paralyzed again. Alas, the results continue to worsen. Anfey could not help but sigh and wait patiently. Who would have guessed that even after 30 seconds, the wyvern would still be paralyzed? Anfey turned to look at the wyvern's head and noticed that its eyelids had already closed, fallen into the eternal paralysis of death. Anfey, what are you doing? Sante asked, curious. I am testing the paralytic effect of the manticore stinger, Anfey replied. Thinking for a moment, Anfey turned around and asked, Sante, could one use magic to increase the probability of paralysis? I believe it is not possible, Sante said, shaking his head. Never mind then. With his interest waning, Anfey returned the manticore stinger to the dimensional ring. Now, speaking to his two assistants, he said, remove its magic crystal and venom fangs. As for the body, we will discuss what to do after Christian and Susanna come, but we will leave it here for now. Suddenly, the unicorn foal rushed out from the cave. Despite only having learned to walk recently, his strides had already become second nature. In just a few gallops, it found itself atop the wyvern corpse. The unicorn initially bowed its head to inspect the corpse, then looked up with an air of conceited pride. As if facing a vast forest of magical beasts, the unicorn let out the cry of a mighty king. All the while his hind legs scornfully kicked at the wyvern corpse. Such arrogance. Unfortunately, the little guy had yet to fully express his desire for fighting or his contempt towards adversaries. Anfey sternly scolded, you twit. Next time you run amok like this, I'll break your legs. Anfey could manage people just fine, but not this guy. This little guy had been quite the miracle, in just a few days able to run so quick and with such grace. With the threat of the wyvern, Anfey often worried about the little guy. That is the heartache of being a parent, very difficult. To bully the weak and fear the strong is a universal and unassailable truth. Whether human or beast. Not only does this little guy take advantage of Naya and Shelley, but even Susanna. When bored, he often sneaks up behind people to ram them in the back or to pull at their clothes. But if he hears Anfey speak loudly, the little guy immediately becomes well behaved. It seems that even he knows who can bully whom. Anfey, you are bullying my baby again. Naya screamed from the cave. It could be said that if Naya's personality did not change, she would never amount to anything. To envy what others have is fine, to take by force what others have is fine as well. But one must consider the method. Where can one openly display one's own insatiable greed? Would doing so not raise the vigilance of others? Say for instance her goal is also not right, that the little guy being close with her is just for fun, but him being close with Anfey is instinctive. Can she ever win this way? Naya's painstaking effort to make that little unicorn into her little baby could only end poorly. Go, your mother is calling you again, Anfey said as he put the little guy on the ground. Naya walked out of the cave and tried to talk to Anfey about how to take care of the little animal. But she ended up feeling embarrassed and went back into the cave. The little guy did not want to leave Anfey and curled up by his feet. A perceptive person could see that the little guy was always trying to please Anfey. But with others, he just waited for them to please him. This was a fundamental difference. Christian and Susanna came out to see the wyvern corpse. Instantly shocked, they hurriedly retreated to the cave. Christian immediately asked, is everybody okay, while Susanna anxiously searched for Shelley. As long as one is perceptive, one can always determine the inner thoughts of another through hints and clues. Take Susanna for instance, although she had become a part of the team and treated each member as a close partner, her little sister was still the most important to her. In case of any danger, Susanna would never hesitate to save her sister's life over that of another team member. This of course was understandable. Everyone is all right. That wyvern foolishly got into the cave. When we combined our magic, and we took it down immediately, Sanchez said with a big grin. That's good, Christian said, much relieved. Anfey, where is Shelley? Suzanne worriedly asked. She is inside meditating, Anfey responded. You guys saw a 7-winged magic fly? Yes, there were a lot of them, at least 30. Do they pose a danger to us? They are generally weak and have poor magic. But when we are dealing with a wyvern, even weak magic can be quite dangerous. Despite having so many powerful mages who can easily disperse negative magic, Christian said, allowing the seven-winged magic fly to outnumber and surround us is still incredibly imprudent. Is there any way to lure them out? Yes, but there are difficulties. They are attracted only to rotting magical corpses. Of course, if we use the unicorn corpse, we may be able to draw the magic flies out. Christian declared. Anfey suddenly remembered that pair of greedy eyes from when the wyvern was eyeing the little unicorn. That's a good idea. Susanna, you take the second group and find a place to dig a trap. Zubin, Shantae, and I will dig the unicorn corpse out. The rest of you, stay here. Naya, I'm handing the little guy over to you, do not let him run about. I'll handle it, Naya said with a bright exuberance from being given this responsibility. Her heart was truly content. Let's try this. If it does not work, we will try something else, Anfey said slowly. Anfey preferred to act cleanly and orderly. He initially did not want conflict with the wyvern, but now that conflict was inevitable, he had become vigorous and resolute. His soldiers were setting out on two separate tasks, one group to ready the trap, the other to retrieve the unicorn corpse. What kind of creature is most merciless? The answer is quite simple: human. Take for example the way humans deal with seals, whales, and mink, let alone the sheer cruelty of eating raw monkey brain in the dish of three sounds. Anfey would not partake in such indulgences here, as the unicorn had produced in him some kind of indescribable sentiment. But in circumstances such as these, he also would not oppose those on his team that do. What was once an unparalleled and divine unicorn had become a wretched thing. It really could only be described as a thing now. Its once dazzling fur was taken as a commodity and would someday be made into the highest quality of magic leather. Its sky-blue horn neatly was placed in Christian's dimensional ring. Its priceless blood was drawn and used as the team's miracle medicine. With all its glory and power long departed, what remained was entirely covered by maggots. Anfey, do we really need to move this thing back? Shantae asked while pinching his nose. Let's bury it first, said Anfey. He did not know why, but ever since arriving here, Anfey had believed that decisions he made in the moment were even more surprising to the others. Bury it? Shantae responded with a forced smile. Bury it now, and we will deal with it tomorrow, Anfey decided. Shantae and Zubin looked at each other, both thinking the same thing: digging a hole would not be so easy, and burying this body also would not be so easy. For two mages, they must expend a lot of physical strength. But Anfey had already spoken, they had no choice but to act according to his directive. After everyone returned in time for dinner, and each had noticed that Anfey still had not uttered a word. Nobody had ever seen Anfey be lost in himself like this. Even the time Anfey realized that he had killed the sole grandson of a master swordsman, his face had remained undisturbed. Seeing Anfey like this now, even Naya and Shully dared not make a sound. After dinner, Anfey's appearance had just begun to ease, and everyone silently gestured for Christian to intervene. In everyone's mind, Christian was the team's second in command. As such, it was his job to help ease whatever worry the leader had. Anfey, are you busy? Can we go for a walk? Christian asked as he approached Anfey's side with a sympathetic smile. Sure, I have some things I want to discuss with you anyways, Anfey nodded. As everyone else watched silently, the two slowly left the cave. Both were silent for a moment, then Christian began with, Anfey, what's weighing on your mind? It seemed like your mood suddenly shifted earlier. Let's go a bit farther first, I do not want our conversation to be overheard, Anfey said. Sure, Christian agreed. Suddenly little Shully ran out of the cave, handed something to Christian and said, Thank you, Christian. Anfey noticed that it was the unicorn horn. No problem, little Shully. You are too polite, Christian chuckled. Then Naya and Susanna also appeared out of the cave, walking towards the garden. Anfey frowned, what are you two up to? Going for a bath, Naya timidly responded. Normally, she would certainly have responded with, who wants you to know or not going to tell you. But this evening Anfey seemed off, so she naturally responded more politely. Nonsense, the lake is toxic, cried Anfey. Anfey, they tossed the unicorn horn into the lake a full day and a half ago. The toxins have all been neutralized, Christian laughed. If outsiders catch wind of us using a unicorn horn for bath water, we would probably get scolded for being too wasteful. This is true, Anfey agreed. Susanna, you must be careful. Although wyverns have quite poor night vision and will not attack at night, what of other magical beasts? I know, Susanna replied. These women, they're so delicate. Anfey exclaimed, watching as Naya waited for the others. But just as the words left his mouth, he felt his back itch, he too wanted a bath. Women, they're all that way, Christian said, smiling. Returning to their conversation, he asked, Anfey, can we talk now? Oh, how do I put this? Today, as Zubin, Shantae, and I were digging up the unicorn corpse, I noticed that my mark had been moved. Mark? What mark? It is difficult to explain. What I can tell you is that someone had been digging around the unicorn corpse. What happens if other magical creatures had touched the body? It was not magical creatures, Anfey decisively replied. Do you mean, you think someone may be secretly monitoring us? Beyond doubt, there is certainly someone. Anfey smiled, and through today's events, I have realized some things. What? Remember Zeta? Of course. Has Zeta ever come to the master's house? Christian thought carefully, never. This confirms my hypothesis, we are inadvertently, or we are being forced into a huge conspiracy. Anfey, why do you say that? Zeta is too arrogant. Do you dare enter Philip's home to stir up trouble? Do not say there is some royal decree. But even if there were such a command, for the sake of the future, they should still act politely, Anfey sneered. And if Maris is really working with Zeta, could you really call that a coincidence? I am confused, Anfey, Christian responded, wryly smiling. The first time we met the Knights of the Holy Flame Legion, there were those who helped us. Why would they help us? Might have been a friend of the master or... Don't you think that's too naive? Then, what are you saying happened? Someone needed us to escape. Someone needed us to do this. They used our movements to convey to the outside world some kind of message. Do you understand now? There are still some things I do not understand, Christian replied, perplexed. We have become pawns in somebody else's game. Anfey spat. I hate being manipulated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, Attack. Chapter 77, Attack. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Neither Anfey nor Christian slept well that night. Anfey had only spoken half of his thoughts. He couldn't tell Christian some of the plans, and Christian kept tossing and turning, his thoughts unknown. He rolled over into Anfey, who also had trouble falling asleep, and met his eyes. They exchanged smiles, and once again turned away in different directions. Everyone got up early in the morning and efficiently divided the labor. Blavi, Sanchez, Feller, and others stayed behind to look after the base camp. Anfey, Christian, Rizka and the main force went to dig up the unicorn corpse. Anfey was a little worried that the two-footed flying dragon might come to provoke them, so he especially took out a piece of the highest quality magic crystal to have Christian form a magic array. Soon afterwards he led the main battle squad out onto the prairie. 10 miles from the Manticore's den, Christian and Susanna were preparing the final touches. The trap was about 5 meters wide, with 4 tree branches on top to hold it in place. A net of woven tree sticks was laid on the branches as well. They had prepared a lot of timber for building houses these days, and weren't lacking these materials. At the very bottom of the trap, Christian had arranged a magic array with increased gravity. As long as he was at a far distance to stimulate the operation of the magic array with his mental strength, within 10 meters of the magic array, the gravity would increase 7 or 8-fold, the weight of the branches and the net of sticks on top of the trap would also increase. With the addition of surface dust and the weight of the corpse of the unicorn, the branches would abruptly break, and everything on top would fall down. After building it, Susanna and Christian went around the trap, and even ran up on top of the trap and stomped on it a few times. It was pretty durable, although there was a loose feeling beneath the feet. But in the Magic Beast's forest, there were fallen sticks and leaves everywhere, and even if the ground appeared to be very strong, it was still surprising to suddenly have 1 foot trapped in the midst of a pile of fallen leaves. Anfey, Rizka and the others had carried the unicorn corpse over. At this time, Christian had already formed a magic array to mask all the fluctuations of the elements, 10 meters away behind the bushes. After having placed the unicorn corpse properly, they would just have to wait. The first to arrive weren't the 7-winged magic flies, but a few types of small magic beasts. Anfey was surprised that he actually saw some magic beasts similar to grayish-black rabbits biting at the carrion of the unicorn. He did not have the impression that rabbits were carnivores. As time passed, an increasing number of magic beasts gathered near the unicorn corpse. It was probably due to the fact that the unicorn corpse was too immense, and caused all the magic beasts to believe there was enough food. There were no conflicts between them, they ate their own fill and appeared to be very peaceful. The commotion of the gathering of all types of magical beasts quickly caught the attention of the 7-winged magic flies. 2 golden lights appeared and sped nearer, finally stopping 8 or 9 meters in the air, and shining downwards. Anfey had heard Christian tell him before that the 7-winged magic fly was enormous, and similar to the size of a human brain. That was why Anfey had subconsciously thought of the seven-winged magic fly as a type of spherically shaped magic beast. It wasn't until he had seen with his own eyes that he understood that Christian meant the body length. It could only be said that Christian's description was mistaken. The seven-winged magic fly had a very soft body. Its body was about as thick as a person's two fingers, its whole body appeared to be a pale gold, and there were indeed 7 pairs of wings, 3 pairs on each side and a pair on their back that appeared to be very small and short compared to the other wings. This splint on the back helped it to be able to change its flight direction even more rapidly, which made it even more difficult to predict the course of its flight. The seven-winged magic fly is a worthy flight master. Its action of being suspended in air seemed very easy and natural. Behind it was a small sunflower-shaped sucker that shook around as if it was looking for something. A seven-winged fly rapidly turned its body around and flew in the direction it came from, and another seven-winged magic fly then continued to circle over the unicorn corpse. Not long after, the distant forest began to glow with bits of golden light. A group of seven-winged magic flies flew towards them aggressively, and the magic beasts that were fighting over the unicorn corpse seemed somewhat afraid. They slowly stopped eating and looked towards the sky. This group of seven-winged magic flies first attacked the grayish-black rabbit-looking magic beast. It seemed that not only humans know to pinch persimmons that are ripe. 1. The rest of the magic beast stood aloof, as if it did not affect them, and took a bite of carrion from time to time. That rabbit-like magic beast obviously wasn't an opponent, and would soon be banished and disappear in the midst of the magic beast forest. Immediately after that, the group of seven-winged magic flies started to attack a big spider with a weird totem on its back, and thus, at that moment, it finally experienced the fruit of having watched coldly on the sideline. It waved its little legs in rebellion as it let out calls of chirps, as if it was asking the other magical beasts to rescue it. But just as it had not helped the rabbit just then, no magic beasts came to help it now. The seven-winged magic flies attacked very fast, and once they attacked, they flew away immediately, not lingering over the big spider. In the blink of an eye, their attack came wave after wave, and left many wounds on the big spider. Luckily, the seven-winged magic flies could only heal themselves once. If it could be combined, this big spider probably would have been immobilized already. Finally, the big spider couldn't stand the collective attack of the seven-winged magic flies and fled into the forest. The seven-winged magic flies regrouped in the air, as if they were choosing their next opponent. A magic wolf with a lame leg let out a howl to warn the seven-winged magic flies not to mess with it, to go bully the others because it was not to be trifled with. Who could have known that even before the wolf's cry had stopped, a very horrible scream came from afar? Immediately, a huge figure in the sky came pressing towards them. The wolf was very vigilant. Before the other magic beasts could respond, it had already opened its mouth and ripped off a big piece of carrion from the unicorn corpse, and immediately went into the forest. Even though it had just pronounced its solemn declaration, it fled into the forest in the blink of an eye. That was too much of a loss of face. But high-level magic beasts were at the top of the food chain in the magic beasts forest. Even a group of starving magic wolves wouldn't dare to wage an attack on the two-footed flying dragon, and magic beasts like the magic wolf don't really care for its reputation either. The rest of the magic beasts coaxed to disperse. The magic beast forest was a region where the strong ones were respected, and it was also a region of survival of the fittest. All the magic beasts understood that. They knew what they should do when in the face of irresistible force. A two-footed flying dragon lazily landed. This two-footed flying dragon was a bit bigger than the two-footed flying dragon that broke into the cave yesterday. It was too lazy to pay attention to the scattered fleeing magic beasts. It tilted its head and looked around, then shook its stout body and slowly walked towards the unicorn corpse. Within the magic shield, Anfey carefully watched the two-footed flying dragon's every movement, but Christian was watching Anfey instead, and was quietly waiting for Anfey to give a signal. The two-footed flying dragon finally sat down on the trap under everyone's eyes. But at this moment, an accident occurred. Although Anfey and everyone had carefully compiled the branches into a net, and Susanna had carefully inspected it as well, there would always be some omissions. In this case, this two-footed flying dragon's weight was beyond imagination. As a result, its right leg broke the branches underneath, and it fell deep into the trap, with its whole body slanted. "Begin," Anfey said in a low voice. He wanted the painstakingly created trap to be of great use, to be able to kill all the seven-winged magic flies and even a few two-footed flying dragons. But hope is just hope. That two-footed flying dragon's accident had already destroyed Anfey's hopes. Christian quickly used mental strength to launch a magic array to increase gravitational strength. There came a light hoot from the air, and the surrounding weeds 10 meters or so from the unicorn corpse, as well as the shrubs, fell neatly onto the ground all at the same time, as if the ground beneath had some random force of attraction. Their leaves stuck entirely onto the ground, and also produced breaking sounds from time to time. The most unfortunate were the seven-winged magic flies. Their wings were actually very thin, and they relied on having a light body in order for them to be able to fly fast. During the start of the magic array, their body weight immediately increased a few times. At the same time, they flapped their wings rapidly on instinct, in hopes of ridding that kind of force of attraction. Due to the intensity of the struggle, their wings either abruptly snapped, or their bodies were strained. They fell to the ground one after another as a result. But the two-footed flying dragon and the unicorn corpse in front of it disappeared together. The ground trembled. An adult two-footed flying dragon's weight was around 4,000 pounds, and with the addition of the increased gravity, something around the weight of nearly 30,000 pounds crashed into the trap. It was not a surprise to have this kind of result. Not to mention that the unicorn's corpse was also affected by the increased gravity, and together, it would be an intimidating figure. Susanna jumped up and rushed towards the trap first. To have arranged the magic array in the middle of the trap was a last resort. They would not get the desired result if the magic array were formed in other places. But after the heavy weight had fallen into the trap, it could possibly have done damage to the magic array. The effect of the increased gravity would disappear, and she did not have a lot of time. Susanna stopped for a moment when she rushed out of the area enveloped in the magic array. The undulation that the magic array produced suddenly disappeared. Only then did Susanna convey her energy for battle and sprung up straight towards the inside of the trap like a meteor. She wanted to resolve the hidden danger before the two-footed flying dragon restored its combat power. The second one to charge was Anfey, while Rizka released a frost tactic. White frost flowers that are visible to the naked eye began to condense on the ground surrounding the trap. The seven-winged magic flies like hot and humid weather, the frost tactic would make them suffer. As for Susanna and Anfey, a temperature around 0 degrees was completely tolerable. Since time was short, there were only 3 raised top sharp-pointed stakes in the trap. The two-footed flying dragon was lucky, it laid right in the middle of the 3 stakes, and only one of the stakes gave it a minor scrape. The two-footed flying dragon struggled to flip its body, wanting to get itself upright. The light from the sword that Susanna released had already arrived. A crescent moon-shaped sword light struck the belly of the two-footed flying dragon and immediately left a wound about 4 inches long, and the two-footed flying dragon screamed loudly. "Yeah!" Susanna yelled, and kicked the inside wall of the trap forcefully with her right leg. Her attack when her whole body was shrouded in combat mode was very scary. That kick made a big hole in the wall, and Susanna sprung up and leapt towards the two-footed flying dragon's neck. The two-footed flying dragon had an unusually agile neck. It was the main weapon for hunting, but it was also its fatal weakness. Compared to its huge body, the two-footed flying dragon's neck was way too thin and small, and it could not withstand an attack that was too fierce. And at the moment, Anfey was waving the tail needle of the manticore, attacking the 7-winged magic flies that practically had not defense against it. Susanna was the strong one anyways, there was no need for him to exert his utmost strength. A brutal cold light flashed across the small pupils of the two-footed flying dragon. It shook its neck and bypassed Susanna's attack, and instead, it bit towards Susanna's lower abdomen from below. Although the two-footed flying dragon was fighting Susanna while lying down on the ground, its speed of movement was still very rapid. Susanna gripped her left fist tightly, and bounded with dazzling combat energy, she struck out downwards. Susanna's small hand normally appeared to be delicate, but after conveying combat energy, her hand became hard like iron, and her punch struck the two-footed flying dragon's head with a direct hit. Susanna only felt bursts of soreness in her hand, and her body could not help but to float upwards, while the two-footed flying dragon screamed loudly in more pain. At this time, Christian and Rizka came charging forward. Christian raised his hand and a flash of lightning fell out of thin air and struck the two-footed flying dragon's head. Rizka's release of magic was much slower than Christian's, but what he released, however, was a fire meteor. The two-footed flying dragon still flipped over on its belly, but it simply could not dodge, and could only watch the fire meteor crash onto its body. Hot flames shot everywhere. Susanna eyed the exact position of the two-footed flying dragon, and still relying on the overpowering combat energy, she pushed into the fire. The two-footed flying dragon was about to go crazy with pain, and did not expect a human silhouette to sprung out of the flames. There was no time for it to resist again, and the long sword bathed in combat energy heavily hacked onto the back of its neck. Although the sword attack that Susanna had summoned with all her strength did not fully chop through the two-footed flying dragon's neck, the attack left the dragon with no chance of survival. The two-footed flying dragon's scream suddenly died down, and its long neck fell weakly to the ground. Under its mouth was the unicorn corpse of its dreams. It was a pity that it did not have enough strength left to even eat just a small piece of the carrion. Rizka let out a breath of relief, and repeatedly released a few whirlwinds. The two-footed flying dragon's ability to resist magic was the lowest amongst the high-level magic beasts, and their ability to resist the magic of the fire series was beyond hideous and horrible to look at. The fire meteor abruptly exploded a hole in the two-footed flying dragon's chest. The stink of burnt flesh penetrated the air, and Rizka could barely stand it. Christian and Susanna's expressions became more relaxed, and they turned around together to look towards Anfey. Anfey was seriously brandishing the manticore's tail needle, and the attack made the last seven-winged magic fly that was trying to escape fall to the ground. Sante and Zubin followed behind Anfey, collecting the seven-winged magic flies. The three strong combatants, the high-level swordsman, the beginner-level magister, and one who had just become a magister, joined forces, and Anfey was not worried that they would have some type of accident. His concentration was all on the seven-winged magic flies. Although there were countless good things in Anfey's dimensional ring, they were not his own. Anfey never had a selfish thought of private possession; they would have to be returned to Saul sooner or later. But the unicorn corpse, manticore, and the seven-winged magic flies were different. These were the fruits of their team's labor. Anfey had always valued his own private belongings. Achoo! Anfey contentedly took back the manticore's tail needle into the dimensional ring and sneezed. The effects of the frost tactic had gradually dissipated, but the air was still very cold. On the other hand, Christian was waiting for people not in the midst of combat and was surrounded by the magic shield, so he had no problems. Anfey glanced with envy at Christian and the others. He didn't know when he'd be able to generate a magic shield. How impressive would that be? Is everyone all right? Anfey jumped in place a few times and began to do warm-up exercises. Anfey's wariness gradually decreased with the increase in the amount of time he had spent with everyone, and his temperament became easygoing. In the past, he would not have done this type of action under everyone's eyes. "We still have no problem in dealing with a two-footed flying dragon," said Rizka confidently. They all said that strength was ambition's cradle. With the increase of strength, almost everyone's ambitions would gradually grow. In actuality, confidence would also increase along with strength. Knowing that he had broken the bottleneck, and that becoming a magister was just around the corner, Rizka became more confident. "Don't be careless." Anfey shook his head. "Susanna, take out that two-footed flying dragon's magic crystal and poisonous tooth before the other two-footed flying dragons rush here." Anfey was beginning to like Susanna more and more, but this was not the usual kind of affinity between a man and a woman. Apart from the times when they had disputes, Susanna did not have that many shortcomings, and her merits were obvious. She could endure hardship and trouble, she was willing to exert her utmost strength, her ability was the strongest amongst the team, and she knew how to obey commands. She was simply the role model citizen of another world. Where could one go to find such a good opponent? Okay. Sure enough, after Susanna nodded, she immediately extracted the two-footed flying dragon's poisonous tooth. "Anfey, let's go check out the two-footed flying dragon's nest." Although the two-footed flying dragons live in groups, they are separated when they are hunting, and at most only 2 or 3 are together. "If we go to their nest, we might have a lot to gain," Christian suggested. Having one so easily gave him a lot of confidence, and all those people at the scene were all the core members of the team's combat power. No one would be getting in the way of anyone. In case they came across any danger, there would still be no problem in retreat. Might as well. Anfey nodded his head. It did not mean that they would definitely have to fight if they went. Without the seven-winged magic flies being their eyes and ears, the two-footed flying dragons would have a hard time discovering them, and they could use the eye of the sky to observe movement from far away. If there were advantages to take, then they would attack. If there were no advantages, then they would just go back. They all knew the specific location of the manticore's nest. After Susanna had taken out the spoils of war, everyone rushed toward the nest of the two-footed flying dragons together. Christian released the eye of the sky once again, at the place where everyone had stayed last time, and searched for the trail of the two-footed flying dragons. Compared to last time, the surrounding scenery had changed a lot. First, on the ancient tree near the resting ground of the manticore, there were 7 or 8 large mud nests. Those were indeed the nests of the two-footed flying dragons. The two-footed flying dragons liked to rest in trees, because their night vision was very poor, and resting on top of trees could help them to avoid a lot of dangers. Otherwise, a group of magic wolves could cause them big trouble at night. After having searched for a while, Susanna exclaimed in surprise, "Weird, how come I can't see even one two-footed flying dragon?" "Search again," Anfey said quietly. After searching again, they were still not able to find a single one. Christian suddenly became nervous. "Anfey, they didn't go attack our camping ground, right? That's probably not possible." Anfey pondered for a moment. "You don't have to worry. Didn't we already arrange a magic array to protect everyone? Besides, they have a lighting chain scroll and Hell's Fire scroll. Even if all the two-footed flying dragons went, they would still be able to ward them off." "I say we go back immediately," Christian said. "We'll talk again in a while." Anfey shook his head. Rizka, release the Eye of the Sky as well, and go in two different directions with Christian to search for the two-footed flying dragons. According to Christian and other people's analyses of the habits of the two-footed flying dragons, even if they had gone out to hunt collectively, there should still be 2 or 3 two-footed flying dragons that stayed behind in the nest. But now not a single one was to be found, and Anfey kept feeling it was a bit strange. In order to find the two-footed flying dragon's trail faster, Christian and Rizka both increased the scope of the Eye of the Sky this time. Searching from 2 directions, Rizka shortly found a two-footed flying dragon's corpse first. Anfey, hurry, and come look! Rizka shouted. Anfey and the others quickly rushed over. A two-footed flying dragon's corpse lay quietly in the grass, with a blood hole as thick as a baby's arm on its body. Their initial estimate was that there were probably more than 100 two-footed flying dragons. The surrounding shrubs hadn't changed that much, which proved that the battle ended very fast. Rizka, give me your magic coordinates, Christian said anxiously. All right, Rizka nodded his head. With accurate magic coordinates, Christian's Eye of the Sky search range moved closer. After they both worked very hard, they again found another 2 corpses of two-footed flying dragons. If it was a battle of equal strengths, then the surrounding grass and shrubs would not have been untrampled. But the scene of the two-footed flying dragon's death appeared to be very peaceful. Could it be done by the top-level magic beasts? Anfey asked. Not possible. This way of attack does not seem to be of magic beasts, Susanna shook her head. Then what do you say it was, Dot? People. People? Anfey was surprised. The first person he thought of was the old Philip, whom he had never met. Could he have already caught up to us here? Anfey thought. It must also be a lot of people. Susanna's second sentence gave Anfey a huge feeling of relief. Anfey, what about me? Christian asked. His mood at the moment was very contradictory. Having been hanging around in the Magic Beasts forest for so long, he really wanted to see other people, but he was also worried about coming across danger. Human nature could not be controlled, and even Anfey had wanted people to come onto the island. Christian, meditate with Rizka for a while first, and then we will go over there to look together. Anfey pondered for a moment and made up his mind. Kings always had a saying, how can an outsider sleep on my bed? Anfey and they had risked danger to eliminate the unicorn and manticore, and were even prepared to get rid of the two-footed flying dragons. It was for the team that he could become the ruler of this region, and so they would be able to live safely. But now a group of people appeared randomly, they had to get to the bottom of this no matter what. Christian knew that it was a serious matter, didn't say much either and went into meditation with Rizka. The two had mastered the method of deep meditation. They had not lost much magic energy, so returned to their best condition fast. Following along the magic coordinate, a party very carefully made their way to the scene of the battle. This time, everyone appeared to be much more cautious. When investigating the nest of the two-footed flying dragons, Christian and the others had released a drifting tactic, and landed when they had just rushed in. But at the moment, he was carefully going through the forest with Susanna. Not only were their movements very slow, and they heard some noises now and then, their companions also became silent, and only continued to move forward after deciding that there were no dangerous circumstances. Apart from Anfey, the rest of them could not accurately estimate the time. After 20 or 30 minutes, everyone rushed to a two-footed flying dragon's corpse and began to carefully examine it. 2 or 3 wounds were nothing, but hundreds of holes crowded together seemed a bit scary. The two-footed flying dragon's eyes were still opened, and its light green skin had already become greenish-black. There were bloodstains all over its body. Anfey walked to the front, pinched a small piece of flesh from the wound with his fingers, and tore it off with force. He then gently twisted it between his 2 fingers, and concentrated fully on feeling the elasticity of the flesh. But Susanna and the others did not understood what Anfey was doing. They observed vigilantly, and sensed the state of affairs of the outside world while looking at Anfey. Anfey again grabbed a handful of blood-stained soil from the two-footed flying dragon's corpse, smelled it, then gently let it go. He then broke off a branch from the middle of the shrubs, broke the twigs and leaves, and inserted it deep into the two-footed flying dragon's wound. The wound wasn't deep, but it wasn't shallow either, it was about 7 or 8 centimeters deep. Anfey had also tested a few other wounds, and found that they were about the same depth. It could be said that there was no lethal wound on this two-footed flying dragon's body, but the key was that there were too many wounds. No matter what magic beast, excessive blood loss would lead to rapid exhaustion and would lead straight to death. Anfey, what did you see? Susanna asked. Anfey pondered for a moment, minus the time they spent searching for the two-footed flying dragons, minus the meditation, minus the time spent rushing here. He came to a conclusion, this two-footed flying dragon just died right before we arrived here. Then what about these wounds? Can you tell what kind of weapon it was? Susanna asked. Susanna, how deep of a wound can you inflict on the two-footed flying dragon's body if you summoned all your combat power and attacked with full force? Anfey asked in return. Let me try. Susanna gathered her combat power, walked slowly to the front of the two-footed flying dragon's body, and forcefully stabbed towards the two-footed flying dragon's belly. As a result, the sword went in deeply, almost to the sword hilt. This does not count. Susanna shook her head. After a magic beast dies, its defense would decrease, and I think that this two-footed flying dragon is very strange, as if it was a bunch of grass. I could not feel any resistance at all. Take a look at this. Anfey raised up the tree branch in his hand. If you were facing a live two-footed flying dragon and used a full force attack, would you be able to stab such a deep wound? Probably 2 or 3 times as deep as this, Susanna said. Then that would be 30 centimeters. Anfey pondered for a moment. Depending on a high-level swordsman's combat power, with a handle of mystery in hand, always unwilling to tell of the origin of the top sword, only then could Susanna leave a 30 centimeters deep wound on the two-footed flying dragon. What kind of person is he? Could it be there were hundreds of beginner-level swordsmen? I have a feeling this two-footed flying dragon's body does not contain the magic crystal anymore. Susanna exclaimed suddenly. Oh! Anfey was stunned. Susanna did not wait for Anfey to speak, and had already jumped onto the two-footed flying dragon's body. She stabbed downwards, split open the carcass, and this time Anfey and the others all saw the strange and unusual sight. The unicorn's magic crystal grew in the unicorn's brain, and the two-footed flying dragon's magic crystal grew in its chest, wrapped up by its heart. When Susanna had retrieved the magic crystal from the two-footed flying dragon that had been in the trap, she chopped and cut, and after working hard for a while, she finally retrieved it. But now, this two-footed flying dragon seemed as if it was made of mud, and was easily cut open by Susanna. Both were two-footed flying dragons and both were corpses, so there shouldn't have been that much of a difference. Heavens! There is indeed no magic crystal. How did they do it? Susanna exclaimed in surprise. She had already cut the two-footed flying dragon's heart open. It was empty inside, there was no magic crystal, and not even blood, but... Just at this time, hundreds of meters away in the forest, came a person's scream. Anfey and the others looked back towards the location of the scream. Attack! Another person's shout was heard. Promptly, that person yelled again in a very furious tone, who screamed just now. I will King cut him into pieces. Immediately, a dense javelin-like thing shot out from the forest in every direction, and landed at the spot Anfey and the others were. There was a penetrating whining sound everywhere in the sky, and the javelin-like thing that was shot overhead was like a group of dark clouds. Luckily, Anfey and the others had already developed a sense of vigilance. Christian and 4 mages had already set up 4 walls, which firmly blocked everyone, and Christian also released a magic shield, which protected everyone inside. Christian brought out the sword, stood at the very front, and anxiously guarded. Although the momentum of the javelin was jarring, the wall was a very effective magic shield. The javelin destroyed 2 walls in a row, but in front of the 3rd wall, it did not have much energy left and could only drill into the wall in vain, its tail still trembling. My God! Orc! Let's get out of here! Susanna screamed urgently. Numerous savage faces emerged from the forest and came charging forward at swift speed. Christian and Rizka held onto Anfey on either side, levitated, and flew into the sky. Zubin and Sante also followed from behind. Turn. Towards north. Anfey said in a low voice, then proceeded to lift his voice, Susanna, catch up with us, hurry. Although having suffered from the sudden attack, Anfey's senses were very clear, but Christian was actually thrown into a panic. He fled straight towards the camp, but this could probably lure the orcs to the campsite. In order to temporarily protect the safety of the camp, there had to be a change in direction. Footnotes. 1. To pick on those who are easy to bully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, Unintentional Fabrication. Chapter 78, Unintentional Fabrication. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Looking back, Anfey could see clearly the group of savage-looking orcs charging out of the forest. Among them was a young black-haired person dressed in black who looked particularly interesting. Anfey could feel that the young person was the leader of the orcs. The orcs did not appear to want to give up their goal, and they continually produced weird shouts, charging towards Anfey and the others. Anfey's knowledge about the orcs was that they were always disoriented, whether in single tribes or groups of tribes, and there shouldn't be orcs living in Forest Clarm. But the orcs behind them were well equipped, and the javelin that was just thrown out was standard. At this time, every single orc was holding the same short-handled wolf-tooth rod, and some orcs were even wearing leather armor. How did this seem like a mess? Anfey was able to float in the sky because of Christian and Rizka's ability to fly, so he didn't need to use his strength and he could observe the movements of the orcs. The levitation speed wasn't that fast, but it was more convenient when compared to going through the forest, and Susanna easily left the orcs far behind with reliance on combat power. Those orcs saw that they could not keep up. Some gradually slowed their pace, while some could not bear it but continued to pursue in exhaustion. Their whole formation came apart. "Let me down! Christian!" Anfey yelled. He believed in an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since these orcs had attempted a sneak attack, he would not let them go that easily. Christian took Anfey's direction, together with Rizka led Anfey down onto the treetops, and were prompted to release a magic signal that meant counterattack. Zubin and Sante scattered in two directions of the roundabout. Susanna came to a fast stop, and shot back immediately like a sharp arrow. Anfey grasped a section of tree branches to first steady himself, and then used both feet to step forcefully on a thicker branch to test its flexibility. He stood up, held onto the treetop, and his body fell straight down. That tree branch could not hold Anfey's weight. When Anfey was 7 or 8 meters away from the ground, it split open with the sound of a crack. Anfey took a deep breath, rolled as he hit to absorb the blow, pulled out the sword with his backhand, and stared coldly at the more than a dozen orcs that were charging forward. Retreat was just a strategy, it did not mean being scared of the enemy. There were 2 beginner-level magisters on the team, and also a high-level swordsman. This type of strength would not be inferior to the other combatants. Just then they were on flat ground, the terrain was very unfavorable, but the team of orcs had already been pulled apart, so it was time to fight back. Christian and the others who were in the air rose higher, and then started to gather fire energy to attack the orcs in the middle. In this type of battle, fire magic was the most substantial. Especially with the exploding nature of a big fireball, even if it could not reach its attack target, its explosion would still bring disaster to the nearby orcs. Christian also released numerous flame dusts as hot as fire clouds abruptly divided the orcs in the middle. Susanna brandished her sword, rushed to the 2 orcs in the front. They did not know better and charged toward Susanna while waving their short-handled wolf-tooth rod. The result was that Susanna almost split one orc's back in 2, from the middle up to the shoulders. Another one suffered one of Susanna's kicks to his front chest. He flew back like a bullet, and crashed into a big tree. When he slid down the tree slowly, his back was already bloody and bruised, his front chest was not visible, and one can't say what could have become of it. There were probably more than 100 of them in this group of orcs. Most of them had already stopped chasing, especially since Christian and the others held off a part of them. There were only a few orcs who charged forward to the immediate fight, and they were not a threat for Susanna. But before she first slaughtered, the corner of her eye swept over to Anfey when she was charging towards the other few orcs. She was worried about Anfey's safety. In actuality, Anfey and Susanna should have switched sword tactics to be appropriate for this time. That was because Susanna's sword skill was bold and unconstrained, using the fastest attack speed with the shortest attack distance, she hit every oncoming opponent. Unable to stop their movement forward, the fate of these orcs was the same no matter how fast they would respond. Being unable to defend would naturally lead to death, and if they were able to block Susanna's sword, they still lost weapons in the power of the collision. And Susanna could rely on spare energy to behead the opponents. Anfey had changed to a new sword tactic. It was elegant and flexible, now on the right, now on the left, his opponents were unable to figure it out. He seemed to know that the power of the orcs was very strong. The sword in his hand never seemed to come into contact with the opponent's weapon, and he always waited for the orcs to attack first. He would then attack suddenly when the opponent's tactics became predictable, and once he attacked, there would be blood. In the blink of an eye, Anfey and Susanna had taken down 7 or 8 of the orcs in the front, and then Anfey greeted an orc with its whole body green. Every one of the orcs had a ferocious look on its face, their colors were similar, and their bodies emitted a foul sweat smell. Anfey did not notice that the orc in front of him was a little darker in color than the other orcs. He stepped sideways to bypass the opponent's attack, and then stabbed towards the opponent's right ribs. That orc appeared to be very agile. Anfey's choices of his attack times were always very cunning, always choosing when the opponent was almost tired out and before the opponent could recharge its energy. But that orc could actually escape this type of situation. Anfey's sword brushed against the bottom of his right ribs, and made a deep bloodstain. The orc yelled, and the short-handled wolf-tooth rod in his hand came smashing towards Anfey head-on. Although Anfey was a bit curious, he was not at all flustered. He stepped away suddenly and let the wolf-tooth rod pass him. The sword in his hand twisted up like a poisonous snake, and with a flutter stabbed the orc's neck. Anfey swung the sword stealthily with strength in his wrist, and cut a wound so deep on the orc's neck that the open throat was visible. Anfey did not stop and rushed past that orc's side to greet another orc. Careful! Susanna suddenly yelled. Anfey felt a gush of wind behind his head. There was no time to think, his stature suddenly shortened, and he stretched the sword in his hand out backwards. Listening to the wind was basic work for Anfey. He could not only figure out the weapon of his opponent from the sound of air in the wind, but could also accurately figure out the path of attack. His sword blocked the opponent's attack exactly. Anfey's sword broke with the sound of a clang. This sword was originally Zeta's. Anfey had always kept it on him until today. Although the sword's quality was pretty good, it was very torn, without having been protected by combat energy while training with Susanna. This time when it collided with the heavy wolf-tooth rod, the life of the sword had finally come to an end. Anfey rolled around and avoided attacks with agility. He flipped over and jumped to one side. He then had an opportunity to look back. The orc whose neck had been cut 1/3 through was charging towards him with the wolf-tooth rod held high. Anfey was very confident in his means of attack. That was a definite fatal wound. If he did not think that the opponent would immediately fall down, he would never just have walked past the opponent's side cheekily and exposed his whole backside to the enemy. Even though Anfey was a bit surprised, his expression still did not change one bit. He retrieved the manticore's tail needle from the dimensional ring with his backhand. With a mighty demeanor, he pierced the tail needle into the counterpart's shoulder at the sound of a flutter. That orc suddenly froze and became rigid. The low chance of rigidity from the manticore's tail actually was a success in the first real battle. Susanna had also arrived. Throwing herself at the orc, her right leg drew an airwave visible to the naked eye, and landed a blow to the orc's head. Anfey had already sliced 1/3 of the way into that orc's neck, and the strength of Susanna's kick was too strong. The huge beast's head went volleying up into the sky and flew far into the distance in the direction Susanna's leg had kicked. In front of them was only a headless torso, still spewing blood. Anfey hastily jumped out of the way and avoided the bright red fountain. He tilted his head and saw Susanna's body was half stained with blood, but she acted as if it were nothing, and once again faced the last few orcs. There was a saying that goes, mountains and rivers can be changed, but it is hard to change a person's nature. Anfey was a person who liked to ponder people. Even during this battle he was like that. This girl has definitely killed people before. Maybe, she even killed a lot. From the side, he could see that Susanna had a gutsy and fearless look on her face, and thus he made the judgment. At this time, a low horn sound came from the forest. All the orcs turned neatly and ran back like a well-trained army. The few orcs that were attempting to surround Susanna in the middle also turned around together and ran back. Susanna hesitated, carved out a cross shape with her sword, light from the sword shot out, and 2 orcs were killed on the spot. Just when Susanna was about to wield her sword again, Anfey's voice rang out from behind her, "Leave this to me." Anfey had already rushed past Susanna when she had paused for a second. His palm hit the orc's back, and the orc screamed and flew out flailing his arms and legs. But his injury was not that serious. The orc rolled around a few times on the ground but got back up and continued to run forwards, and couldn't tell where it was hurt. "What are you doing?" Susanna asked with a frown. Anfey smiled as he waved his hands, at the same time he sniffed the smell in the air, and revealed a well-thought-out smile. Susanna shrugged and did not continue to question him. She thought, this man is mysterious in many ways anyways. I wouldn't be able to get any answers even if I do ask, and even then, the answers I get might not even be true. Christian and a few others landed from the air. "Anfey, should we chase them?" "No need, they can't run away," Anfey said with a smile. "Susanna, what was up with that orc just then? I obviously hurt him so badly, how did he still have strength to fight?" "That wasn't a normal orc, it was an orc warrior." "Very powerful?" "If it was very powerful you'd have long been dead." Susanna rolled her eyes at Anfey. "Above the orc warrior is still the beast blood warrior, and the strongest is the beast soul warrior." "Have you heard of Audiobook? This name, I'm very familiar with." Anfey pondered. "It's the powerful warrior that united all the savage tribes." Susanna said slowly, "Audiobook's lineage is half wolfman. He is a beast soul warrior. The beast soul warrior is a very fearsome creature." Back then, Master Mage Richard entered Moon Shadow City at the cost of his life and sealed Audiobook in with the use of a vacuum scroll, just because there was no other way. I also know this, Audiobook once fell into the human's trap, and had hundreds of magic concealing arrows on his body, but he still killed his way out of the encirclement in the end. After half a year, he had completely recovered. If it was an ordinary human, or even if it were a legendary swordsman, this would not be possible. "How many beast soul warriors are there among the orcs?" Anfey asked. "That's what the novel says." "Very few, luckily it's very few," Christian smiled bitterly. I understand, Anfey nodded, and suddenly looked at Christian, then at Zubin. At the time, who told me Forest Klarm had no orcs? This. Christian was speechless and slightly embarrassed. Forget it, and let's not talk about this. Let's go back immediately. The other people must be anxious. Anfey, are we really not chasing those orcs? I remember that most of the orcs are violent and cruel, but they are practically brainless. Those orcs were actually like an army, and also knew to arrange an ambush. They are too sinister. They will cause big trouble for us sooner or later, Zubin said suddenly. I've got the picture, Anfey said, smiling. Let's go back. Back at the cave, Christian first told them of the two-footed flying dragon's slaughter, so that the people were very happy. Then he told of the clash with the orcs, and the atmosphere became tense again. Anfey solicited suggestions from everyone to get them to support going to war. Although there were many who did not have much experience handling things, they were generally childish and reckless. One thing was for sure, there were no cowards among them. Anfey then started to organize the group. He first had Christian and Rizka form some more magic arrays at the entrance of the cave. The following day, everyone would take off except Feller, Orego, Naya, and little Shelley with little Guy. Christian was very curious why Anfey was so sure he could find the orc tribe. He only asked twice, and both times his questions were brushed off by Anfey. It appeared to be mysterious, but in actuality it was very simple. When Anfey was attacking, he left perfume powder on the barbarian. Under normal circumstances, Anfey could follow the smell of the perfume powder to find the adversary. Anfey wasn't worried about Christian, but a secret was a secret. The less people knew, the better. That night, almost everyone who knew they were joining the battle the next day went to sleep early, so they could wake up early to meditate before heading into battle. That way they could exert stronger combat power. Feller and Orego regretted that they could not participate in the battle. Feller was terribly busy, he had to organize and sort out a lot of statistics every day. And Orego's injured leg had not healed yet. Even if they wanted to join in the battle, they were not able to. Neither Anfey nor Christian slept. They chatted and walked in the grass under the moonlight. Christian was very eloquent and mastered very profound knowledge. No matter what Anfey brought up, he would always have something to say, so Anfey really liked to chat with Christian. According to Christian, the origin of magic and combat power in this world was very interesting. Originally, mankind did not know magic and did not have combat power. Humans, elves, barbarians, orcs, and dwarves all lived in peace on the continent. Every type of intelligent life embraced different deities, and there were sub-regional differences. Even the same groups of beings that believed in the same deity had differences. There were many deities. And there were also many gods who displayed miracles. It was said that gods rely on the power of faith to survive. The more the people had faith in a god, the more powerful he was. Those gods who had no believers could only choose hibernation, or else they would become weaker and weaker. In order to gather more believers, the gods instigated their believers to start wars. At the same time, in order to ensure that their own believers would win, they gave the believers magic and combat power that originally only gods could comprehend. One god did that, and naturally there would be other gods who would not fall far behind. Gradually, all types of intelligent life mastered battle skills that were suitable for them. They expanded, and became unique systems. But the gods neglected one thing. Under general circumstances, there would not be breakouts of life-or-death battles. That was because they already had the most valuable thing. They were already above all things, there was nothing for them to fight for. But the groups of earthly beings were not the same. In the never-ending fights, the battle skills the various groups had mastered rapidly rose to a peak. Strong ones who could threaten the safety of the gods appeared. The sword sage of the people, the master magister, paladin, the sunset shooter of the elves, the master deity, the destroyers among the barbarians, sacrificial destructions, beast deity among the orcs, the master ghost, the king of the hills of the dwarves tribe. Those strong ones stood out, about a few dozen of them. The gods may not have cared, but if there was an influx of thousands, or millions, even the most powerful gods would have to retreat. The gods could not tolerate this. But they could not do anything about it, because the gods needed the power of faith. They could not possibly risk the destruction of faith in order to make things hard for the strong ones. Something similar had happened in the magic world as well. Maybe, it was the result of the gods making peace with the monarchs of the magic world. A huge opening of time and space connected the two planes of space. From then on, mankind launched a bloody slaughter with the magic tribe. A large number of strong ones fell in the middle of the battle. After the ultimate strength of the two worlds collided several times, the battle skills that each person had mastered suffered devastating damage, and the ultimate strong ones who luckily survived the battle all mysteriously disappeared. Having fought for hundreds of years, neither mankind nor the magic tribe wanted to continue to battle anymore, but they had accumulated too much hatred between them. No one could stop the inertia of this hatred. You came to my hometown to burn and kill, I also have to go loot your domain. Many people bore the hatred through many generations. Who was willing to put down his weapons? Finally, after a sharp decrease in the amount of intelligent life on the Pan-continent, many gods sent down miracles, and the huge time and space door disappeared. Christian started by telling Anfey what he had read from books, and towards the end he gave Saul's own reasoning and speculation. Saul firmly believed that the century of holy war was just a conspiracy. One of the most powerful pieces of evidence was that under outrageous circumstances, Brunswick decided to send out the army to block the magic tribe's attack. Brunswick knew that this was his last battle, and he commanded his 4 bodyguards to take his children and leave through the magic array. Those 4 bodyguards were all sword sages, and were also the last inheritance Brunswick gifted to his children. In the end, the children appeared at the other end of the magic array, and the 4 bodyguards were gone without a trace. Not only Brunswick had this type of encounter. Intelligent beings liked to leave room for maneuver. When the habitat of the elf tribe suffered the siege of the magic tribe, the elf tribe assigned more than 30 sunset shooters and 2 master deities to other places, and those people also mysteriously disappeared. When discussing topics related to gods, the fragile mage was actually the boldest among all the strong ones. They believed that as long as they could control enough elements, then they would be gods. Before the Holy War, the most famous master magister Han had an extravagant saying, "What gods could do, mankind could also do." The mage went beyond the normal senses and communicated with the elements, and finally controlled the elements. They believed that elements were the fundamental constitutions of the world, and thus did not believe in any gods. That was why Saul only said those words after having done a lot of research. Of course, Saul was also very careful. Among these people, he had only talked about it with Christian. Christian was also very careful when he talked about these things with Anfey, and had arranged a soundproof magic array before he dared to spill secrets. After Anfey had heard these things, he felt like a hero that had experienced things. He could totally understand. If he had been a god, and had come across the same situation, he would probably also have formulated a similar plan. This type of drastic approach was very simple and very effective. The more the two talked, the more interested they got, and they forgot about the time. But the little unicorn was aggrieved. It had risked its life to go out with Anfey to be able to play with Anfey, but it knew Anfey just simply ignored it. It rubbed against Anfey, which annoyed Anfey. A slap made it fall on its back, and it finally obediently lied down behind Anfey. "Anfey, it's getting late. Let's go back." Christian lifted his head, looked up at the night sky, and hesitated. "Anfey, don't tell anyone what we talked about tonight. Or else we could bring trouble to our teacher. You know that the church and the magic guild have always had disagreements, and the power of the church is very strong now. They have eyes and ears everywhere. If these things leak out..." "Alright, don't worry. Do you think that I am a person with a loose tongue?" Anfey laughed. "Ha ha." Christian laughed a bit, and suddenly proclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Where's the little guy?" They did not know when the little unicorn had actually slipped away. Anfey could not be blamed. He had been enthusiastically talking, so how could he have been in the mood to play around with that little thing? "We need to make some reins tomorrow and harness it." Anfey looked to the left and to the right, and yelled, "Hey!" The little guy still did not have a name. According to Anfey, it could be named whatever. It could be Now, Lulu, Juan, all could work, but Naya, Susanna, and everyone else were firmly opposed. It was a pity that the name they gave was strongly opposed by Anfey. Silver Lightning. It was pink at the moment. Also, that name was too vulgar. The Elegant Wind on the Divine Mountain of Gruya. Please, that name wasn't vulgar, but let me see first what kind of divine mountain Gruya was, alright? Besides, wasn't it uncomfortable to give such a long name? Jungle Nocturne. Save it, the little guy hums all day long, my singing sounds a lot better than it does. What song? As a result, Anfey could only use hey to call the little guy. It was quiet all around. The little guy did not come happily running to Anfey's call like it did in the past. Hey! 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 Anfey raised his voice. "Anfey, let's go back." Maybe the little guy went back by itself. No, it doesn't like to be in the cave. If someone did not watch it, it would have long escaped. Anfey shook his head. Then, let's divide up the search. Sure. Anfey was just about to get up but suddenly saw a small white shadow galloping towards him from a distance. That white shadow was the little unicorn. There was a bunch of things hanging from its mouth, and it looked like clothing. The little guy ran to Anfey and threw the things in his mouth onto the side, and intimately rubbed its head against Anfey's chest. But Anfey wasn't a person who was easily influenced. He reached out and slapped the little guys but 2 times, not hard but not softly either. I dare you to run out again, I dare you to run out again. Christian's eyes fell on the pile of things, and his expression changed. Anfey, sit here for a while, I'm going back first, he said unnaturally. All right, Anfey nodded. He only focused on disciplining the little guy, and temporarily had not paid attention to the pile of stuff. The little guy made sobbing sounds as it continued to rub against Anfey, and it even licked Anfey's hand with its tongue just like a puppy. This was its experience. The fact that Anfey had hit it couldn't be changed, but it could make Anfey stop disciplining it. Sure enough, Anfey laughed, stroked the little guy's head a few times, and then lied on the grass with his hands under his head as a pillow. The little guy then put its head on Anfey's chest, and its cries grew softer and softer. This piece of grassland scenery was indeed good, but there were numerous insects, mosquitoes, and crustacean creatures in the grass. But the little guy had an invisible force that could be sensed, and could drive away all sorts of little living creatures. This was also a new recent discovery for everyone. When living in the cave previously, the entrance of the cave would always have a large cluster of mosquitoes each morning. Sometimes, they even fully blocked the sky. There would have to be a person in the sky to gather a large amount of water elements, to make the mosquitoes lose their ability to fly, and the fallen mosquitoes paved a whole layer on the ground. But after they brought in the little guy, the mosquitoes never appeared again. After a long time, Anfey took a breath and slowly stood up. Only then did his gaze fall on the pile of things. It seemed like women's clothing? A woman's scream came from the left. Anfey was surprised for a moment. He heard that it was Naya's scream. Naya, what's wrong? There was no reply. A moment after, a plump figure came out from the forest. The most unusual thing was that the figure actually had 2 heads. When it walked out of the shadows, Anfey recognized that it was 2 people. One was Naya, and one was Susanna. The 2 were wrapped in a cloak. For smooth legs covered in boots were exposed under the cloak, and could be seen under the moonlight. Comparing the 2 figures, Susanna's calves were thinner than Naya's calves. From the contours of the waist, Susanna's legs were about 6 or 7 centimeters longer than Naya's. Naya was slightly taller than Susanna, and her frame was also wider than Susanna's. It was a pity that combat power had nothing to do with frame. One Susanna could kill hundreds of Nayas. Combat power also had nothing to do with qualities. Naya appeared to be tall and slender and looked valiant, but had poor combat power, and Susanna appeared to be very delicate. Anfey immediately reacted to what had happened. Susanna's whole body was stained with blood, she definitely came to bathe together with Naya. While they were bathing, the little guy had stolen their clothes. The problem was, there was no use in reacting to what had happened. He may not be able to solve that problem. What are you guys doing? Anfey walked 2 steps sideways as he talked, trying to block the clothes on the ground. This was not a guilty conscience. He was worried that he would not be able to explain clearly. All right. It's you again. Susanna's eyes were angry and wide, her demeanor resentful. It's me again. Anfey replied. It's you spying on us bathing again, and this time you even stole our clothes. What do you want? Anfey. Ah. Naya looked at Anfey in surprise. She wasn't stupid. That word, again, was worth examining. Gossip. You think I still have the need to secretly watch you bathe? Ah. Naya looked towards Susanna in surprise. No need to look? What did that mean? Could it possibly mean that he had already looked, so there was no need to look? You? Susanna had already reached to the point of indescribable resentment. Old enmity and new hatred rose in her heart, and she raised her foot to charge forward. Don't, Susanna! Naya screamed, you want to die. Naya screamed while tightly pulling onto Susanna and the cloak with her hands, for the fear of them getting exposed. Actually, they were already exposed. If someone went behind them, they would be surprised with a pair of snow-white butts. The cloak was only so big, it could not possibly cover them both. After they finished bathing, Naya and Susanna found that all their clothes were missing. There were only 2 pairs of their boots at the scene. They had no choice. Naya retrieved a cloak from her own dimensional ring, and barely escaped this, or else they could only have stayed in the lake. Upon hearing Anfey's voice, the 2 exchanged views on whether to go out or not under low voices. In the end they decided to go out. They'd rather let only Anfey see than having to go back to the cave and let everyone see. This way they could let Anfey go back by himself to find Shelley, who could bring some spare clothes back. Don't be agitated, Anfey laughed bitterly. It wasn't me who took your clothes, it was him. Anfey's finger pointed at the little guy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, Trust. Chapter 79, Trust. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Stealing clothes would normally be a difficult situation to get out of, but thanks to Christian, whom everyone trusted, and his testimonies, Anfey felt himself relaxing. Since Christian had vouched for him, Susanna and Naya found themselves believing Anfey's story. The actual perpetrator, on the other hand, showed no remorse. The young unicorn looked around at everyone happily. The more boisterous the scene, the happier it got. Anfey, since he did not know what to do with it, picked up the young unicorn. He handed it to Christian and told him to retrieve the girl's clothes. Then he sat down by the mouth of the cave and began thinking. A few days ago, he was able to defeat Shully with a small fireball, and officially became the second worst mage on the team. Even though the magical surges in the fight were very weak, Anfey's power had shocked his companions. Christian even said that Anfey could be a genius with his elemental powers. Elemental power sounded like an amazing power, but in truth it really wasn't a useful power. There wasn't anyone in history who managed to achieve great things solely relying on elemental power. There was a famous hero that had the power, but the most he could do was to summon a fire element and use it to form a sword. Of course, he wasn't a hero because he could summon the sword or use it to defeat anyone. It was because he sacrificed himself for mankind and became a spy for the humans among the magic beasts. He slowly gained their trust and even became a leader among them. In the end, he led an elite group of magic beasts into an ambush laid by humans. Initially Anfey was overjoyed when he heard Christian's compliments, but after a thorough explanation, he was disappointed. He had mostly forgotten about it, but he had lost his longsword in the fight earlier that day, and the manticore's sting was still an unfamiliar weapon. He was unarmed at that moment, and had only then remembered the story about the fire sword. They had kept some spare swords in the storage room in the cave, but they had found those swords on the ship, and Anfey did not trust their quality. Anfey thought perhaps he could learn to master the skills of making a fire sword. He also wanted to learn more about this ability. If he could make a sword out of it, he could probably figure out how to make other things as well. A small ball of fire appeared, hovering over his hand, and tumbled in midair according to his will. Like always, he only felt warmth and obedience, and was not at all threatened. Theoretically speaking, magic would become harmful as soon as it was released. It was not intelligent and couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. There were many records of magic hurting the wrong side, or harming the person that had initially released it. On the contrary, people like Anfey, who could use magic freely, were rare. Under his control, the fireball bounced up and down slowly in front of him. He then took a deep breath and conjured another ball of flame. Slowly, Anfey felt himself getting more accustomed to controlling the fire. He merged the two fireballs and carefully observed it. After the two fireballs merged, its color became brighter and the size increased. After a few minutes with no strange activity, Anfey merged the bigger one with 3 other smaller fireballs. The 5 fireballs together became a magical presence slightly smaller than a large fireball. The fireball hovered a few inches over Anfey's palm, and when he probed the power, he felt nothing but warmth and obedience. Anfey used all of his power to control the fireball. He tried to pull on the fireball, and managed to stretch it. This took up most of his time and energy, since he still needed to work on his mental strength. Oftentimes he would forget about one thing while working on another. This caused the fireball to twist and change shapes like a tree in a strong wind. After what seemed like forever, Anfey's forehead was covered in sweat and a stick about 2 foot long appeared in his hands. Anfey had initially wanted a sword and was disappointed it was only a stick. He looked at his hands and felt no burning sensation or pain. The fire from the stick brushed his sleeves but did not damage them. He probed a nearby bush with it, and saw the leaves curl up and blacken under the moonlight. Then with a small spark, the bush began to emit smoke. Anfey thought about it and touched the tip of the stick to his own shirt. The shirt was undamaged. He felt that the element was purposefully protecting him. He decided to change the course of its action and directed its aggression towards something else. He touched his shirt again and it burst into flame. He hurriedly put out the fire and realized that the fire's power purely depended on his commands. If he wanted it to attack, it would. For normal people, it would be very hard to control their own minds. For example, sometimes the more one wants to forget, the harder it is to do so. When someone focuses their mind on one thing, it would only take minutes for their minds to go to other places. Hearts of men were like wild animals. They were hard to tame and control. Just like there are many ways to take a wild beast, people invented many ways to control their own minds. For someone like Anfey, controlling his mind was not hard work. If a normal person saw their shirt on fire, they could freak out and imagine what might happen if the fire harmed them. Then perhaps the fire would really injure them. Imagining the fire harming themselves would be a hint that the fire could harm them. However, once a man could control his own mind, the fire would be warm and obedient. Anfey walked over to a tree and slashed the stick towards its trunk. The stick dissolved into thousands of tiny pieces and disappeared into the night, leaving no more than a small burn mark on the tree. Anfey was shocked by the fragility of the stick. Christian had told him that the hero could fight with his fire sword. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so weak that it couldn't even cut a tree. What did he do wrong? Anfey sat down on a patch of grass and began going over the steps he took to form that stick. Then he began meditating in order to replenish his magic. Even though he was slowly working towards becoming a mage, he wasn't even an apprentice yet, and the small fireballs were all it took to drain him of his magic. He went through several rounds of meditation and experimentation, looking for an answer. Once he even used 8 fireballs at the same time, but it was no stronger than 5, and had shattered against the tree. The moon was high in the sky, and it was almost time for them to move on. Anfey stopped his experimentation. His work tonight pushed him a step closer to becoming a mage, but he wasn't satisfied and felt slightly defeated. "Did you not sleep?" Feller, who was the vigil that night, asked as Anfey walked into the cave, exhausted. "Not tired," Anfey said, shaking his head. "Feller, fetch me Susanna and a sword from the storage room." "All right," Feller said. He disappeared into one of the rooms in the back of the cave. Anfey approached Christian. He tapped Christian on the shoulder and patted Rizka. The two sat up, rubbing their eyes. "It's time?" "Yes," Anfey said. "Christian, I'll take Rizka and Susanna first. Bring everyone else with you later. We will leave marks on the way. If you run into orcs, try not to tangle with them and find us first." "All right," Christian said. "Anfey, why don't you bring Sante and Zubin as well? It's too dangerous with just you 3. We're just scouting. If we get into trouble, it's easier with less people." "If you say so. Be careful yourselves, all right? You as well." The hours before dawn were always the darkest and the quietest in the forest. Both the nocturnal creatures and the diurnal creatures would slumber during this time. A lone squirrel with a long, fiery red tail poked its head out of a small hole in the ground. It stared at the east as if it was a zealot staring at his god, waiting for the sun to rise. A few large bats flew over the trees, and the squirrel hurriedly returned to its hiding place. The bats, however, didn't seem to pay the squirrel any heed. They needed to return to their nests before the sun came up. There were many different animals inhabiting the magic beast forest, and sometimes even the same animals would branch into different species. Take spiders for example. There were thousands of spiders in the forest, some as big as a wheel, some as small as a fingernail. Some lived in the bushes, others could make webs dozens of feet long. Others relied not on webs but superior jumps and venomous fangs to hunt. At the crack of dawn, these spiders would scurry away from their nighttime hunting places and return to their daytime hiding places. There was a kind of hummingbird living the forest. They were the predator of all spiders and enjoyed draining the spiders of their body fluids. If the spiders were still out after sunrise, they were good as dead. A few wolves brushed past Anfey and disappeared into the woods, clearly satisfied. Humans tend to view wolves as cruel, but always forget that wolves seek no more than food and shelter, while men's greed was limitless. Of course, civilization flourished because of greed, and it was not wrong to say that desire drives humanity. Anfey had his eyes closed, sniffing the scented powder from the air. Susanna and Rizka stayed close to him, alert to any danger that could be near. Anfey knew that as long as it was within 24 hours and the people he was tracking did not enter a completely sealed-off space, he could find them. Susanna stared at the night sky and had a sudden realization. Not only did the young unicorn have the ability to avoid any evil and everything bad, Anfey did too. There were thousands of bugs hovering around them, but not a single one dared to land. It must be the power of the tier of stars. Susanna wanted to ask Anfey if he could feel any difference, but then she remembered Anfey had told her that the less she knew about the tier of stars, the better. Now that Rizka was here, she didn't want to talk about it. Cutting through the forest was easy, but tracking an enemy was much more dangerous. On their way, they could use magic and combat power to protect themselves. Using those powers when tracking enemies would give their enemies a warning. However, Susanna was still worried about being attacked by insects. "This way," Anfey said, pointing towards the distance. "All right." Rizka and Susanna nodded together. "Rizka, bring me up with levitation. Susanna, remain on the ground. We're still far from the orcs. There shouldn't be anything to worry about. Susanna and Riska didn't know how Anfey knew the orcs were far away, but they didn't want to ask. Anfey was a mysterious man, because he needed the mystery for protection. The three cut through the forest quickly. Every once in a while Anfey would stop and look for the remaining scent. After 24 times, the three arrived at the edge of a swamp. Anfey felt the scent of the powder had grown stronger, and told Riska to land on a nearby hill. Susanna caught up quickly. The three stood on the hill and observed their surroundings. A few mutant hippopotamuses climbed ashore slowly and walked towards their dens, their large bodies shifting. They looked completely defenseless, and there was no need for them to be defensive. The hippopotamuses were all very mild, but because their flesh had a strange chemical that made it extremely sour, they were able to live without predators. Even a magic beast with a varied diet could not consume their meat without getting sick. The hippopotamuses were so useless that the other magic beasts would be better off just leaving them alone. No beasts would try to attack each other, and they lived in relative peace. For other magic beasts, the forest was a place of danger and challenge. For the hippopotamuses, however, it was a comfortable place to make home. A nearby bush rustled, and a fire alligator appeared. It walked straight past the hippopotamus without even looking at it. Perhaps it was because its ancestor had once eaten it by accident, and taught all of its children, which in turn taught its children, never to go near those things. A flash leopard appeared from a bush on top of the hill. It glanced towards the humans, and appeared spooked. Its beautiful back arched, and it gave a deep growl before running down the hill. The alligator had heard the leopard's growls but didn't see its movement. It turned and headed straight for the hill. It seems like it was too starving to care that it was way too slow to ever catch a flash leopard. The alligator reached the top of the hill, and, instead of a flash leopard, it found 3 humans. Its small, cruel eyes lit up, and it began to twist its body and stomp on the ground. Then it headed straight to Susanna, whom it had deemed to be the weakest. The magic beasts all had their own advantages. Flash leopards were fast and sensitive to their surroundings, while the fire alligators were thick-skinned and hard to kill. Susanna's eyes were filled with disgust. She kicked the alligator in the jaw, sending it tumbling down the hill. A few other alligators that had gathered around returned to their hideouts, while the one that tried to attack them laid on the ground. It was twisting in pain and making gurgling noises. Susanna had shattered its jaw, and in a few days it would starve to death. "Riska, you ready?" Anfey asked. Riska nodded. He whispered a spell, and used Eyes of the Sky. Anfey was growing very fond of this magic. It was like a spy satellite. After a few times using it, Anfey thought he could find a few mediocre members of the team and have them focus on this magic. Riska changed a few coordinates, but with no success. He looked at Anfey and shook his head. "There," Anfey said. He pointed to the place he could clearly smell the powder. Riska summoned his magic and began looking again. After changing the coordinates a dozen times, there were still no clues. He was about to talk to Anfey, when a dozen orcs appeared in his view. "Look," Riska called to Anfey. "Keep an eye on them," Anfey told him. Watching orcs moving through a forest was very hard, and Riska had to focus all of his attention on the task. In order to keep track, every time the orcs walk into the shade, he immediately had to find a nearby coordinate and search carefully. After a while, when Riska's magic was almost all used up, the orcs disappeared into the woods near a small mountain. Riska waited a few more moments and stopped the magic. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, "That's the best I can do." "Take a break," Anfey said. "I feel like that is the orcs' hideout. Susanna, what do you think?" Susanna did not reply. Anfey turned around, and found Susanna standing there. She looked excited, and her eyes were staring at a mountain in the distance. "Susanna? What happened?" Anfey asked. "Nothing," Susanna replied, as if waking from a dream. "Nothing. Just remembered something in the past." "Really?" Susanna bit her lip and turned her gaze towards Anfey. The latter was staring at the alligator down the hill, as if it was too interesting for him to turn his eyes away. Susanna's eyes were filled with emotion, as if she was making some difficult decisions. After a moment, she walked over and whispered to Anfey, "Do you remember the map I once talked about?" "Of course. The one you talked about that day." Anfey stopped his sentence mid-track. There were some memories neither one of them were willing to speak of. "If I am not mistaken, this is the place on the map. Can I see it?" Anfey asked. "Don't worry, I won't take it. I know how much it means to you. I just want to help." Susanna nodded. "All right," she said, "I trust you." When she first mentioned the map, she already knew that she won't find the treasure all by herself. She needed help, and Anfey was her only option. She didn't like him and thought badly of him, but at least she didn't have to worry about Anfey taking the treasure for himself after they had found it. After working together for some time, Susanna was sure of it. She drew her sword and took out a piece of tattered and stained paper from the sheath. She handed it to Anfey and said, "Don't damage it." Anfey smiled and opened the paper. It was a map, but only half of it was there. The other half was ripped off and missing, leaving a jagged edge. It seemed like the map had some stories to it, as well. "You see the mountain there?" "It's the one over there," Susanna said, pointing from the map to the mountain she was looking at earlier. The mountain that appeared in Rizka's eyes of the sky had a flat top, like it was once cut down by a god. The mountain on the map had a flat top as well. There were some wavy lines drawn next to the mountain, and it was labeled Clam Swamp. It was the same swamp and mountain. The possibility of the treasure being hidden there was very high. High enough for them to look into it. "Where's the other half?" Anfey asked. "It was taken away from me," Susanna said. She shook her head and seemed to have remembered some unpleasant memories. "It's all right," Anfey reassured her. "We'll find it." "The other half contained the spell to open whatever contains the treasure," Susanna said, shaking her head. "Without it, we can't open the lock." "That troublesome?" "Yes," Susanna said, nodding. "Don't you want to know what is in that treasure?" she asked after glancing at him for a few moments. "Are you not interested in it?" "Why would I be?" Anfey asked. He had remembered his conversation with Susanna. If she wanted to tell him about everything, he would offer her his help. If she chose to remain secretive, it wasn't his place to intervene. Everything came at a price, and there wouldn't be any treasure without risks. "I have no idea what kind of a man you are," Susanna said, shaking her head. "A normal person would be very interested after hearing about treasures." People like Anfey were very strange to her. "I'm an honest man," Anfey said. "I won't seek things that are not mine. What is mine will never be another's." "Honest?" Susanna rolled her eyes. "Are you joking?" "Jokes?" Rizka had just woken up from his deep meditation, and since he could not sense anything of the outside world when he was meditating, he had only heard the last sentence. "Anfey was joking," Susanna said. She took the map from Anfey and returned it to the secret compartment in her sheath. Seeing that Susanna didn't want to talk about it, Rizka shrugged and turned to Anfey. "What are we doing next? Are we going to keep waiting here? Can you tell how far away the orcs are?" "Exactly?" "I have the coordinates," Rizka told him. "It's about 8 miles. Do you have a plan?" Susanna asked. "The orcs aren't easy targets. We don't know how many there are, and how many are warriors and fighters. We don't know if they have any obsidian mages or spirit mages. If they really do have an obsidian mage, they could detect our presence miles away." Susanna had the feeling that there were many things Anfey did not know about, so she felt the need to talk to him in case he made a rushed decision. After spending time with them, Susanna didn't want to see anyone hurt. Of course, she agreed with Anfey's decision. If the orcs had attacked her without even an attempt of negotiation, they would attack any and everyone. They needed to strike fast to eliminate the threats. Christian talked about the spirit mages before. What are they? Obsidian mages are like human mages, and the spirit mages are like the human magisters. They are not as powerful as humans, of course, but they shouldn't be taken lightly either, Susanna said slowly. If an orc tribe has an obsidian mage, their strength would increase significantly. They can enhance the strength of individual orcs, increasing an orc's attack, speed, defense, and life force. If the tribe has a spirit mage, it would be even more terrifying. The orc's strength would depend on the mage's faith power, and a spirit mage's faith power is much stronger than an obsidian mage. A spirit mage can even summon a blood moon, which would turn orcs into terrifying fighting machines, their strength increasing tenfold. In the Sacred War, a spirit mage summoned the blood moon for 300 werewolves, who in turn defeated an elite legion of 40,000 men. It was called the Great Miracle of the War. So, if a warrior of the beast god was under the blood moon, it would fight the gods? And that Audiobook, what if he was under that moon? Anfey asked. In reality, among the sentient beings, the direct lineages from the ancient beasts are very rare, but they are treated as equal because of their incredible strength. The great spirit mages were all killed in the Sacred War. Those that could summon the blood moon are no longer alive. Those that were left behind were forced to work with savages like the orcs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, Murderous Intent. Chapter 80, Murderous Intent. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Susanna, you're saying that if there is an obsidian mage or a spirit mage, we are bound to lose? No, that isn't what I mean. We do have 2 magisters, and I'm with you as well, so they won't have much of an upper hand, but I just want you to make a good decision. I don't want to see anyone hurt or killed. Remember when the orcs attacked us yesterday? Anfey asked. Yes, why? There was one orc that had a battle cry and signaled us. You know what I'm talking about? No, Rizka said. Be more specific, Anfey, why does that matter? You're saying someone's watching us? Susanna asked, suddenly remembering her conversation with Anfey. Of course. Or else it wouldn't make sense. Anfey stopped for a second before continuing. Did you see that leader? He didn't look like an orc. It's not just that he didn't look like an orc, Susanna said. He wasn't an orc. I don't know how it was possible for him to command so many orcs, though. We'll find out soon enough, Anfey said. What's taking them so long? Should be quick, Rizka said. My magic coordination should be accurate. After a few minutes, the 3 finally spotted the rest of the group, with Christian in the lead. They landed on the hill, and Christian hurried over. Sorry about the delay, he said. What happened? We can't control that unicorn, Christian said. It ran off by itself, and it took us a while to catch it. Did we miss anything? Nothing much. Rest here a little. We are attacking in a bit. Are we just rushing in like that? Susanna asked. What do you think we should do? I don't think we should rush into this, Susanna said. Did you find their campsite? Christian asked. Yes, Rizka replied. About 8 miles from here. Give me the coordinates, Christian said, as he set up the eyes of the sky. Christian picked just the right time to use the magic. When he found the mountain Rizka marked, he saw about 50 orcs walking out of the woods in a line. Anfey, I agree with Susanna, Christian said. Even if they don't have an obsidian mage, going there might risk discovery miles away. What do you recommend we do now? Anfey asked. Rizka and I can use a mist shield together, Christian said. The shield can effectively block our magical surges, and it's fairly common for the forest to fog up. I don't think it's going to arouse any suspicions. The only thing is, we both need time for meditation afterwards. What if we circle around the back of the mountain? With the mist as a disguise, they might not realize we're there until we attack, Zubin said. He's right, Christian said, nodding. Anfey, what do you say? I like the plan, he said. Go ahead. Discuss it among yourselves. The group glanced at each other, feeling slightly uncomfortable. They were already used to Anfey giving them instructions on what to do. Now that Anfey gave them full control over the plan, it felt strange to them. What are you doing? Right now mist and fog would attract much attention. Once the sun is up you've lost your opportunity, Anfey told them. Everyone needs to start thinking and come up with a possible plan. He could teach them how to lose their naivety with cruelty, but there were many things he couldn't teach them. Things like planning an attack. That required their own efforts. Right now it was like he was leading a group of children and playing a game of survival. A few weeks were fine, a few months could work as well, but any longer than that would never work. Sooner or later, they would encounter some sort of crisis. If they were still like naive children, the result could be devastating. Sometimes he needed to let go, because that was the only way they could truly grow up. Soon the conversation became heated. Everyone tossed out their own opinions and ideas. In reality, their abilities were undoubtedly some of the best in the world. Not everyone could be chosen to be Saul's student. Even the common ones like Feller would surely be one of the best if he was in the academy. After a few more rounds of discussion, the group came up with a final plan. Christian and Risk would release a mist shield. Then, when they meditated to recover their magic, Susanna, Sante, Zubin, and Sanchez would go to the back of the mountain and attack from behind. If the orcs tried to flee, Christian and the rest of the group could cut them off in the front. If they tried to fight, then the group also would attack from the front. Anfey thought he could have came up with a better plan, but there were parts he admired as well. At least they knew how to trick their enemies. Distractions and mass attack from the magisters combined to form a solid attack plan. If the orcs had only around 200 fighters, this team could easily take them out. Seeing that Anfey agreed to the plan, the rest of the team was very happy. Anfey, are you going with Susanna or us? Christian asked. Come with us, Susanna said. All right, Anfey agreed. The orcs fighters would never imagine what kind of a team they were about to encounter. There were fewer than a dozen people in the world who joined the Magister rank in their 20s, and 2 of them were on the team. Swords masters under the age of 20 were even rarer. Even Ernest couldn't achieve that. The only reason Susanna wasn't known throughout the land was because of certain events in her past. Philip didn't think much of the team, because he was so focused on getting revenge for his grandson. However, anyone with a brain could tell how valuable this team would be in the future. The fog gathered around them and slowly became more and more opaque. It began spreading into the surroundings. Susanna's group had already headed out, and was heading towards the back of the mountain after taking the long way around. With the magic coordinates, they wouldn't miss it, even if the fog was heavy enough to obscure sights. The tribe was just over the small hill ahead. The team slowly walked towards the hill, their senses heightened to watch for any possible enemy movements. Suddenly, they heard voices up ahead. They hurriedly hid behind a bush and peered out quietly. 2 orcs, a man and a woman, walked onto the hill. After the Sacred War, the entire world was disorganized and chaotic. One sentient species would often take refuge in another's territory if it was attacked or experienced traumatic loss. After a few centuries, the world languages became very much assimilated. Now, every intelligent being knew at least 2 languages. One of the 2 was the species' own language, and the other was the human language. This was because humans had the largest population, and only humans and savages kept their own territories. After the magic beasts lost most of their strength, the humans had attacked and took over some of their territories. The other species, on the other hand, were forced to take refuge with the humans. The approaching orcs, however, weren't speaking human language. Anfey had heard about orcs before. In the rumors, the orcs were painted as ruthless, cruel savages. It was said that they knew no shame, and their tribes were filled with nakedness and incest. Now that he had seen an orc, he realized that at least the naked part was untrue. Both orcs were wearing crudely made clothes. Plus, the 2 orcs looked awkward and uncomfortable just holding hands. When they were a few feet away, a slight breeze blew by. The female orc raised her head and sniffed the air. Anfey knew that she was sniffing a strange scent. He didn't smell like anything, but the girls would put scented powder on their faces every morning. She must have smelled Susanna. Anfey jumped out of the bush and lunged towards the orcs. He found the manticore sting from his ring, and aimed it towards the female orc. The male orc crouched down and retrieved the short staff hanging from his belt. He pushed the female orc aside, and tried to shout, either for help or a warning, as he was fending off the attacker. His reaction was according to Anfey's plan, who was trying to draw him over. Anfey changed the direction of his attack. He drew back the manticore sting, then stabbed the male orc in the mouth with it. This time the petrification did not happen. The male orc was very brave. The sting protruded from the back of his head, but he was still able to grab the sting with both of his hands, trying to buy some time for the female orc to escape. Anfey kicked the female orc in the face. Then he raised his arms and lifted the male orc into the air. He pushed forward and threw the orc's body. It landed a few feet away and stopped moving. The female orc was clearly weaker than the male one. She rolled on the ground a few times, then raised her head. She was lying on the ground in shock, and had forgotten to use the staff hanging from her belt. Seeing that her companion was dead, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Anfey jumped up and struck her in the back with the sting. The sting pierced her body and nailed her to the ground. Then he pressed his foot against her head, pressed down, and pulled the sting out. She grabbed his leg and scratched. Her strength grew weak, her body finally slumped onto the ground, and she laid dead. "Idiot, why didn't you attack?" Anfey asked angrily. Susanna walked away, her eyes downcast. That was the first time Anfey had become angry with her. She knew that she made a mistake, though. After Anfey jumped out, she should have followed him, but did not, which resulted in a mistake. They heard sounds coming from the other side of the hill. Clearly the woman's scream had alerted the other orcs. Susanna had killed a lot of people to date, but it was because they had threatened her and her sister. She couldn't turn herself from a victim acting in self-defense to a murderer. Compared to the people who had attacked her before, she couldn't bring herself to harm the 2 orcs because of their helplessness. "What are you doing standing there? Do you still want me to fight for you?" Anfey asked her again. Susanna walked past him. "Think about it," he said coldly. "If the orcs kill us, who would protect Shully?" Even though she was angry with Anfey, after she remembered what had happened to Shully before, she found herself even more angry with these ugly, armed orcs. She used her combat power and dashed towards the orcs. The obsidian and spirit mages did not appear. There were a few orc fighters that tried to stop Susanna, but could not even touch her. She swept through their ranks, showing no mercy as her sword danced from orc to orc. Wherever her sword went, blood followed. Anfey stood and watched, stunned. Everything that stood in Susanna's way was severed by the blinding sword. Necks, arms, legs, even the staffs were no match for the sword, and were cut in half by the blade. Nothing was able to stop her. 2 orc-raised armored rhinos were led to the fight, but after seeing Susanna's ability, both of them turned and ran away. Magic beasts were not stupid. They didn't relate to orcs, and weren't willing to sacrifice themselves for them. There were only 2 states one can be in when doing something. In one of them, a person's whole mind was focused on the task, and in the other, it was not. When one was completely committed, sometimes even defeating more powerful enemies was possible. Clearly now Susanna was wholeheartedly committed to what she was doing. Susanna was thinking, about her attack was instinctive. Her eyes were glazed over, but she was certain of every orc's movement and attack. With every swing of the sword, she could take out an orc, but she couldn't tell why she was swinging her sword. She could even predict the orc's movements, and shield Anfey from an attack. The rest of the group lingered behind Anfey and Susanna. Sante and Sanchez were responsible for finishing off the remaining orcs, and Zubin was responsible for killing any orc mages should they appear. The hill was already covered with bodies of orcs. The few dozen orcs that came to the scene were all finished off, but Susanna did not stop. She began heading for the village. The village seemed to be impoverished. There were only around half a dozen huts, all built from grass and mud. The women and the children were running around the village. Susanna turned her gaze towards a heavily guarded cave in the distance. Some orcs were there, guarding the cave. Susanna was fast with her killing, but it still took some time. These orcs hadn't gone to help their friends, and it was obvious they were guarding something valuable. Susanna jumped into the air and headed for the cave. On the other side of the village, around 70 orcs with weapons came to the rescue of the ones in the village. Some of them even climbed onto a watchtower and began attacking Susanna with arrows. Magic surges ripped through the way. A fiery comet descended from the sky and hit the watchtower, which then burst into flame. A few orcs fell to the ground in flames. Christian, who released the comet, was leading the attack. Immediately, fireballs, wind blades, and earth spikes bloomed throughout the village. Compared to Susanna, the mages had appeared relatively at ease. The fog shield was still in place, and they couldn't tell if they had killed soldiers or defenseless women and children. The grass huts were either set aflame or leveled by the magic. Sante summoned a firewall that stood in the middle of the village. The orcs that had just arrived weren't sure how to get around it, and the mages took advantage of that time. A wind blade swept through their ranks, and a few fireballs incinerated the orcs. The orcs in front of the cave gathered into close rank. Every one of them appeared enraged. None of them tried to run, and none of them showed signs of fear. They were natural warriors, and it didn't matter how powerful their enemy was, they would not back down. Susanna didn't want to test her determination against theirs. She was there to kill. The bright white combat power around her froze for a second, then she waved her sword and swept it across the orcs. The sword cut through the orcs and their armor, leaving half a dozen of them on the ground. It left a deep wound on their chest, almost severing them. Susanna dashed into the cave without stopping. Sanchez used a spell and summoned a small light that hovered in front of the remaining orcs. The small light quickly grew in size and became orange in color. It became a fire wave and enveloped all the remaining orcs. Facing weaker enemies, swordsmen were never as efficient as mages. Susanna had only killed half a dozen orcs with a stroke of her sword, but Sanchez had killed more than 20. The pain of being burned alive wasn't something determination could fight. The orcs wailed in pain and squirmed on the ground. Some slammed their bodies against the wall in the blinding pain. The fire only lasted a few seconds, but it was enough to kill or seriously injure the remaining orcs. Anfey stopped. Zubin knew what he was worried about, and used a frozen spell to lower the temperature of the cave. Anfey worried for Susanna's safety and jumped into the cave. After he landed, he looked around and found no armed orcs. Susanna was standing there with her sword held out in front of her, staring at a raised platform. On the platform was a large chair made out of bones, and a black-haired young man was sitting on it. In front of him were 3 old orcs. They were on the floor, and crying. They looked very emotional, as if they were begging the young man. The cave wall was covered with carving by the orcs, and it looked very mysterious. The cave was very clean, and there were a few young female orcs standing by, too scared to move. The young man looked as if he didn't know what had happened outside. He was looking at his own feet. His expression was strangely calm, as if he couldn't see Susanna. Anfey looked at the young man and saw that his hands were gripping the arms of the chair. Usually when someone gripped something, it meant they were nervous. Anfey smiled. If they were able to make him nervous now, it meant that he had no other cards to play. Susanna was confused by the strange appearance of the cave and the way the man presented himself, and didn't attack. He could fool Susanna, but could not fool Anfey. How long are you going to sit there? Until we leave? Anfey said as he joined Susanna. Sorry to disappointed you. We're not leaving. My dear visitors, are you trying to anger me? I'm not trying to anger you, Anfey said. You angered me. I have a problem, you see. I don't like it when people look down on me. So you better get down here. My lord, please, use your godly powers, and let this be the murderer's eternal grave, one of the old orcs called. Perhaps because the young man was using human language, he did too. My lord, they were slaughtering our people outside. You cannot let them go, another old orc called. Slaughter? You were the ones that attacked us first, Sante snorted. The great mage Harn once said that time changes everything. Now even the orcs know trickery. Get up, the young man said. Let me think about it. Then he closed his eyes, and it was as if he didn't even see Susanna and the rest of the group. Susanna frowned and leaped into the air. She was the most powerful one there, and she would be the one to see exactly how powerful the man was. When she was still a few feet away from him, a bright light flashed. Susanna gasped, and her combat power disappeared. Is that anti-magic Terra? Christian and Zubin called in surprise together. Susanna was caught off guard. She lost her balance and almost fell to the ground. A sword appeared in the young man's hand. He waved the sword and Susanna's sword flew out of her hand. By the time Susanna caught up to what was going on, the young man had already placed a sword on her neck. You can disrespect me once, but not twice, he said. He returned the sword to its scabbard and closed his eyes. Go. Anfey was worried for a second, but then wasn't. He didn't care how powerful that Terra was. He remembered very clearly how the man had declared that he would kill everyone that talked too much. He couldn't fool Anfey after saying something like that. Susanna clenched her fist and her body shook, as if she was regathering her power. The anti-magic Terra was too powerful, and all magic and combat power stopped functioning within its range. After a while, Susanna picked up her sword and walked off the platform. She admitted defeat. Zubin and Sante stared, frowning. Terra was something that surpassed the power of men. Very few people could use it, and they were all blessed by the gods themselves. There were very few even in history. Even the great magister couldn't fight people with Terra, let alone young mages like them. Sorry, Susanna whispered. It's all right, Anfey said. He began ascending the platform. Terra? If he really had the power of Terra, why did he let Susanna go? Letting her go meant that he didn't want to, or couldn't, kill her. There must be something wrong with that Terra. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, Show the True Color. Chapter 81, Show the True Color. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The young man with black hair could not take the stupid provocation anymore. He suddenly stood up with rage. He pointed his sword at Anfey. Everyone could sense from the tension in the air that the fight was ready to start. Anfey, Zubin called out nervously. Anfey, come back. Susanna was worried as well. Anfey waved his hand with a smile and casually walked forward. He looked calm and casual. He thought he would be fine, since the tip of that young man's spear was made of wax. He wanted to know whether the young man could affect him the same way that he had made Susanna's combat power disappear. He had to fight with him to know it, though he knew it would make Susanna and others worried. You are a guest from far away. As you wish, you did make me mad. You will pay for it, the young man with black hair said coldly. Saint, please crush their spirits. An orc chief smiled and bowed sincerely to the young man when he saw that young man was firm about the fight. It does not matter what you say. What matters is what you do and whether you are able to do it. Anfey walked onto the stage with a smile. There were light circles shining on the stage, which swallowed Anfey. Anfey closed his eyes to feel his own chi. He did not feel his chi had been affected by the young man, but rather had been slowly moving in his 12 regular channels and 8 extra meridians. Anfey felt more confident about the fight, knowing his chi had not been affected. You will pay for your arrogance, the young man with black hair said frigidly. You will pay for being pretentious. It's weird that I still have chi with me in your anti-magic Terra. I have to remind you that you are going to make a fool of yourself. Anfey smiled. Am I? The young man's face got serious. He thrusted his sword towards Anfey's chest with force and speed. It looked like he was ready to kill Anfey without any concerns. Anfey. Zubin called out Anfey's name when he saw the sword almost touched Anfey's chest. He released levitation magic and flew to the stage. If Anfey had to die here, he would try his best to save him no matter what it would cost him to fight, and no matter how powerful that young man was. Sante chanted the abracadabra with his eyes blood red. Susanna ground her teeth and then rushed back to the stage. Those orcs looked up and were ready to watch a bloody scene with excitement. Then everyone was so shocked that they were frozen to the ground with eyes as big as plates after seeing how Anfey countered the young man's strike. Anfey reached his hand out and gripped the sword between his thumb and index finger. It looked so casual that it seemed Anfey was picking up a flower. The young man tried to thrust his sword forward with full force, but he could neither thrust it forward nor pull it out of Anfey's fingers. The young man's forehead started to sweat when he realized his sword would not move a bit in Anfey's fingers. You have neither magic power nor combat power. Are you affected by the anti-magic Terra? Anfey gave him a sarcastic smile. If this is the legendary anti-magic Terra, I have to say it is trash. If there are 2 fully armored soldiers in this field, they could easily kill you. That young man's face turned beet red. He even tried to shake the sword with 2 hands, but he was merely a strong normal guy in the anti-magic Terra, while Anfey was a chi master with strong force. The difference in forces between 2 of them were huge. If Anfey were a stone column, then the young man was just a dragonfly on the stone column. Zubin was so into watching the stage that he forgot he was flying with levitation magic and almost fell to the ground. Luckily, he had quick responses and saved himself from falling on his head by regaining control of the air elements. Susanna was watching Anfey closely on the stage in surprise and excitement. Sante heaved a sigh and relaxed a little bit. Those orcs were shocked and could not believe what they just saw. The almost godlike saint was easily beaten by Anfey, which meant that their tribe was going to disappear. You did one thing right, that is, you did not hurt my friends. That is why I am not hurting you yet. The young man with black hair was pulling the sword out with full force when Anfey playfully let his fingers go. The young man hit his chest with the shaft without any advance notice. He had to move back 5 or 6 steps before he finally fell on the ground with a huge bang. You are our captive now. Anfey walked slowly to the young man. He stood not more than 2 feet away from the young man. He seemed to be tempting the young man on purpose to attack him again. The young man's face turned from purple to pale. The struggle showed in his eyes. After a while, he tossed his sword on the ground and got up slowly. His mind was gone and he stood there silently without a word. I am going to kill you. The orc chief lost himself and rushed towards Anfey. Anfey did not fight back right away. It looked like he was waiting until the last moment and slightly dodged to the side. The orc chief rushed past Anfey. Maybe it was a coincidence or could have been on purpose that the orc chief tripped over Anfey's feet. The orc chief stumbled a few steps forward and fell off the stage. If the orc chief had positioned himself to jump off the stage, an 8-meter-tall stage would not be dangerous, not even for an old orc. However, his head hit the ground first. Dirt flew up and danced with the wind. The orc chief trembled a little bit and died. Susanna jumped onto the stage. This time her combat power was not affected. The anti-magic Terra must have disappeared. How could an anti-magic Terra disappear so easily? Susanna glanced at the young man with black hair. She realized the young man was not in charge of the anti-magic Terra. He just temporarily simulated the magic forbidden effects in a certain area. Sante, can you go and tell Christian to end the battle as soon as possible? Ask him to be careful. There are some orcs who went out for patrol and will be back to join the battle, Anfey said to Sante. I will. Sante nodded and walked out of the cave. It is our turn now. So, tell me your name first. Anfey looked at the young man with black hair with interest. My name is Hui Wei, the young man answered. How did you start the anti-magic Terra? Anfey asked. This was the real reason Anfey did not kill him and kept him. If Susanna was beat so easily in the anti-magic Terra the young man created, then there would be nothing to be scared of against Philip. If Anfey could start the anti-magic Terra himself, he could perform 100% of his chi while Philip's combat power would have almost nothing left in the field. You will kill me anyway no matter if I tell you or not. I could not find a reason to tell you. Hui Wei's lips closed so tight that made him look very stubborn. If you tell us how you started the anti-magic Terra, I will not hurt you. You do not have to worry about me keeping my word. I have a good reputation for it, Anfey said with a smile. Hui Wei just sneered at Anfey. If you tell us, you can take the chance whether I would kill you or not. If you do not tell us, then you do not even have the chance to gamble. Anfey still had a smile on his face, but his words were threatening. I am not telling you. Hui Wei looked very firm about it. You do not have to answer me now. You will have few days to decide. Anfey tried to lighten up the conversation. Then Anfey curiously walked a couple of times around the big chair made of bones. He was trying to find something unusual. He sat casually on it at the end. The back and arms of the chair were made of bones. It looked pretty scary. It did feel comfortable to sit on with the layer of animal fur on it. The battle outside had almost ended. Most orcs in the battle were killed. Only the old and the females survived. Christian asked Rizka to ambush the orcs who would return to help, and Blavi to watch the captives. Christian and Sante walked into the cave. Christian asked loudly at the entrance of the cave, Anfey, who set up the anti-magic Terra? Which one? Christian was usually mature and calm, but learning about the anti-magic Terra just made him lose control and ask loudly. Some master swordsmen and senior magisters were legendary, but the anti-magic Terra was a legend among legends. Anfey pointed at Hui Wei with a smile. Christian flew to the stage and stared at Hui Wei. Hui Wei had his eyes half closed and ignored Christian. He looked like he was going to change his mind no matter what Anfey would do to him. Christian chanted an abracadabra. A visible surge hit right on Hui Wei, but he kept quiet. He has both magic and combat power. Anfey, did you say he was in charge of the anti-magic Terra? Are you sure about that? Christian asked. I might be making a mistake myself, but everyone saw it. It cannot be mistaken. Christian, did you say he has both magic and combat power? Anfey smiled. Yes, his magic power is stronger than yours, and his combat power is stronger than Naya's. Christian gave it some serious thought and said there is no way he is in charge of the anti-magic Terra. He actually did it. I was. Susanna felt so embarrassed. When she rushed into the anti-magic Terra and found her combat power was suppressed, she was shocked and did not know how to respond to the change. Susanna's weapon was easily taken away. It was not a history she was proud of. If it were not for Anfey, they would have been deceived by Hui Wei. You do not have to think about it too much. He will tell us in a few days, Anfey said casually. He pointed at two orc chiefs with a finger and said, You two, come here. Those two orc chiefs looked at each other and stumbled over to Anfey. The chair was still the same chair, but the person sitting on it had changed. The two orc chiefs did not show any loyalty or sincerity to Anfey as they had to the young man with black hair. No matter how much they hated Anfey, they did not dare to show it, since their lives were still in Anfey's hands. Tell me, how long has your tribe been living here? Anfey asked. Susanna's treasure map showed that the treasure was right here. If these orcs had been living here long, Anfey might have to find traces on these orcs to find the treasure. Master, we have lived here over half a year, the orc chief on the left answered politely. Where were you half a year ago? Anfey continued. We were living in the stone forest in the forest of death, the orc chief answered. Liar, Susanna said loudly. Forest of Death is over 4,000 miles away from Forest Clarm. How did you move here? Susanna is right. Zubin nodded. There are 5 countries in between. How could orcs get here? Before they reached Forest Clarm, they would have been killed by humans. The orc chief on the left realized from the shock that he had told the most important secret of the tribe when he rushed to answer Anfey's question under stress. Tell. Anfey said coldly. He saw that orc chief looking angry and regretful. Anfey certainly knew what had happened. Master, please forgive me. I did lie. We just moved from the south of Forest Clarm. That chief orc trembled and kneeled on the ground. He cried, there was something left by our ancestors for us in the south of Forest Clarm. I was afraid, then I lied about it. Please forgive me for that. It's not hard to forgive you as long as you tell us how you moved here from the Forest of Death. I will release all orcs as well if you tell us the truth, Anfey said with a smile. The orc chief was shocked. Master, we have never been to Forest of Death. We grew up in Forest Clarm. Master, as you know, Forest of Death is over 4,000 miles away from here. How could we escape from Forest of Death to move here? Christian, how many captives do we have out there? Anfey did not want to play the game with the orc chief anymore. He turned around to look at Christian. About 60. Are you worried that they would escape? Not possible. Blavi has been watching them, Christian answered. Zubin and Sante, can you bring 30 captives in? Anfey gave the order. Yes. The orc chief's eyes were moving fast. It looked like he was trying to guess Anfey's intentions. Hui Wei struggled to swallow. His reaction was a lot faster than the orc chief's. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, Survival is of the utmost importance. Chapter 82, Survival is of the utmost importance. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. After a few moments, Sante and Zubin led a group of 30 orcs and lined them up on the raised platform. The group was mostly the old, the young, and the females. There were a few young males, but they were all captured due to their injuries. Listen. Until I get a satisfying answer, I will keep counting. Every time I add a number I will kill one of them here, Anfey said coldly, then turned. Susanna, I trust you with this. Susanna hesitated, but then nodded and jumped down from the platform, unsheathing her sword. The orcs erupted into chaos. Anfey called out, Christian, kill everyone that is causing the commotion. Christian drew in a breath and began whispering a spell. The air was filled with magical surges, which effectively silenced all the orcs. Christian was, in fact, against the idea of harming their captives. If it wasn't Anfey's order, he would have objected, but now his hands were tied. No matter what he thought, he didn't want to call Anfey out publicly for it. It was not in his best interest to ruin his relationship with him. He figured he would find Anfey privately afterwards and talk about it. Sir, one of the elders to the left cried out, why are you doing this? We really did come from the south. Anfey said coldly. Susanna raised her sword, and one of the injured orcs was dead before he could even scream, his blood splattering all over the ground. The orcs let out a scream, but then quickly covered their mouths with their hands to stifle the scream. Anfey had said anyone who caused commotion would be killed as well. Sir. We are innocent, we don't know anything. 2. Anfey, in the end, was a cold person and cared not for pleas. Susanna cut down another orc, the metallic scent of blood intensified. Sir. 3. Susanna waved her sword and ended another orc's life. So far, all she had killed were men, since she couldn't bring herself to kill any of the women or children. You demon, the elder cursed, lurching towards him. Anfey kicked the elder and the latter grunted and fell to the ground. 4, he called. 5. 6. 7. Anfey counted all the way to 10, and the elder's eyes were already glassed over. He stared at the roof of the cave blankly, but he didn't show signs of telling the truth either. The other elder had appeared stubborn from the beginning, and so Anfey didn't pay him much attention. There were already 10 orcs lying on the ground, dead. Susanna was not a good executioner. She was not systematic, and the way she killed the orcs varied from orc to orc. If she had killed them in battle, no one would have paid any attention, but now her targets were orcs waiting for death, and the message she conveyed was completely different. Anfey thought about the situation for a moment, and stood up slowly. You see, he said, your elders have abandoned you, they want to trade your lives for their secrets. The orcs exchanged looks, and the despair spread out in the room, some even began sobbing. But, I realize how unfair it is for them alone to decide your fates, Anfey said, smiling. I am giving you all a chance. All the eyes were suddenly on Anfey. He waited for a moment before continuing. I will ask you some questions. Whoever answers can leave, and my men will not stop him. Of course, whoever has lied will die, and the one exposing him will live. I only have a few questions. The first one, where were you 3 years ago? A female orc stood up before he even finished. I know, she screamed. We were in the stone forest in the forest of death. Good. You're free to go. Second one, where were you a year ago? I know, another woman with a child screamed. We were in the same place. Good. You're free too. Sir, she said timidly. Can I give the chance to my child? Be my guest, Anfey said amicably. The woman walked over to the first woman and handed her child to her. She looked at her child for a few moments before whispering a few words to the first woman and returning. The third question, 6 months ago. I know, sir. You're asking where we were then, right? The woman jumped up and asked. Anfey hesitated before smiling, and said, yes. Do you have an answer? We were here 6 months ago, the woman said. Great. You are free to go, Anfey nodded. The woman cheered and dashed towards the first woman. She held her child to her chest and embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her face. They had only separated for a few moments, but her joy was enough to put all the rest of the orcs on high alert. They stared at Anfey, waiting for his next question. Sure, their chance of living would mean their friends' deaths, but by then no one cared much. The next one, why did you come here? For a sanctuary, a safe place. I know, sir. For a safe place. A sanctuary. Sir, I answered first, I did. An old orc and two women stood up simultaneously and shouted out. Bastards, the elder screamed in anger. You're betraying your ancestors? The mighty beast god will not forgive you. Do you want your soul to toil? Before he could finish, Anfey kicked him across his chest, and he fell to the ground and was silent. The three orcs hesitated, and dashed to the front, screaming, Sir, I answered first. At first they argued in human language, then slowly they regressed into their native tongue. Silent. Anfey called. You all answered correctly, but one answer can only redeem one person. I will give you another question. The three orcs stared at him, nervous. Where is the sanctuary? With them, the older orc said. The two women jumped up, agitated, staring at the old orc with hatred and anger. Had Anfey allowed infighting, surely they would be fighting each other by now. On the elders? Anfey asked, surprised. He had expected their sanctuary to be a place. Yes, sir. All right, you may go. He turned towards the two women and said, You may answer the next question. Can you find it? Yes, the women called out at the same time. All right, Anfey said, smiling, and pointed to the elders. Go find it. Whoever finds it first can go. The two rushed onto the platform, and each picked one of the elders. Bastards! You! The elder cursed angrily. The woman was angry as well, and did not hesitate as she struck the old man in the face. Seeing their people slowly slaughtered and the elders' stubbornness, the orcs had came to resent the elders. They didn't dare to fight with Anfey, so the weaker elders became their targets of rage. You! The elder stared, his eyes filled with anger and disbelief. The woman struck him again, the elder fell backwards and passed out on the ground. The women began searching carefully. After a few minutes, one of the women stood up and handed a piece of red stone with strange carving to Anfey. I found it, she cried. I found it, sir. The other woman sank to the ground and began sobbing. She had missed 2 chances at life, and was devastated. Anfey took the red stone. All right, he said after a few moments. Since you both tried, I will spare both of you. Anfey had killed many people, but that was because he needed to survive. Killing without reason would make him a butcher. He wasn't a good man, but he was far from that. He had received what he wanted, and he decided to show mercy. The woman on the ground stopped her tears in shock. After a few moments, she stood up and ran down the platform, smiling, glad that she had earned a chance at life. One more question, Anfey said. He picked up the elder's staff from the ground and tossed it down. The first person to grab this has the right to answer. Now, how many orcs were present at the stone forest? The rest of the orcs rushed forward, and a young woman was the one to pick up the staff. Before she could run up the stairs, the other orcs dragged her down. It was so chaotic Susanna had to step in and organize them. After the orcs were driven back, the woman was bleeding, but her mind was still intact. I got it, she cried. I did. All right. You may answer. There were. The woman lowered her head and began counting. After a few moments, however, she was still struggling to grasp the exact number. 1,000? Anfey realized that she may be lacking in the mathematics, and wanted to help her. No, sir, not that many. 100? No, sir, no, not that many, the woman said. Really? Anfey asked. What about 20? The woman began counting again. Fine, Anfey sighed. You may go. He would save more time if he just let her go. Who knew how long it would take if he had waited for her to finish? One last question. What is the usage of this? As the orcs dug for the staff, Christian turned to Anfey. There's no use asking them that, he said. I don't think they would know. Let me see that. Anfey glanced at Christian and handed him the red stone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83, My Rights. Chapter 83, My Rights. Translator, Audiobooks Studio Editor, Audiobooks Studio. Christian was knowledgeable in terms of magic, but no one knew about everything, including Christian. Judging from the magic surges from Christian, he had tried various ways to test the reaction of the red stone with the strange carving, but the result was disappointing. Anfey had waited long for Christian, then finally he smiled. He did not sneer at Christian. It was just a smile. It is different than what I thought. Christian felt awkward and passed the red stone back to Anfey. As far as I know, shelter is a treasure bestowed by Beast God to immediate relatives of ancient orcs. There were 7 shelters. Most of them were with wolf orcs, bear orcs, and leopard orcs. I do not know how these orcs got one. In other words, shelter is a portable magic transmission portal and has a fixed coordinate in the magic world. Fixed coordinate in the magic world? Does it mean we will be sent to the same place every time we use the shelter? Anfey asked. You are right. Christian nodded. It is said that all the shelters are connected. If one shelter can help transport someone to the stone forest in the Forest of Death, then there must be another shelter that starts from Stone Forest. According to what you said, another shelter's destination should be here. Am I right? Anfey asked. Something like that. Christian thought for a while and said, but all of these are legends. Maybe the truth will be slightly different than legends. You do not know how to use this shelter, do you? Anfey asked. I could not find the magic conjunction point. The shelters were bestowed by Beast God to orcs. I am not an alchemist. I do not know what tricks this shelter can do. Christian smiled bitterly. Anfey laid his eyes on the orcs below. I'll ask one last question. Who knows how to use this shelter? Orcs used to zealously answer Anfey's questions, but they hesitated to answer when they heard this one. They looked each other, but no one was willing to answer it. Anfey thought to himself, if these orcs did not know how to use the shelter, shouldn't they have looked confused or disappointed instead of hesitating? Anfey raised his voice and asked, this is the last question. If anyone can answer it, you will have freedom. If no one can answer it, besides the few who already earned their freedom, the rest will be killed. It's your choice. Master, would you really give us freedom? A female orc asked timidly. I have said that I have a good reputation for keeping my word, Anfey said. Master, to start using the shelter, you have to dedicate sacrificial offerings on the full moon, then the beast god would come down for his blessings, the female orc said. Sacrificial offerings? What kind of sacrificial offerings? Anfey asked. The female orc answered, you have to dig out a girl's, oh, no, I meant an unmarried female orc's heart, and put this red stone back into her body. This ritual has to start 3 days before the full moon. You need change a female orc every day until the full moon. As long as the shelter can absorb enough blood, it will start on its own. Hui Wei suddenly interrupted. Do you want to go to the Forest of Death? I suggest you do not. Why not? Anfey asked flatly. Because it took almost everything for me to escape from there. I do not want to go back there ever again. It was not a good place to be, Hui Wei said. Anfey, Forest of Death was not a good place indeed. Christian shook his head. Do you really want to go there? It is a magic beast forest, right? It should be similar to Forest Clarm, isn't it? Anfey asked. Definitely not similar. Forest Clarm is just over 1,000 miles wide, while Forest of Death is, I am not sure since no one has measured it, but it should be over 10 times the size of Forest Clarm. We only met a few wyverns, manticores, and unicorns in Forest Clarm. In Forest of Death, these senior magic beasts are everywhere. There are supreme magic beasts as well. I do not mean the ones evolved from senior magic beasts. I mean the real supreme magic beasts. I would not be surprised to see a couple or even more than 10 manticores that had died in their cave. It is common in the Forest of Death, Christian said seriously. Forest of Death, Wild Prairie and Whitebone Mountain are the most dangerous places on the Pancontinent. Forest of Death shares a border with Wild Prairie, while Whitebone Mountain is in the north of Pancontinent. Susanna jumped back onto the stage. She looked as serious as Christian. She said, Anfey, if we go to Forest of Death, there will be too many unpredictable dangers, hundreds of magic wolves, packs of flash leopards, and waves of magic ants and junior and senior magic killer wasps with natural immune systems, a furious mammoth that can crush magic beasts and humans with one stomp, and other supreme magic beasts. No matter which one we encounter, it would kill all of us. Anfey, do you know about Entos? He is also a student of the professor, just older than us. The professor asked him to get training in Forest of Death after he became a senior magister. Well, I am not qualified to go there for training. Are you students of Archmage Sol? Hui Wei suddenly interrupted. It was obvious he had heard the name Entos. It is ridiculous that you could not see humans as dangerous, but only see the danger from magic beasts. Can you tell us what we were ignorant about? Anfey sounded like he did not see Hui Wei's sarcasm and wanted to learn from him with patience. Forest of Death is a place without laws. As long as you are strong, you can rob and kill anyone you like. Besides some powerful mercenaries who have been digging gold in the Forest of Death and some powerful men wandering in it, you will never be able to know the identities of others in the Forest of Death. A bloody, evil slaughterer who robbed others could be a polite archmage or an honorable master swordsman outside the forest. Only in the Forest of Death will you see their dark side that they've been trying to cover. It's a pity that you will only be able to see their true colors when you are about to die, by then it will be too late. Hui Wei sneered. It looks like you are pretty good, a senior swordsman, a junior magister, not bad. However, I bet you would not live more than 10 days in the Forest of Death. Are you trying to scare me? Anfey smiled. It was believable that powerful men robbed and killed others in the Forest of Death. It was also possible that some humans had killed others for their own benefit. However, Hui Wei exaggerated how dangerous Forest of Death was. He made it sound like it was a tomb for humankind. If it was really as Hui Wei said, why would Saul send Entos to get training there? Wouldn't that be like sending him to die? Hui Wei also said there were some mercenaries searching for gold in the Forest of Death, which obviously showed that the Forest of Death gave them more benefits than dangers, otherwise no one would be willing to stay in the dangerous forest. Fine. If you want to die over there, then you can take your people and go. I am not going to that damn place. Hui Wei's face was purple. Don't talk bulls #T. You are our captive. No matter where we go, you have to go with us, unless you can tell us how to start the anti-magic Terra. Hui Wei turned his head to the side. He did not want to look at Anfey anymore. Anfey, what he said makes some sense. Forest of Death is located right among Elizan Empire, Shansa Empire and Mercenary Empire. There has not been any law over there. It was not like Forest Clarm, which belongs to Mayho Empire. It was almost burned to the ground in the 100-year Saint battle, so there are neither many magic beasts left nor many people going there for training, Christian said. Do you know why these orcs came here? Because they wanted to leave Forest of Death, Hui Wei interrupted again. It looked like he really did not want to go back to Forest of Death. Anfey. Susanna wanted to say something as well. There are a couple of days before the full moon. We do not have to worry yet. We have time to talk about it. Anfey waved his hand and said, we have to think about what to do with these orcs. What to do with these orcs? Anfey, didn't you promise to free them? Christian asked in surprise. Don't worry. I am not going to hurt them. I just need them do something for me. Anfey thought a little bit and asked quietly, Christian, would orcs like gold coins? Of course. Christian smiled. Humans are so hostile towards orcs that I thought they would have no way to spend them, Anfey said. They can trade gold coins with other orc tribes. Gold coins are the currency on Pancontinent. They would work any place on the Pancontinent. Even if humans do not sell them goods, they still can find agents to shop for them. When those wolf orcs and bear orcs reach a certain level, they can transform into humans to wander in the human world. They need gold coins as well. Even those spirits want to accumulate gold coins. Gold coins will not be unhelpful at any time, Christian answered. Anfey now had some idea how gold coins work. He stood on the stage and glanced at the orcs below him. Anfey had agreed to free them, but Zubin and Sante still blocked the exit of the cave. No orc was trying to test Anfey to see if they could leave. They curled up against the cave, tensely whispering to each other. You have your freedom now. You are going to have two options. One is to leave and the other one is to stay and work for me. If you want to leave now, I will not stop you. Anfey took out a handful of gold coins from his dimensional ring and tossed them underneath the stage. If you are willing to work for me, you can get a gold coin. It's just a deposit. You will be paid more later on. Orcs were all shocked, since they were considered the lowest level among other living beings on Pancontinent. Even female elf slaves had a higher position than orcs. People could at least appreciate their beauty, while nobody liked the orc's ugly face. In other words, no one even wanted to have them as slaves. They had never had any experience of working for anyone. Christian walked quietly to Anfey and whispered, Anfey, are you trying to win them over to your side with gold coins? It is not going to happen. Don't forget how many orcs we have killed. I know. I only need them work for me for a few days, Anfey said with a smile. Master, are you really giving these gold coins to us? A female orc shouted out. Of course, but I need you to think carefully before you agree to work for me. It is not going to be an easy job. You have to work very hard, but at the same time I will pay you very highly as well. You will be happy with the pay, Anfey said. Master, I do not mind hard work. The female orc actually felt relaxed when she heard she only needed to work hard. She ran to the gold coins, picked up one immediately and put it carefully in her pocket. God, for the sake of Beast God, please look at them. They have given up their beliefs and self-esteem to work for a killer. My greatest Beast God, please come down. Susanna kicked on the orc chief's chest before he could finish his words. Blood sprayed out from his mouth. It looked like he had died. The orcs had wanted to come forward to get gold coins. After they heard the orc chief's comment, they just stood there and looked at each other. They even showed Anfey a look of mixed feelings. The female orc took out the gold coin from her pocket and tossed it on the ground. We came here for a reason. As some of you know, you attacked us yesterday, but failed. I swear to the great bright God, I have never looked down upon orcs. I think all living things should live happily together. I have my own principles though. No matter who tries to hurt me or my friends, I would give them no quarter, Anfey said. Was it my fault? Anfey continued. No. You attacked me first. I have every right to take revenge. I know I am a killer in your eyes. Those soldiers in your tribe are killers as well. They attacked us in surprise without any legitimate reason. It was their fault, not mine. Okay, I have said enough. If you want to work for me, you can stay. If not, you can leave now, Anfey said flatly. The orcs looked less tense. Anfey's reasoning was easy to understand for the orcs who have struggled to fight for food with other magic beasts. It was like they were attacking magic beasts for food. Some of them had died in the fight. This was the rule of nature. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, From the Age of Chaos. Chapter 84, From the Age of Chaos. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Perhaps because they had lived in isolation for years, the orcs tended to be lacking in wit and were easy to convince. Anfey's words had stunned them and made them speechless. After a few moments of hesitation, they walked up and began picking the gold coins off of the ground. Sante, you still have coins in your ring, right? Anfey asked. Of course. Everyone had a certain amount of coins and food in their rings. Anfey wanted to make sure that if any of them got lost or separated, the person would have the means to survive. Come up here. Remember what I just said? Yes? Sante blinked. He used levitation and lifted himself onto the platform. Go outside and tell all the prisoners what I just said. Give the coins to those who want to stay and work. Those who don't want to stay can go. All right. You know what I mean by going, don't you? You mean. Sante lowered his voice. You promised them freedom, dot. Only to the ones in here. The ones outside are our prisoners, after all. If anyone is stubborn enough to leave, you know what to do. Fine, Sante said, nodding. All right. Tell Blavi and Rizka to come in, Anfey said, smiling. Zubin, go with Sante, won't you? Zubin nodded and left the cave. The orcs, seeing that the one that guarded the exit had left, felt a sense of relief. They were promised work and money and freedom, all things they didn't even dare to dream about in the past. Susanna, come with me, Anfey said. He jumped onto the stone ridge across from the platform. He descended the stairs and entered the orc storage cavern. Susanna didn't know what Anfey wanted with her, but she knew it was important, or else Anfey would not have avoided Christian. She followed him nervously. Susanna, I have to talk to you about something. Just as Susanna had expected, Anfey did not even try to prepare her for the talk and instead cut straight to the chase. Go ahead, dot. I feel the need to tell everyone about the map you are carrying. Don't misunderstand me. The treasure is still yours, and none of us would ask you for any of it. You are part of the team, and we have the responsibility to help you. I think everyone else would feel the same way. According to map, the treasure should be buried somewhere near these mountain ranges. Anfey hired those orcs for the purpose of finding whatever was buried here as well. A search this scale would not escape everyone's eyes, and would sooner or later be noticed by somebody. If they waited until someone found out, it would create a sense of mistrust among the group. You didn't need to explain yourself, Susanna said, smiling. I trust everyone. You agree, then? If you can really find it, I just need that sword. Everything else you can take. Stop, Anfey said, shaking his head. You sound like we are dividing up contraband. Susanna chuckled. I do not have the spell, though, she said. It was written under the map, but was already missing when I found it. Let's wait until we find it. Perhaps we don't need a spell for it. Anfey smiled and began walking out of the cavern. Blavy and Rizka were already outside and speaking with Christian. Christian, come here. Sanchez, why don't you? Anfey ordered, but after a moment he changed his mind. Christian, bring him over anyway. Hui Wei had already given up struggling, but no one knew when he could use the anti-magic area again. What if he tried to escape and harm the people outside, while their strongest fighters were all inside the cave? The group used levitation and gathered around Anfey. Hui Wei looked like he had lost all will to fight, and quietly allowed himself to be carried by Christian. Anfey, what happened? Why the secrecy? Christian asked. Anfey glanced at Susanna, and said, there is something important you need to know. Why do you want me here if you are just talking? Let me go. Hui Wei said suddenly, and began thrusting against his captor. He was much stronger than Christian, and could have easily escaped. You better behave, Anfey said coldly. I'm not interested in your secrets, Hui Wei said nervously. Let me go. I'm just outside, I can't escape. You have so many mages here, there is no way I can get out. No, you have to stay here, Anfey said sternly. Hui Wei stared at him, and suddenly he dashed towards the wall. He was fast, and caught everyone off guard. He wasn't going to escape or hurt anyone. By the time everyone realized what he was doing, he had already crashed into the wall and fell to the ground unconscious. Everyone stared at him wide-eyed and confused. Anfey talked over slowly and silently and checked his wounds and his breathing. He's smart, he said, he didn't hurt himself much. Just enough to knock himself out. Why did he do this? Christian asked. Anfey picked Hui Wei up off the ground and placed him on the stone ridge above. He jumped off the ridge and landed in front of Christian. Say, Christian. If you become a prisoner, and your captors speak about secrets right in front of you, how would you feel? You're saying he was afraid we would kill him? Of course. He was afraid that after we learned the secret to the anti-magic area, we would kill him. Otherwise, he would have told us about it long ago. Had he known our secrets, his chance of survival would be even lower. Anfey grinned. He is braver than I thought. He is, Blavy said. Who would bet with their own heads? Now, let's talk about our own secrets, Anfey said. Susanna holds a treasure map. Treasure map? The group's gaze fell onto Susanna, then turned to Anfey. What kind of treasure map? Christian asked. Susanna retrieved it from her sheath and handed it to them. See for yourself. Christian accepted it gingerly. Blavy and Rizka gathered around to look at the map. This is old, Rizka said, touching the surface of the map. It was new when I got it, but during the fight we destroyed the magic on it. I think it will be a pile of dust in no more than 6 months. Why don't you make a copy? No need. I already memorized the entire map. Susanna, Anfey said, why didn't you destroy it once you memorized it? I couldn't bring myself to do it, Susanna shrugged. Every time I see it, it is like seeing my mentor again. Your mentor? Who is it? Anfey wasn't the only one that cared about the question. Anyone who could train a 20-year-old girl to be a master swordsman must be one of the best. Sorry, I promised him I would never give out his name to anyone. You don't have to say anything, Anfey said, smiling. Thanks, Susanna whispered. Susanna, how long have you had this map? Christian asked. About 3 months. Time is constant. It doesn't matter if you are alive or not, time will affect you one way or another. If Susanna is right, and this map has deteriorated this much in 3 months without that magic barrier, it should at least be 6 centuries old, if not 7. What does that mean? Blavy asked. That means we are in for a surprise, Christian said. Christian continued, after the 100-Year War, all the sentient beings in the world retreated into their own territories and rested. The magicked beings had brought severe damage to all the races. Only 200 years later, however, another war erupted. Although it was only between the humans and the savages, it had been just as intense as the 100-Year War, and in the end every race was affected. After the 100-Year War, humans divided into 3 kingdoms, and after the war with the savages, they divided into a dozen nations. When faced with increasing threats from their enemy, the nations banded together into one nation in order to fend off their common threat. After the war with the savages and the orcs, the unified nation fell apart within 2 decades and evolved into the world we know today. Of course, no one could stop the constantly changing politics of nations. In a chaotic era such as the wars, many noble families and powerful men found themselves staring their doom in the face. Some were able to rebound after the war, but many were instead buried by history. Treasures from that era must have something to do with those fallen nobilities. Christian knew this map would bring them a great surprise. I only know there is a sword in there. You might know it. It is called Song of Red Moon, Susanna told them. Song of Red Moon? That is a sword of the devil. It is a holy relic of the orcs. Why would it be here? Christian asked. That I do not know. What? Is it a powerful sword? Anfey asked. I do not know exactly how powerful it is. Legend has it that it was forged by a great alchemist after a necromancer placed a spell on him. After the sword was forged, the alchemist was killed and his soul imprisoned in the sword. After that the sword became cursed, with the alchemist placing a curse on everyone that wields it, Christian said uneasily. Susanna, that sword is not for common people. The first user was captured by the magic beasts, and they tortured him to death. None of the other users fared well, either. You are powerful enough, you don't need to rely on weapons to increase your ability. I promised my mentor that I would find it, Susanna said, patting her long sword. I won't actually use it. I just need it in my hands. That's good, as long as you don't use it. Christian sighed in relief. I mean, your mentor shouldn't either, Christian added hurriedly. He won't use it either, Susanna said, shaking her head. All right, let's talk about that later. First we need to find it. Starting tomorrow, we will have the orcs start searching the surrounding areas until we find clues, Anfey said. You've seen the map. What do you think about that dot? I have a feeling that it is this very cave. You're right. Blavi said, staring at the black dot. Look at it. The black dot is under the mountain, and if this is where the treasures are located, then it is this cave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Visions. Chapter 85, Visions. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Christian grabbed treasure map and studied it for a while, his head nodding. I also think it is here. Let's ask the orcs to start digging on the hill tomorrow. I heard they are very skilled. This hill is not huge. We will find the treasure no matter what, even if we have to dig the whole hill flat. Anfey smiled. Anfey, Susanna hesitated a little bit and said, I have told you that the other half of the treasure map had been robbed. Without the spells on the other half of the map, we may not be able to open the treasure. What kind of spells? Christian asked, worried. It's an ancient rune. I do not understand it, Susanna answered. Ancient rune? Only alchemists like to study it, Christian said. Yes, my master told me this treasure was kept by an element lock, Susanna said. Element lock? That does not sound good. Christian could not help smiling bitterly. What is an element lock? Anfey asked. There were so many things Anfey did not know about, and he humbly asked about them every time when he encountered them, so no one was surprised when he asked about an element lock. Christian whispered to answer Anfey's question, it is a way to seal things. Only alchemists can create an element lock. After an element lock is created, it has to be unlocked with correct spells, otherwise the element lock will explode. It would be a huge explosion too. All the elements will be shuffled in chaotic order and turn the air into a vacuum. Then we can unlock it in the wrong way on purpose to cause the explosion. As long as we are careful, we would not get hurt. Will the element lock come back after the explosion? Anfey asked. But the treasure would be blow up as well. The power of element locks vary. Usually alchemists will adjust the power of an element lock based on the size of the item they try to seal. The only way to safely acquire the treasure is to find the spells, Christian said. So I think we still have to find the treasure first. Don't worry about other things. Maybe the element lock has already expired and lost its effectiveness. Christian and others looked at each other, and then they all nodded. They knew no one would unlock the element lock without spells, not even archmages. Therefore, their discussion would not help anyway. Anfey. Sante had already landed on the stairs when everyone heard his voice. He did not look too good. What happened? Anfey frowned. I have told the orcs exactly what you have told me, but many orcs wanted to leave and did not want to work for us. What should I do? Sante sighed. Didn't I tell you to kill any orc who wants to leave? Anfey said. Ah, Anfey, there are more than 50 orcs wanting to leave, and a lot of kids in. Sante said. I will go and take a look, Blavi interrupted. Among Christian and others in the Legion, Blavi acted on instinct the most. In modern language, he would be called very feisty. He cursed at Zita at Saul's house, and Zita almost killed him with a kick. Besides Anfey and Susanna, he killed the most on their journey to escape. Personality usually developed little by little. Blavi had always liked to control others' lives. However, he was nervous and scared at the beginning of their escape, but felt excited now. Blavi had changed. He did not think it was a big deal to kill dozens of orcs. Instead, he was not happy with Sante's hesitation. Anfey had said clearly that any orc who wanted to leave needed to be killed. If it were him, he would not come back and ask Anfey again. He'd rather kill those orcs immediately when he knew they wanted to leave. Be careful. Anfey nodded. I will, Blavi answered quietly. He flew with levitation magic to the exit of the cave and sped up. Christian, an element lock has magic surges. Can you sense the location of the treasure? Susanna asked suddenly. I would not sense it, but I can set up a magic array to test it, Christian said. Orcs will work during the day. You can set up the magic array at night when the orcs are resting. There are only 7 or 8 days left before the full moon. We need to hurry, Anfey said. Christian and others looked at each other, speechless. They had explained to Anfey how horrible the forest of death could be. They knew Anfey still wanted to go, otherwise he would not constantly emphasize the full moon. They understood Anfey was trying to prepare them for the trip, but did they have to go? There was an intense magic surge outside the cave. Obviously, Blavi had started to kill orcs. Judging from the intensity of the magic surge, Blavi did not wait for the orcs to leave the village before starting to kill them. This was a warning for the rest of the orcs. The look on everyone in the cave had changed, but Anfey looked like nothing had happened. Susanna looked aloof. Rizka was thinking with his head down. Christian looked a little sad. He did not want to see any killing, but he was smart enough to absolutely respect Anfey's decision. Anfey had not made many mistakes during their escape. To him, it was wise to respect Anfey's decision. Christian, can you take few people with you to pick up Naya and the others? Anfey said slowly. Okay, Christian nodded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Naya and the others reached the tribe of orcs, it was already dark. Orcs had cleaned up the messy tribe when Naya and the others were on the way. They even moved everything in the cave out to clear up the room for them to sleep. Anfey had thought to have orcs rest in the cave with Naya and the others, which would make it easy to watch over the orcs, but Naya was against it. She hated the look of orcs and their body odor. Anfey asked Naya to rest in the orcs' only surviving straw house. Naya was against that idea too. To be honest, the straw house smelled even worse than the cave. It was not because orcs did not want to be clean, but they never had the concept of hygiene. Hundreds of orcs lived in a village without any restroom facility. How could it be clean? Anfey understood Naya's concern, so he asked Christian to set up a magic array and sent orcs into it. Anfey also asked Blavi, whom orcs hated and were scared of the most, to watch over them at night. If any orc wanted to escape, it would have to take a lot of courage to flee under Balvi's watch. The problem of a shortage of food made Anfey's head hurt. Anfey had thought they would have more food after they took over the orc tribe. He did not expect the orcs' food to be so different than theirs. Orcs cut off evergreen trees with flowers and ground them into powder. They mixed the powder with some water and baked it under the sun. That was their bread. Anfey tasted a little bit of the bread. To be honest, it was not horrible. It had a little bit of a bitter taste, but the texture was horrible. The orcs' bread was so tough that it could be used as weapons, to use Anfey's own words. When the bread was bitten into smaller pieces in the mouth, Anfey felt they were like small stones. He could not swallow them. Orcs like to cut the magic beasts' stomachs open and take out their organs. Then they cut the magic beasts up, left them in a big pot and cooked them into a soup dish. Without mentioning their cooking skills, the pots had already shocked everyone. The whole orc tribe only had 3 pots, and one of 3 orc chiefs in charge of each. When orcs showed Anfey where the pot was, Anfey stared at the pot in amazement, and his jaw dropped. Orcs did not have the habit of washing pots. When they were kicked out of the human world, they had to try to just survive in the forest. Therefore, some good habits they had developed in the human world had gradually disappeared. When Anfey was approaching the pot, he heard a huge humming sound and saw a cloud of smog rising in the air. There were millions of half-finger-sized dark blue flies covered under the cloud of smog. A little bit of soup was left in the pot and a layer of flies were floating on it. There were bumps on the side of the pot, which must have been left by different magic beasts. A nasty smell rushed into Anfey's nose. Luckily, Anfey kept his legs steady, otherwise he would have fallen by the wave of smell. Anfey held his breath, turned around and walked away. If they were out of food, he would eat this kind of food. He still had other options, so he did not mention eating this kind of food, and he did not even want to look at it again. Anfey was wondering how these orcs could have javelin throws, leather armor, and short-shaft sticks with wolf fangs when they were so short of basic items. He felt he should look for some clues from Hui Wei. He was not worried about this problem yet, since he had control of Hui Wei. Anfey had to pressure him to make him tell how to set up an anti-magic terra first. The second day, the orcs started to work on the heavy construction. Anfey kept his word and paid the orcs in gold coins at the end of day, which bolstered the orcs' morale. Orcs did not need to go out and hunt, since there were many mages in Anfey's legion who could hunt with magic. It was self-evident which was more efficient, hunting with magic or with spears. When several mages went out together, they always could bring back some junior magic beasts. For days later, the magic array that Christian set up finally sensed some weak magic surges. This discovery was helpful in deciding the correct direction of their digging, instead of digging everywhere. Anfey made a conservative estimate that they would need only 2 more days to find treasure. It was wise to estimate conservatively since thinking the worst could prepare him for surprises later on. The second day at noon, a few orcs fell into an ancient tunnel when they were digging into the hill. The tunnel was slanted downward, so those few orcs rolled down the tunnel and dizzily fell on a pile. They tried to look around with the very weak element light. They were so shocked that they froze into statues. They worked so hard to earn a gold coin a day. It had already made them quite happy. Right now they had gold coins everywhere at their feet, and countless jewelry shone under the dim element light. Besides gold coins and jewelry, heavy armor and weapons piled up in the front and both sides of the cave wall. It was hard to see the texture of the weapons, since dirt had covered the whole stone chamber over time. There was a silver box floating in the air. If these orcs had better eyes, they could tell it was not silver, but a rare mithril. Mithril was so rare that a palm-size amount would make anyone wealthy. A black arcan quiver and a 6-foot-long giant axe were hung in the front of the cave wall, but the orcs' eyes were fixed on the gold coins under their feet. They stared at the gold coins. Without knowing who started or whether they all started at the same time, the orcs started to pick gold coins up and put as many of them in their pockets as they could. That day Rizka was watching over the orcs. It was not long before Rizka noticed something unusual. Anfey, Christian, and Susanna all came over shortly. They passed the long alley and landed in the stone chamber. The orcs in the stone chamber did not notice their presence and kept putting gold coins in their pockets. What they did was stupid since it was easy to tell what had happened. They all looked like they were pregnant. "Put the gold coins down and get out," Anfey said flatly. The orcs just noticed Anfey and the others with him. Their bodies were frigid for a second, and then they turned around to look at Anfey with fury in their eyes. The gold coins had made them even less intelligent. They did stupid things that even junior magic beasts would not do. Susanna snorted heavily. She and Shelley had tried so hard to search for this treasure. Today they finally found it. How could she allow these orcs to take any of it? "Susanna!" Anfey called her name quietly and then turned to the orcs. "Didn't you hear me? Put the gold coins down and get out." The orcs shook a little bit out of fear. They just realized the huge difference in power between them. If Anfey's legion were composed of regular people, they would have torn them up. The people in front of the orcs had killed soldiers in their tribe, captured their leader, and had power hundreds of times stronger than theirs. They hesitated a little bit and unwillingly tossed the gold coins on the floor. Every orc could be considered smart since they each kept a few coins in their pockets. "These bastards!" Christian cursed after the orcs climbed back to the alley. This time even the generous Christian thought orcs were too much. "Don't worry about them. Let's take a look at what we got today." Anfey smiled. They all looked at the box in the air. This was the difference in perspective. Anfey and the others did not even care about the gold coins and jewelry at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, Greed. Chapter 86, Greed. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey only glanced at the chest before moving his gaze to the longbow. He walked over slowly and lifted it off the wall. Everyone else stared at the chest with wide eyes. They had all felt something, but did not want to believe. Anfey did not know much about magic silver. He had only read about it in books, and had quickly forgotten about it. He brushed away the dust on the longbow. The bow was about 4 feet long and very heavy. There were no carvings or decorations on it, and the bow appeared very plain. Under the dim light, the bow's body appeared to be dark gray, and the string appeared to be dark gold. Anfey wasn't one to appreciate ancient artifacts, but he knew this bow was nothing short of extraordinary. He slowly began pulling the string back, and even though he used his full strength, he was experiencing difficulties. He tried to draw the string back a bit more, and felt a sharp pain in his fingers. He released the string. The string bounced back, making a sharp whistling sound that turned into a low buzzing. Anfey stared at it in amazement. He put the bow back and turned to the great axe. The axe was about as tall as a man, the handle was as thick as a baby's forearm, and the axe itself was almost as big as a wheel. The axe was shaped strangely. The lower part of the axe was flat and smooth, the upper part turned abruptly vertical. Like the bow, the axe appeared old. It was black, and only the edge of the axe appeared white. The axe probably weighed considerably more than 150 pounds. Anfey reached over and picked it off of the wall. As he held the axe in his hand, he stumbled and almost dropped the axe. Anfey was caught off guard. He knew how strong he was. Holding this axe was completely beyond his ability. He grasped the axe with his left hand, and before he could study it closely, he felt his legs shaking and sinking. He was standing on a pile of jewelry, which had supported him well before, but with the axe in his hands he was falling through the pile. He hurriedly returned the axe to where it was before. He had tried his best to control it, but it still bounced off the wall and made a loud noise that startled the others in the cave. "What are you doing?" Christian asked, looking away from the chest. "Nothing," Anfey said. "Can you open the chest?" "It's an element lock," Christian said, shaking his head. "It's impossible." "Say, do you guys think this is magic silver?" Rizka asked. Magic silver? It had been too long, and well past Anfey's memory limits. He thought the name sounded familiar, but could not remember what it was. "I feel like it is, but I do not know for sure," Blobby said, shaking his head. "I've seen it," Christian said, "but that's not something you can tell by just looking at it. If we attack it, maybe we can tell." "No, that way we will trigger the element lock," Christian shook his head. "Christian, do you know how to undo the lock?" "No, unless we have the right spell." "You're sure?" "I'm certain. Unless we can find an alchemist. There is no way we can manage that by ourselves." "All right," Anfey said, nodding. "Susanna, look at this," he added, lifting the bow off of the wall. Susanna walked over and took the bow. It was too big for Anfey to use, and Susanna was even shorter than him. The way she held the bow looked slightly awkward, but her power was undeniable. She was able to draw it almost full despite being more petite than Anfey. However, she could barely draw it open fully, and let go hurriedly. The bow vibrated and an arrow of air shot forward. It hit a wall and made a large hole on it. Anfey stared at the hole, and was glad the bow was not aimed at him. "Do you know its name?" Anfey turned to Christian, who was the most knowledgeable of all of them. "I don't know," Christian shook his head. "It can shoot out an air arrow, though. I have never heard of anything like this. Does anyone know?" Anfey's question was met with head shakes and low murmurs. "Susanna, do you know?" "No," Susanna said, stroking the bow. Clearly she liked it, but it was not her weapon. Using a longbow like this was very draining, and she was, after all, a swordsman, not an archer. "Never mind. Susanna, take the bow and axe." "Me? No. I only need the sword." "That's yours. You are the rightful owner." "There, why don't you put it in your ring?" "My ring is full, and I can't carry around an axe all day." "All right," Anfey said. He didn't want to argue with Susanna about pointless things. "Susanna, there is only one thing left to do if we can't figure out the spell." "What is it?" "Tell us who took the map, and we will get it back together." Susanna frowned and appeared hesitant. "We still do not know where you two came from and what your pasts were. We know you will tell us when you are ready to do so. I think now is one of those times. We need to analyze where the map came from, and what kind of people we will be facing." "All right," Susanna sighed. "You don't need to tell us right away." "We have plenty of time for you to think," Anfey interrupted her. "Christian, come. We need to seal off the passages. I don't think the orcs will easily give up." Christian sighed, remembering the orcs. "All right," he said. When they returned to the cavern, the orcs were not working, and were instead chatting amongst themselves. Seeing the group emerging from the site of the accident, the orcs all turned their gaze. Greed was limitless. There were very few people who could avoid the influence of greed, and Anfey was no different. When he had just arrived here, all he wanted to do was to kill Jaeger and survive. After meeting Saul and Ernest and learning more about the world, he wanted to be one of the best. He felt that he should do something, instead of living alone, spending the rest of his life in absolute boredom. Sure, it would be safe, but... Like him, the orcs were ecstatic over earning 1 gold coin a day. After hearing their friends had discovered the treasure and seeing them returning with many gold coins, they felt Anfey was selfish. They were the ones who had discovered the treasure, shouldn't they get some of it as well? If it weren't for the difference in power and strength, they would have rioted long ago. Sanchez, get them out of here. Tell them to take 3 days off and give them each 3 coins, Anfey commanded, looking around the cavern. All right, Sanchez said. He turned to the orcs and called, all of you, out, out. The orcs, hearing his orders, glanced at each other but did not move. Clearly they wanted to stay there. Greed could grant people strength sometimes, and it had helped them forget the slaughter that happened there only a few days ago. All they could think of was the treasure. Did you not hear me? Sanchez called angrily. Out with all of you. He knew that after the accident, the orcs had become restless and would often disregard orders. They would often look at them with shifty eyes and resist orders passively. The orcs slowly stood up and began shuffling out of the cavern. Some were muttering something in their own language, as if cursing the humans. Anfey snorted, his eyes flickering with anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, Blackwater City. Chapter 87, Blackwater City. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. What do you think? Anfey looked around. Besides 2 people who were watching over the orcs, everyone, including Hui Wei, gathered in the cave. Anfey talked about going to the Forest of Death again in front of everyone. Anfey, why do you have to go to such a dangerous place? Christian smiled bitterly. Anfey pointed at Rizka with a finger but did not say anything. Everyone looked at Rizka, which had made Rizka quite confused. Me? I did not say anything. I will follow Anfey and everyone else. You say where we go, and I will follow you. I used to think Zubin could be a magister after Christian. Did you get any insight from Rizka? Why do you think you will be sent out for training when you reach a certain level? It usually could trigger your potential at a very dangerous moment. This potential is a key to help you break through the bottleneck. Rizka is a good example of it. If we continue to stay here, it would not necessarily guarantee our safety. They will find us sooner or later. What do we do then? I know it is hard to search for people in the forest, but what if they do find us? Anfey continued his talk. If we go to Forest of Death, it looks dangerous, but quite safe for us. The biggest threat would be gone. As long as we are careful and cautious, I think we can handle the dangers in the Forest of Death. In addition, if we stay here, our practice will be no different. Facing the dangers in the Forest of Death will allow us to improve at a much quicker pace. In my opinion, you all have decent understanding of magic. What you lack of is real battle experience. It's time for us to practice it. Anfey's talk made everybody quiet. 7 or 8 of them were senior mages who had been experiencing difficulty moving to a higher level. With previous experience, regular practice would take them 5 to 10 years, or even their whole lives, to break through the bottlenecks. Rizka was a good example in front of them, which made their decisions difficult. I want to say something, Zubin interrupted. Go ahead, Anfey nodded. If these orcs can live in the stone forest in Forest of Death, so can we, Zubin said. Zubin's talk enlightened everyone. He was right. If those orcs with low power could live in the Forest of Death, why couldn't they live there? If it was too dangerous in the Forest of Death, they could always retreat to the stone forest. Anfey gave Zubin an appreciative look. Zubin is right. Even if we cannot survive in the Forest of Death, as long as we can hold on there for a month, we still could come back at the next full moon. What else do we have to worry about? Right. Blavi nodded energetically. It's not that we could not come back ever again. What are we scared of? The atmosphere seemed to lighten up, and everyone was either conversing quietly or thinking quietly by themselves. The atmosphere did not seem as depressing as before. I have other concerns, but I would like to go with Anfey's decision, Christian said slowly. How about you, Susanna? Anfey looked at Susanna. I will follow you too, Susanna said with a smile. Actually, Forest of Death was a perfect place for training for Susanna. She was never against Anfey's decision. She explained so much about Death of Forest to Anfey in order to remind him to make the decision carefully. Nuts! Nuts! You are going nuts! Hui Wei lost himself and stood up. What is wrong with staying in a safe place? I am telling you, you will regret when you see some of your group dead in the forest of death. Don't worry about it. If anyone dies, I am sure you would be the first one. This place is not safe for us. You know we are students of Saul. Have you ever considered why we came here? Anfey sneered. Why? Hui Wei asked. Because we killed a person. Sanchez smiled. No one felt nervous anymore when they recalled what happened. So what if he was the grandson of Philip? They killed him but they were still alive. Killed whom? Hui Wei asked. The only grandson of Grand Swordsman Philip, the only direct heir of Philip's, Zeta, Sanchez answered. Hui Wei felt helpless and could not help sitting down. Philip's hot temper was well known. Now he understood why these people fled to Forest of Clarm, but the problem is he really did not want to go back to Forest of Death. Since everyone has agreed on it, we will get ready for the ritual offerings tonight. Today is exactly 3 days away from the full moon, Anfey said slowly. Shelter could only be started by orcs. Do you think they would help us do it? Sante asked. I can be honest with them and let them know we are going to Forest of Death. Do you really think they want us to stay? Anfey smiled. The treasure was not a secret anymore. The greediness showed in the orcs' eyes. Asking them to help with ritual offerings would not be a problem. They could even fight to control it. In their opinion, those treasures would be theirs if Anfey's legion left. Do you have to go to the Forest of Death? Hui Wei murmured. No one paid attention to him. How could a captive have any say in this discussion? Can I see my dimensional ring for a second? Hui Wei looked at Anfey in a way that he was asking Anfey for a favor. His dimensional ring had been confiscated by Anfey. Every dimensional ring had a special mark on it. Besides the master of the ring, no one could open it. After its master died, the magic mark would disappear over time. However, it would take a long time for the ring to change its master. No one could change the magic mark on the ring, not even Grand Magisters or Grand Alchemists. Therefore, Anfey could only take Hui Wei's dimensional ring away. Anfey could neither figure out what was in it, nor own it. Anfey took out the dimensional ring and tossed it to Hui Wei without any hesitation. Hui Wei looked like he was suffering. He hesitated a long time and finally took out a magic scroll from his dimensional ring and passed it to Anfey. What is this? Anfey felt a wave of strong surges. He reached his hand out as he asked. It took Hui Wei a while before he unwillingly let the scroll go. He had a very complicated look on his face. He looked like he had just given up his whole world. Don't go to Forest of Death. This is a scroll of temporal teleportation to Blackwater City. Hui Wei heaved a long sigh. He finally pulled back his hand from the scroll. Teleport scroll. Christian stood up in surprise, and walked to Anfey in a few strides. He took the scroll from Anfey and looked at it closely. Where is Blackwater City? Anfey asked. Anfey did not need check whether the scroll was real. Christian could take care of that. Anfey only needed to make sure of other things. Blackwater City and White Mountain City are the two biggest cities in the country of mercenaries. Blackwater City is close to Wild Prairie, while White Mountain City is near Forest of Death. They both have the most complicated environments on Pan-continent as well. You will see a lot of things in Blackwater City, Susanna said. Have you been to Blackwater City? Anfey asked. Only when I was little, Susanna answered. This is a teleport scroll. Christian carefully passed the scroll back to Anfey. He looked at Hui Wei up and down. I could not tell you are rich. Hui Wei heaved a long sigh and tucked his hands back into the sleeves. He curled up and looked helpless, which made people feel bad for him. Give me the dimensional ring back first, Anfey said flatly, holding out one hand. His memory was good. Christian, is a teleport scroll rare? Anfey asked. Not really, but it is expensive. Professor used to make teleport scrolls when he had free time. Usually a teleport scroll can sell for 500 gold coins. If it was a special order to request a certain destination, then Professor had to change the magic coordinate and the price would double, Christian said, smiling. That expensive? Anfey was a little surprised. No wonder Saul spent a lot. Anfey thought Saul did some side jobs to make extra money with his status as an archmage in the palace court. He just learned that Saul himself was valuable. Mages seemed to have bright futures. Expensive? Naya puffed out her chest with pride. Unless the buyers were friends of my father, then yes. Otherwise he would not even make a scroll for them, even if they offered money. Anfey smiled. Christian, can you release this scroll? Riska and I both can, Christian answered. I got it. Anfey turned to Hui Wei. You cannot release this scroll since you have both magic and combat powers, can you? Hui Wei closed his eyes and refused to answer Anfey's question. Christian, how long will it take for the time-space door to open after the scroll is released? Anfey needed to know more details. Very quickly, Christian answered. How long would it take for the door to shut? Anfey asked again. It depends on the person who released it. If magic power permits, a time-space door can stay open forever. Christian said. Okay, everybody get ready soon so we can leave later tonight. Anfey stood up. Christian, are the laws in Blackwater City as messy as in Forest of Death? No, in Country of Mercenaries, the Union of Mercenaries has the authority. The Union of Mercenaries is the leader of the county, Christian answered. So? Anfey was thinking quietly for a second. Others can go and get some rest. Christian and Susanna, can you stay and explain to me how Union of Mercenaries works? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, Transport. Chapter 88, Transport. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. I want to make sure where the magical coordinates are. You are sure it is in Blackwater? Anfey stared at Hui Wei and asked slowly. Didn't you want to go to Forest of Death? Why give up now? Hui Wei replied lazily. Answer my question. It is Blackwater. Why would I lie to you? Hui Wei shook his head positively. Normally, the mages would choose a lesser populated area when making a scroll of temporal teleportation in order to avoid portals, overlaps and accidents. We can still see Blackwater from here, though. Riska, prepare to begin, Anfey said, handing the scroll over to him. Riska took the scroll and moved to the side. Anfey, the tunnel is sealed, Zubin walked over and said. The orcs are all working and you can't tell if anything is off from the outside. Great. Tell them to gather in the cave. Is everyone ready? Anfey asked. Ready, the group replied. Naya and Shelley looked the most excited. When Shelley heard they were going to Blackwater City, she had asked the group to buy her food as soon as they got there. They had treasured Shelley the way they had treasured the young unicorn, and would of course grant her wish. After a few moments, the orcs gathered in the cave. They knew the mages were leaving and were beyond happy, their eyes glittering with joy. They had closed the tunnel and had worked efficiently, but they would open it again as soon as the mages left. Anfey's eyes swept across the cave. Everyone was accounted for and they had brought everything they needed. After he made sure nothing was amiss, Anfey turned to Sante. You can start, he said. All right. Sante walked over to the mouth of the cave and whispered a spell. He then called, as loud as he could, we're leaving, goodbye, goodbye, see you all later. His voice was amplified through his magic, and his voice washed over the forest like a tsunami wave. The forest hummed with the vibration caused by the magic. His magic was limited, and his voice could only spread for 12 miles, but it was enough. Riska, Anfey called. Riska tossed the scroll. A wave of blue light appeared, and it opened slowly like a large eye. After it opened into a full circle, the gate stopped wavering and the ring of light became more stable. This was Anfey's first experience with a portal, and he thought the bright blue was beautiful. There were some faint white streaks surrounding the portal, which appeared mysterious and beautiful. Susanna, Anfey said. Susanna glanced at him and walked towards the gate along with Zubin and Sante. The three of them stepped into the portal and disappeared. Christian, supporting Riska with his shoulder, crossed with his team. Naya, Shelley, and Feller followed. Soon, the only ones left were Anfey and Blavi. Seeing they were the only ones, Anfey nodded, and Blavi began whispering a spell. The orcs around them were waiting for their departure, and didn't think much of it. It wasn't until Blavi finished his spell that they realized something was off. A wave of flame appeared and swept across the orcs. The orcs were standing in rank, and it was almost impossible to avoid the attack. The flame washed across the orcs. Some screamed and were rolling on the floor, but others simply fell down without a sound. When the flame swept their ranks, some of the orcs were breathing in and the heat incinerated their lungs. Even if it didn't kill them instantly, they still would not be able to make a sound. Only about 12 orcs survived the flame. Unfortunately for them, Anfey was on the move as well. While they were looking for anything that could be used as weapons, Anfey was already in front of them. A female orc encountered him first. She flailed around like a madman, but Anfey stepped around her and stabbed her in the neck with his sword. No matter who he was fighting, Anfey would always attack 3 points on the body, the neck, the head, and left chest. The neck was the most vulnerable part of the body, and every time Anfey aimed there, he would succeed. An old orc found a piece of rock, but before he could do anything with it, Blavi's fireball hit him. He was thrown into the air, slammed into a wall, and fell to the ground. Anfey! Blavi called. Anfey jumped off of the ground, and a wave of lightning spread across the ground. Anfey landed and struck an old orc on the back of his head. He became a blurred shadow as he sped through the remaining orcs, his sword splitting the air. If Susanna was here and saw his moves, she would receive new inspirations for her own sword skills. Anfey's sword struck out towards air, but he would step aside and slash at an orc's throat. For a normal swordsman, moving and attacking were 2 separate movements. For Anfey, however, moving was attacking. He could hit his target no matter from which angle he struck. His movements were fluid and strange, and none of the orcs had any time to react before falling to the ground. At first Blavi tried to cooperate with him and attack with magic, but by the end he was just watching his companion move. Blavi, Anfey said when he cut down the last orc. Blavi nodded and began a spell. The cave shook violently, and the roof began caving in. Rocks fell down into the cave. Before the cave collapsed completely, Blavi and Anfey had already crossed through the portal. Anfey felt a flash of coldness when he crossed. He heard Christian's voice as his feet hit solid ground. "What took you so long?" "Had to tell the orcs something," Anfey said, smiling. He was a cold person, but he had no prejudice. He would not classify a person as an enemy because of the person's appearance. In his mind, there were only 3 kinds of people. Enemies that would threaten him, friends that deserved his assistance, and the rest, who were irrelevant to him. Before the orcs attacked them, he did not dislike them. After he had conquered them, he still did not dislike them. After he had seen their greed, however, he knew he had to do something. It wouldn't matter what he told them. The orcs would still try to take treasures after he left. He didn't care much about the gold, but what if the orcs tried to tamper with the chest and triggered the element lock? Surely they would not heed any of his warnings. "I thought Philip was mad." "You're even more so," an old man standing on a tree branch said. "I'm always like this." Ernest shrugged and said, "Thanks for saving me." "You swordsmen are so headstrong," Steger said. "Retreating this way. So reckless." "If I'm right, Naya went the other way." "You mages are so smart," Ernest smiled. Steger did not kill him and did not try to track down Naya because he had already picked sides. "By God, I hate this forest, but at least we have an explanation," Steger said, shaking his head. He was too old for the trials of the magic beast forest. "An explanation for Yolanthe or Saul? His Majesty? He's all ready," Steger said, trying to find the right words. Just then, they heard the faint sound of yelling from the other side of the forest. "We're leaving." Amplifying magic? Steger frowned and asked. "They're leaving? To where?" Ernest frowned as well. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 89, Country of Mercenaries. Chapter 89, Country of Mercenaries. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Country of Mercenaries was the only country without a military on the Pan-continent. However, its defensive ability could not be neglected. When Elazan Empire was at its peak, Elazan Empire wanted to take over some territories in Country of Mercenaries. The Elazan Empire test-attacked Country of Mercenaries. The soldiers in Elazan Empire had an excellent record on the battlefield against the mercenaries. Mercenaries did not dare to confront them on the battlefield. They neither seemed to be organized nor had a united military force. In the first month, Elazan Empire took over 1/3 of the territory in the Country of Mercenaries. Soldiers in Elazan Empire were excited. They wrote an oath to the king, swearing to take over the whole Country of Mercenaries in 3 months. However, they found they were surrounded by war marsh before the oath even reached to the desk of the king of Elazan Empire. Mercenaries were everywhere in the Country of Mercenaries. Some of them were natives while others were immigrants. They were civilians in the country and became mercenaries as needed. Sometimes if knocking on a door in the Country of Mercenaries, it was easy to find that there were a few swordsmen or magisters in the family. It was nothing surprising. Mercenaries could be organized in different ways. It could be friends who shared the same interests, a family, neighbors, even a village itself as a large-size mercenary group. No matter how the mercenaries were organized, their sense of morality, loyalty, and responsibility were far better than militaries. Although different-sized mercenaries fought on their own, they still brought huge trouble to Elizan Empire militaries. Logistics, small-scale rangers, and scouts in Elizan Empire suffered constant attacks. In other words, unless the soldiers in Elizan Empire stayed together in their camp, any group of soldiers sent out on a mission, no matter whether a group of several, more than 10, or even hundreds, they all suffered fatal attacks from mercenaries. When the main force came to help, they would only see the dead bodies of their soldiers. When they did investigations in the villages, they could not find anything. Those civilians, or people who appeared to be civilians, were hostile towards the soldiers in Elizan Empire and refused to cooperate. Logistics suffered the most. In order to take territory in the country of mercenaries quickly, the military in Elizan Empire usually only left hundreds or a few thousand soldiers as guards after they took over an area while the main force would keep advancing. Mercenaries fought back and annihilated forces of guards one after another. Elizan Empire's military found they fell into a situation where they were surrounded by opponents. Soldiers in Elizan Empire could not tell apart a peaceful civilian and a killer who killed their peers. They could not control the situation. The word slaughter was taboo. In the battles of humans against other races, slaughterers had always become heroes of humans, but slaughterers could be spurned by all human beings in the civil wars. Of course, it was still possible to slaughter the country of mercenaries. It depended on the determinations of the upper class in Elizan Empire. First of all, country of mercenaries was a country with a fighting history. Death would not scare them since they had a history of fighting off the Grim Reaper. Slaughter would only make mercenaries indulge in extravagant acts of revenge. Elizan Empire militaries needed to prepare for fighting alone, since other countries on Pan-continent might unite together to fight against Elizan Empire. The delivery of metals, magic crystals and other military supplies would be blockaded. Then it would be hard to get any supplies from other countries, while local goods in Elizan Empire would become less available. They also would experience political and economic isolation and attacks. If country of mercenaries tried to call for other countries to fight together against Elizan Empire in the name of justice, then Elizan Empire would be at a military disadvantage. These disastrous possibilities made the upper class in Elizan Empire finally decide, after lengthy deliberations, to recall their armies. Their offensive plan of moving forward in 3 branches was foiled. Armies in those 3 branches gathered together and retreated to Elizan Empire as fast as they could. A couple of soldiers died here and over 10 soldiers died over there. It did not seem like a big number of fatalities. However, it happened so frequently that when the fatalities were added up, plus the lost guards, the upper class in Elizan Empire found the fatality total had reached 40,000. The war ended by the loss of the aggressor, Elizan Empire. Since then, the other countries would always consider the military strategy of the country of mercenaries by involving everyone in the war. Country of mercenaries and Tumun Commercial Union were 2 special governments in the south and north of Pan-continent, respectively. Compared with Tumun Commercial Union, country of mercenaries had full autonomy, while Tumun Commercial Union was dependent on Manhwa Empire. Tumun Commercial Union could develop to this extent so far due to the open policy of the Manhwa Empire. If the king of Manhwa Empire were cruel and greedy, Tumun Commercial Union would not be in such a good position. Blackwater City was one of the 2 most important cities in the country of mercenaries. It was also one of the biggest distribution centers of magic crystals on Pan-continent. In the magic world, the demands and wear and tear on magic crystals was huge. Whoever had control of magic crystals would have control of the lifeblood of Pan-continent. Elizan Empire used to be very powerful, but went into decline later on. Elizan Empire was overtaken by Manhwa Empire. The policy of refusing businessmen from Elizan Empire into country of mercenaries played an important role in it. After the invasion by Elizan Empire, this policy had been carried out for 100 years, which damaged Elizan Empire's economy greatly. Elizan Empire had to buy magic crystals at a high price from the countries which had amicable relations with it. The loss in the past 100 years could not be calculated. This was a classic example of karma on Pan-continent. 100 years later, the revenge did not stop until a beautiful princess of Elizan Empire married a regimental commander from a super mercenary group in the country of mercenaries. The age difference between them was huge. Whether the marriage was the result of political concerns was not possible to trace back. 2 sons of that regimental commander passed away from accidents, and the 2-year-old grandson died from disease a year later. The son of that beautiful princess inherited the position of regimental commander. Whether what happened in this family was by accident or planned was going to be a myth. It was not worth looking into it anyway, since people knew Elizan Empire was rebounding to recover its past strength. Other kings on Pan-continent learned from Elizan Empire about the potential threat from the country of mercenaries. They tried to keep a good relationship with the country of mercenaries as they kept an eye on it. They could bear to have their main resources under the control of an unorganized country, but could not allow a powerful authoritarian government to appear because it would become a huge threat to all the countries. The upper class in the country of mercenaries seemed to understand this principle. For super mercenary groups had been in power by turns. Every term was only 1 year long. No matter which mercenary group developed quickly, other mercenary groups would work together to reduce its power. There was much internal dissension among mercenaries. They knew they had to have internal dissension to reduce their power in order to avoid being the target of other countries. Anfey learned about these from Christian and Susanna. There was a saying that you need to see it to believe it. When Anfey entered Blackwater City, he sensed a total different feeling in Blackwater City than in Manhwa Empire and Tumon Commercial Union. The city walls in Blackwater City were very low. The country of mercenaries was a country without defensive facilities, but with a strong defensive system. City walls were never helpful. Many pedestrians on the streets wore swordsman and mage signs. The swordsman and mage rates in Blackwater City were a lot higher than in Manhwa Empire. It seemed that the buildings on the street were very old. They were neither as tall and grand as the Manhwa Empires, nor as fancy as Tumon Commercial Unions. A pleasure seeker on the street flipped a woman's skirt and squeezed hard on her butt. That woman looked like she enjoyed it. The bars were so loud that waves of sound came the bars that seemed like they could have made people on the street deaf. All of these would not happen in Manhwa Empire or Tumon Commercial Union. Manhwa Empire and Tumon Commercial Union seemed to be civilized, while it was still wild here. These three cities usually left people with quite different impressions. Anfey found people on the street did not seem to be interested in others. Every time they encountered a weird person on the street, Christian and others in Anfey's legion would watch curiously for a while, but people in Blackwater City treated it like nothing had happened. There was relatively more freedom in Blackwater City. The mercenary union would not interfere with personal lives unless they caused safety issues for others. No one would judge if a person was riding in a female elf slave's carriage, or even killed a female elf slave on the street, since that person just destroyed his own property. However, he had to pay a cleaning fee for it. Of course, that person needed to be prepared for revenge from the proud elves. Female elf slave sounded like a low status. It would be wrong to think that way. Female elf slaves only meant they had just entered the human society. Their status would change over time. Some of them would earn higher social status, while others would earn lower social status. The wife of the current regional commander of the Tiger of Taw mercenaries used to be an elf slave, but she had thrown off her slavery and become an influential member of the upper class. She had 9 children with her husband. Every child of hers was outstanding. Anfey, if the people in Blackwater City learned about the warrant sent by the Phillips, would our safety be an issue? Blavy whispered as he watched the people on the street. No, mercenaries are not killers. Philip was just a master swordsman. He did not have such influence, Susanna answered quietly. Let's find a place to stay first. We should rent or even buy a house later, Anfey said, looking at the sign for a hotel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90, Old Friends. Chapter 90, Old Friends. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Susanna, a voice called from the other side of the street. The group stopped in its tracks, and everyone turned to look for the source of the voice. A young man in his 20s with a longsword on his hip hurried across the street. It was evident from his badge that he was a junior swordsman. Susanna, oh God, it's really you, he said, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Von Merg? What are you doing here? Susanna looked surprised, but happy. You were the best among all of us, but then you just disappeared. We couldn't stay there anymore, so we came here, the young man said, extending his arms. It's so good to see you again. Susanna took a step back and avoided his embrace. You haven't changed at all, she said. Von Merg laughed awkwardly and turned his gaze to Anfey, and this is Anfey, our leader, and Christian, our deputy, Susanna introduced. Greetings, Anfey and Christian nodded. Greetings, Von Merg said, slightly shocked. Susanna, you joined the patrol? That doesn't sound something you would do. We're definitely not the patrol, Susanna smiled and explained. It's so good seeing you again, Von Merg said, nodding. Our angel mercenary band is finally together again. Regardless of what the others thought of the word angel, Susanna found herself blushing. She was beautiful, and her personality more likable than girls like Naya. She had worked with the group for a while now, but no one had tried to flirt with her. After her first encounter with Anfey, she couldn't really be an angel in front of him, anyway. Plus, Susanna's exceptional skills shocked everyone in the group, and they all reckoned they were too weak to even try to flirt with her. Someone as daring as Von Merg was an oddity. "Ah, sorry, Von Merg, we are starting a new mercenary group," Susanna said hurriedly. "Ah, I mean..." Von Merg froze. "I mean, you can join us." Susanna didn't want to see her old friend upset, but she remembered Anfey was in charge of the group, not she. She shouldn't invite people without consulting him first. She turned and looked at him. Anfey thought about her offer to Von Merg for a moment, and nodded. "Von Merg, why don't you join us?" Susanna asked again, this time more confident. "All right." Von Merg smiled at this unexpected offer. He turned to Anfey and said, "The name's Von Merg, Junior Swordsman." "Glad to be working with you, sir." "No need to be polite," Anfey said, extending his hand. "We are all friends here." Von Merg noticed Anfey's power, and had appeared surprised, but he quickly shook his hand. Anfey had expected Von Merg to start a fight or look for trouble. If he really was a shallow person, Anfey would not have hesitated to ask him to leave. Now, though, he was satisfied by Von Merg's actions. "Oh, by the way, Susanna, Hagen is here too. I'll take you there." "Hagen? You guys are together?" "Of course. He was the one keeping me alive." "Where is he?" "In the inn, over there." "Come on, I'll take you." Before anyone else could say anything, Von Merg was already running towards the inn. The group followed Von Merg to the inn. Seeing so many people walking in at the same time, but an owner happily walked over to greet them. He saw Anfey first, then he saw Christian and Naya, and for a split second he was shocked. It was only a few seconds, but enough for Anfey to realize something was off. He sighed. He wanted to come to Blackwater because he wanted everyone to practice their craft in more complicated situations, so they could return to Manhwa Empire to look for Saul. He didn't expect to be recognized their first day here. Was it because of Philip's extensive powers? Or was it just coincidence? "Hey, I'm going to take the entire third floor," Von Merg called. Of course, the inn owner said. "Please give me a moment and I'll take you to your rooms." "Looks like you're living well nowadays," Susanna said, smiling. "It's better. You know, Susanna, Hagen is only an elementary alchemist, but there are only so many in the city. We can more or less make a decent living." "What do you do, then?" "Me? Trying to find business, of course. Hagen would never find work on his own without me." Susanna smiled and shook her head, and wasn't sure if she should comment on Von Merg's ability or his natural way with money. "Are you ready for your rooms?" the inn owner asked. He walked from behind the counter with a string of keys. "All right," Anfey nodded. The inn was not busy. As they ascended the stairs, they did not see another patron. Von Merg marched up to one of the doors and knocked on it. "Hagen," he called. "Open the door. You'll never guess who I found. Von Merg, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't disturb me when I'm in the middle of an experiment. Open the door, you idiot." "You're gonna regret it if you don't," Von Merg called, raising his voice. The door was slammed open and a young man appeared. He was thin and tall, and appeared very scholarly. He looked angry, but when he saw Susanna he had the same expression as Von Merg only a few minutes before. "Susanna?" he asked. "Hagen," Susanna smiled and said, "It's been a while." Come in, Hagen invited. "How did you know we are here?" "I didn't," Susanna said. "We ran into each other on the street." "It was a coincidence," Von Merg said. "Here, Hagen. This is our leader, Anfey." "Leader? Of what? Mercenaries?" "Let's go inside first," Anfey said. "Give us the key." "You can go now." The inn owner handed him the key and glanced at his face again before going downstairs. Anfey looked at Blavy, who nodded and moved over to stand by the wall next to the stairway. They were the only ones occupying the rooms, and Anfey didn't want any irrelevant people coming up there. Then he gave the keys to Feller and placed him in charge of the living arrangements. The rest of the group all filed into Hagen's room. It was a small room, and with half a dozen people it became crowded. The furniture inside was simple as well. There was a desk and 4 chairs. In one of the corners was a bed, and there were some necessities scattered around the room. The only thing that was eye-catching were the bottles on the floor next to the bed. There were at least a dozen there, and each was filled with liquid of different colors. "Susanna, you're a mercenary now?" Hagen asked. "What's the name?" "Haven't decided yet," Susanna said. I take it that you haven't registered either? We just arrived and haven't found the time yet.
Hagen looked at each person carefully, and when he saw Naya he froze and stared at her.
What are you looking at? Naya asked angrily. Naya looked very plain. Anfey wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble, so made Naya and Susanna wear church clothes. He had told them to keep their hair messy and their faces makeup free. Because of that, Naya had felt ugly and extremely sensitive to others' stares. That's... Hagen raised his hand and pointed a finger at Naya's bag. The bag was small and occasionally moved.
Clearly it contained some living creature.
Naya, go, Anfey frowned. Why was an alchemist so sensitive to the presence of magic beasts? Naya glared at Hagen and left the room. Wait. Hagen called, jumping up.
Zubin and Sante both took a step forward and blocked his path, staring at him as a silent warning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 91, Chaos. Chapter 91, Chaos. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Stop. We are friends. Let's talk. Von Merge noticed something went wrong and tried to mediate the dispute. What is inside? Hagen was so worried that his face turned red. It has nothing to do with you, Anfey said flatly. But... Hagen tried to argue. All right. Von Merge quickly covered Hagen's mouth. Commander, you know Hagen's temper. Please forgive him. You guys can stay and get to know each other first. Susanna, can you come out for a second? Anfey turned around and walked out of the room. Seeing Susanna following Anfey out, Von Merge and Hagen's eyes were as big as saucers. They had followed Susanna for a year and gone to a lot of places together. They knew about Susanna. Susanna looked petite and soft outside, but she was a strong and tough woman. She had her own ideas about things and did things assertively. They had never seen Susanna so obedient. In the hallway, Anfey paused for a moment and asked in low voice, Susanna, how long have you known them? Almost a year and a half, Susanna answered. Do you know them well? Anfey asked. Yes, Susanna said. What kind of people are they? Anfey asked. Generally speaking, they are not bad. Von Merge likes joking around. Hagen is hot-tempered, but they are nice people. Susanna smiled. Susanna, Hagen has already noticed the presence of Little Unicorn. Can you tell him to keep our secret? He cannot tell anyone, especially Von Merge. Von Merge looks like he has a big mouth. If he knew about it, he would let others know about Little Unicorn, Anfey said. Anfey learned from Susanna and Christian that there were few people in history who had received the loyalty of unicorns. Those few people all were very influential and had strong combat powers, which guaranteed their success and safety in battle. Anfey was not as good as them in terms of combat power and influence. Therefore, he had to be careful and cautious. Yes, I will call him over and let him know now, Susanna said. You do not have to do it now. We have to do something to distract Von Merge, otherwise he could try to get the secret from Hagen. Hagen looks very honest. Susanna, are you sure they will be helpful for us? Anfey frowned. Anfey, Hagen is an alchemist. He will be very helpful for us. Von Merge is just a junior swordsman, but he is very social and has the ability to connect with others quickly. Our legion needs someone like him, Susanna said sincerely. She had not been with Anfey and his legion long. She had traveled with Von Merge and Hagen for more than a year. However, the strength of the bond between people was not determined by the length of time they had been together. She had experienced life-threatening moments with Anfey and his legion and shared a major secret with them. Therefore, she could analyze Von Merge and Hagen's personalities and qualities in front of Anfey, but would not tell Von Merge any secret of Anfey's legion. Anfey nodded while Susanna continued, If you want to distract Von Merge, I have an idea, but I have to borrow your arm. Borrow my arm? What do you mean? Anfey had maintained a serious face for the discussion. Susanna heaved a slight sigh. Never mind, I will go in first. She opened the door and walked inside. Anfey was quite confused. He was in thought for a while before he turned around to Blavi and asked, Is everything all right? Yes, Blavi said. Can you watch up here for a minute? I need go downstairs, Anfey said. Everyone seemed more friendly towards each other in the room. Von Merge did help lighten up the conversation. Susanna walked into the room and stood next to Christian. She whispered to him, I will borrow your arm. Susanna held Christian's arm before he could realize what was happening. Von Merge had liked Susanna for a long time.
Susanna knew how Von Merge thought about her, but she did not feel the same way about him.
Susanna had had bad experiences since she was little.
In her mind, a guy who was not as good as her should be able to face tough times with her together and help her. Von Merge could not do any of those things, at least not when they traveled together.
Susanna took care of everyone when they traveled together. Von Merge had been watching Susanna out of the corner of his eye.
When he suddenly saw Susanna holding Christian's arm, his face became pale. His voice became hoarse.
Meanwhile, Anfey had walked down to the first floor.
The owner saw Anfey walking downstairs by himself, so he stood up and smiled.
"Dear guest, how can I help you? I just need some fresh air. I will walk around a little. I am good. Thank you." Anfey smiled as he looked around.
"Sir, your business must be good." Anfey laid his eyes on the blackboard opposite the cashier table. A lot of things had been written on the blackboard, and they all started with magic crystal.
Anfey looked at them closely. "Not bad. It just helps make ends meet." The owner smiled. "My dear guest, are you interested in magic crystals? Do you want to buy or sell?
We are going to form a mercenary legion soon, so I want to learn more about the magic crystals."
"Sir, you can call me Anfey," Anfey said. "Anfey, nice to meet you. My name is Clark." He walked out from behind the cashier's counter and stood next to Anfey. "These prices are updated.
I ask my employees to go to Mercenary Union and Commercial Union to copy all kinds of military assignments and prices down every morning."
"Why don't you have the price for senior magic beast crystals?" Anfey asked flatly. "Senior magic beast crystals?"
"Anyone who has senior magic crystals would not stay in my hotel," Clark answered, and he felt a little embarrassed about it.
"Okay, does the price list need to be updated every day?"
"It is a lot of work," Anfey said.
"What can we do?"
"Too much competition among the hotels. All the hotels in Blackwater City have to update the price list every day for the convenience of their guests so they do not have to go to Mercenary Union to accept any assignment on their own. They only need to pass me the crystal plate and I will send my employees to do it for them."
"How about registering a mercenary?" Anfey asked.
We cannot help with that. Mercenary Union will check on it, so we cannot help you with that," Clark said. A few big guys walked by the hotel. They all looked drunk. One of them looked at the hotel and suddenly picked up a stone and threw it at the hotel. The stone flew by Clark and hit the wall.
The guys laughed wildly and wobbled away.
Clark's face was still peaceful, like nothing had happened.
Anfey was a person who liked to fight for justice.
He thought for a second and smiled.
"Are they in 4 super mercenary groups?" "Definitely not, they are nobodies," Clark sneered.
Anfey could tell from that sneer that Clark was actually mad.
However, he was really good at hiding his emotions. "How come they dare to act so obnoxiously?" Anfey asked. "They used to stay in my inn. They are members of Giant Mercenary."
Back then, a Red Rock mercenary was staying in my inn as well.
They were a lot stronger than Giant Mercenary. Later, Red Rock Mercenary took an assignment to acquire a dead body of Thunder Eagle. They went into the Forest of Death for it. Giant Mercenary left the hotel after them. Clark sighed. Red Rock Mercenary never came back to the inn.
Their belongings were still kept here. Well, when Giant Mercenary came back, they got 6 or 7 top Thunder Eagle magic crystals. I bet Red Rock Mercenary was ambushed by them, because they could not get so many Thunder Eagle magic crystals on their own. Those two mercenaries argued a few times in the inn previously. Every time the kids in Red Rock Mercenary were more mature and let it go. Poor kids. Anfey squinted his eyes, picturing Red Rock Mercenary working together and finally killing a few Thunder Eagles. They must have been exhausted from the fighting. Some of them might have been wounded or killed. Before they could get out of their sadness and retrieve their magic crystals, Giant Mercenary came up behind them and killed them. They not only took their lives, but also the magic crystals. Forest of Death was such a chaotic place.
No wonder Hui Wei said Forest of Death was far more horrible than any magic beast. You should have told others about it.
People would condemn Red Rock Mercenary for what they have done, Anfey said.
Condemn? Clark shook his head. The survival of the fittest is the rule of Forest of Death.
Someday if you take your mercenary to the Forest of Death, you have to keep that rule in mind.
Thank you for your advice. Anfey smiled and then walked upstairs.
Seeing what a few guys in Giant Mercenary had done to Clark, Anfey knew what he needed to do. When the stone flew by Clark, most people would be shocked or dodge away, but Clark was calm and did not move his body a bit. This did not seem to match the weak combat power Clark had.
Anfey, don't you want to see the assignments of Mercenary Union?
Clark asked.
No, not yet, Anfey said. Clark watched Anfey disappear around the corner.
He slowly went back to the cashier's counter. There were a few magic images under the table, with Anfey's image on top of stack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 92, Plans. Chapter 92, Plans. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The bar was bustling with people, and everyone was screaming at each other. Speaking with a friend in this environment would have been almost impossible, and in order to do so one would have to scream over several other people. Anfey did not like places like that, and nor did Christian. They sat there silently, and seemed out of place in the busy bar.
You're certain that Shansa is making a move towards Meiho? A hoarse voice asked.
The clamor came to a halt. Everyone was talking about the rumors they had heard, but some rumors were more important than others, and the war was definitely on everyone's mind. My sources are 100% correct, another voice replied loudly.
You're joking. There is no way Shansa can take Meiho's Blackania city. How many times have they tried, but to no avail? That's why you can't be a general, you idiot. Well, enlighten me, then. Shansa didn't attack Blackania.
They went through the Broken Valley.
The Broken Valley? But that belongs to the mercenaries. Money, money, the man said, holding up 2 fingers. 200,000 gold pieces. Enough to buy anything.
More than enough to buy a path. The other man sighed.
It's too bad. Old Yolanthe was a good man. Too bad he died so young. If Yolanthe was still alive, Shansa would never invade Meiho. Even if Yolanthe was still alive, Shansa would still make their move. Elizan Empire is already closing in on Meiho. You know what this means? They are splitting Meiho. Heed my words. Things are going to change. This may be the end of Meiho. You're right. Meiho's Grandin couldn't hold against the Elizan armies, and even their Archmage Sol was defeated and injured by Nuioheim.
If Meiho Empire falls, surely Elizan and Shansa would become much stronger.
Say, do you think they will threaten our country of mercenaries? Are you thick? Did you forget what the relationship between Glory Mercenary and Elizan was?
And now Shansa and Tiger of Tall Mercenary will be united through marriage.
No, neither will touch us. Really? There will be a marriage? Do you not believe me?
Shansa's princess is coming to this very city in a few days, but... While those men were speaking, Christian's expression grew grimmer and grimmer.
His hands trembled and couldn't hold his ale cup still. Anfey maintained a straight face. He took the cup from Christian and set it down on the table. Anfey.
Wait until we're alone, Anfey said. Then the mercenaries changed the topic from the war to their own futures. They were not affiliated with Meiho Empire, and did not worry about the Empire's impending doom. The bar became clamorous again. Seeing that they had gathered all the information they could, Anfey and Christian quietly slipped out of the bar. Before they had gone into the bar, Christian had talked about the bright moon. Now, however, he could not spare the moon a single thought.
Naya had let the little unicorn out. For it, everything was new and exciting.
For something living in the magic beast forest, things like a bed in cups were a novelty.
The little unicorn was overjoyed and was bouncing around in the room. Naya watched it play and was laughing hysterically. Just when she was the happiest, Anfey and Christian came into the room.
Anfey's face didn't betray much, but Christian looked solemn.
Naya was no longer the innocent little girl after everything they had gone through. What happened? Did you guys go out for information? Did you? She asked, shocked. Nothing. Just some news about Shansa. Naya, can you leave the room for a second?
We need to talk, Anfey said before Christian could tell Naya anything.
He couldn't let Christian talk.
They weren't sure if Sol was really injured, but if Naya found out, she surely would try to go find him.
Can't I listen? We will tell you once we are done, Anfey said, smiling.
Seeing that he was smiling, Naya felt more at ease.
She nodded and said, all right. Tell me everything afterwards. Of course, Anfey promised her. Naya, can you tell Blavi, Rizka, Zubin, and Sante to come and talk to me? Of course, Dot. After a few minutes, the 4 of them gathered in the room.
Christian repeated to them everything they had heard in a hushed voice. Everyone was stunned, and the room was dead silent. Fate had played a strange trick on them. Had they stayed in Forest Clarm, they could have avoided this. Philip may be irrational and ruthless, but he would not have continued his hunt when his nation was falling apart. They had decided to leave Forest Clarm to avoid their biggest threat and to train the inexperienced mages.
Anfey didn't realize by leaving they might as well have walked into their doom. What you guys think we should do? Anfey asked. Anfey, I don't want to stay here any longer. I want to go back.
Christian said, determined.
Anfey sighed. Christian had never talked to him this way before.
In the past, Christian had always left room for discussion, and if he insisted, Christian would listen to him.
He knew that would not be the case now.
It wouldn't matter what he says, Christian would not change his mind.
What do you guys think?
I want to go back, Anfey Rizka said, his voice serious.
Mayho needs us. And you? Anfey asked, looking at Sante and Zubin.
Whatever you say, Zubin replied quietly.
Me too.
The conversation had seemed simple, but Anfey knew it was not. Christian and Blavi were his friends and his assistants.
Zubin and Sante would be his trusted workers.
They were two completely different cases.
I don't oppose returning, but what can we do? 2 junior magisters, a few senior mages, what do you think we can do?
We can't do much, but still better than staying here and doing nothing, Christian said.
Who says we can't help by being here? What can we do here, then? A lot of things. Didn't they say Shansa's princess is coming here? You're saying we are going to kill the princess? Blavi asked. But marriage is only a way of doing things.
We kill one princess, and they will send another.
Will that work? Christian asked.
Of course, Anfey said.
One day you'll understand.
Staying here is more important than killing 1,000 men on the battlefield.
Christian stared at him in silence, then asked, Anfey, what can we do? Let's find the Mercenary Kingdom and the Broken Valleys maps first. We need to get to know Glory Mercenary as well.
They are the Tiger of Tao's friends and enemy. Since Elizan and Glory Mercenary became connected through marriage, they had been helping Elizan. They must have a lot of say after learning Shansa and Tiger of Tao's deal.
We can also kill some of the people in Glory Mercenary and take their badges.
It would help our cause in the long term. Anfey stopped to gather his thoughts before continuing, in Blackwater, we are nothing. We need Von Merge. Susanna said he was a man of the world, so hopefully she is right.
Let Von Merge deal with Tiger of Taal. If the princess really is coming, they must be busy. There must be some rumors out there.
The group glanced at one another, and Blavi spoke first, I think he's right.
Going back means going into the army. What can we do? There are 1,000 others like us.
We can contribute more by staying here.
Alright, let's stay here for now, Christian said.
Clearly he still wanted to return, and had only agreed to stay because he trusted Anfey. The first thing we need to do, Anfey said slowly, is to decide if this place is safe or not. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 93, No Body. Chapter 93, No Body. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Hurry up.
I saw the old Philip. Feller was in a panic and rushed into the hotel. He had sweat all over his forehead.
He shouted, someone sold us out. We gotta leave now. Anfey and Christian were looking at different assignments from Mercenary Union when they heard Feller.
Their faces changed immediately.
Anfey yelled, don't panic. This is Blackwater City in the country of mercenaries.
I dare old Philip would hurt us here.
Anfey, you don't know how hot-tempered that old Philip is.
He would not care.
Christian shouted. We'd better leave now. Susanna said. We have been running away for a long time. Where else can we go? Let's fight him until we die.
Blavi said with his eyes wide open.
Are you serious? How can we battle with a master swordsman? Christian said. Don't worry. Susanna is a senior swordswoman. We have so many mages too. I think we can do it, Blavi said. Anfey did not say anything.
He hesitated for a second before he pulled out his sword and walked outside. His action had said enough about what he was going to do. Clark was shocked when he heard old Philip was coming. He knew who Philip was and understood the reason Anfey and his legion were so afraid of him. He was so worried when he heard Anfey's legion talking about going into battle against Philip. He thought to himself, these poor kids. What can a senior swordsman do? There was a huge difference between a senior swordsman and a master swordsman. The magic attacks from mages were just like tickling Philip. It would not take much for Philip to kill all of them. Seeing Anfey rushing out of the hotel, Clark shouted in instinct, "Wait! Don't do anything stupid. I have a secret chamber here. You guys can hide there for now." "Chamber?" Anfey suddenly turned around and threw himself on the cashier counter, shouting excitedly, "Where is the chamber?" It looked like he had been pushed into a corner to go out to fight with Philip. He did not have other options. If he had any chance to survive, he would not let it go. Clark was still not sure who sold Anfey and his legion out. Philip had already come, which meant he got accurate information, maybe even knew about this inn. "Come with me," Clark said, and then ran out from behind the cashier counter. He had already had an idea in this short period time. He thought he could ask Anfey and his legion to hide in his chamber, and then he would handle Philip himself. If Philip wanted to make a scene here, he would let Philip know who he was and ask him to back off. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this to happen, that is, Philip did not see Anfey and his legion, otherwise someone like him would not be able to stop Philip. Clark rushed into the storage room. The storage room, where stored all kinds of wines and other goods, was not big. Clark moved a heavy wine barrel at the corner of the left wall. There was a black stone underneath. He grabbed the stone and pulled it. A secret door slowly rose on the left wall. Clark ducked in first. "Hurry, come with me, Dot." Anfey suddenly stopped right at the door, while Susanna had walked 2 steps down below the door. Susanna stood right between Anfey and Clark. Clark took the torch off the hallway wall, walked downstairs in front of everyone, then noticed no one had followed him. He turned around and yelled, "What are you doing? Come. Hurry up. Do you know us?" Anfey asked calmly. "I?" Clark realized he was set up. He looked down and thought a little bit before he said anything. "I do not know you." "Really?" Anfey said. "Please don't misunderstand me. I do not mean to hurt you. You have to trust me. I swear I do not want to hurt you." Clark was worried and tried to explain. "I know you did not want to hurt us, otherwise you would not warn of survival of the fittest, but I want to know how you recognized us?" Anfey said. "I saw your magic images." Clark said. "Which magic union sent out those magic images?" Anfey asked. "It's the magic union in the country of mercenaries," Clark said. "Susanna, take him down." Anfey shook his head. Susanna slowly took out her sword. Clark yelled, "Don't kill me. The intense combat power will attract the patrol's attention. We will be fine. I can just tell them we were cheated by an innkeeper and fought with him out of spite. I think it is you who will have to explain to the patrol. Magic unions are independent in each country. Some of them are even hostile towards others. How could magic images sent from the magic union in Manhwa Empire arrive here? Philip should not have any influence over the country of mercenaries." "I do not want to hear your lies anymore, Mr. Clark," Anfey said. Clark did not say anything, but smiled bitterly. He had mixed feelings about it. To be honest, he was so worried about Anfey and his legion's safety that he exposed his hidden identity. How could Anfey and his legion take advantage of his kindness? "Feller, take a few people with you to check around. Don't miss any place that looks suspicious. I will find it out no matter what." Anfey gave the order. "Don't move!" Clark yelled. "Some areas are protected by magic arrays. If you move the wrong stuff, it might explode." "Explode? I did not know you are a man of sacrifice." "They are all mages. They know how to control magic arrays. You don't have to worry about it. Do you want to tell me what you are?" Anfey smiled. "Don't do this to me. I am just a nobody." Clark smiled bitterly. "Are you saying you do not have the authority to make a decision?" Anfey saw Clark passively agree, so he knew he had guessed right. He thought a little bit and said, "You can tell your supervisor that I would like to see him in private." "You don't have to worry about it. Naya is the daughter of Professor Saul. We are all students of his. We would not do anything to harm the country's safety." After learning about the invasion from Shansa Empire, everybody wanted to go back to fight for the country. "I thought we could help more if we stay here, but..." "How do you know we are working for the king?" Clark's face changed. "There are only a few types of people who are interested in us and also know about us. I just took a guess. Can you take a message to your supervisor?" "We have common interests that we could talk about," Anfey said slowly. "I am nobody," Clark restated, with a bitter smile on his face. "Is one day enough?" Anfey acted like he did not realize he had put Clark in an awkward situation. He pushed him even further. Clark hesitated a little bit and nodded. He was just a liaison for the contacts. He was in charge of passing the information inside the organization but did not have any authority to make any decision. His experience was far less than the frontier spies. He had freaked out when Anfey had discovered his identity.
Okay, let me know when you know about it, Anfey said. Asterisk 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 asterisk.
When Anfey and Susanna walked into Hagen's room, he was engaged in various jars.
He stood up quickly when he saw Anfey and Susanna coming in. Susanna, here you are. Anfey, how are you? Hagen, what are you doing? Susanna smiled. Didn't you give me a few pieces of wyvern magic crystals?
I am thinking of making you a magic sword, Hagen said.
Anfey did not pay attention to who was greeted first by Hagen. He simply glanced around and asked, Hagen, how is your alchemy? What about it? Do you think I am not good enough? Then don't invite me to your mercenary. Hagen got mad quickly again when he heard Anfey's question. Don't get mad. I only wanted to give you something. I was just afraid you would make some mistakes when you transform them into something else, Anfey said. Hagen sneered, what is it? Anfey took a few things out of his dimensional ring and passed them to Hagen. Hagen looked closely at them for a while and asked in surprise, is this a manticore's tooth? Yes, can you make me a few blasting arrows with it? Anfey asked. Sure, Hagen nodded without any hesitation. You can let Feller know if you need other materials.
He can purchase them for you, Anfey said.
Thank you, but I am an alchemist, not a blacksmith.
I need ingredients instead of materials, Hagen corrected Anfey's inappropriate terms. Von Merge can help me collect ingredients.
He is familiar with Blackwater, but money is not a problem. Don't worry about it, Anfey smiled. That is great, Hagen nodded. He got mad quick but forgot about it in a second as well. I have 2 more items. Do you think you can make a suit of leather armor for Susanna? Anfey took out the unicorn and manticore furs from the dimensional ring. Manticore's fur, is this unicorn's fur? Hagen suddenly raised his voice. He threw himself onto the furs and touched them gently with excitement on his face. Anfey waited a second and asked quietly, can you make leather armor? Of course. Hagen unwillingly moved his eyes away from the furs. Which one is better for leather armor? Anfey asked. The unicorns. Susanna needs armor that can protect her from magic power. Hagen stared at Anfey. Do you have any other good stuff? Take them all out together. And this one.
I need a short shaft spear.
Anfey took out the manticore's tail stinger. Spear?
I am afraid it would take too long to make.
Do you want its paralyzing effects on the spear? Even if I could make a spear for you, you would be disappointed anyway, Hagen said slowly. Why? Anfey asked. A manticore is a senior magic beast and very hard to catch. However, countless of them throughout history have been killed by human beings. Weapons with paralyzing effects are everywhere in the world nowadays. In fact, its paralyzing effects will disappear in 2 or 3 years after their death. It could also be affected by the amount of usage. It will be a regular spear by the time I finish making it. So? Anfey was disappointed. If you do not want a spear, I can break the tail stinger and make it into a knife quick. Aren't you a swordsman?
A knife should be helpful, Hagen said.
Knife? Anfey's eyes lit up with excitement. He hurriedly nodded. Sure, I will have a knife.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 94, Information. Chapter 94, Information. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The clock struck midnight, but Anfey was wide awake.
He was alone in his room with the unicorn. It stared at him intently with clear blue eyes. Even though sometimes it would make noises and struggle, sometimes it seemed like it could really understand what he was saying. Before they had entered Blackwater City, Anfey had to wrap it with cloth to keep it out of public sight, and had pointedly told it not to make any noises or movements.
It wasn't until they had settled down in the tavern did the unicorn move. Now it was as if the unicorn understood that Anfey was meditating and had kept away from him to prevent distracting him. The room had no light, and all the windows were shut with the curtains drawn, not allowing even the moonlight to shine through. However, it was not dark. There were more than 30 little balls of fire floating in midair providing light for room.
Anfey had been studying fire sword for the past few days and discovered that the more fireball present, the harder the sword would get. Anfey had already drunk a vial of the unicorn blood. Since it was kept by Christian and Feller was loyal to him, he did not concern himself with any of the possible consequences. It wasn't because Anfey was someone who used his power for personal gain. Christian had told him that the blood would be the most effective if he waited until he became an actual mage, but Anfey had different ideas. In situations like this, he needed everything he could find to survive. However, he didn't want to argue with Christian either, so he decided to ingest the blood secretly. Clearly, it had worked. Magically, he was only a step away from being a junior mage, but his skills had greatly improved when it came to the release and control of fireballs. Now, he could control about 50 fireballs at the same time. If he slashed at a fireball with a fire sword, it would take a dozen slashes for it to disappear. Anfey suddenly felt something and distinguished the fireballs one by one. He stretched his body and covered the young unicorn with a blanket. After a few seconds, the door was pushed open. A shadow came into the room and walked quietly up to the bed. Anfey waved his hand and lit the candle on the table with a fireball. With the help of the candlelight, two pairs of eyes met. One was cold, and the other calm. One serious, the other clear. Anfey did not try to cover his face, and the other man had covered everything except for his eyes. After a few moments they both moved their eyes away. "So you are the one that asked for me," he said. Anfey took a breath, and decided to get straight to the point. "You should know that Shansa Empire is attacking Meiho, and that Tiger of Tao is forming an alliance with Shansa through marriage, right?" The man nodded, but did not say anything. "We want to assassinate the princess." The man nodded again, but remained silent. "We need help," Anfey admitted. "What kind?" "Information. Lots of it. Keep going. I need to know what kind of people will be on the escort team, a list, if you can. Mark every person of importance and anyone we need to look out for. How many horses will be present, how much dowry? I need the princess's portrait, and if she was a mage or a swordsman, and how powerful she is. If possible, the portraits of people of importance as well. Also, how many maids she brought, and if any of those maids are powerful enough to be a threat." Anfey stopped for a moment before continuing. "I also need to know how much road they can cover in a day after leaving Shansa, where they are stopping, and the geography of their route, as well as an estimate of how long it will take for them to reach the city, the welcome ceremonies in the different cities, and where their supplies are coming from." The man stared at Anfey's face. "All right," he said. "Some other things. The princess's personality and history, and her preferences in food and clothing. People she likes, people she dislikes. Anything else? I also need to know more about what the Tiger of Tao is doing, where they are keeping the princess, where they will greet her, and the size of the ceremony," Anfey said. "I heard the mercenary's first wife was a female elf slave and had 9 children. All of them powerful. I don't want to wait until after the wedding to go through with the plan. The princess's living quarters should have already been settled, but furnishing takes time. If possible, I want you to give me the floor plan of the room as well. You must realize it is almost impossible to gather all of this information," the man said. "Give me as much as you can," Anfey said, smiling. "I will take care of the rest. Do you remember everything I've said?" "You need not to worry about my memory," the man said. "Are you certain about the plan?" He had originally thought it was just a group of children trying to play hero, and wanted to dissuade them. He wanted to make them give up their goals, and then he would escort them back to Meiho Empire. If they disagreed, he would take Naya and leave the rest. After talking with Anfey, however, he realized they were serious. Anfey had thought of everything he had thought of, and that shocked him. After all, he was one of the best spies from Meiho, and Anfey was only an apprentice. "The Shansa caravans have encountered some trouble on their way here, though I am not sure what. My men are looking into it, and they need 7 days to get here. I will give you the information after that." No. 3 days, Anfey said. "I need to prepare as well." "It's impossible," the man said, shaking his head. He did not realize it, but it sounded as if he was speaking to a friend. 3 days, Anfey said. "That is as much time as I can give." "Fine," the man said. "I will try everything I can." "How sure are you?" He now saw Anfey as a leader, and a brilliant one at that. His mind combined with the senior swordsman, perhaps they had a chance. Too early for any predictions. "We will meet again in 3 days." "All right." Just then, another shadow appeared outside the room. "My lord," it said. "Clark, did you already finish packing?" the man asked, frowning. "Yes, my lord," Clark said nervously.
Clark, why are you packing?
Anfey asked, though he had already formulated an answer for himself. Clark opened his mouth a few times but did not say anything. The other man answered for him.
Clark is leaving, he said. The tavern will get a new owner. If you want to look for me, talk to the new man. Listen. I am young, and so are my friends. We'd prefer a familiar face, Anfey said.
I want to still contact you through Clark, since we are already familiar. He knew Clark would be punished because his identity had been compromised. He felt responsible for the situation and wanted to help Clark. The man narrowed his eyes. Clearly Anfey's excuses were not convincing enough, and he realized he was trying to help Clark. He did not care if the secret spies had worked together with someone, but he did not want outsiders to interfere with his organization. He stared at Anfey coldly. Either way, the situation benefits you, Anfey said, smiling. If we fail, your men will not be affected. If we succeed, you will be given credit for our success. I will keep Naya here, if that is what you're worried about. She will not be involved in this. The man was silent for a few moments, and his gaze softened. I will come back in 3 days, he said. Then he turned and left, brushing past Clark without looking at him. Clark sighed in relief, knowing he had just escaped his fate.
Thank you a lot, Anfey, he said gratefully. I was the one that caused this.
You did not blame me for causing you trouble, and there is no need to thank me, Anfey replied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 95, Coming Out of the Room. Chapter 95, Coming Out of the Room. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. For the next 3 days, Anfey did not come out of his room at all. Naya had to take care of the little unicorn for him.
Christian and others thought Anfey had dedicated himself to practicing magic.
The non-stop magic surges from his room were the evidence. They did not go and bother him. Christian thought Anfey would exhaust himself from the non-stop practice. Before he decided to check on Anfey on evening of the third day, Anfey had already come out of his room. Christian was only 7 or 8 steps away from Anfey's room when he saw Anfey show up at the door of his room. He was surprised and hurried over to Anfey. Anfey, are you all right? I am good. Anfey looked re-energized. It seemed that his magic skills had improved a lot. Anfey, don't practice magic this way next time. Don't you remember what you have told me about alternating? Christian said. Alternating work and relaxation is the key to learning. Anfey smiled. Right, I meant to say that, Christian said sincerely. If he had known Anfey had drunk a small bottle of unicorn blood, he would have been very mad. Sometimes it was good to be ignorant. Anything happen in the past few days? Anfey asked. Everybody followed your orders and no one went out. Von Merge should have a lot of information. He came by several times. He saw you in training so he did not interrupt you, Christian said. Did Hui Wei behave for the past few days? Did he try to escape? Anfey asked. He has been good. His dimensional ring is with you. How could he escape without the ring? I bet there is a lot more good stuff in it. Maybe the secret of the magic forbidden field is in it. Christian smiled. Hui Wei looked painful when he had to give away the scroll of temporal teleportation. How could a poor guy with both magic and combat powers, who had to work with orcs, have a such valuable magic scroll? It inevitably made people wonder about his identity, where he was from, and the secrets in his dimensional ring. With Anfey's temperament, if Hui Wei had told Anfey his secrets, he felt there was a good chance Anfey would kill him. Hui Wei was very smart. Generally, he did whatever he was asked to do. He never challenged Anfey nor caused any trouble for Anfey's legion. He had behaved well, but never opened his mouth about the secrets of the magic forbidden field. Yet at that time, even if Hui Wei had told Anfey the secret of the magic forbidden field, Anfey would not have killed him. Nobody knew how many secrets he held onto. Anfey would not want to kill him before he could get all the secrets out of Hui Wei. Anfey heard someone walking upstairs. It was Susanna walking upstairs with Shelley. Today Susanna did not wear leather armor. She wore a white dress. The dress was a little bit below her knees. The clear and delicate skin of her lower leg showed. She wore a pair of boots made of flash leopard. The black shoe ties on the boots wrapped around her lower legs. She looked sexy with those black shoelaces. Susanna also had a little bit of makeup on. She looked so adorable with the long and thick eyelashes. She looked at Shelley with a warm smile. Her gold earrings sparkled in her black shiny hair. Susanna looked feminine, but everyone knew the power hidden underneath this feminine appearance.
Under normal conditions, it would only take 1 or 2 years to make a name for herself. There would be people wanting her to be her aides. She was already a senior swordswoman even before she was 20 years old. No one would doubt that she would be a master swordswoman someday. She had reached to a level that many people could not reach in their whole life. People knew she would become a master swordswoman someday, but the question would be how many more years it would take her. Anfey knew he was lucky to get to know Saul in earnest after he came to this world. He was also fortunate to know Susanna. "Anfey, you finally came out." Susanna smiled. "Brother Anfey, take it." Shuli held a hot dessert in front of her. "I am not hungry yet." "You can have it, Shuli." Anfey caressed Shuli's head. This was a way to get Susanna to like him. If he touched Susanna's head, she probably would have punched him. Shuli was so much easier to maneuver. Anfey had been the one caring about Shuli the most, sometimes even more than her sister since Shuli joined Anfey's legion. He read stories to Shuli, played games with her, and even shamelessly challenged her with magic powers. Shuli did not have strong desire to win. She was happy if someone would play with her. It did not matter to her whether she was winning. To Shuli, practicing magic with Anfey was a game. She was not as serious as Anfey, who wanted to see who was better with magic power. Anfey did not know why he glanced at Susanna's legs. He did look at other places right away. What a shame. It would be perfect with a pair of high heels and shorter skirt, Anfey thought to himself. Susanna was a senior swordswoman. It was not difficult for her to catch Anfey glancing at her legs, even though he looked away quickly. Susanna looked down at her own legs and then she blushed. Most times, people could not forget something even though they tried. Every time when Anfey saw Susanna's skin showing, or even heard Naya asking her to take a bath, he could not help thinking of that night with Susanna. Sometimes he would secretly glance at Susanna. Susanna was even worse than Anfey. Every time she saw Anfey smiling, she would think about that night. There was no one to blame, since Anfey's smile had never changed. The angle he pulled his mouth and the number of teeth he showed were always the same. It seemed that he wore a mask, and his facial expression would never change. When she had been caught by him that night, he gave her the same kind of smile. Later when they formed a legion, he smiled the same way when they discussed issues for the legion. Susanna could not help thinking about that night. She had developed a conditioned response. From a psychological point of view, to get rid of this conditioned response, it would have been better for her to be away from Anfey. If she did not see Anfey's smiles, she would forget about it in few years. However, there could be another possibility. If Susanna kept recalling Anfey's smiles, the psychological barrier could get worse. "Susanna, I have made your leather armor." "Ha, Anfey, you are here." Anfey heard Hagen talking behind him and then he asked, "Where is my stuff?" "Wait a second." Hagen tucked his head back to the room and walked out of the room a minute later with a package in his hand. Anfey gently opened the package. There were almost 100 arrowheads. About 20 of them were thick and snowy white. They were made of manticore's teeth. The rest of the arrowheads were comparatively smaller and light blue. They were made of wyvern's teeth. Anfey knew these arrows were quite powerful. The former arrowheads could explode, and the latter ones were poisonous and could kill anyone unless that person carried the detoxing medicine made from wyvern's gallbladders. These arrowheads were great, but they were all disposable and 100 of them were far from enough. Anfey put the arrowheads in his dimensional ring and then he grabbed a knife. Maybe it should not be called a knife anymore. It looked more like an awl because it did not have any blades. It could only be used to thrust, not slay. The tip of the knife looked very sharp. Anfey touched it with his finger. "Don't!" Hagen screamed. Hagen reminded Anfey a little too late. Anfey felt the pain on his finger. His finger was cut by the knife and then he felt an unusual feeling. His blood circulation and heartbeat slowed down. He felt chest pain, exhaustion, dizziness. He could not even move any of his fingers. These were symptoms of paralysis. Suddenly, Anfey felt something different. The spirit crystal in his chest started to tremble. Anfey knew well that it was fighting with the paralysis. In about 5 seconds, the symptoms of paralysis disappeared and the spirit crystal calmed down. It seemed nothing had happened. "It's so wasteful!" Hagen shouted. "I have changed the properties of the knife and increased the rate of paralysis, but it also shortens the lifespan of the knife. You shouldn't have tested it on yourself. Every time you use the knife, its lifespan will get shorter." "What is the rate of paralysis?" Anfey felt rejuvenated. He thought he was lucky to have a knife with such a strong paralyzing effect. He gave credit to Hagen. About 80%, or even higher, but it could only be used 30 times at most.
You just wasted one.
Hagen rolled his eyes. He was not too happy with Anfey wasting his product.
Great, wonderful. Anfey looked happy.
He patted Hagen's shoulder forcefully. Christian and others looked at Anfey in surprise, because Anfey used to have only 3 facial expressions: frown, calm and smile. They all had different meanings. This time Anfey seemed he had lost himself. This was their first time to see him losing himself.
They did not know how much 80% paralyzing effect meant to Anfey.
It meant that he could kill 20 tough opponents.
Hagen had helped Anfey with his biggest problem. How could he not be happy?
He had taken the Tears of Stars for a while, which had gradually changed Anfey's personality in an unnoticeable way. Anfey used to hide his emotions well, but this time he lost himself a little bit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 96, A Joke. Chapter 96, A Joke. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Your Majesty, here is what you asked me to look for, a shadow said. He appeared in front of Yolanthe and handed him a scroll.
You've always been amazingly fast, Yolanthe said, smiling.
He took the scroll and began reading. As he read on, his smile slowly disappeared. In the end, he was frowning, and tossed the scroll down on the table with a single word: bastard. I agree, Your Majesty, the shadow said. The poor girl, Yolanthe said, shaking his head. Had he been 20 years younger, he would surely swear to avenge her, and send in his own men to correct the wrong. After 20 years of court intrigues and political struggles, he found himself numb to injustices like this.
He rarely used words like bastard anymore.
I did not find her teacher, Your Majesty.
However, I think anyone that could train a young girl to be a senior swordsman is someone to be reckoned with.
Stop the research.
It is not necessary anymore. As long as Susanna stays with Naya, we will have 2 powerful allies. Then, Your Majesty, should I do something about the Duchy of Gus?
Surely Susanna would want to return for revenge.
If we help her, we can earn her allegiance. No, Yolanthe said calmly. You know Entos?
He was born in the country of mercenaries, but why would he fight for us? Because he studied under Master Saul.
So do we need to gain his allegiance?
Of course not, the shadow said. He was, of course, the leader of the Empire's spies.
He understood Yolanthe immediately.
It is impossible to control everything and everyone, Yolanthe told him. We need to prioritize our goals.
If we earn Susanna's loyalty, it may not affect Anfey. If we get Anfey's loyalty, then Susanna will be influenced, as well.
We need to accomplish the most with the least amount of work.
Of course, Your Majesty.
Tell Black 11 that he needs to cooperate with that group, and keep them safe no matter what.
Especially Anfey. I am very interested in him.
Your Majesty, the Southern Front just sent their 5th plea for help. Anfey is assassinating Shansa's princess.
Shouldn't we focus on the Southern Front? This is all I can do, Yolanthe said. Destroying Ellison Dark Moon Legion is our utmost priority, and I will do anything to achieve that.
Yolanthe had his own troubles as well. His lie was so successful that it had fooled everyone, including Shansa Empire.
Otherwise Shansa would never have broken the non-aggression pact and invaded Meho.
It had hurt Yolanthe to think his allies were so unreliable, but he had to keep going with the plan, or else everything he had done so far would go to waste.
Another thing, Your Majesty. People from the Mist are especially interested in Anfey and his group.
They've always been active in the country of mercenaries.
They will catch on eventually. Should we warn them?
Yes.
Another thing Black 11 should do.
Tell Black 12 to go, as well.
The Mist shouldn't make any move if they are there. As you wish, Your Majesty. Someone knocked on Anfey's door. Come in, Anfey said.
His dagger spun around a few more times in his hand before disappearing into his sleeve.
Anfey, our man wants to see you, Clark said, poking his head into the room. All right, Anfey said. Let's go.
Anfey had known a bit about the rules and organization of the secret spies. His job was similar to that of a spy's. He knew what he should ask and what he should not, and when to keep quiet. So he sat in the carriage with his eyes closed and did not even move to gaze out the window.
Clark sat next to him nervously.
He was afraid Anfey would ask things he should not ask, and that he could get in trouble for answering. Anfey had saved him from punishment last time, so it felt wrong to lie to Anfey or not answer a question. Of course, Clark was only in charge of communication and was not a full-fledged spy.
Anfey did not open his eyes until the carriage stopped.
"We're there?" he asked. "Yes," Clark said as he got off of the carriage. The carriage had stopped in front of a large courtyard.
It was quiet and appeared abandoned.
Weeds grew out of the cracks in the pavement, and there were piles of rocks around the yard.
They shined dimly under the moonlight.
Across the yard was a large building.
A black-clad man was standing there, looking at Anfey. "Have you gathered everything I need?"
"It is impossible, I have already told you," the man said, frowning. What Anfey needed was too extensive, and there was no way any organization could find all of it in 3 days.
"Get as much as you can," Anfey said, stepping into the building. "This is where the princess will live?"
"Yes. I have notes throughout the building. The house was only a model. If a real princess was to stay in the city, her living quarters would be much more lavish than this."
There was a broken, dirty bed in the room with a piece of paper on it.
Clearly it was a note the man spoke of. Near the bed was a nightstand, and near the door was a round table with 4 chairs around it. To the left was a large wardrobe, and to the right was a wooden rack for decorations. There were 2 sticks on the wall labeled light, and the ceiling had a circle drawn on it to represent another light. The ground was labeled redwood floor. This obviously was a very crude version of the actual house, but Anfey studied it carefully. He bent down and studied the bed carefully.
He then turned to the man and said, "Is this bed the same height as the princess's?"
"I am not certain," the man said.
"Why?" "Not good enough," Anfey said, shaking his head. "Do you have assassins under you?" "The best in the world."
"What a joke," Anfey said.
"What do you mean?" the man asked coldly.
He had always prided himself in his self-control, but even the best would get aggravated.
Anfey did not reply.
He circled the room a few more times, then turned to the man.
"Give me a stake," he said.
The man waved his hand, and in a few minutes he handed a stake to Anfey.
Anfey placed the stake on the bed and took a strip of fabric.
He tied the fabric to the stake and stared at it for a few moments before turning and leaving the room.
The man did not know what Anfey was doing but followed him anyway. Anfey walked about 50 feet before stopping and taking a deep breath.
He leaped into the air with a bow in his hand. As he began descending, he started to draw the string open. When he landed, the bow string was already drawn to its fullest. He released the string, and the arrow flew towards the building. The arrow hit the wall with a loud thud and made a large hole in it. When Susanna released the wind arrow the day they had discovered the bow, the arrow was strong enough to break the wall of the cave. It was much more powerful than the wind arrows released by mages. If he could pair the wind arrow with an actual arrow, it would be double the power of the bow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 97, Love. Chapter 97, Love. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
There was a huge explosion in the room.
The beams on the bed were hit by a blasting arrow and exploded immediately. A guy in black rushed into the room.
He saw the beam flying towards the wardrobe. The upper part of the beams tied with a sheet were blown away, the rest of the beams in bed were burned with bright flames. The guy in black was so shocked that he stood still there with cold sweat on his forehead. If the princess of Shansai Empire had been sleeping on that bed, she must have died. Even if it were him, he would have died in this attack. No wonder the king had asked him to work with Anfey and sent Black 12 to him. Even Magic Fog Organization was interested in him and tried to track him down. He suddenly realized all of these things happened for a reason. He had become a witness to Anfey's exceptional power.
"I have to redo it.
The height of this bed is not the same as the princess's," the guy in black heard Anfey say behind him. "I will send someone to check on that," the guy in black said quietly. His tone had changed and become more polite. A few days before, he had thought that the senior swordswoman was going to lead the assassination and Anfey was just an advisor.
He was even not sure if Anfey was actually smart. He thought Anfey had asked about too many details.
He even thought of Anfey in a bad light, thinking that Anfey might secretly want to know the princess's panty style and color. Now he knew how ridiculous he had been.
There are many things you need to double-check.
For example, the thickness and texture of princess's bedroom wall and whether there are any hollow areas underneath the floor, especially under the furniture. They all need to be double-checked, Anfey said.
"I got it." The guy in black nodded eagerly. "I am not trying to give you a hard time. I did not know what would be useful or harmful for me. The more information I can have, the better control I will have. Would one day be enough for you to double-check everything?" Anfey asked slowly. It will take at least 2 days. The guy in black showed a bitter smile on his face. Okay. Then 2 days. Anfey calculated in his mind and figured that he still should have enough time left. I have checked on the princess's wagon route. Do you want me to tell you about it now? If Anfey had not shown what he could do, this guy in black would only tell him a rough story when he was asked. It seemed that having strong power and ability was the easiest and most effective way everywhere to win others' respect. Yes, tell me about it. Anfey turned around and walked outside. The black smoke in the room seemed to get stronger. He did not bother to put the fire out. This room was picked by the princess's bodyguards to trick Anfey, so the size and standards were quite different than the real princess's room. Anfey just let it burn down. The guy in black followed Anfey. He said to Anfey, I can only get so much information. If you think the information was not sufficient and needs to be reinvestigated, I am afraid that would take a long time. The guy in black wanted to let Anfey know the situation in case Anfey was not happy with his work. It would put him in an awkward situation if he was asked to do the investigation again. Anfey nodded. It is fine. Just tell me what you have. There are about 3,000 crew members along the princess's wagon route. Most of them do not have combat powers. About 600 of them are Shansa Empire warriors. They are very tough, and their mission is to take the princess to Blackwater City. They will go back to Shansa Empire once they complete their mission. There are 2 senior swordsmen and some palace bodyguards in the retinue. They are nothing. Her servants are all Muggle girls. We do not have to worry about them, the guy in black reported. Anything else? Anfey asked. It's pretty difficult to get the magic images you want. Maybe impossible to get, the guy in black answered. What do you mean, maybe impossible to get? Aren't your crew still working on it? Can't you even get the magic image of the princess? Anfey asked. The princess's magic image will be sent in tomorrow. I meant the magic images of powerful people, the guy in black replied. Anfey was quiet for a second and said quietly, tell me more. The princess is a polite and quiet girl. She never dated anyone before. We got different information on the food she likes. If we put all the information together, it seems that the princess eats everything, but does not particularly like to eat anything. She admires the sealed barbarian's archmage Richard in Audiobook and hates her brother. She also likes to wear blue clothes, the guy in black said. Keep going. Anfey nodded. The princess's wagons do not go very fast. They only travel about 60 miles a day and then they rest. I have marked every place they have rested. Here is the map. The guy in black took out a scroll from his shirt and passed it to Anfey. He continued, about 8 days ago, the princess's wagons seemed to have some problems. They stayed 3 days in one place before restarting their journey. Her people kept what happened secret. My guys were not able to find out. We need more time on that. Anfey opened the map and looked at it under the moonlight. He pointed at the map and asked, is this the area where you think they will rest tomorrow? Yes, the guy in black said. I have to do something tomorrow. If I have time, I hope we can go to a place together the day after tomorrow, Anfey said. Where? The guy in black asked. To welcome the princess, Anfey said. Okay. The guy in black nodded. Any other information? If not, I will be going back now. Anfey put the map in his dimensional ring. I will let you know immediately when I know anything new, the guy in black said in his serious voice. Asterisk 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 dot. When Anfey got back to the hotel, Rizka and Sanchez were talking on the stairs to the 3rd floor. It was their turn to be on watch that night. After experiencing some tough times, they all knew how to protect themselves. Even on the nights Anfey did not tell them to have someone on watch, they still voluntarily had someone on watch. On the days that Anfey kept himself in the room for the training, they did not let their guard down. It just showed they were maturing. Rizka smiled at Anfey and then shook his head, which meant nothing had happened. Where is Von Merge? Did he come back yet? Anfey asked. He came back shortly after you left. Rizka smiled. Where is he now? Anfey asked. Where else could he be? He is in Susanna's room. Sanchez ginned. For the guys, some of them were jealous of other guys who could attract affection from girls. Some of them did not even dare to go after the girls they liked. Sanchez knew himself well. He admired the beauty of Naya and Susanna, but he just thought about them and would never take action to go after them. Everyone knew there was no way Von Merge could get Susanna's affection, but he kept trying, which bothered them. I am going to see him. You guys can continue your chat. Anfey nodded at them and walked in big strides to Susanna's room. Anfey stopped at Susanna's room and knocked lightly on the door. Then he pushed the door open and walked in. Susanna looked bored on the chair while Von Merge was pacing back and forth, excitedly telling some story. He did not notice the unexpected guest, Anfey. Von Merge, did you get the information I asked you to look for? Anfey interrupted Von Merge's storytelling. Anfey, I have looked for you several times. Don't worry. I, Von Merge, never make any mistakes. I got it, Von Merge replied. In this potential mercenary legion, Susanna was the first one he needed to get along. Anfey was the second one. Hagen is an alchemist. Every mercenary would like to recruit someone like him. Von Merge was different. If Anfey wanted to kick him out, feeding himself would be a problem, not to mention seeing Susanna again. Once he had accidentally stumbled into a dragon cave. He passed out 35 feet away from the dragon while the dragon released his dragon power. Later, when he woke up, he found his combat power was affected greatly. He was no longer able to gather all his combat power. He only had less than 30% of his combat power left. This was his secret. Since then he tried to avoid conflict with others. He had always been trying to convince his opponents by talking. Therefore, his sword skills had not improved, while his talking skills were fantastic. Let's talk in my room. Anfey smiled. Okay. Von Merge did not really want to leave, but he had to. Susanna heaved a long sigh and also stretched. Von Merge finally left, Susanna thought to herself. She did not want to hurt anyone, but she did not realize that she might hurt him more by giving him hope. Seeing Susanna's reaction, Anfey playfully winked at her. Susanna blushed a little. She was surprised to see Anfey making any moves like this. She could feel the change in his personality. Was it because we are getting more comfortable with each other? Susanna wondered. Von Merge, take a seat and tell me about it. After they went to Anfey's room, they immediately got to the point. Did you draw anyone's attention when you were trying to dig up the information? No, I was very careful, Von Merge answered quickly. You have told me that it would affect the fate of the whole mercenary and Susanna. I would not mess with it. Then tell me what you have found, Anfey said. They take a lot of missions every day. They assign many other things to themselves as well. We are not able to make it today, but they will have about 30 mercenary groups doing assignments tomorrow. Some of them will go to Forest of Death, some to Wild Prairie, some to White Mountain City, and some will escort businessmen on their trips. Anfey, what do you want to know? Von Merge asked. Let's start with the weakest mercenary group, Anfey said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, Hunters and Prey. Chapter 98, Hunters and Prey. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The wilder plain was covered by 6-foot-tall grass. Whenever the wind was strong enough to part it, it would reveal thousands of boar beasts. These animals were native to the wilder plain, and was the food source for most carnivores living there. Boar beasts were very mild in nature, and rarely attack other animals. Whenever they were attacked, they tended to run instead of fighting back. They were herbivores, and reproduced very fast to prevent extinction. If there were no boar beasts, the other beasts would starve to death. If there were no other beasts, the boar beasts would destroy the plain. The wilder plain was large, but for the mercenaries that depended on this plain for a living, they already know the plain like the back of their hands. They were very familiar with things like where the high-level magic beasts resided and where they should not go. Only powerful people dared to go to the plains, because if they were not powerful, they would simply become another body in the plain. With Von Merge as their guide, Anfey and the group did not waste much time looking for their target. It was a 9-person mercenary team made up of 7 men, 6 swordsmen and 1 mage and 2 women, a mage and a priestess. With the eyes of Sky they could see that this other team was harvesting the magic beast's body. Anfey approached them quietly. He was good at disguising himself, and did not worry about being seen. When he was close enough to hear the mercenaries' voices, he took out 2 top-tier magic crystals and knocked them together. Soon the mercenaries heard the sound and began making their way over. Hey, kid, what are you doing? One of them asked. Anfey turned, acting like he was surprised by them and had forgotten to put away the crystals. You? The man who was speaking stopped mid-sentence, his eyes falling on the crystals. Their team was only mediocre, but they had seen top-tier magic crystals before. The man's eyes gleamed with greed. 5 other people came through the grass, and all of their eyes were immediately drawn to the crystals in Anfey's hands. Magic crystals meant wealth.
It meant that they could live like kings and have something to brag about later. There were so many mercenaries that never get to touch top-tier magic crystals.
Where did you get that? One of the men asked.
He nodded to the others, and they began surrounding Anfey. I'm not obliged to tell you, Anfey said, taking a few steps back. Don't worry, friend, the man said. We are part of the Tiger of Taao mercenary. Our lord is about to marry, and we must come up with some gifts. If possible, we hope to buy your crystals.
5,000 coins, how about that?
5,000 coins was a fair price, but the man looked like he was worth not even 10 coins, let alone 5,000.
The group kept smiling and surrounding Anfey. Anfey took a few steps back and kept a certain distance between himself and the mercenaries. What do you want? He asked. These belong to my friend. I cannot sell them. What is his name? Maybe we know him, the man said.
His smile was wider now, but his forehead was covered with sweat. Anfey placed the crystals into his pocket and ducked into the grass.
Crap! Don't let him get away.
Sir, let's contact the main group. We gotta catch the kid, one of the men called while pulling out a scroll from his ring. Larger mercenary legions had the advantage of numbers, and each member had the same scroll in case backup was needed. Idiot, the first man barked.
No.
How will we divide up the crystals then?
Yeah.
The kid had no combat power.
He won't get away. A small search quick ensued.
The two mages lifted themselves into the air with levitation magic, searching for Anfey's trail. The others fanned out and began searching. In the face of the temptation of top-tier crystals, they had already forgotten the low-tier crystals they were harvesting. If they took those crystals, they could live for a few years with no financial troubles.
Anfey walked through the grass quietly.
He had brought the entire group to the plain, but he had sent them away before he approached the mercenaries. It didn't matter how good the plan was, they could still fail. If the men had used their scrolls, and the men from Tiger of Taao had surrounded them, he could ensure his own escape, but not everyone's.
Plus, Tiger of Taao would not be the only mercenaries coming.
The larger mercenary legions all had treaties with each other, and would lend each other help. This place was far from Blackwater City, and if someone used a scroll, there would be thousands of mercenaries here within minutes.
Anfey stopped backing away and crouched in a bush.
He removed the top layer of his clothes and revealed a layer of clothes made for easier movements. It was in fact a military-style camouflage suit with a hood made by Anfey himself. People could get as close as 15 feet without noticing him.
Anfey retrieved a dagger from his dimensional ring.
It wasn't made by Hagen. Instead it was made by a blacksmith Anfey found in the city. Swords were made for fighting in places like this, and using the altered dagger was too much of a waste. The sound of boots on ground was getting closer and closer. Anfey picked up a small stone and waited until the man was close enough. He flicked the stone out and hit another patch of grass. The man turned his gaze towards where the stone landed. Anfey jumped out of his hiding place and dashed towards the man, his dagger swiping across the man's throat. The man fell to the ground without making a noise. He slumped on the ground, but was still alive. He dug his blood-stained fingers into his wound in a desperate attempt for air.
Anfey returned quietly and buried the dagger into the man's chest.
Humans had big hearts, and someone as well-trained as Anfey would never miss it.
The man was still before Anfey could pull the dagger out. Anfey listened for a few moments before approaching the second man.
Before he could approach him, however, the man began screaming.
I see you, kid, the man called. Get out here before I burn you out. Kid, this isn't a fun place. You're gonna get eaten by beasts.
He was loud enough for his friends to hear, and if his voice disappeared, his friends would be suspicious.
Anfey turned to look for another target.
These mercenaries thought they were the hunters, but they did not know they had already become the prey. Anfey's presence was too undetectable, and the mercenaries thought he was just a normal kid.
No mercenaries would be too concerned about a normal person.
The man's target was focused on something straight ahead, and he did not pay attention to movements around him. As soon as he was close enough, Anfey reached out and, covering the man's mouth and nose with his hand, slit the man's throat with his dagger. The man's body spasmed and fell still. Anfey placed him on the ground softly. The two mages flew by, but the grass was too tall for them to see anything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 99, Get Ready. Chapter 99, Get Ready. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. 1, 2, 3 mercenaries were killed by Anfey one by one when they hunted for the magic beasts.
The throat of the last guy with the loud voice was cut deep by Anfey.
That mercenary died immediately.
Anfey had 6 mercenary badges with blood in his pocket. 2 mages, 1 female and 1 male, were still in the sky and the priestess had not shown up yet.
Anfey took a bow out from his dimensional ring. He loaded a regular arrow on it, pointing at the sky. He had been watching those 2 mages when they were hunting. He found they had been circling around in the sky with a radius of 800 yards. This was his only chance. If Anfey were a swordsman, he could have attacked those 2 mages with sword radiance. If Anfey were a mage, he could have attacked them easily from long distance. It was unfortunate that Anfey was neither. He had to use the bow to attack. There were 2 mages in the sky, so no matter which one was shot down first, it would take Anfey 2 seconds to reload the bow and shoot at the second mage. Anfey did not dare to underestimate mercenaries. He actually never underestimated any opponent. The opponent's powers were largely related to their talent and dedication to their practice. This mercenary group was not great in general, but living in danger had trained them to be alert for danger. Anfey thought that 2 seconds were long enough for a mage to release the magic scroll. To shoot 2 targets down perfectly, he had to choose the very moment when one body was blocking the other one when they circled around. Luckily, the route of their movements was traceable. Anfey did not worry about being surrounded by the opponents. Instead, he was more concerned about covering the news of this mercenary group being wiped out. It was common for the whole mercenary group to be attacked and die when they were out on missions or hunting. However, it was rare that no one in the group was able to send out rescue signals. It was rare, but could happen. Anfey held his arms steady. His eyes showed his determination to kill those 2 mages. He stared at his targets. Finally, those 2 mages lined up, one mage blocking the other one. Suddenly, a strong wind blew over the prairie. The grass bent down as the wind blew over. The male mage seemed to see something in the grass out of the corner of his eye. He hurried to turn around to check. Suddenly he felt pain in his chest and saw blackness in his eyes. He fell like a big piece of stone from the sky. The arrow pierced through the male mage's chest and hit the female mage. 2 mages fell one by one from the sky. Anfey rushed over to where they had fallen. Those 2 mages rolled together. From a distance, they looked like a couple holding each other rolling on the grass. This scene reminded Anfey of a saying, "May we be a pair of inseparable lovebirds in the sky, and 2 trees with interlocking branches on earth." Those 2 mages had been like lovebirds a few seconds ago, and they were 2 trees with interlocking branches now. Anfey easily found his way back with the 8 mercenary badges. He went back to the area where that mercenary group had been cleaning up magic beast bodies. He had a good sense of direction, especially when he was on assignments. He rarely made any mistakes in finding the locations where he needed to be. The only survivor, the priestess, was sitting on a rock, zoning out as she watched the clouds. From Anfey's angle, he could only see her side. She was showered in golden sunlight. She looked like an angel. He could not see her face from his angle, but she seemed to be cute. Anfey sighed and reloaded the bow again. Once the bow was loaded, he had to shoot it no matter what. As a killer, once he started a mission, he had to make sure that no one could trace back, so had to finish it without any potential dangers left. If this priestess were not killed, everyone else in this mercenary group was killed for nothing. If the commander in Tiger of Tao Mercenary Legion noticed these mercenaries were killed with a scheme, he would strengthen their defenses. It would make it a lot harder to kill the Shansa Empire princess. Anfey shot the bow in a speed that a human eye could not even detect. Suddenly an eye-blinding flash passed by that priestess. With a huge exploding sound, the arrow disappeared, while the light cover around her shattered into millions of light spots. Damn! There was a magic array. Anfey blamed himself for not being careful. Regular priests did not have combat power. There were dangers everywhere on Wild Prairie. Her peers undoubtedly set up a magic array to protect her. He should have thought of this when he saw her sitting in the rock on alert. While he blamed himself for not being careful, Anfey reloaded the bow. It seemed the priestess had very little experience in direct combat. After the magic array was attacked, she jumped to her feet and nervously watched around her, looking for the attacker. She even forgot to release the magic scroll immediately to save herself. It was dumb luck, Anfey thought to himself. Anfey heaved a sigh and let his fingers on the arrow go. The second arrow shot out so fast that it looked like a bolt of lightning. The priestess's magic cover was destroyed. Anfey shot at her head. The priestess flipped backwards and rolled onto the grass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Anfey got back to the hotel, Christian and Rizka were standing on the roof waiting for him. They glanced at Anfey with questioning looks as Anfey walked upstairs. Anfey nodded at them with a smile, which signaled to them that everything was fine. Anfey, let us join you when there are other assignments.
We can help, Christian complained. He never openly said anything against Anfey to his face after Anfey had made a decision, but always offered his suggestions afterwards. Too many people on this assignment would not have helped, Anfey said, smiling. In fact, he was more concerned that Christian could not be as cold as needed. Some people were not born to certain professions. Christian could not be a killer. He was too upright to be a killer. What if something happens to you? There must be someone to help you, Rizka said. Watch your mouth. What if? Do you want something to happen to me? Anfey said. No, I did not mean that. Rizka smiled bitterly. Clark walked downstairs and gave Anfey a look. You guys can go and get some rest. I need to go somewhere with Clark now, Anfey said. We have rested for a while, Rizka said. Anfey and Clark walked to Clark's room on the first floor. A guy in black was quietly sitting on the chair, looking at Anfey. What happened? Anfey knew the man was direct, so he talked to him in a simple and direct way and skipped any courtesy greetings. These are the architectural drawings of the princess's bedroom. The guy in black passed Anfey a package. Everything you want to know is in this package. If it is not in the package, I don't think I can get it for you anyway. Anfey unpacked the package, looked through it, and put the items back in their original order. I need someone to explain these to me. I do not understand this kind of diagram. No problem, the guy in black said. Anything else you would like to tell me? Anfey asked. You asked me to collect information about Glory Mercenary. I have some information about them with me now, the guy in black said. Great. Anfey smiled. Can you brief me on it? The commander of Glory Mercenary, Antonio, is a master swordsman, the guy in black said. He is the most powerful one among the commanders in the 4 largest mercenary groups. It's hard to tell his personality based on the information we collected. Some people said he is a gentle man, while others said he is hot-tempered. They all can prove their claims. Antonio rarely shows up in public. It has been very hard to track him. The second important person in Glory Mercenary is Chantley. He is a senior swordsman. He is very smart and mature. He is a helper for Antonio. If we have options, I hope we do not have to confront him. If Antonio is the king of Glory Mercenary, then Chantley is his advisor, a very good one. He has solved many difficult problems with his intelligence. He was a formidable opponent. Antonio is in White Mountain City, so Chantley is in charge of everything here. The third important person in Glory is Davison. He is a senior swordsman. He became a senior swordsman before he was 35 years old. His sword skills are above Chantley's. I heard he might become a master swordsman in the future, then Glory Mercenary would be the only mercenary group with 2 master swordsmen. Davison is the opposite of Chantley in terms of personality. He is more willing to take risks, but also likes to act more on instinct. Chantley has solved a lot of tough problems for Glory Mercenary while Davison has created many problems. However, Davison has one advantage, that is, he is a very loyal follower of Antonio. Antonio has been very tolerant with the mistakes he has made and rarely blames him. Here is a report on Chantley's and Davison's families and important people in Glory Mercenary. You can take your time to read it. The guy in black passed Anfey another scroll. Thank you very much. Anfey smiled. You're welcome. You said I had contributed to your mercenary. The guy in black hesitated a little bit. I have already received new orders from the commander that I need cooperate with you, but... Really? Does it mean you would help me if I need your help? Anfey asked. Yes, the guy in black said. How many people can you give orders to? Anfey asked. Depends on your needs, the guy in black said calmly. I believe you have heard of Entos? Of course. Anfey was shocked for a second. Entos was one of Saul's best students. He was a senior magister with strong power. Entos is the third important person in Brothers Union Mercenary, the guy in black said. You mean? Anfey said. After the political marriage between Glory Mercenary and Elizan Empire, many countries realized they were falling behind. Shansa Empire has been trying to have Tiger of Ta Mercenary be their ally. Our country has had a good relationship with Brother Union Mercenary. As long as we are not against the principles of the country of mercenaries, they are willing to help us, the guy in black said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100, Choice. Chapter 100, Choice.
Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
This is marvelous news for me, Anfey said, smiling. If the 4 major mercenary groups had been tightly allied, he could not have devised a plan to come between them. Now, however, he realized that the mercenaries had only appeared to be friendly. They had their own fair share of infighting as well. After the marriage with the Shansa princess, Tiger of Tao Mercenary Legion would surely make a name for itself.
Its ranking among the major groups would likely go up as well.
It was likely that it could potentially threaten Glory Mercenary Legion. Surely the other 3 groups did not want the situation to come to this.
A super mercenary only sounded intimidating in name.
It did not matter how big a mercenary group was, none of them could take on a full-fledged nation. There was hardly any nation without a master swordsman or archmage, but out of the 4 mercenaries, only Glory Mercenary had a master swordsman in its service. As far as Anfey was concerned, the world was simple. There was a saying, learn your craft, then serve your king. Royalty tended to have an upper hand when it came to recruiting useful men and women. A king could offer everything a mercenary group could offer, and everything a mercenary group could not offer. People like Jaeger and Ernest were, in the end, oddities. Their fates only proved that being politically neutral could only end in disaster.
If Jaeger had worked for a king, surely Anfey couldn't have killed him as easily.
Saul and Ernest wouldn't have dared look for him either. If Ernest had worked for a royal family, he wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible place after Jerofik had played his tricks. Now his reputation was so terrible even Susanna had called him a coward.
Anfey was not joking when he came up with the plan to assassinate the Shansa princess.
For someone like him, joking around was no longer an option. All he wanted was to do some good for Manhwa Empire and ensure a better future for himself.
There were only so many directions he could take. One was to leave the team and live anonymously until he achieved what he wanted to achieve, but what good would that do? His reputation would be ruined as well, and perhaps worse than Ernest's. He was the one who wanted to kill the princess and had led the group into trouble. He should have the guts to shoulder the consequences as well. Abandoning his friends would turn him into a laughingstock and ruin his relationships with Saul and Ernest. Not only that, they would likely turn into his enemies.
He could not forget Philip, either, who was still trying to find him and his group. He could, theoretically, return to being an assassin.
Practically, though, business would be very slim.
This was not his world any longer. Another option was to seek refuge with Elizan Empire or other nations. Anfey may have been cold-hearted, but he couldn't bring himself to betray Manhwa Empire.
There wasn't much he could do, anyway.
No one would take in someone with no combat power and little to no magical surges, much less someone who had offended 3 of the most powerful men in Manhwa Empire.
The last option was to serve Manhwa Empire.
Help in the time of need was the most precious, and now with Shansa Empire invading Manhwa, it was the perfect time for Anfey to deliver what Manhwa Empire need. Both hunting magical beasts and assassinating his opponents were for practice, and the benefits of the latter were much greater. Even if he did not achieve everything he was aiming for, he had grounds to argue if the future leader of Manhwa Empire wanted Saul to hand him over. If he was lucky and achieved some of his grander goals, the future king of Manhwa Empire would have to consider his contribution to the war. If Manhwa Empire lost the war, he could still join Ernest and travel the world.
Don't get too comfortable.
The alliance will only help us with small things, the man in black said.
I know, Anfey replied. Do you know how to ride? The man asked abruptly.
Yes, why?
Didn't you say you wanted to welcome the princess? Get ready. We are leaving in a few moments.
This early? If we leave today, we can catch up to my caravans by tomorrow night and encounter the princess on the way.
The man looked at Anfey and added, Do you have any other things you need to take care of?
No. Have a few men stick around.
Keep an eye on them. I would have done it even if you hadn't asked.
The secret spies were very efficient. After Anfey had told Christian about some things to look out for, he got into the carriage with Susanna. There was another man in the carriage who was clearly important, because every time they encountered a checkpoint, the man would stick his head out and talk to the patrol. This got the carriage out of the city without anyone checking. When they were about 5 miles out of the city, Anfey and Susanna left the carriage and climbed onto their horses. The man in black arrived on horseback as well. He had taken his mask off. Anfey understood why he had kept that mask on at all time. The man had a long scar across his face and 2 very distinct eyebrows. Blackwater City had a lot of guards, but guards with such special features were hard to find. It was as if the man was testing Anfey's ability. He rode forward without looking back or waiting for Anfey and Susanna and did not stop until his horse was exhausted. By sunset the next day, they had reached the caravan. There, they changed into the attire of men of the Snow Fox mercenaries who protected the caravan. They pushed forward all the next day and finally encountered the princess's procession on the outskirts of the town.
The princess may be important, but there was only one major roadway in the country of mercenaries connecting Blackwater City and White Mountain City.
Elazan Empire was to the south and Shansa to the north. It was the most important roadway in the country, and shutting it down could cause immeasurable loss.
Plus, the other three mercenary groups were very unsatisfied with Tiger of Ta's alliance with Shansa Empire.
Glory Mercenary Group was worried that it would threaten their position of power, while the other two did not want Tiger of Ta to get too powerful and tip the balance. If Tiger of Ta had closed the roadway for the arrival of the princess, the other three groups would have protested. So the road was still crowded, and the princess's servants pretended none of them existed. Of course, all the mercenaries knew who the caravan bore, and had made way for her.
Snow Fox's mercenaries were no exceptions.
They stood by and watched the carriages go by. There were thousands in the procession.
Flags with vibrant colors fluttered in the wind. Stallions neighed as they marched by. Armor gleamed under the sun.
Everyone in the procession looked serious, since they were representing an entire nation. There were more than a dozen identical carriages, led by 12 stallions. The carriages themselves were large and beautiful, and shone gold under the sun. There were groups of knights behind every carriage, and 2 armored women guarding. Clearly it was a way to decrease the chance of assassination. The princess would be in one of the carriages, and it was likely that her placement changed every day. No one except for a few trusted people would be aware of her exact location. When the third carriage passed, Anfey picked one of the women and whistled at her. The princess's carriages had a lot of observers every day, and the guards had gotten used to whistling and howling. Anfey stood towards the front, but his presence did not alarm anyone. At most he made some of the men curious as to why any mercenary groups would accept an apprentice like him. The woman next to the carriage turned curiously. Seeing that she had saw him, Anfey whistled again, louder and sharper this time. He smirked at her. He was a good actor, and he was confident that he had fooled her into thinking he was trying to catcall her.
The woman frowned and appeared angry. Every woman would be angry in a situation like this. The weaker ones would hide, but the stronger ones would face it head-on. The woman turned her horse and galloped towards Anfey. She raised her horsewhip and sent it cracking through the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.